Chapter 801 Plentos Town. Almost all the border towns in the northern occupied area are built along the Thorny Mountains. They are built on this mountain range. These frontier towns are on the southern slopes of the mountains. After breaking through these small towns, there is a vast grassland to the south. Many nobles own vast tracts of pasture here, but none of them are famous noble lords. Plentos Town is also a town built on the mountains. All the houses are lined up on the hillside. Only in the north of the town is there a high city wall, embedded in the bodies on both sides. No resistance could be seen in the town. A large number of ghosts marked red ants rushed out of Plentos Town and immediately spread out like a fan. The land in the southern part of the town is very vast, and these ghost-striped red ants came out. Soldak walked towards Plentos Town for so long, but he did not encounter a large-scale ant colony. It was not until he saw the cavalry battalion in the distance that Soldak saw the complete ant colony. Although he did not see where the ghost-striped queen ants were hiding, he found the ghost-striped male ants from the dense ant colony. Guards Regiment. This bodyguard group was surrounded by a large group of ghost-marked red ants. The cavalry battalion on the opposite side was now surrounded by a large number of ghost-striped red ants. A dozen ghost-striped male ants lined up in a row, unfolding their huge tentacles and approaching the cavalry step by step. The ordinary bows and arrows in the hands of those cavalrymen were simply unable to deal with the hard armor on the ghostly patterned male ants. The ghost-striped male ants pushed forward almost all the way, and the cavalry battalion could only retreat step by step. However, their retreat was cut off by a group of ghost-patterned soldier ants. The surrounding ghost-patterned soldier ants and ghost-patterned worker ants were constantly surrounding them and began to squeeze their living space. Once the cavalry cannot run on the battlefield, its combat effectiveness is not even as good as that of the heavy infantry. The commander in silver armor was unable to break the situation and could only retreat frequently before the ghost-patterned soldier ants formed an encirclement from all directions. Obviously, once the ant tide forms, the constant attacks will make it difficult for the cavalry to resist. Only by relying on high city walls can it be possible to stick to a certain place. I saw that cavalrymen in that cavalry battalion would be knocked down by ghost-patterned soldier ants from time to time. They must be in a dilemma. They wanted to retreat while fighting, but they were entangled by the ghost-patterned red ants around them. Even if they retreated, they would not be able to retreat. Extremely difficult. The ants came like a tidal wave, and that cavalry battalion was like a sailboat in the Red Sea, in danger of capsizing at any time. Soldak personally urged his horse to the front and shouted to Andrew, "Andrew, let's rush over." Andrew was covered in thick magic patterns and rode on a scaled war horse. He waved his axe at a group of cavalry behind him and readjusted the direction of attack. All the first-turn veterans rushed with Andrew. Go up. The cavalry went from slow to fast, charging towards the opposite cavalry camp. Ghost-marked red ants were constantly chopped down on the grass. Soldak is also in the front row, with him providing a halo of strength. The cavalry can increase the speed of their charge. Gallatin was responsible for leading the 500 cavalry behind him to slowly advance around the two thunder rhinoceros. These latter war horses do not have magic patterns implanted in them, nor do they have lightweight hard armor protective gear. So these horses can only be used as transportation mounts and cannot charge. Samira stood on the high thunder rhino platform. Currently, the two thunder rhinos carried 4 bed crossbows on their backs. Each bed crossbow required 3 people to control it. A group of rescued children were hiding in the wooden house. He looked through the window with fear at the countless red ants with ghost stripes on the vast grass. And for a moment, he couldn't even speak. The archers on both sides of Thunder Rhino fired arrows frequently. Some ghost-patterned worker ants rushed up from both sides and fell down after being hit by arrows. Only some ghost-patterned worker ants tried to surround them, but they were dealt with in time by Captain Gallatin. Every step of the tall Thunder Rhino makes the earth tremble. When Serdak's cavalry team joined the battlefield, the situation immediately became different. A large number of ghost-marked red ants immediately emerged from the ant colony, and they seemed to want to separate the two cavalry teams. It was obvious that the queen was controlling the ant colony. The ghost-striped red ants rushed over desperately, trying to keep Serdak's cavalry away. The queen ant didn't realize that this cavalry regiment was different from the cavalry battalion in front of her. They were braver and looked very unrestrained when charging through the ant colony, until Andrew led the cavalry to rush directly to the flank of the ghost-striped male ants. The cavalry rushed in, almost stepping on the corpses of ghost-marked red ants. Seeing the brothers' battalion coming in with reinforcements, the cavalry battalion on the opposite side was also greatly boosted in morale. They immediately took control of the battlefield situation and fought back against the ghost-marked red ants swarming up from all around. Andrew rode his war horse and rushed directly to the left side of the ghost-striped male ant at the edge. The ghost-striped male ant awkwardly twisted its body, trying to bite Andrew's war horse to death with its huge tentacles. Unexpectedly, Andrew actually pulling the reins of the war horse suddenly. The horse immediately stopped and stood upright on the spot. A pair of front hooves stepped hard on the side of the ghost-striped male ant. Andrew took the opportunity to pounce forward and touched the middle part of the leg of the ghost-patterned male ant with one hand. Although he was wearing a full-covering heavy armor with magic patterns and looked like an iron can, his movements were extremely flexible. With one hand on the outrigger and the axe in his hand stuck on the side armor, he managed to successfully roll onto the back of the ghost-striped male ant. The ghost-striped male ant couldn't turn around, but it suddenly leaned back and thrust its tentacles heavily into the ground, preparing to lift Andrew off from behind. Andrew held the bone spur of the ghost-patterned male ant tightly with one hand, and stepped firmly on the ghost-patterned male ant's back with his feet as if taking root. In full view of the public, he swung the axe and struck the armor on the back of the ghost-patterned male ant's neck. The piece of armor was stripped off, and the ghost-striped male ants went completely crazy. They immediately broke away from the advancing male ant queue and plunged their heads into the soft grass. The ghost-striped soldier ants also gathered crazily around them. Just when the ghost-striped male ant barely stuck its hard head into the soil, Andrew inserted the axe into the brain of the ghost-striped male ant and easily found the magic core in the skull cavity. The ghost-striped male ant twitched violently before dying, and Andrew jumped onto the grass in large strides. A group of ghost-patterned soldier ants surrounded them. Serdek followed closely and led a group of cavalry to kill them, immediately stopping the group of soldier ants. The row of ghost-striped male ants continued to pursue the cavalry, who were trapped in place. Samira bit half of an apple, stepped on the crossbow with one foot, and shot an armor-piercing crossbow arrow into the head of the second male ant. He looked at the crossbowman beside him coldly. The crossbowman was excited and immediately said to his companions, "Let's get another giant magic crossbow arrow." Such a giant magic crossbow arrow with the armor-breaking attribute is worth 25 silver coins, which is almost the monthly income of ordinary residents of Duodan town. It almost gave Samira the pleasure of grabbing a handful of silver coins and smashing them in the face. Last time, Quartermaster Handel sent a total of 10 of these magic giant crossbow arrows, and now there are only 6 left. This is to try to get them back every time they are shot. But there are too many uncertainties on the battlefield, and the magic crossbow arrows are worn out very fast. Not long after, Andrew stepped on the back of a ghost-striped male ant and struck again with the butcher's axe in his hand. Serdek's cavalry team almost killed all the ghost-striped male ants in one go. The ghost-striped ants hiding behind the ant colony realized that something was wrong, but almost all the ghost-striped male ants in front of them had been killed. These queens urged the surrounding ghost-striped worker ants to surge forward in large numbers, using their bodies to hold back the cavalry. It's a pity that Soldak has already led the cavalry to join this cavalry, without the ghost-marked male ants approaching. Andrew's heavy cavalry is almost unstoppable in the ant colony. Even some ghost-marked soldier ants if they came together. Andrew and Soldak would be the first to be killed together. The two of them were at the front of the team and killed 15 ghost-marked soldier ants in a row. The momentum of the ant colony finally slowed down. More than 1,000 cavalry finally broke through the ant colony and ran towards the outer hills of Plentos town, with the ants blocking the way. The cavalry could not rush to the town of Plentos in one go, so they could only retreat to the outside to rest. On the forested hillside, the cavalrymen jumped off their horses and set up temporary camps. The commander of the cavalry battalion on the opposite side walked in front of Soldak. He was wearing a mithril-plated armor. The style of the armor was similar to that worn by Adams and Gallatin. The commander took off his helmet, revealing a resolute and calm face and blonde hair. The sweat on his face rolled down to the ground drop by drop. He said to Soldak with great gratitude, "My name is Intez, the commander of the 7th Cavalry Battalion. I was ordered to lead the 7th Cavalry Battalion of the Luther Army and was stationed in the town of Diwa at the easternmost end of the Northern Theater. Thank you for your help. The 7th Battalion was pulled out of the ant colony. Soldak, I recently joined the Luther Legion and led an independent cavalry battalion to station in Doden town." Soldak touched his nose and introduced himself while standing under a pine tree. A cavalryman brought 2 chairs, and the two sat under a tree and chatted. The cavalrymen camped in the woods and fed their horses. Battalion Commander Intis came closer and said, "I know you. I believe that among the officers above the commander level of the Luther Legion, even those who have never met you, they have all heard of your name, the person chosen by the Marquis. Sure enough, there is something different. I mean very strong Soldak didn't want to talk about this, no matter how he explained this. Some people would always think that he climbed up by grabbing the hem of Miss Hathaway's skirt. He turned his head and looked at the town of Plentos halfway up the mountain, and whispered, "Well, I heard that the 13th Cavalry Regiment and the 19th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment of Luther's Army are stationed in Plentos town. I told this guy a long time ago that there is a problem with this pass. When he wants to hold on, he must prepare enough supplies. Unexpectedly, there is still a big problem here." Battalion Commander Intis helplessly said. It seems that he is very familiar with the commander here. Serdek didn't see the remnants of the 13th Cavalry Regiment or the 19th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment along the way, so he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Where did you come from? Did you pick up the remaining army?" Intis looked a little gloomy and shook his head before saying, "I understand the guy's character. He is a proud and irritable guy, and he is also the most chivalrous battalion commander. He probably put him in order to allow the residents of the town to evacuate safely. The lives of all the soldiers were filled at that pass." The two fell silent for a moment. Serdek couldn't find anything to talk about. He just looked at the swarms of red ants under the hill and felt a little heavy in his heart. So many ghost-striped red ants have entered the northern occupied area, and the situation is spreading further to the south, and many townspeople may die. The squadron leader of the 3rd Squadron of the Cavalry Battalion came over. He knows the Green Empire writing and knows a little mathematics, so he usually does some headcount statistics for the Cavalry Battalion. Serdek came back to his senses and asked the squadron leader, "Have the injured cavalry been counted?" "Yes, Commander Serdek," the squadron leader replied. Serdek stood up from the chair, walked towards the pergola set up in front, and said, "Then let them come together. We won't have much time to rest. We need to get better soon so that we can continue to fight." Then, Intis saw Serdek rolling up his sleeves and starting to treat the injured cavalry one by one. At a time when healing potions are as valuable as gold, having a person in the army who is good at healing is definitely the luckiest person. Intis's eyes widened as he watched the holy light spells emerge from the palms of Serdek's hands. The soft holy light emitted by the holy light torch twitched, and he let out a grunt, swallowed hard. The entire border town was completely occupied by ghost-striped red ants, and a large number of ant colonies poured southward from Plentos Pass into the prairie in the northern area of Wilk City. By noon, 7 cavalry battalions arrived at the southern outskirts of Plentos town. Everyone originally occupied a place, but as the great swordsman Chester led a group of guards and rushed to the outskirts of Plentos town, all the cavalry battalions quickly moved closer to his position and gathered together. Swordsman Chester continuously called the commanders of each cavalry battalion to the tent to communicate individually. Serdek's cavalry battalion was among the first to arrive at the temporary camp of the great swordsman of Chester. Later, other cavalry battalions arrived, and they also went in for detailed discussions one after another. He was the last one to be called in. Into the somewhat dim tent, the great swordsman Chester sat down, pinched the corners of his eyes, and roused himself to ask, "Serdek, how is the situation over there in Doden town? I don't want the opening here to be blocked yet. Ghost the Red Ants will open a breakthrough in the garrison area you are responsible for." Serdek sat down opposite the great swordsman Chester and said, "Okay, everything is under control. Before I came, I had already driven those ghostly red ants to the north exit of Duodan Canyon. Tell me how you did it by driving the ghost-marked red ants out of the canyon." Great swordsman Chester said. He sat up straight in his chair, pretending to be listening attentively. Serdek thought for a while, and then said, "The main thing is to first identify where the biggest threat comes from. We think it is the queen ant. She has extremely powerful mental power, and can command tens of thousands of ghost-striped red ants at the same time, obeying its schedule. Once the queen is lost, the red ants will have no motivation to move forward, and of course, they will not be very aggressive. So we tried to lure a ghost-striped ant queen to the city, then threw a few fire-scale bombs to disturb them, and then used a bed crossbow to kill it in one fell swoop. The ghost-striped red ants disappeared without a leader for several days." Swordsman Chester raised his head and glanced at Serdek, but said nothing. "Later, we sent an elite team at night to set up some traps to lure them out of the ant colony and killed 3 more ghost-striped queen ants," Serdek continued. "From that day on, these ghost-striped red ants didn't go back to the middle of the canyon." Swordsman Chester didn't ask any more questions, and waved his hand to let Serdek leave on his own. Chapter 802 Battle of Plentos Town 1. The 8 commanders sat around a bonfire. Intis called Serdek over, and everyone exchanged casual greetings. When looking at Serdek, Everyone couldn't hide the curiosity in their eyes. Intis told about the battle in the morning, and how he and Baron Serdek met together. A trooper brought hot marching rations of porridge and scones, and the commanders began to eat a late lunch. Serdek sat beside the campfire and ate silently. Intis was very familiar with the commanders of these cavalry battalions. While eating, he discussed with other commanders the ghost striped red and scattered in the south of Plentos town. Occasionally, he would chat casually, such as a certain commander. He took the woman to the town next to the station. Or maybe a certain commander always liked to go to the pub to have a few drinks. These commanders were stationed in border towns. And if it hadn't been for this beast wave, they would have been doing pretty well. Now, the situation is not very optimistic. A large number of ghost-marked red ants are blocked north of the Thorny Mountains. 4 commanders, including Intis and Soldak, are guarding the border town. They led the cavalry to the town of Plentos. But they were also worried about the situation in their own town. 2 commanders were discussing the 2 armed thunder rhinos under the hill. Of course, they did not know that the 2 thunder rhinos belonged to Serdek. The huge behemoth thunder rhinoceros has not been widely used in the army. The final factor is that the thunder rhinoceros itself is too expensive. In addition, the target is too big. The enemy will always take care of it, and it will easily be killed on the battlefield. Killed in battle. And then dozens of magic crystals were wasted. If you have this money, you might as well buy a magic pattern structure. The noble lords of the Green Empire like to regard the magic pattern structure as private property. The property of the noble lords is mainly divided into manors, territories, trading houses, and private collections. The magic pattern structure is the most important part of the private collection, more valuable than gold, jewelry, and antiques. However, the 4 bed crossbows on the back of the Thunder Rhino still make all commanders envious. These bed crossbows are almost the biggest weapons against ghost-marked male ants. The size of those male ants is larger than a traveling caravan. Several rows of them are attacking together. The cavalry can be restrained to death. Intis said that when he was fighting against the ghost-marked red ants, he encountered more than 10 ghost-marked male ants. It was Baron Soldak. The 2 Thunder Rhinoceros bed crossbows fired a series of furious shots, which immediately made those ghost-marked males angry. The ants remained on the battlefield. If the ants from behind didn't come up one after another, they would inevitably bring back a few trophies. The magic materials on the ghost-striped male ants are quite good. Intis was thinking about how to ask Serdek to treat the wounded soldiers. Those seriously injured soldiers just now were really lucky, because Commander Serdek took action to treat them. They were lucky enough to save their lives. However, there were still many soldiers in his cavalry battalion. There are a lot of wounded knights. Serdek quickly filled his stomach with marching rations. He saw the strong man Intis squinting his eyes, and looked at him. He was about to ask him, "What's the matter?" when he saw the great swordsman Chester had a serious face come out of the tent. The commanders made room for him, and swordsman Chester sat down, while a cavalryman brought him the same marching rations. The great swordsman of Chester took a few bites indiscriminately, and the commander of the cavalry battalion next to him said, "Legion Commander, now we can only ask the constructed swordsman group in the Legion to come over and clean up the situation. Our cavalry is on the outskirts of Plentos town, trying to delay the ant colony from moving south as much as possible." Great swordsman Chester shook his head and said in a deep voice, "All the constructed swordsmen in the Legion dared to put down the rebellion in Tarapa. Even if they can escape immediately, it will take at least half a month to reach the Belen Plain. Now we not only need to control these ant colonies within the town of Plentos, but also find ways to block the pass of Plentos town to prevent more ghost-striped red ants from rushing in." He pulled out a burning stick from the bonfire, blew out the flames at the top, and used the black charcoal on it to draw a schematic diagram of the situation outside Plentos town on a slightly raised rock slab at his feet. The ghost-marked red ants currently rushing through the pass can be roughly divided into 3 larger ant colonies. Swordsman Chester drew 3 circles on the stone slab as he spoke. Serdek could see the location of one of the ant colonies, exactly where he met the 7th Cavalry Battalion. All other cavalry battalion commanders also gathered around. Swordsman Chester said, "It is preliminary guess that these ant colonies should be controlled by queen ants. We need to send a cavalry battalion to prevent these 3 ant colonies from continuing to move south. As for the small ant colony, it doesn't matter if they leave Plentos. The follow-up infantry regiment reinforcements are on their way and should gather outside Plentos town in 3 days. No matter how well we control the situation in Plentos town today, the 3rd Cavalry Battalion and the 4th Cavalry Battalion will leave Plentos town before sunset and return to your base. Make sure there are no problems with your defense there. Two commanders quickly stood up and gave a military salute to the great swordsman of Chester. Yes, commander of the Chester army. The commander next to Intas made a different voice. But what about Plunto's town? Intas took the opportunity to say, contain the 3 ant colonies. Wait for the heavy armored infantry regiments and archer regiments to arrive one after another. Control the situation here. And then take back Plunto's in one go. Soldak also feels that this plan is relatively safe. The commander next to Intas immediately said, but there are still a large number of ghosts marked red ants running out of the pass. If we don't block the opening, there will be no ghosts marked red ants rushing from the north. The law has been effectively contained. The commander who held the same view as him echoed, we might as well concentrate our forces and attack the town of Plunto's with all our strength. But what to do next? Another commander put forward a different view, saying, there are so many ghost-striped red ants in the south of Plunto's town. If we allow these ant colonies to disperse into the grasslands of the northern occupied area, we will probably try to remove them again. It will take 10 to 20 times the manpower and material resources to find them and then eliminate them. He paused and continued, imagine, if these ghost-striped red ants in the south of Plunto's town do not leave, but turn around under the control of the Queen and attack Plunto's town again. We can even take back Plunto's town. When the time comes, we will also be attacked from both sides. There is no city wall in the south of Plunto's. Serdek also didn't want to spend the time stationed behind the White Forest Plain endlessly chasing the ghost-marked red ants that entered the northern occupied area. To seize the town of Plunto's, we may not need so many cavalry. Serdek looked at the pass where dense red ants were popping up in the distance, and said coldly, on the contrary, these 3 ant colonies in the south of the town are absolutely we must pay attention to it. It is necessary to have the cavalry battalion to contain the surroundings, and we must not let them escape our surveillance range under any circumstances. Swordsman Chester's eyes lit up, and he asked him, if we can contain the ghost-striped red ants south of Plunto's town and prevent them from turning around to support Plunto's town, are you sure we can take back Plunto's? The pass of Season? Serdek thought for a while. He was going to join the war anyway, and if he inserted it like a knife into the pass of the mountain pass, the harvest might be greater. Then he said, you can give it a try. Even if it doesn't work, I have a way to come back. Great swordsman Chester rubbed his face excitedly and said, how many cavalry battalions do you need to join? Give me 2 more cavalry battalions, and there will be a great chance of retaking the pass. Soldak said. A commander stood up and said, I object. I think it is most important to concentrate our forces and eliminate the 3 ant colonies in the south of Plunto's town first. Later, a commander with different opinions said, if we continue to clean up like this, no one will block the mountain pass over there, and the ghost-striped red ants here will only gather more and more. Maybe not. As long as we kill enough people, we can kill them back from the front. Even if we can't kill them back, we can at least prevent the ant colonies from going south and entering the grassland. The remaining commanders also began to chatter. Said, every commander has a little bit of his own idea. Swordsman Chester waved his hand, and the surrounding area suddenly became quiet. Then Swordsman Chester said, I am leading a team to clean up the ant colony in the southern part of Plunto's town. We only need to find 3 queen ants and kill them to turn them into a pile of loose sand. This way we can clean up the remaining group without so much pressure. Then the great swordsman Chester said, now there is also hope of retaking the town of Plunto's. We must try no matter what. Which of you is willing to complete this task with Soldak? A group of commanders who expressed their opinions suddenly fell silent. No one wanted to do stupid things with a red man in front of Marquis Luther. Intas coughed twice, nudged his friend next to him with his elbow, raised his hand, put an arm on Soldak's shoulder, and said to the great swordsman Chester, count me in. I will follow him crazy. The commander next to Intas also raised his hand and said, then let me try it too. The great swordsman Chester nodded and said, Intas and Hampton, you two and Soldak will carry out the mission of capturing the pass of Plunto's town. If you can't rush through, then try your best to contain it there. The ant colonies coming from the north help us reduce the offensive pressure of the frontal ant colonies. I estimate that more infantry regiments will arrive before noon the day after tomorrow at the latest. Soldak, Intas and Hampton stood up and said at the same time, yes, great swordsman Chester. Swordsman Chester also stood up and said to the other commanders, the rest of the cavalry battalion will follow me to surround these 3 ant colonies from the front. We must destroy them as much as possible before they find a foothold. It's the great swordsman Chester. Now everyone's voices are much louder. There was still half an hour to prepare for the battle, and the veterans of the cavalry battalion gathered together to polish the edges of their weapons. Everyone seemed extremely calm, and no one even asked about the specific battle plan. Andrew patrolled back and forth among the cavalry to check the status of these veterans. The merit exchange list almost made everyone in the cavalry battalion want to sleep on the battlefield. There is no way. Those ghost-striped red ants on the battlefield are a lot of merit. 100 points of merit can be exchanged for 1 gold coin, which is equivalent to 1 silver coin for each point of merit. Such generous benefits completely arouse the emotions of these veterans. Killing an ordinary worker ant is just a little merit. Killing a ghost-patterned soldier ants count as 50 points of merit. Killing a giant ghost-patterned soldier ant is worth 500 points. Even if the veterans can clean up 20 ordinary ghost-patterned worker ants every day, the harvest in 2 days is equivalent to a month of cutting stones in the quarry. More to come. Therefore, in the cavalry battalion, there are only minor injuries that cannot be left in the firing line, and some veterans even hide some hidden injuries in order to avoid unnecessary casualties. Soldak ordered Andrew to carefully check the true status of the veterans' injuries before each battle. Intis took the opportunity to bring over a group of wounded soldiers from the 7th Cavalry Battalion and asked Soldak to use holy light to treat them a little. Then the 3 cavalry battalions gathered together, and more than 1,800 cavalrymen made the team look mighty. A group of cavalry walked out of the woods on the hills and headed towards the pass of Plentos town under the scorching sun. Some alert ghost-striped red ants saw such a large group of cavalry and fled away. After rushing through the pass of Plentos town, the murderous aura in their bodies has been reduced a lot. They are no longer the kind of people who know that they are going to die, but still rush forward desperately to give their fellow red ants behind them a chance to survive. At the same time, the great swordsmen of Chester sent 2 cavalry battalions to contain the 2 ant colonies further south of Plentos town. These 2 cavalry battalions are the 3rd Cavalry Battalion and the 4th Cavalry Battalion. After participating in the diversionary mission in the afternoon, they will rush back to their garrison camp overnight that night. These ant colonies are moving south quickly. If it weren't for the cavalry, they would not be able to catch up with them in this vast grassland. And he took 3 other cavalry battalions and 300 swordsmen from the Guards Regiment. Nearly 2,000 warriors, led by the great swordsman Chester, directly to the ant colony closest to Plentos town. The sunshine in the afternoon was abundant, and most of the ghost-striped red ants buried their bodies in the grass to avoid the scorching sun. They moved slowly in the grass. The size of these ghost-striped soldier ants was only slightly smaller than that of the prairie wolf. Ghost-striped soldier ants as big as prairie lions were walking on the grass, with almost their upper bodies exposed. From a distance, it looked like there was a dark red cloud on the grass. Although the size of the giant ghost-patterned soldier ants mixed in the ant colony is exaggerated, it is within the range that the cavalry can bear. And those ghost-striped male ants with a body length of 6 meters are a bit beyond imagination, and they can be called giant beasts of the grassland. Tens of thousands of ghost-patterned red ants gathered together, and seemed to have discovered the situation here. 300 swordsmen wore small, lightweight bucklers on their arms, and slowly moved forward with double-edged swords in their hands. On both sides, 500 cavalrymen formed a large net, and the other 500 cavalrymen circled to the other side of the ant colony to contain the rear of the ant colony. As long as the queen ant dares to press the entire elite of the ant colony, the following cavalry will press forward, waiting for an opportunity to attack the queen's male ant bodyguards. Chapter 803 Battle of Plentos Town 2. The afternoon sun. Water vapor is steaming from the grassland, making the scenery in the distance become curved. Some weeds with seed ears swayed back and forth in the breeze. A group of grasshoppers flew out of the grass and flew into the distance. Compared with food such as grass seeds and roots, these locusts are simply incomparably delicious in the eyes of the ghost-striped soldier ants. There are traces of red everywhere in the grass. The 2 small hill-like thunder rhinoceros in Serdek's army are very eye-catching, and they also attract the peeping glances of many ghost-striped red ants. However, they basically have no chance to get close and are captured. A whirlwind of cavalry smashed skulls with their flails. These ghost-striped soldier ants were like a pack of hungry wolves. When they saw the cavalry rushing over, they crouched in the grass and spit acid at the horses. At the same time, he opened his sharp pliers and rushed forward desperately, jumping on the horse and biting it wantonly. Andrew led a group of heavy cavalry at the outermost edge of the team. Even the horses were fully armed. The flails in the hands of the cavalry were to crush the heads of the red ants immediately to prevent them from spitting acid everywhere. The 51st level veterans were like tireless machines, constantly rushing back and forth on the outside of the army. They did not spare their physical strength, and did not care about the life or death of the war horses. When cleaning up these red ants, some people even stood on the platform of Thunder Rhinoceros and took out parchment account books to count the number of ghost-striped worker ants killed. These ghost-striped worker ants can peel off some meat, but their bodies are almost worthless. In order to encourage the veterans to clean up the worker ants, Serdek can earn a little merit for every ghost-striped worker ant he kills. Almost all of these merit points are subsidized by Serdek from the soldier ants. The veterans all hope that they can hunt down the ghost-striped soldier ants. They think that killing worker ants is a job for ordinary cavalry. Of course, ghost-patterned soldier ants are not that easy to kill, even in the wild. On this grassland terrain, that is most beneficial to the cavalry. If these first-level veterans want to kill soldier ants, the most labor-saving way without using power is to charge 50 meters away. These soldier ants are not very good at jumping. As long as the knight's spear can stab the ghost, the head of the tattooed soldier ant can basically severely damage this ghost-patterned soldier ant. However, if the knight's spear misses the point, or is caught by the claws of the ghost-patterned soldier ants, the veteran behind him must hit the target in time. Otherwise the veteran in front may be injured. The heads of the ghost-patterned soldier ants were chopped off by veterans with knight swords and thrown into sacks. Once full, they were thrown onto the shelves of Thunder Rhinoceros. The corpses of the soldier ants that could still be exchanged for money were randomly discarded on the grass, and could not be taken away at all. Andrew was a madman as soon as he arrived on the battlefield. Every time, he was the first to rush towards the ghost-marked red ants, with the butcher's axe with bleeding properties in his hand. Even if he encountered the ghost-marked soldier ants, he would almost kill them with a single axe. His fighting style, in which he would rather suffer some injuries than kill the enemy, seemed very bloody. Usually after a wave of charges, he would be covered in blood, and it was impossible to tell how many of these light red blood stains were his own. Jean, Intas, and Hampton were a little stunned. Only then did they see the strength of Serdek. This native subordinate relied solely on the commander's use of the Holy Light technique, and the Holy Light technique he was wearing the Earth Shield's heavily armored magic pattern structure, with the war horse underneath it having more physical strength than the black-scaled horse, allowed it to act recklessly on the battlefield. It is his unreasonable fighting style that can ignite the morale of all cavalry on the battlefield. Aren't these heavy cavalry tired? The performance of those war horses is too exaggerated. Even a black-scaled war horse cannot run so tirelessly. Under such circumstances, a group of cavalry advanced against a large number of ghost-patterned red ants running out from the direction of Plunto's town. Serdek, Gallatin, and Intas stood at the front of the group. Occasionally there is a giant ghost-striped soldier ant in the ant colony. Seeing such a big guy rushing up, both commanders Intas and Hampton were a little numb. The huge thick armor is simply the biggest nemesis of the cavalry. But these giant ghost-patterned soldier ants are not slow either. The body is also extremely flexible. And every time such a giant ghost-patterned soldier ant is killed, a cavalryman will be injured. Intas whipped his horses but hard with his riding crop, stood out from the front team, and rushed towards the giant ghost-patterned soldier ant. A group of close confidants and guards behind him were worried that Intas might make a mistake, so they hurriedly followed up on their horses. Unexpectedly, the veterans of the Independent Cavalry Battalion almost became extremely excited, and their fighting mood was at an all-time high. They simply thought that Intas was trying to snatch the giant ghost-patterned soldier ant from them. More than 10 veterans attacked the giant ghost-patterned soldier ant at the same time. Ant charges. Everyone raised the speed of the war horses. It was obvious that in terms of explosive power, these magic-marked war horses were also ordinary war horses that completely overwhelmed other cavalry battalions. Seeing that the veteran rushing at the front had already bowed his body, his arm tightened the handle of the knight's spear, and the tip of the spear was aimed at the mouthparts of the giant ghost-patterned soldier ant. A giant crossbow arrow with the armor-piercing attribute flew out, with a circle of wind attributes surrounding the arrow shaft, and it arrived at lightning speed. Before the cavalryman could take action, he accurately shot through the head of the giant ghost-patterned soldier ant. The 3-meter-long arrow shaft directly nailed the giant ghost-marked soldier ant into the soil of the grass. The giant ghost-marked soldier ant's body could not stop the inertia and doubled in the air. The cavalryman who rushed to the front and held a spear could only let out a roar of unwillingness, and pierced the spear in his hand into the body of the ordinary ghost-patterned soldier ant who followed behind. He didn't dare to curse. After all, occasionally on the battlefield, someone's life was saved by a stainless steel arrow. But in my heart, MP, the captain of the Archer Army, has recently gained enough achievements to buy himself a set of magic patterns. After dealing with the group of ghost-patterned red ants that rushed up, A group of cavalrymen quickly cut off the 6 legs of the giant ghost-patterned soldier ants, and then chopped off the huge head, which was carried by a cavalryman. Bianpidian ran under Thunder Rhino to show his courtesy. The captain, who was wearing red salamander leather armor, had one foot on the crossbow's arrow slot and looked at the battle situation in the distance. Even though he was clearly looking cold and arrogant, this cavalryman managed to put on a charming smile. He really couldn't afford to offend him. The city defense crossbowmen on the platform quickly used slings to retrieve the trophies and put them on Samira's exclusive shelves. Without the two-headed ogre who liked to smash heads, the cavalry battalion finally had some order on the battlefield. However, the eagerness of these cavalrymen to kill the ghost-marked red ants still shocked the other 2 commanders. Rode close to Surdak and asked curiously, "Baron Surdak, are these cavalry always in such a strong fighting mood? How do you usually encourage them? Every time they fight, I have people record their achievements. These achievements can be exchanged for gold coins and some weapons and equipment, magic materials and so on. Isn't that what our cavalry battalions do?" Surdak walked while riding his horse, said, after getting around the corpse of the giant ghost-striped soldier ant. It was impossible to skin it, so it could only be discarded here for the time being. It was really a pity. "Yes, this is all the same. We will also count merits. Whoever performs outstandingly during this period will have the opportunity to be promoted. If the battle is won, there will also be some material rewards," Commander Inta said. Of course, other cavalry battalions have similar military merit records, but they are not as generous as the prizes on the Surdak merit exchange list. As the team got closer and closer to Plento's town, the ghost-striped red ants rushing towards them changed from waves to a steady stream. Even the ghost-striped soldier ants scattered around began to move towards Surdak. The cavalry team gathered together. The battle became more intense. A group of veterans in the Surdak cavalry battalion dismounted one after another, held up their tower shields, formed a shield wall around the team, and slowly moved forward. The team's forward speed became slower and slower. The cavalry team led by Andrew rushed through the ant colony, and could not pick up the speed for a while. Chapter 804 Battle of Plento's Town 3. At the beginning of the battle, Andrew led a group of cavalry around the large group of cavalry to clean up the incoming ghost-marked red ants. The closer they got to the town of Plentos, the more and more ghost-patterned red ants crawled out of the town. The cavalry did not have enough space to charge back and forth. Slowly, the 2 Thunder Rhinos rushed to the front of the team. The cavalry protected the Thunder Rhinos of the flanks and rear. Commander Surdak, Andrew, Gallatin, Intas and Hampton also rushed to the front. In addition to Surdak's aura of power, Commander Intas also had an aura of piety, which could the armor of the cavalry has been increased to become more solid. Unexpectedly, Commander Hampno was actually a master of swordsmanship, and he also had good combat power while riding a war horse. He could always find the least labor-intensive way to kill the ghost-patterned soldier ants in front of him with one sword strike, so that they lost their combat effectiveness. However, it is rare to kill a ghost-marked red ant directly, and there will be soldiers responsible for finishing the damage following him. The ant colony could not shake the cavalry, and more soldier ants gathered here. 6 ghost-striped male ants and 10 giant ghost-striped soldier ants broke through the town's courtyard wall and rushed out of the town amid the ruins. Behind them, a large number of ordinary ghost-patterned soldier ants also gathered, and they also poured out overwhelmingly. These ghost-striped red ants contain a large number of soldier ants, and their attack rhythm is almost the same. They are obviously controlled by a ghost-striped ant queen. At present, the cavalry have reached the foot of the mountain and have to climb halfway up the mountain facing the ghost-striped red ants before they reach the town of Plentos. The slope is not too steep, but if you want to go uphill in the opposite direction, you will have to bear the impact of ghost-striped red ants. Surdak followed the wooden ladder and climbed up to the platform on the back of Thunder Rhinoceros. He looked towards the mountainside and saw a dark red ghost-striped ant queen at the gate of Plentos town, with 3 pairs of wings supporting a fat queen. The fishhook-shaped body hangs low in the sky, surrounded by a group of ghost-striped male ants. Watching the movement here, densely dense red ants with ghost patterns poured out from behind it, overwhelmingly swarming down the mountain. Many of this group of ghost-striped red ants are ghost-striped soldier ants. They make a thin whistling sound when they run, making the entire mountain pass make a huge buzzing sound. The 2 commanders, Intas and Hampton, had never led cavalry in a head-on battle with the ghost-striped red ants in the wild. Seeing such a scene, their faces tensed up, and they tried their best to comfort the horses that had become a little irritable. Surdak knew that at this time, the cavalry must build up the belief that they would win. He pointed at the ghost-striped male ants a few hundred meters away, turned to Samira beside him, and said, "Shoot as many ghost-striped male ants as possible in the ant colony." Samira rolled her eyes and began to adjust the shooting angle of the bed crossbow. This elevation made it easier to aim. Those ghost-marked male ants have a bulky and huge body, and the armor on their bodies is extremely thick. Even giant ones with armor breaking, it is also difficult for crossbow arrows to penetrate its body armor. Only by hitting the head, mouth parts, and compound eyes can it penetrate the weak armor. In order to find a better shooting angle, Samira gave instructions to the driver sitting on top of the Thunder Rhinoceros. At this moment, the two Thunder Rhinos, which were like small hills, slowly turned their bodies sideways. For bed crossbows were aimed at the ghost-patterned red ants that rushed up on the platform. Almost at the same time, for giant crossbow arrows flew out from the platform on the back of the Thunder Rhinoceros. Two ghost-striped male ants in the ant colony were hit by arrows, and a thick green acid liquid burst out from their entire heads. The other two ghost-marked male ants were lucky. The giant crossbow arrows were inserted into the thick armor on their backs. Although the giant crossbow arrows were inserted into the ghost-marked male ants, they did not cause much damage to them. Serdak saw that the ghost-striped soldier ants rushing at the front were less than 100 meters away from his own camp. So he quickly climbed down from the Thunder Rhinoceros and stood side by side with Andrew. Then 4 more giant crossbow arrows were shot out, and 2 more ghost-marked male ants fell in the middle of the attack. The last 2 remaining ones also had giant crossbow arrows stuck in their bodies. The front row of ghost-patterned soldier ants had already charged forward, but was blocked by a group of heavy cavalry who gave up their horses and held tower shields. Andrew and Serdak were among them. The moment the two sides collided, a shadow of a double-faced, 4-armed demon god lit up behind Serdak. Almost at the same time, the shadow of the demon god became very solid. The demon god bent down and protected it with his 4 arms. Serdak's body and the dwarf chain shield on Serdak's arm emitted dazzling holy light. A complete face of a berserker lit up behind Andrew, which was Andrew's berserker soul. A pair of blood-red eyes burned with rage, and his entire body was ablaze with fire. At the same time, all the first-turn veterans standing with Andrew had the shadow of Shur emerging behind them. The wave of ghostly red ants rushed up and almost broke the tower shield in the hands of the cavalry. The first wave of the red ant attack was barely blocked by the veterans of the cavalry battalion, who unleashed their power. The cavalry behind held up their knight lances and stabbed at these ghost-patterned soldier ants one after another. Unfortunately, they did not have the power to charge. The knight lances alone hit the red ants that rushed up. The impact was almost half lost, and the lances could only barely pierce the hard armor of the ghost-striped soldier ant. Andrew's body was burning with flames, like a murderous god, jumping up from the crowd. The butcher's axe in his hand was raised high, and then struck down hard, bringing up a red bolt. The head of a ghost-patterned soldier ant that rushed forward was split open by Andrew, and his whole body was also separated from the giant claws of the ghost-patterned soldier ant. He stepped over and stepped on the rotten watermelon-like head. The butcher's axe in his hand rotated and cut off the soldier ants on the side. Andrew stood at the front of the team with unstoppable courage. At this time, Serdak was holding a dwarf chain shield and a holy light torch, following behind Andrew, fending off the ghost-patterned soldier ants rushing up from both sides. The shield in his hand frequently burst out with holy light, and the holy light torch hitting the head of the ghost-patterned soldier ant. The magic pattern array that appeared frequently in front of it burst out with huge power. The light from the torch could almost smash the head of the ghost-patterned soldier ant and explode like a rotten watermelon. There was no way to use the blood-red crescent in this situation. He didn't want to cut the long sword until the edge curled. The aura of power under his feet radiated out over a large area. Thunder light flashed frequently on Serdak's body, and beams of electric light passed through the ant colony, causing large-scale damage to the ant colony. Intez and Hampton quickly followed. They finally understood what was so special about this cavalry battalion, and the commander took the lead in the charge. A group of first-level veterans followed behind, as if they were risking their lives. With their strong armor and sharp swords, this group of veterans fought their way inside. All the cavalrymen stepped on the corpses of ghost-marked red ants and rushed forward. The 4-bed crossbows on the 2 Thunder Rhinoceros almost suppressed all the ghost-patterned male ants and giant ghost-patterned soldier ants that dared to rush forward. From time to time, someone would throw fire-scale bullets from the Thunder Rhinoceros quilt, blasting the surrounding areas. The ghost-striped red ants exploded, causing their limbs to shatter into pieces, and flesh and blood flying everywhere. Intez and Hampton fought with the team until they were exhausted. And then the cavalry and the team came to make up for it. Everyone took turns to kill the ghost-marked red ants at the outermost edge of the team. But they were surprised to find that Commander Serdek and the Nanai warrior had almost never been replaced and had always been at the front of the team. From noon to dusk, Soldak's cavalry battalion finally forced its way into the town of Plintos. 2 thunder rhinoceros were in front, and the injured cavalry was surrounded in the middle. With a loud rumbling sound, the thunder rhinoceros crashed through a wall in the south of the town. After the masonry collapsed, the ruins were filled with thick dust. A group of the cavalry followed the footsteps of Thunder Rhino and rushed into an unknown manor. The queen ant guarding outside the town saw the ghost-striped male ants being shot one by one with a bed crossbow. She still dared to stay outside the town and had already entered Plintos town with a group of them. Currently, the main attack target of the ghost-patterned soldier ants charging into the formation has become the thunder rhinoceros. Probably driven by the queen ant, they rush forward desperately, just wanting to climb on the thunder rhino and take a bite. The buildings here were built against the mountains, and the cavalry were forced to dismount and fight. Entering the town of Plintos, the first thing you see are some dilapidated and messy streets. There are bloodstains and traces of battles everywhere, but no corpses can be seen. Occasionally, you can see traces of ghost-striped male ants passing by in some places. Huge the bodies collapsed the buildings and walls facing the street. And even these ordinary weapons were scattered on the street. This black, sticky and disgusting paste was scattered on the street corners and courtyards, mixed with some corroded and tattered armors. It is estimated that the soldiers who died in the battle and the residents of the town had already become victims. Some ghost-striped red ants climbed over the wall and were not affected by the topography of the town, making them difficult to detect. On the contrary, the cavalry would be subject to many constraints when traveling through the town. They could only walk along the street. Some ghost-marked red ants came from all directions, making the battle particularly difficult. However, the ghost-marked male ants are also restricted here. Ever since the cavalry broke into Plintos town, the ghost-marked male ants have not appeared again. Soldak divided the cavalry battalion into 7 teams and advanced along the long streets in the town. Andrew had been fighting all afternoon, and his whole body was stained with the blood of male ants with ghost patterns. Not to mention, the earth shield on the magic pattern structure had been activated almost 3 times. Such a set of top-level magic pattern structures had already appeared. Very severe damage. His whole body was immersed in a state of killing. Andrew led 51st Turn veterans and rushed forward along the central street of Plintos town. Passing through the entire town, the long street was covered with corpses of ghost-striped red ants. When they rushed to the front of the pass, they were discovered nearby. The empty field in front of the pass was blocked by more than a dozen ghost-striped male ants. These ghost-striped male ants blocked the pass firmly, and the ghost-striped ant queen was hiding on the high wall of the pass. A large number of ghost-striped red ants had just crossed the pass and poured into the town when they collided with a group of cavalry. At this moment, Andrew's breathing sound was like a wind box, and the sound of huffing and puffing was very heavy. He was covered in sweat, and the butcher's axe in his hand slipped several times. But his fighting spirit was always burning. He walked forward on the long street step by step on the stone pavement. He saw 13 ghost-striped male ants blocking the way in front of him. And there were also a dozen ghost-striped male ants on the city wall, surrounding the ghost-striped queen ant. Andrew's steps never stopped, and the fighting spirit in his heart was so strong that it almost turned into a flame. The cyclones on his body continued to gather from all around. If some ghostly patterned soldier ants rushed up recklessly, they would be immediately strangled by the butcher's axe. Soldak also noticed something strange about Andrew at this time. He was almost exhausted, but he still rushed to the front. "Andrew!" The moment Soldak shouted, a giant ghost-striped soldier ant burst out of the ground and cut Andrew's abdomen with its giant pincers. The magic pattern armor on Andrew's body once again exploded with 3 earth shields, blocking Andrew's fatal blow from the giant ghost pattern soldier ant. The earth shield shattered, and several ghost pattern soldier ants rushed up from the side and bit the ankles of Andrew's steel boots, trying to tear the enemy in front of him into pieces. The shadow behind Andrew reappeared, and a funnel-shaped cyclone appeared around the berserker's face. Countless energy surrounded Andrew's power, quickly repairing the face into a human-shaped shadow. At the same time, Andrew's body also erupted into a huge spiral cyclone, and the humanoid shadow instantly merged with Andrew. Andrew's momentum seemed to have broken through some kind of shackles, and a heaven-destroying aura erupted from his body. The giant ghost-striped soldier ant's giant pincers failed to pinch Andrew's waist, but were shattered into pieces by the cyclone gushing out of his body. Serdek, who was following behind, stopped subconsciously and watched countless cyclones pouring into Andrew's body. The butcher's battle axe in Andrew's hand lit up with incandescent flames. He swung the axe in his hand fiercely. It penetrated violently into the body of the giant ghost-patterned soldier ant. And at this moment, a bolt of lightning burst out from the white flames. The entire body of the giant ghost-patterned soldier ant was burned through by lightning. The ghost-patterned soldier ants rushing up from around were also affected. Andrew's sweeping axe brought up a white stream of light. The moment the stream of light touched the ghost-patterned soldier ant, the ghost-patterned soldier ant's legs were broken into 2 pieces. Andrew's aura surged wildly, and he stepped on the corpses of ghost-patterned soldier ants and killed them crazily on the street. Both Intas and Hampton looked straight. They didn't expect that this indomitable indigenous warrior would break through the shackles of level 20 directly on the battlefield and successfully be promoted to a level 2 powerhouse. The powerful pressure emanating from his whole body directly suppressed the giant ghost-patterned soldier ant opposite. In the Green Empire, it is as difficult for a first-level warrior to become a second-level warrior as it is for an ordinary person to awaken from the magic pool and become a magic apprentice. A second-level expert appeared in Serdak's cavalry camp, and he advanced directly on the battlefield. The morale of the cavalry soared. The originally tired cavalry shouted loudly, blocking the ghost marked red in front of them. The ants fought back the ant colonies that rushed up from all directions. At the same time, 2 thunder rhinoceros also rushed to the open field at the pass at the northern end of the town. The gleaming bed crossbows on the thunder rhinoceros backs brought inexplicable pressure to the ghost-striped male ants in the square. 7 cavalry teams gathered in front of the pass in the north of Plundo's town. The ghost-marked red ants, who were forced to retreat by the cavalry, collided with the ghost-marked red ants pouring out of the pass passage. There was a sound on the battlefield. Hissing sound. The ghost-striped ant queen floated on the city wall, looking coldly at everything below. Chapter 805 Battle of Plundo's Town 4. Thunder Rhinoceros was near the exit of the square in front of the pass, with 4 bed crossbows lined up. The magic giant crossbow arrows shot along the way were successfully recovered several times. After repeated use, the number of ghost-marked male ants hunted has reached an even number. However, this time Samira did not ask the auxiliary soldiers to load the magic giant crossbow arrows into the arrow trough. Instead, she loaded a newly modified explosive giant crossbow arrow. 3 bundles of black powder explosives were tied to the arrow shafts of these crossbow arrows. I saw 2 huge thunder rhinoceros parked at the south exit of the square. 13 ghost-patterned male ants in the square made a hissing sound, wearing heavy armor, and launched a general attack on the cavalry camp. The ghost-patterned soldier ants surrounding the square also pressed forward in large numbers, crawling over the mountain wall in dense numbers, and swarming toward nearly 2,000 cavalry. To the north of this square is the dozens of meters high city wall built by Plundo's town. The city wall is firmly connected to the cliffs on the left and right sides of the mountain, almost exactly the same as the northern city wall of Duodan town. There is only one passage under the city wall, but this passage is still blocked. Almost all ghost-striped red ants climb over from the top of the city wall. It is difficult to imagine how those huge ghost-striped male ants climbed over. The cavalry blocked the southern exit of the square in front of the pass. There were steep cliffs on both sides. The ghost-striped red ants here were so dense that they trampled on each other. Samira stood on the platform behind Thunder Rhinoceros, holding a torch in her hand. Under the firelight, Samira's slender body looked a little weak, but no one among the veterans in the cavalry battalion dared to underestimate her. The captain of the archers was simply a harvester of merit on the battlefield. After the 2 commanders Intas and Hampton rushed into the town of Pluntos, they were transferred to the middle of the team to rest due to exhaustion. Now everyone stood in front of the square at the pass, posing to fight to the death with the ghost-striped red ants. In such a posture, the 2 need to stand up and coordinate their own cavalry battalions. It is already dusk now, and the sky has darkened. Once it comes to night, ghost-striped red ants are more active than during the day. They are the kind of monsters that like to stay out during the day and come out at night. Everyone knows that if the pass of Plunto's town cannot be captured now, these red ants will become even crazier at night. At that time, the cavalry battalion will have to find a place to rest. If there is no shelter suitable for rest, that meant that the cavalry battalion had to withdraw from Plunto's town. Once that point was reached, it meant that all the efforts made during the day were in vain. Both Intas and Hampton knew that along the way, almost all the cavalry under Soldak were leading the rhythm of the attack. The 7th and 9th cavalry battalions were all supporting from the side, and now they were in a decisive battle posture. The 2 felt that they could not continue to be cowardly, so they pushed to the front with a group of elite cavalry. But this time, Surdak calmly squinted his eyes, and did not rush out recklessly. When he saw two commanders, Intas and Hampton, approaching with their elite regiments, he reached out to grab the soldiers. The two commanders stopped. Not only them, but also Andrew, who was promoted to a second-level warrior, cautiously stepped back, seeing that he was covered in sticky brown plasma. He didn't know how many ghost-pattern soldier ants he had killed to achieve this. A top-level warrior. The primary magic pattern structure is almost on the verge of being scrapped. But it doesn't even blink. It's really arrogant. The three crossbow operators standing on the platform, under Samira's instructions, actually placed the torch on the arrow shaft of the giant crossbow. In the dusk, a flash of fire ignited the fuse tied to it, and the sparks were particularly conspicuous in the dim light. "What is this?" Commander Apton was the first to react, looking up at the sparks on the back of the Thunder Rhinoceros. Surdak looked a little proud and said with a smile, "You can understand it as a large fire-scale bullet. I own a sulfur mine in Helensa, so I have always had close relations with the firearms workshop in Constantinople. During business dealings, they gave me something newly developed, namely these fireworks. Tonight, we will hold a large fireworks display in the town of Plentos." For giant crossbow arrows streaked across the sky. "You two need to lead your elite cavalry to help me block the ghost-patterned red ants rushing up from the town. Cover your ears," Surdak reminded loudly, and immediately covered the warhorse's ears with both hands. Boom! Boom boom boom! The continuous crackling sounds were like rolling thunder overhead. And in an instant, two ghost-marked male ants were blasted into the sky. The red ants with ghost stripes in the entire square exploded instantly. The cavalry in the front row threw the fire-scale bullets in their hands at the same time, and a series of explosions drove back the waves of ghost-marked red ants. Even the two Thunder Rhinoceros let out low neighing sounds, and the entire pass shook violently amidst the explosions. Samira raised her hand again, pulled out the crossbow string, and loaded the giant crossbow arrow in one go, before these ghost-marked red ants could recover from the explosion. For giant crossbow arrows tied with explosives pierced the dusk sky again, shooting through several ghost-marked male ants in the ghost-marked ant colony. The moment the male ant was about to use its giant tentacles to clip off the giant crossbow bolt, the giant crossbow bolt was detonated again. There was chaos in the smoke-filled square. The ghost-striped ant queen suspended on the top of the city wall disappeared again. A group of heavily armored cavalry lined up at the edge of the square, holding 5-meter-long knight spears in their hands, and launched a continuous charge towards the ghost-patterned red ants on the square. Intas and Hampton were also among them. They saw that when the fire-scale bomb was detonated, more than half of the 13 neatly arranged ghost-striped male ants were killed. The remaining few also had their limbs broken and their arms were broken, wrapped in a layer of flames. It rolled awkwardly in the square. The cavalry rushed towards the ghost-striped soldier ants. No one cared about the acid they spit. Intas, Hampton, Gallatin and others led the cavalry to rush to the base of the wall, then turned their horses and charged back again. Before nightfall, the cavalry surrounding the square lit hundreds of torches, illuminating the place as bright as day. At this moment, a group of veterans led by Andrew rushed up the pass wall along the steps and successfully regained the Lost Mountain Pass north of Plentos town. A group of veterans quickly occupied the bed crossbows on the city wall. For the veterans stationed in Duodan town, they had great trust in these bed crossbows. They were just waiting for the shooters on the Thunder Rhinoceros to come over and receive them. These bed crossbows were used to kill those giant ghosts, the killer weapon of tattooed soldier ants. There were several catapults on the edge of the square that had not been completely destroyed. The veterans of these cavalry battalions repaired them quickly, and soon threw the flints from the stone racks next to the catapults onto the mountain road north of the pass. Just after nightfall, Soldak's cavalry reoccupied the mountain pass in the town of Plentos. A bonfire was lit at the top of the city, and 3 green magic flares slowly flew into the night sky. Chapter 806, Chester Great Swordsman. In a mountain depression south of Plentos town, Swordsman Chester led more than 2,000 cavalry to surround and annihilate a group of ghost-marked red ants, taking advantage of the cavalry's flexibility on the grass. The Great Swordsman of Chester has cleared away a large number of ghost-patterned worker ants on the periphery of the ant colony. Now nearly 10,000 ghost-patterned worker ants have gathered together to form a huge circle. There are more than 30 ghost-striped male ants in the center of the soldier ants, and they are surrounded by a ghost-striped queen ant with a pair of huge dark green compound eyes. This ghost-striped ant queen floats in midair, with magnificent runes flashing on her body. 3 pairs of insect wings tremble alternately, appearing translucent, and emit a low buzzing sound. The ghost-striped male ants below form a circle, with the tail ends of all the male ants facing the center of the circle and their heads facing the outside, so as to resist enemies rushing from all directions. Great Swordsman Chester saw the group of ghost-patterned soldier ants crowded together very densely to resist the charge of the cavalry. He immediately let the cavalry wander in the outermost circle and stopped attacking the ghost-patterned soldier ants. The grass was littered with corpses of ghost-striped worker ants with their heads missing. There were also some horses covered in acid and lying on the ground. They were still tied with saddle covers that could not be removed in time, and their bodies were covered with bite marks. The battle has been going on for several hours. Tens of thousands of ghost-striped red ant knights have strangled until now there are only nearly 10,000 soldier ants left. There are no ghost-striped red ants continuing to surge up from the mountain pass of Plunto's town. This ant colony they have entered a state of shrinking, and the queen ant in the center area restrains them together. If the cavalry could not tear apart the defensive formation, they could not continue to charge inside. 2,000 cavalrymen and nearly 10,000 ghost-patterned soldier ants surrounded the center. According to the great swordsman Chester's understanding of ghost-patterned red ants, these ghost-patterned red ants were obviously waiting for the night to come. So the great swordsman Chester immediately decided to lead 300 swordsmen to attack from the front. The ant queen floating in midair emitted a ripple-like aura that spread outwards, continuously emitting spiritual power. The ghost-striped soldier ants are arranged very closely under the control of the queen. The 300 swordsmen brought by great swordsman Chester are all first-level swordsmen, although they are not equipped with complete sets of magic patterns. All of them have very sophisticated weapons and equipment. This group of swordsmen graduated from the Bena City Advanced Swordsman Academy and participated in the reserve training of the Luther Legion's constructed swordsman corps. They usually train hard in the training camp. As long as these swordsmen wear the magic pattern construct by equipping them, you can form a team of constructed swordsmen. If this group of swordsmen and ghost-patterned soldier ants fight one-on-one, they can basically have some advantages. They have mastered some team fighting skills, so they are much stronger than these ghost-patterned soldier ants. Every 6 swordsmen formed a team, and these teams almost always advanced and retreated together during battle. Each of the 10 squads is led by a squadron captain. These squadron captains are all the best in the swordsman reserve force, and their strength is quite outstanding. Occasionally, a giant ghost-patterned soldier ant appeared on the opposite side. Basically, the swordsman captains gathered together to kill it. The great swordsman Chester held a double-edged sword in his hand and led 300 swordsmen directly into the ant colony, like a wedge driven into the cracks of the trees. The ghost-patterned soldier ants controlled by the queen ants rushed out like crazy, rushing out in groups to fight against these swordsmen. The sharp long swords were almost always swung in unison, wearing ordinary light armor. All the swordsmen were very flexible, and their bodies were light as they jumped around the battlefield. The ant colony was soon torn open. The great swordsman Chester was surrounded by light blue fighting spirit. He stood at the front of the team and threw out a 3-foot-long light blue sword spirit from the giant sword in his hand. When the sword blade comes into contact with the body of the ghost-marked soldier ant, the hard armor will be shattered immediately. The great swordsman Chester rushed forward for dozens of meters in one breath, and did not stop until 4 ghost-marked male ants came up in front of him. Behind him appeared the shadow of an angel holding a giant sword. The great swordsman of Chester held the sword in both hands and raised it high above his head. The shadow of the angel became more solid, exuding a sacred aura, and raising the giant sword several meters long in both hands above his head. The pure white wings of the angel shadow were fully opened. With a sacred aura, the 5-meter-long sword struck towards the 4 ghost-patterned male ants. The ghost-striped male ants came forward with their dark red giant pincers at the same time, and circles of magic lines emerged from their abdomens, which kept lighting up. The angel's giant sword contained the full blow of the Chester swordsman. A white sword fell down with the giant sword, changing from a vertical slash to a horizontal sweep in midair. The giant tentacles of 4 ghost-patterned male ants were captured. The angel shadow instantly cut off 3 of them, and the last one was also broken into half. A large amount of light brown liquid gushed out from the wound in front of the head of the ghost-striped male ants. With the hissing sound of the ghost-striped male ants, the pure white archangel disappeared above the head of the great swordsman Chester. Streams of acidic rot sprayed out from the mouths of these ghost-striped male ants. But the great swordsman Chester jumped forward suddenly, stepped on the back of one of the ghost-striped male ants, and continued to rush towards the central area of the group. At this time, 300 swordsmen, led by the captains, separated to both sides, forced the ghost-patterned soldier ants in front of them to retreat a few steps, and forcibly opened a passage dozens of meters long. The 4 commanders, with their elite cavalry, rushed from the outermost edge of the ant colony to the ghost-patterned male ants in the center. At this moment, Great Swordsman Chester had already seen the ghost-patterned ant queen in midair. The ghost-striped ant queen realized that she might be in danger and quickly flapped her wings to fly upward. How could the Great Swordsman Chester let the ghost-striped queen ant escape at this time? He stepped on the back of the male ant and jumped into the air. He pulled out a dagger from his leg and threw it out smoothly. The dagger was accompanied by an afterimage. The dagger made a crisp sound as if it had hit a piece of glass. One of the wings of the ghost-striped queen ant was shattered with a large gash. It was unable to maintain balance in the air and staggered down slowly from midair. Several ghost-striped male ants wanted to turn around to protect the queen, and at the same time, they rushed towards the Great Swordsman Chester. A group of knights also rushed up from behind the Great Swordsman of Chester, and their spears were heavily inserted into the joints of the ghost-striped male ants. The ghost-striped ant queen landed on the back of a ghost-striped male ant. A faint magic pattern flashed across her body, and her dark green eyes slightly emitted a magical light. Psychic shock. Great Swordsman Chester felt that the fighting spirit around his body was dispersed by an invisible force. And then he had a splitting headache, as if countless steel needles were inserted into his head. At this moment, he lost control of his body and almost fell. He was in a daze, relying on his own balance to avoid the bite of the ghost-marked male ant next to him. He forced the fighting energy in his body to move, stepped on the ground with his feet, and quickly retreated with an afterimage. The ghost-striped ant queen once again fired a black ray from her eyes. Swordsman Chester's vision went dark, and he instantly lost all 5 senses of his body. A huge round mountain appeared in front of him, and his body returned to its original state. He lay at the foot of the mountain, watching countless ghost-marked red ants pour out of the caves at the foot of the mountain and rush into the ground. In the monster forest of Fukager, he looked at his light body and realized that this was the ghost-patterned ant queen's innate ability, illusion. Swordsman Chester had also heard about the innate ability of these ghost-patterned ant queens, and had been prepared beforehand. I just didn't expect that I was wearing a sobriety pendant, and was actually pulled into the environment by the ghost-striped ant queen. On the battlefield, how could he dare to hesitate? He endured the heartache and hammered his chest hard, and activated a rune stone embedded in the magic pattern structure. All the shadows in front of the Great Swordsman Chester disappeared, and he saw only the tentacles of 2 ghost-patterned male ants that were very close at hand. The body of the Great Swordsman Chester turned into a phantom, and appeared above the head of the ghost-patterned male ant in the next second. The double-edged sword in his hand brought a white sword energy and struck hard on the head of the ghost-patterned male ant. A huge wound was left on the hard armor. If it were other monsters, the Great Swordsman of Chester could kill them with this sword. But the armor of this ghost-patterned male ant was too thick, and the sword only opened a 2-foot gash. The Great Swordsman of Chester had no time to make up for it, and jumped up quickly to avoid the attacks of other ghost-patterned male ants. Attack! Slashing at the ghost-patterned ant queen not far away. A ghost-striped male ant stood in front of the queen, and the figure of the Great Swordsman Chester, who rushed towards the ghost-striped ant, dimmed until he disappeared. The next moment, Great Swordsman Chester raised his sword with both hands, and his body rose into the air. Then, like a falling meteorite, it hit the ghost-striped ant queen. A moment later, the Great Swordsman Chester held the head of the ghost-patterned queen ant, and stood on the back of a ghost-patterned male ant. The battle situation in the ant colony also changed accordingly, with the cavalry and swordsmen gradually taking the initiative. Under the leadership of the Great Swordsman Chester, a group of ghost-marked male ants were gradually strangled by the swordsman, just as the Great Swordsman Chester led his men to clean up the mess on this battlefield. 3 green magic flares flew over the pass of Plunto's town not far away. Surdak climbed up the pass and came out of the blood-stained city wall. The city was in a mess, with broken armor and scattered weapons everywhere, and some wooden frames carrying rolling stones also collapsed. Dense swarms of ghost-marked red ants kept crawling up from under the city wall. Andrew stood on the city wall, waving the butcher's axe in his hand, and split open the heads of some ghost-marked red ants that had just poked their heads out of the city wall. There was already a thick layer of corpses of ghost-marked red ants piled up at the feet. The veterans next to them also lined up in a row, standing behind the wall, holding the knight's spear in their hands, constantly stabbing the ghost-marked red ants that climbed up. The veterans cooperated with each other tacitly. Even if some ghost-marked soldier ants occasionally avoided the spear assassination, they would be decapitated by the knight's sword. Dozens of bed crossbows placed at the top of the city have suffered varying degrees of damage. Samira is leading a group of archers to repair the bed crossbows at the top of the city. Serdek walked to the oil tank on the city wall and saw that all the oil barrels here were empty. And there were heavy burn marks under the city wall. It was probably that all the kerosene here had been used up. Fortunately, Serdek came to Plento's town this time and put several barrels of kerosene on Thunder Rhinoceros. Now he carried it to the top of the city and poured it in along the oil-filling port at the top of the city without hesitation. Unfortunately, they only brought 6 barrels of kerosene. This amount of kerosene was far from covering the entire city wall. They only lit 6 bonfires under the city. As the fire burned below the city, the ghost-striped red ants that were climbing the city wall were quickly forced back, and the defense pressure on the city wall was instantly relieved a lot. The veterans kept throwing the corpses of ghost-marked red ants on the top of the city on the fire. With the burning of the blazing flames, these ghost-marked red ants emitted grease all over their bodies, and the fire became bigger. Fortunately, the damage to the bed crossbow on the city wall was not too serious. After dismantling and repairing, 36 bed crossbows were barely restored. The wooden racks on the top of the city, where the giant crossbow arrows were stored, were not damaged, and those giant crossbow arrows can still be used. As the bed crossbows were restored one by one, the range of the bed crossbows covered the mountain walls on both sides, and the city's defense was basically stabilized. The 2 commanders Intas and Hampton led their cavalry in the square below the pass to block the counterattack of the ghost-striped red ants in Plento's town. Seeing that the situation at the top of the city had basically stabilized, Serdek asked Andrew and Samira to guard the city wall, and led Gallatin to the square below the pass. The cavalry on the battlefield here were relying on 2 Thunder Rhinoceros, resisting the attack of ghost-striped red ants. Obviously, the number of ghost-marked red ants in the town is obviously insufficient, and they are no longer able to form a large scale in the square. Serdek ordered all the cavalry to take turns to camp and rest in the square under the pass. This was mainly because after fighting for most of the day, these horses were already exhausted and needed to drink water, feed, and rest to regain their strength. Almost everyone among the cavalry was injured, and everyone urgently needed to wash away all the acid stains on their bodies. Under the pass wall, the veterans of the cavalry battalion discovered some locked warehouses. The cavalry kicked open a locked warehouse door, and there were stacks of giant crossbows stored inside, as well as boxes of fine steel arrow clusters, rows of brand new alloy bows, repeating crossbows, etc. Seeing that the place was relatively clean, Serdek asked the veteran to place 3 camp beds in the warehouse. He hung a few lanterns in the warehouse, and the room suddenly became bright. Afterwards, without Serdek's orders, the veterans moved all the ghost-patterned soldier and heads collected on the battlefield to the warehouse. The cavalrymen of the other 2 cavalry battalions also followed the practices of this group of veterans, and brought over the heads of all the ghostly-patterned soldier ants and ghostly-patterned male ants. Okay, let's follow the old rules and treat the seriously injured first. This time, all the seriously injured from the 3 cavalry battalions will be lined up together, Serdek told his subordinates. There are a total of 1,800 cavalry in the 3 cavalry battalions. Most of the cavalry have suffered injuries to varying degrees. Serdek wants to rely on the holy light technique for treatment. Even if all the sacred breath in his body is consumed, it's definitely not enough. So this time Serdek directly changed his strategy. All the wounded will receive the blessing of the divine blessing body. On the contrary, only the seriously injured cavalry will receive more detailed treatment, including cleaning the wounds, suturing, and holy treatment, phototherapy and more. This time they attacked Plento's town and harvested enough sacrifices. We still don't know how many fierce battles will be fought in the future, so we can't be stingy at this time. Commanders Intas and Hampton came out of the temporary treatment room and realized that the cavalry under Commander Serdek were so brave because this cavalry battalion was not afraid of injury at all. Wounded soldiers can survive as long as they persist on the battlefield. Chapter 807 Anthill in the Temple. Before the wounded enter the treatment room, some preparations must be made. When these things happen at the military camp in Duodin town, Nika usually comes to help. Now Serdek can only find 2 smarter ones among the veterans. Even so, the entire front-end processing process is very rough. As a result, the wounded who were sent to the treatment room basically had their leather armors peeled off, and the linen shirts underneath were cut open with a knife, turning them into useless pieces of cloth, only to expose the wounds that kept bleeding. Those wounds torn apart by the claws of the ghost-striped red ants. The outer skin was turned over to reveal the severed tendons and fascia inside. Or maybe the bloody bone stubble just comes out of the skin, making it very bloody. In pursuit of efficiency, Soldak let 2 wounded people enter the temporary treatment room at the same time. After Serdek offered a head sacrifice to the sacrificial altar, he was able to receive the blessing of the blessed body twice. If there was a fracture, he would directly connect the broken bones, and then clamp and tie them with wooden boards. Some if the wound is too long, it must be sutured with cotton thread. It was busy until early in the morning before all the wounded soldiers were dealt with. The cavalrymen of the 3 cavalry battalions only took a short rest before carrying various supplies onto the city wall at the pass, replacing the veterans who were still fighting above. And everyone had to take turns to rest. The fighting in the square has basically subsided. Occasionally, a few ghost-patterned red ants would emerge from between the houses, and the archers guarding the exits would deal with them as soon as possible. Some ghost-patterned soldier ants escaped the arrows and rushed to the square before the cavalry came out to deal with them. The 2 commanders Intas and Hampton never rested. After they finished handling the affairs in the cavalry battalion, they took a group of cavalry who only had time to breathe deep into the town of Plentos. After all, this border town only it took less than 3 days for the ghost-striped red ants to take over. Although no survivors were seen on the walls and streets of the pass. Not even corpses. Everyone believed that there were survivors in this town who were lucky enough to survive. Commanders Intas and Hampton cleared the streets one by one in the town of Plentos. But the result was not ideal. These ghost-striped red ants are naturally masters of digging holes. After searching and rescuing many houses, they only found bloody basements, in addition to the blood stains on the walls and floors. Even small animals such as cats, dogs and poultry were found. No beast can be found. Unexpectedly, in just 2 days, the ghost-striped red ants had plundered everything edible in the town. After working for most of the night, until dawn, most of the town had been cleared by the cavalry. But not even a single survivor was found. The ghost-striped red ants in the town were also driven to the southwest corner of the town by the cavalry. However, what everyone didn't expect was that even though these ghost-striped red ants were retreating steadily, they did not completely evacuate Plentos town. There are still large numbers of ghost-striped red ants on the northern pass trail. Even with a fire burning under the city, they did not give up their attacks on the entire town. After fighting fiercely for a day and a night, Andrew's body finally couldn't bear it anymore. He set up a marching tent on the arrow tower at the top of the city. He didn't even take off the magic pattern structure on his body, so he collapsed directly in the tent. A deep sleep. Samira was sitting on the wall of the arrow tower. She seemed to be in good spirits, and did not look like someone who had not slept all day and night. After daybreak, the number of ghost-striped red ants coming up the mountain road on the north side of the pass has decreased significantly. Last night, Gallatin rested in a tent with a squadron of cavalry. He got up early in the morning, led the cavalry team to the pass wall, and took over the defense here. The veterans began to clean up the battlefield at the top of the city, throwing the useless red ants outside the city wall one by one, and filling them into the fire as fuel. Occasionally, there would be a buzzing sound of crossbow strings on the top of the city. The crossbowmen did not need to think about saving giant crossbow arrows for the town of Plentos. They frequently used these crossbows to kill the ghost-patterned soldier ants crawling over the mountain wall. Soldak was about to walk down the city wall when he saw the captain of the 3rd Squadron running up the steps and standing in front of him to report. "Boss, Commander Intas and Commander Hampton, please take the time to come over. How is their search and rescue going?" Soldak had no time to pay attention to this matter at this time. The captain of the 3rd Squadron sighed and said gloomily, "Everything went well, except that no survivors were found. Those red ants almost dug out the basements of the entire town. No one can survive hiding in the basements. So they are looking for me now, and have discovered something?" Soldak took the lead and walked down the city wall. A group of cavalry carrying giant crossbows passed by them. The captain of the 3rd Squadron came over and whispered to Soldak, "We found a temple in the town, and a group of red ants were guarding it. They fought all morning, and were still unable to capture it. I heard that there are also giant ghost-striped red ants hiding there, in the crypt." Serdek walked down the city wall, and there were already cavalrymen preparing their horses below. "What's the news from Great Swordsman Chester?" Soldak mounted his horse and turned around to ask. "The commander of the army annihilated an ant colony last night, killed a queen, and intercepted 2 other ant colonies in the south of Plentos town. These 2 ant colonies have retreated this morning. We have arrived at the southern suburbs of Plentos town." The captain of the 3rd Squadron mounted his horse and followed Soldak. Walking through the dilapidated streets of Plentos town, Soldak found that Plentos town was larger than Doden town. In addition to the cross-shaped main street, There were several crisscrossing alleyways in the town. And there are some shops. And there is also a temple in the south of the town. Serdek rode outside the temple. The entire temple was surrounded by a group of cavalry. And there were sounds of fighting inside. Dozens of corpses of ghostly patterned soldier ants were strewn about at the gate of the temple. Serdek walked in on horseback. And the cavalry guarding both sides of the gate saluted Serdek. The temple was somewhat dilapidated. The ground was covered with a thick layer of blood. And even had a strong sour smell. The courtyard was crowded with cavalry. And some injured cavalry withdrew from it. And were immediately replaced by cavalry waiting on the side. Passing through the vestibule of the church. The courtyard was filled with corpses of ghost-striped red ants. A group of cavalry lined up waiting to enter the temple. The battle took place in the backyard of the temple. As Serdek walked by, the cavalrymen saluted and got out of the way. There is a basement in the backyard of the temple. Or it can be used as a dungeon. However, the temple has been abandoned for a long time. The entire backyard is overgrown with weeds. A group of cavalry surrounds the entire backyard of the temple. There are many red ghosts lying in the courtyard. The corpses of ants filled the yard with a strong sour smell. When Serdek walked in, he saw a giant ghost-patterned soldier ant sticking out half of its body from the basement exit under the wall of the main building, fighting with several cavalry. Intas and Commander Hampton stood at the door of the backyard, talking quietly. "What happened here?" Serdek walked over and asked. He knew that Intas would not be able to call him over from the pass wall just because of such a giant ghost-patterned soldier ant. "There are a lot of red ants with ghost stripes coming out of it, and we guess this is where they store food." Intas turned to explain to Serdek, and then pointed to a corner in the backyard. Serdek took a casual look and saw a pile of human bones covered in mucus and not fully digested. "We just killed a very strange red ant with ghost stripes, and all these things came out of its stomach." Hampton covered his mouth with one hand, his face looking a little ugly. The few cavalrymen in front have stabbed the giant ghost-patterned soldier ant with their knight spears all over its body. Unfortunately, it still refused to come out of the cave or go back, until Serdek rushed up and chopped off its head with a sword. A group of cavalry worked together to drag its body up from the entrance of the cave, revealing a dark hole under its body. Chapter 808: The Escaped Queen Ant. A heavily armed cavalry captain holding a tower shield carefully stepped 1 foot into the entrance of the cave that was full of sour smell. The black blood that was about to dry up was a little sticky and stuck to the bottom of his boots. Every step he took seemed a little sluggish. Obviously this expedition mission was not a good job. But since it was his turn, he had to go to the front. Serdek stretched out his hand to hold the cavalryman's shoulder. The cavalry captain turned his head to look at Serdek and then to the battalion commander Intas with a puzzled expression. "Let me do it!" Serdek didn't say much, and stepped forward directly. On his arm was a dwarf chain shield glowing with silver holy light, and the other held a shimmering holy light torch. "Go into the cave first." The cavalry captain hurried to follow. This cave was originally supposed to be an underground storage room in the temple. It is said that it was occasionally used to imprison heretics. This multifunctional storage room was built together with the temple when it was built. It is usually not too small. It's just that the Statue of Liberty abandoned this place. And even the priests in the temple left cleanly. The temple in the town has been abandoned. And the grass in the backyard has grown almost as high as the knees. The commanders of the 2 cavalry battalions saw that Serdek was leading the charge. So they quickly cheered up and followed with their elite cavalry. The 2 of them led a group of cavalrymen to search for survivors in the town, but found nothing. I chased the retreating red ants with ghost patterns all the way to the temple at the southern end of the town, only to find that the basement was crowded with red ants with ghost patterns. Some of them looked like wormholes, and there were many ghosts. The soldier ants huddle in their caves and fight to the death. The cavalry blocked the entrance of the cave, and the ghost-patterned red ants in the cave could only come out one by one, and were subsequently cleared out by the cavalry. After walking 6 or 7 meters down the passage filled with sour liquid, the road ahead became much smoother, and filled with an unpleasant smell that was almost suffocating. The light in the cave was a little dark, and Serdek was walking at the front holding a holy light torch. Although he was not wearing a magic pattern structure at the moment, he was wearing a thick layer of full coverage heavy armor outside the salamander leather armor. If you weren't looking at his face, he looked like the other cavalryman in the cavalry battalion after putting on his helmet and mask. Suddenly, a thin whispering sound came from both sides. 2 ghost-striped soldier ants poked their heads out of the black holes on both sides of the cave. After discovering Serdek, they immediately turned their heads flexibly and bared their teeth towards Serdek. Dak pounced. There was only so much space in the corridor in the cave, and Serdek could not dodge. So he quickly raised his shield to parry. A pair of dark red tentacles slammed into the dwarf's chain shield. As a powerful second-level monster, the ghost-patterned soldier ant was extremely powerful. Although Serdek immediately put on a defensive posture, this blow caused him to take 2 steps back, and a layer of holy silver light appeared on the shield. The ghost-marked soldier ant seemed to have been burned, and the sharp tentacles retracted, leaving only a trace on Serdek's shield. 2 shallow dents. Another ghost-patterned soldier ant rushed up from the other side of Serdek. The cavalry holding a tower shield behind him quickly took over and slammed into the ghost-patterned soldier ant with their shields. The cavalry behind quickly thrust out their swords. The knight's sword made of fine steel pierced the hard armor near the compound eyes of the ghost-marked red ants, making a harsh sound. The halo under Serdek's feet lit up, and a faint magic pattern flashed in his hand. The holy light torch hit the head of another ghost-patterned red ant, and immediately smashed out the olive-shaped head of the ghost-patterned soldier ant. The large hole, although light brown liquid gushes out of it, makes the ghost-striped soldier ants bite Serdek's arm even more fiercely. At this time, a long spear stretched out from behind and penetrated deeply along the damaged part of the ghost-patterned soldier ant's head, immediately impaling the ghost-patterned soldier ant on the gun shaft. Serdek nodded towards Commander Intas, who took action in time from behind, and continued to explore forward. Walking inside, I found that the inside of the cave was a long, narrow, and straight corridor with a very spacious space. The dome of the corridor also has an arched structure, and there are masonry columns on both sides as load-bearing supports. There are secret rooms lined up on both sides of the corridor, but the ghost-striped red ants are so huge that they have removed the doors of the secret rooms and many of the columns. It was also broken by the impact. Some masonry structures collapsed, and the earth on the dome dripped down, making it look dilapidated. The floor of the cave was covered in a thick, dark brown liquid that looked like dried blood. There is obviously still the smell of red ants in the stone chamber, but it seems that they dare not run out. There were many skulls stained with blood and mucus piled in the corner of the cave. The skulls were of different sizes. Only then did Serdek realize that the ghost-striped red ants had transported all the residents of the town and the garrison soldiers who died in the battle here. Serdek walked to the door of a stone chamber, held a shield in front of him, and looked inside with a holy light torch. He saw that there were actually 2 worker ants with unusual shapes hiding in this stone chamber. Yes, they have the upper body of the ghost-striped worker ants, but the appearance below the abdomen has completely changed. The dark red abdomen that was originally only the size of a winter melon actually expanded into a huge ball with a diameter of 2 meters. The abdomen of the ghost-striped worker ants was overly inflated, becomes translucent, illuminated by the light of the holy light torch. The ghost-striped worker ants' huge abdomen showed a light red jelly-like shape. The huge abdomen supported their bodies, leaving their front half completely suspended in the air. Their bodies were lying on a corpse, on top of the pile. He was sucking the sour rot on top with his hard tube-like mouthparts. His stomach was about to explode as he continued to suck hard, like 2 starving ghosts. Serdek resisted the discomfort in his stomach and turned away. Seeing the strange expression on Serdek's face, Commander Intas also walked up to take a look. Serdek felt that when he turned back, his face was a little green, and he asked for it directly from a cavalryman next to him. A fire-scale bullet was thrown into the stone chamber without even looking at it. Following an explosion, a lot of frozen light red material flew out of the stone chamber and stood sticky on the pillars at the door of the stone chamber. After the strong explosion ended, Intas explained to Serdek, "The honeypots of these red ants are also their way of storing food. When they are completely full, these worker ants will move themselves to the top of the cave and die immediately. These honeypots are used when the worker ants cannot become queens. It will only be used when enough food is found. It can be stored in a cool hole in the ground for a long time." Seeing everyone looking at him, Intas reluctantly smiled and asked everyone, "Are you curious how I know this?" Without waiting for anyone to answer, he explained, "I participated in the Beast Tide 10 years ago. At that time, I was still a captain in the 79 Cavalry of the Bena Legion. However, those stationed in the border town at that time were all the constructed swordsmen of the Bena Legion. The beasts at the beginning of the tide. These constructed swordsmen fought back and fought all the way to the edge of the dark forest. If they had not been unable to cross the poisonous miasma outside the dark forest, the constructed swordsman group might have directly captured the Darkworm Valley at that time." "So it wasn't captured?" Commander Hampton asked. Commander Intas nodded and said, "Of course. If it is really done, maybe a second city on the Belan Plain will be built. Then he said self-deprecatingly, perhaps that battle was too easy. This time, the Lutheran army was stationed in the northern occupied area. The provincial council actually transferred the main force of the Lutheran army's constructed swordsmen to Terra. Pod dares to quell the rebellion. No one was saying anything, and they sent out cavalry with repeating crossbows to clear these worker and honeypots along the way. Soldak was always at the forefront. In his words, his dwarf chain shield is considered a magic shield and has a sacred shield. As expected, the basement in the temple occupies the entire underground space in the backyard. There are 1 or 2 so-called worker and honeypots in each stone chamber. Of course, the room is also filled with corpses that have been corroded to a disgraceful state, making the basement of the entire temple look like a tomb. Finally reaching the end of the underground corridor, the dried black blood on the ground stopped abruptly. A pile of abandoned and broken masonry was piled next to the wall, looking like it was caused by a landslide. But just when everyone thought they had reached the end, Serdek discovered that the bricks and stones scattered in the corners of the wall did not have any blood stains. It looked like a new landslide occurred not long ago. Under the illumination of the holy light torch, the blood stains on the ground turned out to be like broken masonry. Commander Intas was also worried that the stone room would collapse and couldn't wait to leave the smelly basement. Seeing Soldak stop in front of the pile of rubble, then turn around and come back. The cavalrymen who entered the basement were almost all elites of the 7th Cavalry Battalion. Intas waved his hand, and these cavalrymen immediately agreed. Yes, everyone came together to clean up the rubble. Gradually, as the collapsed masonry was cleared by the cavalry, a larger hole was revealed in the wall. The inside of the cave seemed even deeper. There was no light in the pitch-black cave, but the sound of some hard armor scraping could be heard coming from inside. The dried blood under the feet reached here and still extended into the cave, but it was relatively less and no longer condensed into a thick layer. A cavalryman, under the instruction of Commander Intas, threw a torch wrapped in broken steps and pine resin into the cave. The torch flew 7 or 8 meters into the cave, hit the stone wall, and bounced to the ground. And the fire continued to weaken. The light alarmed some ghost-striped red ants, and they scrambled to crawl out of the cave again. But just halfway through, these ghost-striped soldier ants stopped, and then cautiously retreated along the cave. Leaving only he went down a dark and deep cave and came out. Queen Ant, Intas and Serdek said almost at the same time. Soldak said to the captain of his 3rd squadron without hesitation, "Go and call for more manpower. If there is no problem on the other side of the city wall, call Andrew over." After saying that, Serdek walked in holding the torch of holy light. He found that this tunnel should have been newly dug by the ghost-striped red ants, and the digging marks on the cave wall were still brand new. A group of ghost-patterned soldier ant guards saw Serdek getting closer and closer. They crouched in the cave and kept spreading their pincer demonstrations towards Serdek. But not a single soldier ant rushed up and saw Serdek. As Dak and his party slowly approached, the ghost-patterned soldier ants sprayed acidic liquid at Soldak. The cavalrymen raised their crossbows one after another, and fired a row of crossbow arrows, which immediately angered these ghostly patterned soldier ants. The soldier ants rushed forward again, and Serdek and the 2 cavalry stood side by side in front of them. There was no way to dodge in the cave, and they were all head-on collisions. The holy light torch in Serdek's hand showed the holy thunder demon pattern 3 times in a row. Lightning flowed out sideways, illuminating the entire cave. These ghostly patterned soldier ants were covered with arcs of electricity. A group of cavalry took the opportunity to rush into the cave and eliminate the ghost-patterned soldier ants in the cave one by one. Walking over the corpses of these ghost-striped soldier ants, I discovered that the cave dug by the red ants was actually connected to a natural cave. The sound of those hard armors rubbing against each other came from inside the cave. This time, a fire-gathering scroll was shot into the dark cave. The magic scroll unfolded in the wind, and a ball of flame ignited, floating down in front of the cave. Under the dim light of the fire, a group of ghost-striped male ants were seen guarding a queen ant, slowly moving deeper into the cave. They moved very slowly, mainly because this queen ant was much larger than what Soldak had seen before. Its body was extending several meters backward from the abdomen, and its entire body was actually larger than the ghost-striped male ant. It grew a length and reached 2 meters in diameter. It looked like a giant sausage, and there were magic lines constantly lighting up in the lines on the side of the abdomen. In the dark cave, those bright red eyes exuded a penetrating light. The dark body is covered with dark red veins. The 3 pairs of wings on the back of the queen and have completely fallen off. It is lying on a ghost-striped male ant, and is moving deep into the cave surrounded by a large group of worker ants. It looked very weak. There are also a large number of ghost-patterned soldier ants in the cave, and they are swarming towards Serdek. It was obviously not wise for the cavalry to fight the ghost-striped soldier ants in the open area of the underground cave. And Serdek did not rush in to chase the evacuated queen ant. A steady stream of ghost-patterned soldier ants rushed up, and the two commanders Intas and Hampton took turns rushing to the front to share the impact of the ghost-patterned soldier ants with Serdek. It was not until Andrew, who exuded a strong fighting aura, arrived in the cave that the situation opened up. As a newly promoted second-level warrior, the aura on Andrew's body steadily suppressed these ghost-patterned soldier ants, and with a butcher's axe, he cut a bloody path and rushed into the cave in the mountainside again. In the center of the cave is an ant nest with countless human corpses piled up. The ghost-striped worker ants have not had time to remove all the fraternal eggs in the nest. In addition, there are 4 ghost-marked male ants that have been sucked into empty SHLs in the ant nest. Their huge bodies guard the nest like statues. These white fraternal eggs have light green circular markings on their surface, and each one looks very narrow and long. Andrew rushed into the ant colony and killed them randomly, breaking through the formation of the ghostly patterned soldier ants, forcing the soldier ants to retreat continuously to protect around the huge ant nest. The cavalry that kept rushing in not only surrounded the ghost-marked soldier ants, but also surrounded all the ghost-marked worker ants who were busy transferring their fraternal eggs. Under the fire of the company's archer's crossbow, the ant nest in the cave was completely overturned. The caves in the belly of the mountain extend in all directions. Even if the ghost-striped red ants left some traces of evacuation along the way, Serdek saw that there were no survivors here. After cleaning up the battlefield and taking away all the loot, he led a group of knights to retreat to Plintos. On the ground of the town, people were sent to block the excavated cave between the cave and the temple basement with bricks and mud. Chapter 809 Return to Duodan Town. Serdek, 3 commanders, Intas and Hampton, stationed troops on the city wall at the pass of Plintos town to resist the ghost-striped red ants pouring out from the mountain road to the north. On the afternoon of the second day after the town of Plintos was captured, the heavy armored infantry regiments and baggage regiments that were subsequently reinforced by the Luther Legion arrived in Plintos town one after another, accompanied by the armed guards of the local lords of Wilk City. When these large groups of people arrived, Serdek was cooperating with the great swordsman Chester to eliminate the last ant colony. At that time, 3,000 cavalrymen surrounded the group of red ants, and 2 thunder rhinos carried 4 crossbows on the outside of the ant colony. Samira stood on the platform and controlled the bed crossbow to aim at the ghost-striped queen ant surrounded by male ants in the center of the ant colony. This battle has already been won. The only thing worth looking forward to is when it will end. The great swordsman Chester finally saw the power of Serdek's 2 thunder rhinoceros. Under the fierce fire from the 4 bed crossbows, the group of red ants had no choice but to break out at the last moment. The cavalrymen were certainly not afraid of the ants scattering on the vast grassland. After the cavalry team dispersed the soldier ants, they began the final work of closing the net. Almost all the ghost-marked soldier ants were hunted and killed, and the queen ant did not escape the fate of being penetrated by a giant crossbow arrow. According to Commander Intas, the queen's ability is mind control and illusion, and control of the ant colony. Once you get too close to the queen ant, it is easy to be pulled into the illusion. Even a strong man like the great swordsman Chester couldn't break the illusion created by the queen ant. At this time, the power of the bed crossbow at the outermost edge of the battlefield became prominent. Under Samira's control, the queen ant was quickly shot and killed. At this moment, the town of Plintos has long been turned into a dead town. The only good news is that it has blocked the opening for the ant tide to invade south. In addition to the subsequent garrison issues in Plintos town, what worries Serdek the most is the underground cave in the town. The queen ant that has completed mating has hidden deep in the cave. It is difficult to say when she will leave the ant colony. Come back. After the follow-up troops arrived one after another, the Chester great swordsman needed to continue to stay in Plintos town to garrison, and the other cavalry battalions rushed back to their respective stations. Serdek led 700 cavalrymen loaded with loot and returned to Doden town with 2 thunder rhinoceros. This campaign in Plintos town lasted for a week. After the cavalry team returned, when they passed through the neighborhoods of Doden town, the residents of the town lined the streets to welcome them. Serdek seemed to see Nika in the crowd. Figure. When I returned to the town, I discovered that the expansion of the military camp had been completed, and the wooden houses in the military camp had been built. Craftsmen were currently leveling the yard, and an independent shooting range would be built at the military camp. Adams is still stationed on the north wall, and cannot escape yet. The two-headed ogre Guladum was sleeping soundly in the pergola of the camp. If he hadn't heard the heavy footsteps of the thunder rhinoceros, he probably wouldn't have woken up. When he found out that it was Serdak's cavalry battalion returning to the camp, Guladum ran out of the military camp with bare feet. From a distance, Serdak heard him shouting loudly, "Soldak, come back! La! I said you should put on your shoes. It's not too late to run here again. You should also pay attention to your words and deeds. Only when we return to the tribe can we find a wife." The other head on the shoulder chattered to Guladum all the way, nagging. Guladum smiled naively, not caring that his good brother was preaching beside him. He ran to Soldak and stretched out his hands to hold Soldak's shoulders. On the other hand, his good brother Nailware stared at Andrew with a pair of icy eyes and a strange expression. Then he whispered in Guladum's ear, "That person seems to have been promoted to the second rank. Hey, do you feel it? It's such a strong aura." Guladum looked back at Andrew. Andrew jumped off his horse and strode up to the ogre. The two of them punched each other hard. Guladum looked at his fist in surprise and said to him happily. Andrew said, "You have really become stronger. I'm really lucky this time." Andrew laughed. Serdak returned to the military camp in Doden town. The first thing he did when he returned to the small building was to count the loot. "This time I went to Plentos town. Generally speaking, I won several battles in a row. However, I brought back not many trophies. There were only a few bags of magic cores and 17 pieces ripped from the legs of giant ghost pattern soldier ants. The magic pattern of life. Since the pit for the acid liquid has never been built there, the soldier ants have not been able to bring back a single piece of leather. The heads of those ghostly pattern soldier ants were almost all used on the spot, leaving almost nothing left. On the contrary, the magic core has collected more than 1,200 magic cores, which can produce at least 600 magic crystals. There are also a lot of magic crystal fragments, but those things are not very valuable. The life magic pattern of the 17 giant ghost pattern soldier ants is also a large amount of income. It is estimated that Serdak also earned some military merit from the Chester Great Swordsman. Many of the magic cores were still stained with dirty blood, and all the pockets had a faint odor, which made Serdak lose interest in counting the numbers. Soldak was about to climb up the northern city wall for a tour when he heard the guard at the door running in and reporting, "Commander, Malcolm, the owner of the Thunder Rhino Merchant Group, wants to see you. Invite him in," Soldak said immediately. After saying that, he went to the kitchen to boil water. He couldn't have guests and couldn't even drink a glass of water. The merchant Malcolm was taken to the front of the small building of the garrison camp by the guard at the door. The guard opened the door and asked Malcolm to enter, and then returned to the entrance of the military camp to continue standing guard. When the businessman walked into the living room of the small building, he saw a few smelly linen bags piled on the coffee table. One opened the bag and revealed several walnut-sized magic cores. Judging from the color of the skin, it looked like Malcolm. I knew that these magic cores must have been taken from the ghost-striped soldier ants. They still have the unique sour smell of the ghost-striped red ants, and they are in good quality. He stood in the living room and waited for a short while before he saw Soldak coming out of the kitchen carrying a tea tray. "Baron Soldak, good afternoon," Malcolm greeted. Serdak waved his hand and asked the boss of the Thunder Rhinoceros Merchant Group to sit down before asking him, "Malcolm Merchant, you are coming back from Wilk so soon. Those magic weapons and a single piece of magic pattern structure are all ready." "Yet?" "Yes. When I made the list, they were basically all off-the-shelf items selected from various trading houses. Not all of the many types of magic weapons and single-piece magic pattern structures are in my warehouse." Malcolm sat down and smiled. "I heard that your trip to Plentos town went well. For the town of Plentos, it may be considered a moderate disaster, but fortunately we have recaptured the pass," Serdak said while pouring tea for Malcolm. Then he asked the Malcolm merchant, "Is it convenient for me to see the goods you brought?" Chapter 8:10 Sky Strike. All the goods on the list have arrived in Duodan town. In addition, I also brought an item that was auctioned at the Imperial Auction House 5 years ago. It was originally kept in the showroom. Now, it depends on whether you need it or not. Merchant Malcolm smiled a little obscenely with dark circles under his eyes, showing his true nature as a profiteer. Serdak asked curiously, "What is that auction item?" Malcolm took a sip of tea, leaned on the soft leather sofa, touched his big belly with one hand, and said very proudly, It's a complete set of elementary power magic pattern structures, which I grabbed at the auction house. But I didn't expect that a plain war broke out in the Empire that winter. The magic pattern structure on the magic market increased 3 times in a row in the next year. But I never thought about reselling that magic pattern structure. Go out. It is not easy to buy a set of magic patterns in the magic market now. There are only a handful of inscription masters in Bena City who are capable of drawing magic patterns. Many noble lords are their customers. If they want to customize a set of magic patterns from them, the schedule will be delayed until at least 2 years. It is simply impossible. Can't wait. So this is also the main reason why Serdek himself has the magic pattern construction base material, but has never customized the magic pattern construction. Obviously, this set of power-type magic pattern structure made Serdek a little excited. Malcolm, the owner of the Thunder Rhinoceros Merchant Group, continued, since you need some magic weapons and single-piece magic patterns to enrich the prizes on the merit list, I thought that since you have such a need, I will use the set of power-type primary magic I brought the textured outfit here. Serdek thought for a moment before asking, do you need magic crystals or gold coins? The boss of Thunder Rhinoceros Merchant Group waved his hands repeatedly and said, No, no, no. I can get both magic crystals and gold coins from normal transactions. And I'm not too short of money now. He leaned his body towards Serdek. The expression on his face looked cautious. And he said very enviously, if possible, I would like to ask you to help me transform a few Thunder Rhinoceros. To be honest, I just saw your 2 Thunder Rhinoceros. The changes were simply too great. I didn't expect them to develop for the second time. So thick armor. I guess you must know an alchemist master in the Empire. And I also really need to carry out this kind of enhanced armor transformation on the Thunder Rhinoceros. Serdek looked stunned. But he didn't expect that Malcolm would take a fancy to this. Thinking that his magic sealing box does contain 6 life magic patterns peeled off from the ghost-marked male ants. It is difficult to reduce such large life magic patterns to a suitable size for a warrior. Implanting this magic pattern of life into Thunder Rhinoceros' body won't be too troublesome. Therefore, Serdek also said very simply, I can promise you on behalf of the Alchemist Master. But each Thunder Rhino transformation requires 50 magic crystals. Your set of primary power magic pattern structure currently has a market value of 150 magic crystals. Crystal, I can come forward and ask the Alchemist Master to transform the 3 Thunder Rhinoceros for you. Before making a decision, I think you should go take a look at the 2 Thunder Rhinoceros and at least understand them before making a decision. Malcolm thought about it for a while and then said, let's transform the 3-headed Thunder Rhinoceros. Although the price is higher than I expected, it's acceptable. He stood up from the sofa and said to Serdek, if possible, I would like to ask you to come to my temporary residence to inspect the goods. In addition, the Thunder Rhinoceros that needs to be modified will not be delivered until 2 weeks later. Serdek also stood up with him and said, okay, I just want to see those magic items you brought back. The two walked out of the small building side by side. Serdek said directly, next, we will also trade the hard armor of ghost-marked red ants. So you can choose the method of trading magic items this time. Use magic crystals, gold coins or hard leather goods. Whatever you want. In addition, due to this ant epidemic, various places will probably harvest a large amount of hard armor skins. I think the future market prospects of these leather goods are not optimistic. Serdek walked down the steps of the small building and continued. Malcolm turned around and said to Serdek, as for those magic item trading methods, I actually hope that I can exchange them for more opportunities to transform the Thunder Rhinoceros. I think this should be a good investment. Serdek did not intend to let go of this hole, mainly because it was not easy to peel off such a large life magic pattern from the abdomen of the ghost-marked male ant. The Alchemist Master doesn't have a few of these precious transformation scrolls in his hands, and he's not very interested in these magic weapons and scattered magic pattern structures. Unless you have something rare, I can help you communicate, Serdek said. Hearing what Serdek said, Malcolm was not surprised and said cheerfully, in that case, please ask Baron Serdek to go to the temporary camp with me and take a look at those magic weapons and magic pattern structures. Serdek also said, I am looking forward to this very much, and I hope these magic items will not disappoint me. This is the receipt sent back from Bena City. Please take a look at it. Merchant Malcolm took out a piece of parchment from his pocket. It had the signature of the Brunei manager on it. And there was also a Brunei A letter from the manager. Serdek tore open the envelope as he walked. And the Brunei manager wrote many words of joy and gratitude in the letter. The letter said, He did not expect that Surdak would actually ship so many leather goods in the past 2 months. He would pay for these goods before the end of the month according to the previously agreed price. In addition, the business of the leather trading house has already been completed. Well, if Surdak needs anything, he can write a letter and say that these hard leathers are very good as armor and can be equipped on the horses of the cavalry battalion. Surdak folded the letter and put it in his arms. 2 thunder rhinoceros were parked in the temporarily fenced open space next to the stables and the camp. 2 giant shelves with wooden cabin platforms had been unloaded from the thunder rhinoceros backs and placed aside. 2 painters were painting the wooden house above, and someone was maintaining 2 bed crossbows on the platform. 2 thunder rhinoceros were munching fodder in the empty field. A group of cavalry gathered in front of the 2 big guys and watched them chewing fodder curiously. 2 drivers and several aboriginal herdsmen were using brushes with long wooden poles to wash the bodies of 2 thunder rhinos. The 2 thunder rhinoceros looked very docile and had been grazing silently. Malcolm, the owner of the Thunder Rhino Business Group, walked over with a surprised look on his face, stood next to the thunder rhino's front legs, stretched out his hand to touch the thick hard armor on it, and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so amazing! What on earth is this? Did you do it?" Surdak shrugged his shoulders and said he couldn't explain it. Malcolm couldn't help but said, "With this layer of hard armor, these big guys don't have to worry about being attacked and injured in the wild when running around on the grassland. And just like you, I only need to hire a few bows and arrows. With your hands, you can arm the caravan." Then he said, "Baron Surdak, you really enjoy it. This wooden house is very beautifully built." Surdak saw some mottled dents and some bite marks on the thunder rhinoceros abdominal armor, which were probably left by those ghost-striped red ants in the battle. Fortunately, they did not bite through the hard armor. Then he said to the businessman Malcolm, "The thunder rhinoceros that I transform for you will also be like this. And this enhancement will not affect the normal lifespan of the thunder rhinoceros. You don't need to worry about this at all." The 2 walked through the cavalry battalion station and came to the empty field in front. This empty field was occupied by the newly expanded military camp. However, the businessman Malcolm did not have the habit of staying in a hotel, so he still set up a large tent in this empty field, surrounded by 6 small tents. It looks very grand. A group of servants were busy outside the tent. When they saw Malcolm and Surdak walking together, they quickly saluted. Surdak walked into the temporary tent. The furnishings in the tent were very luxurious, with soft carpets on the floor and light gauze curtains hanging around it, making the tent not stuffy, but also maintaining its original privacy. There are some round cushions made of brocade on the carpet, and several maids are carrying some fruit plates and placing them on 2 small square tables. Walking into the tent on a soft blanket, Surdak sat down at a square table, only to find that the sets of silver utensils on the table were basically inlaid with gold threads and exquisite gems. Several young maids wearing these bloomers and light gauze clothes put out drinks, fruits, cakes and dried meats. Surdak realized that they did not seem to be from the Empire, and their pupils seemed to contain unique gold threads, and they were white. There is also a very smooth polished copper ring on the neck, which seems to have a line of small words engraved on it, which looks more like a group of female slaves. A maid knelt down next to Surdak and poured a glass of fruit wine for Surdak, her weak body almost leaning on his arms. Although Surdak has been a nobleman for more than a year, he has never enjoyed such a luxurious life. He looked at the tent with curiosity. Malcolm sat on the mat casually and ordered to the servants at the tent door, "Go and bring up all the goods I have prepared." The servants moved quickly, and boxes of magic items were moved into the tent. There were actually 12 large and exquisite boxes. At Malcolm's signal, these sturdy servants opened all the lids of these boxes. Malcolm immediately asked his servant to take out the magic pattern structure from one of the boxes, hang it on a special humanoid wooden frame, and said to Surdak, "Baron Surdak, this is the set of primary powers. Magic pattern structure. You see there are no scratches or wear on this set of structure. It is a brand new leather armor structure. Just inlay some magic crystal fragments on the gem base. This set of magic pattern structure has the magic pattern array can operate normally." After asking to prove that what he said was true, Malcolm asked someone to fetch a small box, took out a few magic crystal stones from it, and placed them on several gem bases constructed with magic patterns. As expected, the magic power came from several places. The starting point slowly surged, gradually lighting up the dim lines on it. The entire set of magic lines seemed to be closely connected with countless magic lines. Surdak could clearly feel the magic power constantly flowing on the magic pattern structure. Malcolm thought that Serdak would be eager to wear it and try it on. Unexpectedly, he just looked at it casually, nodded and said, "This set of magic patterns is very good," and began to look forward to the next step. In order to be able to conclude this deal this time, Malcolm not only brought a large number of magic items, but also moved some magic daily necessities. He took out 3 more pieces of magic patterned breastplates, which can increase a certain amount of strength, agility and endurance when wearing them. Serdak also tested it, and found that the magic circle on the magic pattern structure did not if there are any questions. Put it back in the box. Malcolm had another 50 long swords of different shapes brought out. Sword magic weapons are the most practical, and can be used by both knights and warriors. These weapons are mixed with some magic metals during the making process, so they have weak magic conductivity. Enchanters engrave armor-piercing seals on the weapons, which are sharp, or ice, fire, poison and other elements damage the magic circle, turning it into a magic weapon, which often has unexpected effects during combat. The blood-red crescent on Serdak can also be considered a common magic weapon. These magical weapons alone fill 5 large chests. In addition, there are 2 boxes full of magic scrolls that can be activated without spells, such as hydrotherapy, stone skin, invisibility, fireball, acceleration, etc., which can be deployed casually in battle. A disposable magic item that can be used immediately. The disadvantage of this type of scroll is that it is of lower level. And the advantage is also obvious. That is, it does not require a spell to activate. There are also 2 whole boxes of metal rune plates, which are nothing more than engraved with water gathering or fire gathering. These are indispensable magic items for marching in the wild. Even if there is no water source or firewood in the wild, it will not affect them. The army is encamped. In addition, Malcolm also prepared some exquisite jewelry. For ordinary soldiers, these things are irresistible. The total value of these magic items was 260 magic crystals. After Serdak inspected the goods, he counted 260 magic crystals from his pocket and handed them to Malcolm. Seeing that Serdak paid so readily and completed the transaction, Malcolm drank all the fruit wine in the glass in one gulp, then rubbed his hands and said to Serdak with a smile, "Sir Baron Dark, I still have an epic weapon in my hand, which I purchased from an elf merchant. I heard that the name of this bow is Sky Strike. Are you interested in buying it?" Serdak thought the deal was over, but he didn't expect that Malcolm actually had something good. Epic weapon. This is the kind of thing that I've only heard people talk about, but never seen. Epic weapon. Why didn't you take it out earlier? Serdak suppressed his excitement and asked with a straight face. Malcolm looked slightly embarrassed and said, "I see that you are a knight. I originally thought that you would not be interested in weapons other than shields and swords. Moreover, this epic weapon passed down from the elven world is extremely expensive and is not expensive. It's perfect for you to use as a reward." Serdak felt that as a noble, he should act domineering so that these businessmen would be honest. So he looked dissatisfied and asked, "Then why do you want to show it to me now?" Malcolm grinned bitterly and said hurriedly, "It's not you, but I want to transform a few more thunder rhinoceros, and I want you to communicate with the alchemist master." After saying that, he asked 2 servants to move a long wooden box on a wooden frame behind the tent, placed it on Serdak's square table, and introduced, "Lord Baron, this is an epic sharp bow called Sky Strike. It is said that the arrows it shoots contain the power of thunder and lightning." Chapter 8:11 The Trouble with Small Gifts. The businessman Malcolm opened a long and narrow black wooden box, and the power of thunder and lightning surging on the back of the bow quietly disappeared into the longbow. This long bow does not look very conspicuous. Just like many sharp bows, the metal bow has sharp edges. This is a combat short bow that can also fight enemies in close combat. The bronze bow has the dark magic lines have 3 gem grooves on the back of the bow, with 3 magic crystals inlaid on them. It turns out this is an epic weapon. It's not as gorgeous as expected, nor is it as beautifully made, but the entire bow is covered with magic patterns. Serdak stretched out his hand on the Sky Strike bow. The moment he took it, an electric current passed through Serdak's arm and rushed directly into his body. He felt that his entire left arm was numb. It took a little effort to pick up this sharp bow. Unexpectedly, the sharp bow, which looks inconspicuous, is much heavier than expected. It is said that the body of this bow is forged from fine gold. Malcolm introduced eagerly. Serdak held the Sky Strike bow and thought for a moment before saying to Malcolm, "Can my followers try this bow?" "Of course," Malcolm said confidently. Immediately, Serdek asked Malcolm's servant to go to the military camp to call Samira. As soon as the half-elf archer walked into the tent, her eyes were immediately attracted by the sky strike bow in Suldek's hand. She walked up to Suldek without saying a word, and the bow that often held the bow actually appeared on her right arm. Natural magic patterns come. She held the sky strike bow with one hand, which seemed easier than Serdek's. Her eyes never left the bow. How is this bow? Serdek stood next to Samira, looking at the patterns on the back of the bow, and asked her. It's very strong. I can feel the power contained in it. Can I try an arrow? Samira asked Serdek. Of course. Serdek looked at Malcolm and gave Samira an affirmative answer. Without saying a word, Samira walked directly to the outside of the tent holding the sky strike bow, pulled out a fine steel arrow from the quiver on her back, and put it on the bowstring. The moment she pulled the bowstring on the spot, Samira's entire right arm actually grew a lot thicker, and countless electric snakes on the bow immediately came to life, and electric snakes rushed into the arrows crazily. Even the tip of the arrow is constantly accumulating power. The shadow of the great elf holding a golden bow appeared behind Samira. When he loosened the bowstring, the arrow was like an invisible flash of lightning. With a swish sound, it flew out. Samira aimed at the spire of a watchtower in the corner of the military camp. The fine steel arrow hit the circular pillar on the spire steadily, and half of the entire fine steel arrow was deeply embedded in the pillar. Just when Serdek felt that there was nothing special about this epic level sharp bow, after 3 seconds of silence from the top of the watchtower, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell vertically out of thin air, with a crackling detonation sound from the arc. The top of the watchtower, which was not too big, exploded with a bang. Correspondingly, there was also a magic crystal on the back of the bow that shattered. There was no need for Samira to introduce her understanding of archery. Serdek asked the businessman Malcolm at the entrance of the tent. Then, let's talk about the value of this sky strike bow. If the magic crystal could be bought, Serdek would be willing to pay the full amount of magic crystal on the spot. However, Malcolm decided to price this sky strike bow for 1,000 magic crystals. In the end, Serdek had to help Malcolm transform 20 thunder rhinoceros before he could buy this epic weapon. Arms. Samira held the bow and stood beside Serdek without saying a word the whole time. She didn't know what she should say at all. She would definitely be reluctant to give up this sharp bow that could release the power of thunder and lightning. But when she was asked to buy this sharp bow, she felt that she might not be able to repay so many magic crystals in this life. For Serdek, the most troublesome part of this matter is that it cannot be paid with magic crystals. The biggest problem now is that Serdek does not have so many life magic patterns of ghost-marked male ants in his hand. He had to go out and hunt ghost-marked male ants in order to get enough life magic marks from them. In fact, not every ghost-marked male ant has a complete life pattern, and the area of the magic pattern is too large. If there is any damage during the battle, the entire life pattern may be destroyed. Finally, these ghost-striped male ants are never alone, and they are the queen's personal guards. They always crowd around the queen. It is not easy to hunt them down, but no matter how difficult things were, Serdek still decided to take the next step. The merchant Malcolm only used a contract scroll to make an agreement with Serdek, and handed the sky strike bow directly to Serdek. Aren't you afraid that I will take this bow and run away? Serdek joked to the businessman Malcolm when he signed the contract agreement. Of course. I have such confidence in you. The wealth you can create in Duodan Town is far more than a sky strike bow. And this is just the first step of our cooperation, Malcolm said firmly. Hearing what Malcolm said, Serdek suddenly surged with pride and said, That's right. I want to open up a territory here next. We can't just focus on these ghost-striped reds. And my plan is to include the entire Invercargill Warcraft forest within the territory of the Green Empire. And there will be many more transactions we can make in the future. Malcolm put a hand on his shoulder, bowed deeply to Serdek, and then said, Then even if this deal comes to an end, my Thunder Rhinoceros caravan is currently unable to rush to Doden Town and take away these gifts from me. But I have to return to Wilk City in advance to handle some matters. So please allow me giving you everything here. The tent, these furniture, carpets, and gifts is a small gift given to you with this deal. Malcolm didn't wait for Serdek to refuse, and said, When you are marching in the wild, you need to set up a large military tent. Although this tent is not suitable at the moment, it will definitely be fine with a little modification. Seeing Malcolm's sincerity, Serdek thanked him and said, Thank you very much. I will transport these magic pattern structures and magic weapons back to the military camp first, and then I will clean up these inner tents. In fact, Malcolm left more quickly than Soldak imagined. Soldak brought these magic pattern structures and magic weapons back to the military camp and registered them on the warehouse list. When he came out of the warehouse, he heard the report from his subordinates that the businessman Malcolm brought that he left Doden town with a group of followers. Hearing that Malcolm really kept the gorgeous tent and some supplies, Soldak sent several veterans to dismantle the tent and put it away. However, not long after Soldak gave the order, the veterans ran back with embarrassed faces and reported to Soldak. "Commander, you asked us to put away the tent outside. But what to do with those women?" "What woman?" Soldak asked in confusion, not understanding what they meant. One of the veterans bravely gestured to Soldak and said, "You have to put those in the tent up before we can pack up the tent." Soldak finally reacted at this time and said with a look of disbelief, "You mean that when Malcolm left, he didn't take away his attendants and left them all with me?" The veteran shook his head repeatedly and said, "All the male servants were taken away. Only the maid stayed." "I'll go." Soldak sat up from the chair in front of his desk, covered his forehead with one hand, walked around in place for a few times, and said with a headache, "What on earth is this guy thinking? Okay, I understand. Put the tent there first, and you can go do your own thing." "Yes, Commander." Several veterans quickly left. Soldak stood in the study with a big head, thinking that maybe he could find a hotel for them to stay in the town, and then dismantle the tent, and wait for the next time the businessman Malcolm comes to Doden town. Let him take those maids away again. At the same time, the garrison camp was once again in commotion. There is actually a set of primary power magic pattern structure among the redemption rewards. As soon as the merit exchange list was posted on the notice board at the entrance of the canteen, it immediately caused an uproar in the cavalry camp. The prizes this time were simply too attractive to the soldiers in the garrison camp. A complete set of primary power magic patterns is what many first-level warriors want in their lives. Selena rewrote the merit exchange list and posted it at the door of the cafeteria before dinner. Since the Sky Strike Bow was assigned to Samira, it didn't appear on the list at all. The reward ranked first on the merit exchange list is the elementary power magic pattern structure, which can be exchanged for 100,000 merits. The second, third, and fourth positions are 3 single-piece magic pattern breastplates. The powerful piece of magic pattern breastplate is ranked second. To redeem it, you only need 30,000 merit points. The agile single product magic pattern structure is much cheaper, only requiring 25,000 merit points. Finally, the endurance type single product magic pattern structure can be exchanged for only 20,000 merit points. Soldak also listed 50 magic weapons on the merit exchange list. Each magic weapon requires 5,000 merit points to redeem. As for those low-level magic scrolls and magic rune boards, they are even cheaper. Basically, they can be exchanged for only 200 to 300 merits. The magic crystal is still worth 700 merit points. A gold coin is worth 100 merits. Chapter 8:12 Decision. If these cavalry were asked to use gold coins from their own pockets to purchase the rewards on the merit exchange list, then they would definitely not be willing to spend the money. They would tie the mouth of the bag containing the gold coins tightly, and not even want to take out a copper plate. But when the gains made by the soldiers in the battle are counted into merit points, and all the rewards on the merit exchange list are redeemed by these merits, the feeling changes instantly. A group of cavalrymen surrounded the notice board in front of the canteen. Everyone crowded in front of the notice board to look at the reward items on it. The first reward is a complete set of elementary power magic patterns. Not to mention that most of these cavalry are civilians from the deserted land. Even some nobles and businessmen with small fortunes in the reinforcement army. And they were all completely immersed in excitement. Such a set of elementary power magic pattern structure can be regarded as a lifetime wealth for them. It is said that in some noble baron families, the firstborn child will inherit the title, manor, and territory. The second-born child will inherit the family's business and mine. And the third child will inherit the family's magic pattern structure. It can be seen that the magic pattern structure is a considerable fortune for the nobles. Of course, the premise is that this noble baron only has 3 sons and has so much property. But the problem is that such a set of magic patterns actually requires 100,000 merit points. Currently, there is only one person with so many merit points. And that is Captain Samira of the Archer Brigade. She has accumulated 120,000 merit points on the battlefield. Even the second-ranked Captain Andrew currently has a merit score of just over 70,000. Andrew has the top-level elementary Earth Shield magic pattern structure. So naturally he doesn't need this elementary power magic pattern structure. Therefore, this power-type magic pattern structure is like a tailor-made one for Samira by Commander Serdek. If Samira wants it, no one can take it from her. What makes all the soldiers stationed in the military camp feel desperate is that with such a set of magic patterns on display, there is no reason for them to not want it. Therefore, the squadron leaders, who hold certain merit points in their hands, decided to put their goals in the 2nd to 4th places. It is actually not bad to have a single-piece magic pattern construct. In the future, they may be able to put together a complete set. It will not be better than how different are the complete sets of magic pattern structures. Adams came back from changing defenses on the northern city wall. He had just chatted with Gallatin for a few words when he heard from his cronies that the exchange merit list had been updated. At the beginning, the two of them didn't pay too much attention to it. They felt that if it was a magic pattern, they already had it. Unless it was an excellent magic weapon with excellent properties, they might still be a little interested. However, the two exchanged 2 magic patterns. Adams only had more than 40,000 merit points. Gallatin was even worse. All the merits he earned recently were repaid to Adams. He is a complete pauper. He probably even has those magic weapons. Can't be redeemed? Hearing his close confidant say that the top one on the merit exchange list was actually a set of power-type magic pattern constructs, Adams was completely stunned when he thought about how he had worked so hard in the army for the past few years and had been fighting to buy the magic pattern constructs. Raising money? I didn't expect that there is actually a set of magic pattern structure on the merit exchange list. In order to confirm that what their men said was true, Adams and Gallatin came to the door of the cafeteria in person. When I saw that there were at least 200 to 300 people watching in front of the notice board, I knew that this must be true. Everyone saw the 2 captains, Adams and Gallatin, walking together. The ordinary soldiers moved out of the way, allowing Adams and Gallatin to walk unimpeded to the notice board. Seeing the row of beautiful imperial characters on it, Gallatin exclaimed, "What a set of elementary power magic patterns! It is said to be brand new." Adams touched the stubble on his chin with his hand, thinking about how he could redeem the set of magic patterns. At this time, Gallatin poked his ribs with his elbow and whispered to him, "I told you not to think about it. Your merit points are still tens of thousands short of redeemable. Look at that estimate. This set of magic pattern constructs is still on the exchange list, purely for everyone to have a look at, and at least to have some sense of expectation in my heart, as it may be exchanged tomorrow morning." Adams glanced at the half-elf archer Samira, who was bringing out a smoked fish and an avocado from the canteen. She has always been a maverick in the military camp and almost never interacts with others. Now passing in front of the notice board, those soldiers who were in awe of her gave up their positions in advance. Samira also stopped in front of the notice board at this time. Her face was hidden in her hood, and she also covered her face with a layer of black gauze. Not many soldiers had seen her face. The graceful figure is wrapped in fiery red leather armor, and is extremely slim. She seems a bit out of place with these armored warriors. She also stood in the corner and browsed the items on the merit exchange list. The dispersed crowd gathered around again. Adams said somewhat depressedly, "Hey, if we work harder and work harder, is there a chance we can redeem it?" Gallatin replied without hesitation, "No." Then he put his arm around the shoulders of his friend Adams, pointed to the comment column below, and said, "You haven't seen that the exchange rules written above have been changed. You must earn your own merit to complete the exchange. Like in the past, several people added up their merit points. Being together is no longer acceptable." Adams' expression darkened, and he sighed reluctantly and said, "Forget it. The magic pattern structure of that power-type item is actually not bad. I will exchange it for that one tomorrow morning." "Well, actually this is not bad," Gallatin agreed. At this moment, Samira suddenly walked under the notice board with a dinner plate in her hand, took out a charcoal pen from the bracket below, walked directly to her name on the merit list, and without hesitation, used the charcoal pen till he crossed out his name with a pen, then stood in front of the notice board, calmly facing the soldiers gathered here, and said in a hoarse voice, "Although it is only a temporary decision, I think it is necessary to tell you about this. I will abstain from redeeming my merit reward." After saying that, Samira left the bulletin board with a nonchalant expression. A group of warriors were left in a complete frenzy. A group of cavalrymen were laughing and chatting there. "Why did Captain Samira suddenly abstain from voting? Doesn't that mean we all have a chance? Go away, with just a few thousand merit points of yours. If you can get 10,000 merit points before the beast tide ends, I will obey you. How about we make a bet?" At this time, Adams, standing under the notice board, felt a fire suddenly burning in his heart, and his whole body became very energetic. He confidently whispered to Gallatin, "Starting from tomorrow, as long as we are not on duty on the city wall, we will go out hunting. No matter what, we must collect the remaining achievements." Gallatin put his arm around Adam's shoulders and said, "No problem." The captain of the 3rd Squadron handed Selina the merit book recorded in Plento's town and immediately slipped out. Selina looked at the statistics in the entire account book. The statistics were in a mess. Some cavalry names actually appeared several times in the same account book. Fortunately, when recording these achievements, there were descriptions of the battles, so as to avoid duplicate recording of achievements. Seeing that it was approaching dusk outside, Samira rubbed the corners of her eyes and stored these files in the file box, preparing to stop what he was doing. Soldak stored a batch of valuable materials in the logistics department in the afternoon and handed her an account. She hurriedly published the merit exchange list before dinner. After looking at the backlog of documents on her desk, Selina frowned her beautiful eyebrows. To consolidate this part of the achievements into the general ledger of the military camp, this work will take about 3 days. The burden on her shoulders is a bit heavy now. Unfortunately, there are no college students in Serdak's cavalry battalion. This is also a shortcoming of this cavalry battalion. It is basically composed of veterans and recruits from the deserted land. Many people did not know the imperial script and wanted to find a few clerks, but no one was willing to do this kind of statistical work for the logistics department. And there are some problems on the battlefield. Without the leadership of an enforcer, these cavalry often don't know what to do. Of course, these troubles belong to Soldak. Selina just hopes that there will be a few more people in the logistics department. Selina came home and smelled the smell of barbecue when she opened the door. Some basil leaves are added to the barbecue, which has a special taste. Nika must be cooking in the kitchen. Adding this spice to the barbecue is a flavor of the aboriginal delicacies of the Belan Plain. Selina went upstairs and changed into a long dress for home, then walked into the kitchen to prepare dinner with Nika. But it seemed that no help was needed anymore. Nika had already started to prepare the last vegetable soup. Zigna was stepping on a small stool and washing a few carrots in front of the sink. She was doing it very carefully. Unconsciously, Zigna was washing a few carrots in front of the sink. Gina has also grown up a bit, and is at least able to do some things within her ability in the kitchen. Serdak was sitting in the restaurant with a pot of black tea and a plate of biscuits on the table. It was rare to see him so leisurely. Seeing Selina walking and wearing a low-cut cotton dress, Soldak chatted with her about the businessman Malcolm, and how he gave her an extremely gorgeous tent and some exquisite furniture. These were nothing at first, but compared to the large deal between the two of them, they were actually insignificant. The only thing that troubled Soldak was the maids left by Malcolm. He simply didn't know how to place them. It would definitely be inconvenient in the military camp, and he couldn't move them in the town just to accommodate them. Rent a house here. Selina pursed her lips and smiled, sitting next to Soldak, tilting her head and staring at him. A pair of amber eyes are full of magnificent colors. She belongs to that kind of woman who is particularly attractive. The more she looks at her, the more interesting she becomes. Her delicate face and facial features match well, especially her lips, which look particularly sexy and mature. The unique charm of women makes people feel particularly charming with just a look. "What are you going to do?" Selina asked curiously. Soldak scratched his hair and said, "I plan to settle them down and find something to do every day, so that they will not feel bored. After all, there are many things in Duodan Town now. Just find something for them. That's all. Or let them dry the hard armor of the ghost-patterned soldier ants. To dry so much hard armor every day, 3 squads of cavalry soldiers need to be mobilized. Do you think they can do things like drying hard armor?" Selina asked Soldak, a bit dumbfounded. She had worked as a maid at the Whole Manor for several years, so she naturally knew that a maid was not just a hard worker in a workshop. "Then what can they do?" Soldak took a sip of tea and complained, "A group of young and beautiful maids will be a big trouble no matter where they stay." Selina knew that this was indeed his trouble. She thought that Miss Hathaway from Marquis Luther's family and Miss Beatrice from Goffro's family would come to Doden Town to visit him in 1 month. It's hard to say whether they would start a fight if they saw so many warblers around him. I heard that ladies from aristocratic families don't have very good tempers. At least Miss Hoyle's temper is very bad. "Okay, I'll help you settle them. But this is only temporary. You can't let them stay in Doden Town forever," Selina said to Soldak. Young girls have unparalleled beauty and youthfulness. With her attractive body, she didn't want these maids to stay. Serdek hugged Selena's soft and round shoulders and said to her, "Don't you organize the Aboriginal people in the town to attend Mass every week? I always hear you say that there are not enough people. Otherwise, let them help you." Selena picked up a small cookie, stuffed it into her mouth gracefully, covered her lips with her hand and said, "This is really a good note." Dinner was served quickly, and Nika's craftsmanship was pretty good. Roasted moon blade fire wolf dried pork served with whole wheat bread and vegetable soup. Zigna sat quietly next to Nika. Selena, as the hostess, needs to be responsible for distributing food. She placed the bone-in barbecue on the dinner plate on Soldek's plate and said, "I heard that the pass in Plento's town was breached by the ant tide. How is the situation there?" Serdek said while eating. "Everything went smoothly. The red ants that entered the occupied area have basically been eliminated. Only some sporadic red ants escaped from the roundup. Plento's town is completely finished. The mountain pass was retaken. And now the great swordsman Chester and his men are guarding it." Nika asked in surprise. "Ah, did those ghost-marked red ants rush in?" Soldek said. "This time we went to the outskirts of Plento's town, and the number of red ants we suppressed was estimated to be more than 50,000. Nika couldn't help covering her mouth and exclaimed, "There are so many!" Selena sat down opposite Soldek, pinched a piece of whole wheat bread, and put it on Zigna's plate. Zigna silently protested, saying that she didn't like it. "What should I do with the rewards redeemed for my achievements?" On the way back, many people came to me in private to talk about these things. Selena asked. Serdek asked strangely, "What are they looking for you for?" Selena shrugged her shoulders, a movement that made her collarbone look beautiful. "It's nothing more than wanting me to keep a certain magic weapon for them for a few more days," Selena said. Serdek waved his hand and said very decisively, "This kind of thing is not negotiable. Whoever has accumulated enough merit points and whoever applies for redemption first will belong to him. I don't reserve it for anyone. Tell them and say it's me." Decided. Okay. After Selena finished speaking, she lowered her head and stopped talking. Chapter 8:13 Our Regular Army. The morning sunlight just fell through the gap in the curtains and fell on Soldek's face, which was a bit dazzling. The snow-white arms were placed on Soldek's chest, making him unable to have the willpower to get up from the warm bed. In his sleep, Soldek felt that someone opened the door and ran in with great strides. His shoes clicked loudly on the floor. There was no hesitation in his footsteps, as if he ran straight towards him. It seemed that he was very nervous, wanted to corner him on the bed. Serdek opened his eyes suddenly. Selena also supported her body, sitting up with her messy hair and hugging the sheets. She leaned over to pick up the suspender pajamas that fell on the floor, outlining a sexy back. "Who is it?" Selena put on her pajamas and went to open the door with her bare feet. At this time, Serdek also jumped out of bed. He was only wearing a pair of loose bloomers. His naked upper body was covered with burn scars. Although he was strong, he was still a bit miserable. Serdek protected Selena behind him, opened the door a crack, and already touched the blood-red crescent with the scabbard in his hand. "Uh-huh. You didn't expect us to come. Do you feel very surprised?" Lance, wearing a magic robe, rushed to the door, squeezed into the room with excitement on his face, opened his arms and hugged Soldek fiercely, shouting. Serdek looked at the young magician Lance with a speechless expression and pushed him out of the door. Lance smiled strangely, trying his best to peek into the bedroom, and said, "I knew you wouldn't be honest in Duodan Town." Soldek put his arm around Lance's shoulders and pulled him downstairs. Only then did he realize that there were 5 young magicians sitting on the sofa in the living room on the first floor. Counting Lance, there were 4 men and 2 women. Nika had already served tea, and Signa was also squatting behind the stair railing on the second floor, peering downstairs curiously. A group of magicians looked dusty and tired, and their faces could not hide their exhaustion. It seems that the journey all the way to Duodan Town should be regarded as a journey of eating and sleeping in the open air and suffering some hardships. Soldek pulled Lance and sat down, then took a piece of salamander leather armor from the wooden frame and put it on his body before sitting down with him. The young magicians looked at Soldek curiously, and Lance introduced him one by one. 2 men and 2 women were his friends in the magic guild of Helensa city, and another male magician was halfway there. Joining was an admirer of one of the female magicians. "Lance, why are you here?" Soldek asked casually. Lance didn't mind either. The excitement in his body had not passed yet. He said with some excitement, "It's not your high-grade Warcraft leather that's causing trouble. These people also want that kind of high-grade leather. Just send me those high-grade leathers. It's not enough to even make a magic robe. Not to mention so many people want it. Surdak stretched his strong arms. Stretched, covered his face with a big hand, and said, "Those leathers were peeled off from the ghost-striped Ant Queen. So the texture is certainly not bad." Lance suddenly said, "The ghost-patterned Ant Queen's leather. No wonder it is so good at guiding magic. I don't care. A group of us came all the way here. I listen to your arrangements and always help us think of ways to do something. This high-grade leather will do." Soldak looked at Lance in astonishment. "You want to hunt the ghost-striped Ant Queen? Well, we want to join your hunting team. Do you know how valuable the things you have sent me these days are? That batch of magic herbs made all the noble lords of Helensa know me. And also, there are those hard armors that can be equipped with war horses, and high-grade leather with excellent magic conductivity, each of which is rare to see in Helensa." Lance said a little incoherently. Surdak finally understood. The piece of high-grade queen ant leather he gave away attracted these young adventurous magicians. "Now that we're here, don't leave in a hurry," Soldak thought secretly. He stood up from the sofa, clapped his hands to the group of magicians in front of him, who were very curious about everything, and said, "Well, ladies and gentlemen, magicians, welcome to Doden Town. I am Surdak, the military and political officer here." All eyes were on him. Soldak continued, "If you are interested, you can climb the northern city wall with me and take a close look at the ghost-marked red ants. If you are tired, you can sleep in my guest room for a while. I will give you a call later. Everyone arranges a new residence, and you can also wander around this town casually. The only requirement is that you cannot cross the North City Wall." The young magicians all want to go to the North City Wall to see the beast tide. The suitor was the only one who didn't want to go, but he didn't have much say. The two female magicians were very interested in Soldak, so they took the initiative to crowd around him, and said with curiosity, "Hello, Baron Soldak. Did Lance say that you are from Helensa?" Soldak put his arm around Lance's shoulders and blended into the crowd, and said generously, "My home is in the deserted land of Helensa City, and my territory is also located in the northernmost volcano crater in the deserted land. There is a sulfur mine there. I came here only to perform garrison duties with the Luther army, and I will continue to do so in the future. I will lead the cavalry battalion back to Helensa. If there is an opportunity in the future, I hope to invite you all to have dinner at the Three Bears Barbecue Restaurant in Helensa City, where Lance and I often eat." Lance shouted excitedly from the side, "I support this with both hands." A group of people climbed up the North City Wall. When passing by the military camp, they saw the place where the ghost-patterned soldier ant armor was stored. Everyone saw those soldier ant armors arranged very neatly. They thought it was very novel at first, but after seeing there were at least dozens of these long stacks, almost filling the space in the military camp. At this time, several magicians became silent from these piles of hard armor. You can imagine how tragic and cruel the battle on the city wall would be. The young magicians felt a little heavy and stopped talking along the way. Along the way, I met the soldiers stationed in the military camp. The faces of the young magicians were no longer frivolous and arrogant. They were gentle and very gentle. When everyone actually climbed onto the North City Wall, what they saw was a different scene. At least a little different from what they thought. At this time every day, it happens to be the time for the mercenary group and the hunting group of the merchant group to leave the city. Looking around, outside the city gate of Duodan Canyon, there are various hunting teams crowded together. Everyone is rushing to take advantage of the favorable terrain and rush to the best hunting spot in the middle of the canyon. The scene of fighting is also very spectacular. A group of young magicians stood in a daze on the city wall. There was no bloody battle scene. The mercenary team in front of them looked more like they were having some kind of competition in the canyon. Everyone was running forward desperately. Lance leaned into Soldak's ear and whispered in his ear, "Dak, is this the beast wave that only breaks out in the Belan Plain every 10 years? Surdak touched his nose and could only explain to Lance, "We hunted the queen ants in Doden Canyon a few days ago. Since then, it has been like this almost every day. So the queen ant we want to hunt is no longer here?" Lance asked with a depressed look. Surdak pointed to the northern mouth of the canyon further away and said, "It's not that there are none. It's just that they don't dare to get close to Duodan Town. If you want to hunt the queen ant, there is still a chance. But if you really want to see that kind of battle scene, you may have to go with the army. Our cavalry battalion also has plans to open up battlefields to the north recently. Okay then, we will follow your hunting team for the time being." Before Lance could finish speaking, He was interrupted by Soldek. It's a cavalry camp. We are now a regular garrison. You can serve as magicians with the army. You must not have seen the merit exchange list of our garrison camp. If you want the high-grade leather of the ghost pattern Ant Queen, of course there is no problem. But these high-end magic materials cannot be bought with money now. If you want to get these high-end leathers, you need to exchange them with some merit points. Soldek put his arm around Lance's shoulders and stood at the top of the city and loudly introduced them to these magicians. Chapter 8:14 Choice. The traces left after the battle on the North City wall are still vivid in my mind. The blood stains in the gaps between the rocks cannot be cleaned, leaving the city wall with a dark brown color. There was a faint sour smell permeating the city walls. The city defenders were obviously used to this smell, but several magicians couldn't help but cover their mouths and noses. A ghost-patterned soldier ant was broken off and left in a crack in the stone. A shabby flag was hung on it by the city guard and was fluttering in the wind. A total of 36 crossbows were arranged on the city wall of more than 300 meters. This density also made these young magicians feel secretly stunned. The area below the city wall is even more devastated. The land within 300 meters of the entire North City wall looks like it has been plowed repeatedly for more than 10 times. All the ground is full of potholes, and the underground coating has been dug out. No traces can be seen. Vegetation. Only the stumps and broken legs of some ghost-striped worker ants are buried in the soil, and occasionally some hard tentacles can be found in the soil. Now almost all the indigenous children in Doden Town have a short dagger made of ghost-striped worker ant tentacles. They polish the bone dagger very sharply. Below the city wall, there are some ranch employees cleaning up the ashes and bones of the red ants. The desolate scene after the war still made the young magicians feel the cruelty of the beast tide. We all said that we would temporarily join your cavalry battalion. I am telling you this seriously. We don't want to come to the Belan Plain and just go back to Helensa for a walk, Lance said to Serdek excitedly, walking down the steps of the city wall. Under the city wall are 2 pits, where the corpses of ghost-marked soldier ants are soaked. The acid rot inside has turned into a thick and turbid green, and the smell wafting out is like a faint poisonous mist, lingering on the ground. The sky above the pit is still solid. I saw 4 leatherworkers, who looked like butchers in the work shed nearby. They were holding sharp axes, and brutally chopped off the heads of ghost-marked soldier ants. The corpses were dragged away by 2 aborigines, wearing masks, and thrown directly into the shed. In the pool in the pit, a female magician covered her mouth and nose with a silk handkerchief, and asked curiously, "Are these the hard armor of ghost-patterned soldier ants?" Serdek nodded and introduced, "Yes. All the hunted ghost-striped soldier ants will be thrown into this pool and soaked for 2 days. After their hard skin is softened with acid, they will be picked up and further rinsed. After cutting the leather in the middle, flattening it with a wooden board, shaping it, and drying it, you will get a hard leather that is as hard as a flat plate." A female magician came over and asked Serdek, "So that Queen Ant is their king? If we want to hunt the queen, we may have to face a large number of ghost-marked soldier ants?" Serdek smelled a faint scent of tulip perfume on her body, standing under the gentle slope where thousands of ghost-patterned soldier ant leathers were drying. The scene was absolutely spectacular. Indeed so. Serdek glanced around and saw that the grassland near the river had been temporarily requisitioned by the garrison, since cleaning the hard armor of ghost-patterned soldier ants seriously pollutes the river water. The location for cleaning the hard armor was chosen downstream of the river. This is one of the many. The southwest corner of Dan Town is not far from the North City wall. Then Serdek added, "I don't know if everyone has experience hunting monsters in the wild, but hunting monsters can be very difficult." The female magician was wearing a set of exquisite magic robes, with red lips and white teeth, and a very delicate appearance. Many female magicians are good at potions, and they have various means to make themselves look more beautiful. The female magician asked, "Can you tell us how to redeem rewards on your merit list? We have to know how much merit we have to accumulate before we can redeem a piece of high-grade leather from the Queen Ant. Of course. Everyone, please come with me." After Serdek finished speaking, he led these young magicians through the large drying area and walked back to the military camp. When passing by the edge of the slums of the town, he saw various kinds of dried animal meat hanging outside these dilapidated wooden houses. Every house had dried a lot of it, Serdek explained to the magicians. "These are all dried in a month. The meat of the first-level monsters we hunted was too much at that time, and it was all made into air-dried bacon, which is available in every household in the town. At that time, we also harvested a lot of low-level monster leathers." Lance and Serdek walked forward side by side, looking at these dried monster meats. They suddenly had an idea and said, I know this. You sent a lot of them home. The villager named Luke even came to me for this. Let's ask him. I'll introduce him to the leather-making master. Do you still have this kind of first-level Warcraft leather here? Serdek nodded and replied. Well, there are still a lot of them in the warehouse. Recently, we have been actively contacting the local business groups and have established a trading partnership. These backlogs of low-level Warcraft leathers will soon be disposed of. Free up the warehouse to store more valuable supplies. The original purpose of storing these low-grade Warcraft leathers was mainly to provide them in batches to the leather firm of the Goffaro family. A batch of leather specially reserved for them. But now there are so many soldier and hard armors here. And these supplies are simply piled up. Actually, we can use it by drawing some low-level magic scrolls. If there is any demand for low-level magic scrolls in your military camp, we can draw a batch of them. Lance rubbed his hands and asked Serdek. That is, say you supply low-level Warcraft leather, and we will customize magic scrolls according to your requirements. Serdek's knowledge of magic scrolls is currently limited to lifelike magic scrolls, such as water gathering technique and fire gathering technique. His cavalry battalion has now been replaced with metal rune plates. As long as a fragment of magic crystal is embedded on the gold and gemstone base, it can be used for at least more than a month and can be used repeatedly. Serdek said to Lance. We need magic scrolls that can be opened and used on the battlefield without being triggered by spells. If you can make such scrolls, you can make more. Lance leaned close to Serdek and said affectionately. With our current ability, we can only store some simple elementary magic. I will use your elementary magic beast leather and sell the scrolls to you cheaply, so that all of us can no loss at all. In addition, I want to explain in advance that this type of scroll is not safe and must be kept properly. Moreover, all magic scrolls, even if they are stored in the magic sealing box, have a certain timeliness. Once they expire, many scrolls will become unusable. Lance reminded Serdek. Everyone discussed the magic scroll all the way, and soon arrived at the entrance of the canteen at the military camp. It seemed that the two female magicians came to the military camp for the first time. They were very curious about the soldiers living in the military camp. They saw a group of cavalry lining up to take a bath on the bathing wall of the camp. So they blushed and did not dare to look around. Male hormones are exuding everywhere here, especially the cavalry on the training ground holding knight spears and charging at the dummies, which attracted the attention of the two female magicians. They covered their mouths reservedly with a magic book, and their bright eyes kept blinking. In front of the bulletin board at the entrance of the canteen, there are many soldiers gathered here. Everyone is thinking about what kind of rewards their achievements can be exchanged for on the merit exchange list. Shortly after Samira announced that she would give up redeeming the elementary power magic pattern construct, Andrew also made it clear that he would not redeem this set of magic pattern construct. All the first-level veterans in the cavalry battalion of Serdek's direct line have been implanted with the strength and endurance magic pattern, and their merit points have been cleared. Many veterans still owe Serdek some merit, and they are not qualified to compete for this set of power magic pattern structure. Now the most competitive person has become Captain Adams, but his accumulated merit points do not have an obvious advantage. In addition to Adams, several squadron captains in the reinforcements have accumulated a lot of merit points and are also strong competitors for Adams. No way! You actually came up with a set of elementary power magic patterns as a reward for the one with the highest merit. Let me see if you can exchange your 100,000 merit points for a magic pattern structure. If you can't exchange for this set of magic patterns for the structure, you can also choose to get 1,000 gold coins, which is really a big deal. Lance saw that the top of the merit exchange list was a set of magic pattern structure, and looked at Serdek in disbelief. Serdek stood beside him and smiled. Another young male magician stood in front of the merit list, pointed at Samira's name, and said loudly, Lance, come and take a look here. What's even worse is that someone in the cavalry camp has already accumulated 120,000 merits. If this merit point was artificially crossed out, what did he exchange for it? Lance turned his eyes and asked doubtfully. Yes, Dak, I also want to know what he exchanged for it. Actually, it's just a sharp bow. Serdek answered truthfully. Originally, Lance wanted to ask what kind of sharp bow could be better than the magic pattern construct. But then, the sweet-looking female magician asked, So how much merit does it take to exchange for a Queen Anne's high-grade leather? Serdek smiled implicitly and said, It requires 30,000 merits. This type of leather is not listed above because the soldiers in the cavalry battalion do not need this type of high-grade leather. It is too soft and is not suitable for making heavy-duty magic pattern structures. Lance looked at the merit list in front of him and found that the top 10 on the list had almost reached 30,000 merit points. He calculated that it would only take about a month to exchange for a queen ant magic skin. The sweet-looking female magician continued to ask, "Then, Baron Surdak, what I want to know is how do we obtain merit?" She deliberately lengthened her intonation so that she could use a nasal tone to make her voice more magnetic. Surdak pointed to the notes under the merit list and explained to everyone. Killing an ordinary worker ant is worth 1 point of merit. Killing a ghost-striped soldier ant is worth 50 points of merit. And killing a giant ghost-striped soldier ant is worth 50 points of merit. 500 merit points. Killing a ghost-striped male ant will get 500 merit points. Killing a queen ant will get 5,000 merit points. In addition, this merit list is from about a week ago. The new round of merit list is still there. It's not counted. The sweet-looking female magician covered her mouth and asked in surprise. Does that mean we need to hunt 6 ant queens in order to exchange for a high-grade leather of the ant queen? To be precise, the merit gained from killing 6 ghost-striped ant queens should only be exchanged for half of the queen's magic skin, Soldak said. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and several young magicians stopped talking. Why don't we hunt the ant queen ourselves? I think this kind of thing is a bit unreliable no matter how you say it. If you ask me, the few of us can just pool the money to hire a few mercenaries or adventure groups. And everyone can go directly looking for traces of the queen and is better than hiding in the cavalry camp. A voice came out from behind several magicians. The speaker was the outsider, who had been pursuing the female magician all the way. Everyone called him Hanji. Sri Lanka. According to Lance's introduction, they met this colleague in Benna City. He is a magician registered in the Magic Guild of Benna City. He seldom speaks. He just follows the female magician named Galena, and is courteous to her along the way. Of course, if you plan to do this, I have no objection, Surdak said magnanimously. There happens to be a mercenary union in Duodan town, where you can hire a mercenary team. Hongis glanced at Surdak with disdain, and became a little excited. He strode up to the female magician and said in an impassioned tone, Jolena, why don't we hire a few trustworthy troops in Doden town? Mercenary group. I brought a sum of magic crystals with me when I went out this time, and there will definitely be no problem paying their remuneration. Hongis, stop talking. You are going to the hired mercenary group. Then go by yourself. Don't drag me with you. I want to be with my friends. The female magician shouted, dissatisfied. Her face became a little red, obviously very angry. Hongis has a thin face and a high nose. When he speaks, he likes to blow his big nostrils at people. How could you do this? He is exploiting your interests. We are magicians and nobles. He has no right to do this. He was very provocative when he said these words. 2 young magicians were obviously moved by Hangis' words, including the sweet-looking female magician, who kept asking Surdak questions. She stood next to Galena and whispered softly, I think what Hongis said is right. Surdak and Lance never spoke again, but stood quietly next to the merit exchange list, listening to the impassioned speech of magician Hongis. Galena looked at Lance with some embarrassment, standing there with her lips pursed and not speaking. Fellow magicians, no matter what you choose, Lance will take you to Doden town to practice. I will show my friendship as a landlord no matter what. And I will treat you all to taste the local specialties, Soldak said. I don't think it's necessary. Baron Soldak, I'm going to leave now. Thank you for your hospitality. Goodbye. After Hongis finished speaking, he turned to look at Galena gracefully. Chapter 8:15 Encirclement and Suppression. Galena rolled her eyes speechlessly and said firmly, Hongis, you can go on your own if you want. Don't hold me back. Who wants to go with me? The ghost pattern and queen we hunt will share the warcraft materials equally among all of us, Hongis said loudly, looking at the other 2 magicians, who looked a little moved. Sure enough, the 2 magicians stood up after a moment's hesitation, including the sweet-looking female magician. They whispered apologetically to Lance. We want to go out with Hongis to try. Lance, don't be angry. Then he walked straight to Hongis. Seeing the 3 magicians walking out of the military camp without looking back, Lance reluctantly put his arm around Soldak's shoulders. He said casually, I haven't had breakfast yet. Let's try something delicious in the canteen of your military camp. Bout. Wheat cakes. Barbecue. Almost every day, Surdak replied. A group of people walked into the cafeteria. Galena followed, glanced at Lance, and asked in a low voice, Don't you remind them that you don't necessarily need to hunt the queen to obtain the queen's magic skin? You didn't say anything. Besides, since they want to try to hunt the queen ants themselves. Why should I stop them? Lance whispered, then walked into the canteen and followed Soldak to pick up the dinner plate and received a meal, have breakfast and sit down somewhere. Galena only wanted a piece of wheat cake and had no other choice. When leaving the ordering counter, the waiter who distributed wheat cakes quickly took out a pair and handed it to Galena. Galena looked at the cook in astonishment. The cook smiled honestly and said very respectfully, "There is another person in our camp who doesn't eat these monster meats. He only likes to eat smoked fish and fruits. The fruits here are all prepared for her. I think you may also eat this." Galena came back with a dinner plate, sitting next to Lance, looking at the fruits on the plate with big eyes. He asked Soldak, "There are still elves in your cavalry camp?" Lance explained for Soldak. "Tamira is a half-elf, a follower of Dak. I remember she was brought back from Wazimra." Another male magician pushed up the thick monocle lens on the bridge of his nose, came up to him with a confused look, and asked Lance and Galena, "Hey, you all know, what do you think? Why do I feel like I'm the only one who is blinded?" In the drum, Lance tapped his spoon on the wooden dinner plate, stared at the bespectacled magician, and said, "Malevolent, tell me why you chose to stay." The bespectacled magician looked a little introverted. He was actually shy when he spoke, and the pimples on his face turned red. He couldn't wait to take a sip of the broth, then squinted his eyes and stuttered. "We all came out with Lance. We all came to the Belan Plain, even if it was for the Queen Ant magic skin, in order to appreciate the scenery of Belan Plain." Lance raised his fist in protest. Galena rolled her eyes at him. The monocle magician interrupted his lecture, then showed a lewd smile and said to Lance, "Okay, I heard that magic herbs can be found here. But that's right. Since there are not a large number of adventure groups pouring in here at all, it means that the magic herbs in this Warcraft forest are only in the hands of a few people. Since it was Lance who brought the magic herbs, if you take it out, you must be right to follow Lance." Cerdak glanced at this man who was obsessed with magical herbalism and said to him, "Magic herbs are probably impossible to find. Now the entire Invercargill Warcraft forest has encountered a beast tide. It is estimated that there is almost nothing left in the forest now. Even if the beast tide passes, it will probably take a long time to collect magic herbs, cross the Warcraft forest, and explore the unknown area north of the Darkworm Valley. It doesn't matter if you can't find it. I'm just going to take a break." After the monocle magician finished speaking, he immersed himself in drinking the broth. Lance said to Soldak, "Dak, tell us about the ghost-striped ant queen you have seen." Cerdak did not hide anything and told the information he knew about the ghost-striped ant queen. "Baron Cerdak, so you hunted a total of 5 ghost-striped ant queens, but only 4 successfully skinned them?" Galena asked Cerdak with her eyes wide open. "She is the kind of girl who is very attractive. Her skin is very fair. She doesn't like to laugh very much, and she seems to have a slight ambiguity with Lance. That's it. As long as you gather 30,000 merits in the military camp, you can do whatever you want. Even if you kill those ghost-striped worker ants. As long as you kill 30,000, I can give half of the queen ant's magic skin to you." "Everyone," Cerdak said with a smile. "Of course. You are all outstanding magicians in Helensa City. I believe that your abilities must be more than these. Then just follow what I said before. We will temporarily join your cavalry battalion and go out hunting ghost-marked red ants with you. Then we will see if there is anything we can do to help you with our current capabilities, such as tailor-made a batch of magic scrolls," Lance said, putting down the spoon in his hand. Soldak asked Mrs. Luna from the town hall to rent a small building for Lance in Doden Town. In the afternoon, Mrs. Luna sent the key to the small building, the 3rd day in Doden Town. In the morning, Lance and 2 other magicians walked to the military camp and found that the cavalry in the camp were ready to go, and the front team had passed through the passage under the north city wall. The most eye-catching thing on the square are the 2 heavily armed thunder rhinoceros. There was no need to carry supplies this time, so archers were sitting on all the shelves. The 2 thunder rhinoceros carried nearly 100 archers in total. They also carried 2 bed crossbows and a cabin on their backs, just like it is a mobile siege beast. Samira, wearing tight-fitting salamander leather armor, stood on the platform on the back of the thunder rhinoceros. Several city defense guards squatted aside to repair the bed crossbow. Cerdak led the 3 of Lance to the platform on the back of the thunder rhino, and soon the 2 thunder rhinos slowly passed through the northern city wall and entered the Doden Canyon. Lance and others stood on a high platform, enjoying the north wind blowing in the canyon, and overlooking the mercenary group hunting ghost-striped red ants in the middle of the canyon. I just couldn't figure out what the Aborigines were doing outside the North City wall. I saw them putting logs sharpened into pencil shapes in the canyon, forming a maze-like wooden fence. 700 to 800 cavalry passed through the Duoden Canyon in a mighty manner, heading north. Only then did Lance know what it was like to join the army in hunting ghost-patterned red ants. The forward battalion of the cavalry has plunged into the ant colony, but they only opened a passage for the large troops. The entire cavalry team did not spread the battlefield, but followed the military order and advanced all the way north along the dug passage. It took half a day for the cavalry team led by Serdek to reach the northernmost exit of Doden Canyon. Just as Suldek guessed, the queen ant had indeed escaped from the Doden Canyon. There were only some ghost-striped worker ants and soldier ants wandering around in the entire canyon, and not even a ghost-striped male ant could be found. After all the cavalry arrived at the northern exit of Duoden Canyon, Serdek ordered the north exit of Duoden Canyon to be blocked. All the cavalry lined up in long rows and drove these ghost-striped red ants toward the south of the canyon. Chapter 8:16 Canyon Hunting. There are 2 wooden platforms less than 4 square meters on the back and front of the Thunder Rhinoceros. In order to prevent the crossbowmen of the City Defense Brigade from falling from a height of 8 meters while carrying giant crossbows, Suldek set up a fence made of linen rope around the platform. There are 2 platforms on the back and front of this kind of armed Thunder Rhino. The 2 platforms are mainly installed and can rotate 360 degrees. The pitch angle of the crossbow bracket is 120 degrees, which can freely shoot flatly on the ground and in the air. The body of the bed crossbow manufactured by the Green Empire is engraved with 3 magic patterns of wind control, guidance and accurate hit. There are 3 gem bases on the crossbow, which need to be inlaid with 3 magic crystal fragments. Get moving. With the help of the magic pattern array, the range of the bed crossbow can reach about 1,000 meters. However, the actual distance that can ensure accurate hitting of the target is only about 800 meters. And ordinary crossbowmen are even closer. This kind of bed crossbow is very large, with a body length of about 2.5 meters. If a giant crossbow arrow is installed in the arrow trough, the length of the crossbow body will be nearly 3.5 meters. The width of the tilting frame of the base is 1 meter and 2 meters, and the length of the crossbow arm is about 4 meters. The bowstring is made of the toughest dragon neck snake tendons. Human power cannot pull the crossbow apart, so the crossbow is equipped with a ratchet winch mechanism. There are usually 2 assistants around the crossbow operator. One assistant is responsible for loading the crossbow arrows into the arrow slot and adjusting the pitch angle according to the operator's instructions. The second assistant is mainly responsible for shaking the ratchet winch and pulling the bowstring to the preset position. On shooting position, when everything is ready, the crossbow operator will fine-tune the sight in the main position to strike the target accurately. To operate a bed crossbow, there need to be 3 crossbowmen on a platform, 1 master and 2 auxiliary operators. The main operator sits on the bed crossbow control position. In the center of Thunder Rhinoceros' back is a wooden house that is only about 12 square meters. The exquisite and compact structure allows the wooden house to be divided into 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. Each room can sleep about 4 people. It is mainly used for the rest of the crossbowmen on the platform. However, except for Samira, no one on the platform is currently there. The crossbowmen have not had the opportunity to live in this exquisitely decorated wooden house. The adult Thunder Rhinoceros is nearly 15 meters long and 8 meters tall. The Thunder Rhino caravan is equipped with standard wooden cargo racks for these Thunder Rhinos. The current crossbow platform and exquisite wooden houses are also expanded based on the shelves. It is worth noting that these storage and logistics shelves are not on the back of Thunder Rhinoceros, but hanging on both sides of its body. This kind of shelf is a wooden frame structure with 2 8-meter-high columns in the center of both sides, closely connected to the wooden house. These 4 columns are also the main support of the wooden house. Originally, the racks in the Thunder Rhinoceros caravan were used to carry goods. The overall structure of the racks is somewhat similar to a saddle. To be precise, it is a more exaggerated N-shaped frame. The wooden house and platform are on the upper part of the N-shaped frame. All the shelves loaded with goods are hung on the 2 legs of the N-frame. Each Thunder Rhino has 8 cargo spaces on the left and right sides, arranged in 3 levels in a 3-3-2 pattern from top to bottom. The wooden house platform on the back and the storage rack are an integrated structure. The bottom layer of the storage rack is equipped with telescopic outriggers. When the Thunder Rhino arrives at its destination, it usually extends the outriggers to lift the entire gantry-type shelf. This allows Thunder Rhino to relieve the burden on his body and have a good night's rest. When setting off in the morning, the Thunder Rhino gets under the gantry-type shelves and holds up the shelves before setting off. The armed Thunder Rhino that Samira Road was organized into the Archer Battalion. Each Thunder Rhino was organized into an independent combat formation in the Archer Battalion. It currently belongs to the 1st and 2nd Squadron of the Archer Brigade of the Cavalry Battalion. She was riding at the Thunder Rhinoceros of the 1st Squadron. All archers were seconded from the reinforcements, since there is no need to load too many supplies. Each Thunder Rhino can carry 3 archers in its cargo space. A Thunder Rhino has a total of 16 cargo spaces, and can carry a total of 48 archers, plus the platform 6-bed crossbow archers, for a total of 52 archers per Thunder Rhinoceros. The 2 Thunder Rhinoceros carried a total of 104 archers. Lance and the other 2 magicians were on the Thunder Rhinoceros of the 2nd Squadron. Looking north from the north exit of Doden Canyon, you can see the endless hills and mountains, which were originally covered with a lot of wild grass and low shrubs. It was also an area where wild boars and wolverines liked to move. Occasionally, there would be some from a monster escaped from the Invercargill forest. But now the mountains and plains are full of wandering red ants, looking for their way south. Unfortunately, what stands in front of them is the thorny mountain stretching for hundreds of kilometers. They cannot pass through the thorny stone pillars, and can only look for the passes and canyons between the mountains. Duoden Canyon is a canyon located in the middle of the thorny mountains. The entire canyon is not very wide, and the narrow area is less than 300 meters away. However, it is a good choice for the ghost-striped red ants traveling south. But at the northern exit of Duoden Canyon, there are not many ghost-striped red ants that want to flood into the valley. Maybe they smell the dangerous smell left by the queen ant that escaped from the canyon, and they stayed away before entering the canyon. Tens of thousands of ghost-striped red ants wander among the hills and mountains, and they usually gather in large swarms. The number of these ghost-striped red ants can make one's scalp numb just by looking at them. They are everywhere in the mountains and plains. 800 cavalrymen lined up in 6 rows in the Duoden Canyon, their blades pointed at the ghost-patterned red ants wandering in the canyon. 2 Thunder Rhinoceros were guarding the north exit of the canyon, responsible for cutting off the rear. Andrew led 51st Turn Cavalry to the front of the team. This group of cavalry was like a sharp knife, charging unscrupulously towards the ant colony in the canyon, stirring up the ant colony and becoming active. Most of the ghost-striped red ants are forced to move south. Some ghost-patterned soldier ants, with a desire to fight, rush forward. Andrew took the lead and rushed forward. After entering the realm of a second-level powerhouse, his strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. He has absolute suppression of these ghost-patterned soldier ants in front of him. In the chaos, many ghost-striped red ants wanted to flee north, but were blocked by the cavalry brigade. The cavalry were almost stepping on the corpses of ghost-striped worker ants. As for those ghost-patterned soldier ants with the desire to attack, once they appear in groups, Samira will command the 4 crossbows on the backs of 2 Thunder Rhinos to kill them. These ghost-striped soldier ants are scattered among the ant colonies, and have no attack power at all. They cannot gather together. Once more than 5 ghost-striped soldier ants attack side by side, they will be hunted by bed crossbows. Occasionally a fireball will fall from overhead. Lance quickly found the rhythm of the battle with the other 2 magicians. With teamwork, they did not need to kill these ghost-marked red ants on the spot. There are so many cavalry below. They are the main force in hunting ghost-marked red ants. The magician stood on the back of the Thunder Rhino, which at best served as a magical deterrent. A fireball exploded in the ant colony. Although it could not cause fatal damage to the red ants, the explosion could make the ant colony even more panicked. This kind of battle is only very fierce in the early stages. Once the ant colony forms a retreat wave, most of the red ants in the canyon will be trapped in it, and they will flee to the south of the canyon like wind and clouds. Soon the ant colony expanded from several thousand to tens of thousands. Looking from the back of the Thunder Rhinoceros, this red wave has slowly swept over to the ghost-striped red ants in the middle of the canyon. Only now did Lance fully understand what Suldek said under the bulletin board yesterday. According to Surdek, there is currently no ghost-striped ant queen in Doden Canyon. They participated in the cavalry battalion's hunt for ghost-striped red ants in order to cooperate with a large army to kill more ghost-striped red ants. Surdek still has some queen ant magic skins in his hand. When they gain enough achievements, he will take out these queen ant magic skins and distribute them to his magician friends. Of course, there is no problem in organizing a team to hunt ghost-striped red ants in the Doden Canyon. But there are only ordinary red ants in the canyon, and no matter how much you hunt, you can't get the queen ant magic skin. I want to get out of the Doden Canyon and run into the hills and mountains to look for ghost-striped red ants. Hee hee. Thinking too much. Just take a look at the ant colonies on the hills and mountains, which are like white clouds in the blue sky. The The mercenary group in Duodan town is not stupid. Who would take the risk and die? Lance found this kind of fighting very satisfying. Whenever he saw an emergency situation, he could just throw a fireball and scare the red ants into scattering. Just like a prairie wolf driving away a herd of bison in a canyon. Once the ant colony starts moving, it cannot stop. The red ants behind will push the red ants in front forward. When the ant colony reached the middle of Doden Canyon, the mercenary group hunting red ants in the canyon was the first to feel the pressure. Seeing more and more red ants, the mercenary group began to retreat towards Duodan town. In the morning, these mercenary groups all received similar notices. They heard that the garrison was going to conduct a large-scale hunting activity. All mercenary groups were required to pay attention to the movements of the ant colonies at all times. Once any abnormal movement of the ant colonies was found, they would retreat to Duodan town for refuge in time. A swarm of ants appeared in the middle of Doden Canyon like a flood peak, and many mercenary groups retreated one after another. When the mercenaries ran back to the north city wall of Duodan town, they discovered that the canyon passage in front of the city wall was 300 to 400 meters wide and 1 kilometer long. It was already covered with 5-meter-high log walls, and these walls built like a maze. The tops of these logs are sharpened and have a bell-shaped shape facing the canyon. The construction of these log fortifications began 3 days ago, and only today did everyone see the full picture. The mercenaries walked into the log wall, and inside the wall was a huge square. Aung San and Latu were leading the aborigines to dig holes in the open space. There were almost 2,000 aborigines in the town. Almost all of them, regardless of gender. They had transported all the large timber from the lumberyard to the canyon, and finally get all the logs up before noon. Now everyone's task is to dig a pit. Several veterans of the cavalry battalion behind them put a linen bag with a fuse attached into the pit, and asked the aborigines behind to fill it back with sand and gravel. Some people used lime powder to draw marks on the ground, and told everyone not to step on the marked areas. On the land about 100 meters away from the north city wall, there is a neat row of log horses built with logs, and countless hay piled on top of the horse. The mercenary group returned to this huge square, and immediately there were city guards guiding them to circle around the left side of the canyon and retreat to Duodan town. Someone did not follow the instructions of the city defense guards and walked around the square. Immediately, a group of archers drew their bows and arrows and collectively aimed at the mercenary. "You have crossed the line. Please go back," the archers closest to the mercenary shouted. "Why should I listen to you? Who do you think you are?" The mercenary punched his solid chest twice with his fist and shouted in demonstration. This row of archers seemed a little nervous. Everyone looked at me and I looked at you, and they didn't know what to do for a while. The mercenary proudly showed off his bravery to his companions behind him. A squadron leader of the archers came up from behind and yelled at him, "Go back quickly! If you dare to come out again, I will shoot you immediately." The mercenary was instantly angered and spat at the captain of the archer. He pulled out the sword from his waist and strode towards the captain of the archer. "Shoot arrows." The squadron leader of the archer squadron gave the order without hesitation, and 60 arrows were shot at the mercenary at the same time. The mercenary only had time to raise his shield and roll away to the left. But in the end, he could not avoid so many arrows. Was hit by several arrows in an instant and fell on the spot. Blood spurted out along the arrow, and he couldn't hold it back even if he wanted to. When several of the mercenaries' companions saw this, they all wanted to rush over and save this companion. The captain of the archers shot a loud arrow into the air with a tough attitude. With a sharp whistling sound, the 32 crossbows on the north city wall immediately poked their heads out from behind the wall stacks and aimed in the direction pointed by the captain of the archers. Those mercenaries. "Hurry back and follow the marked passage. Anyone who dares to disobey will be shot," the captain of the archers shouted at the top of his lungs. The mercenary team leader quickly grabbed the mercenaries around him, and everyone stopped in the marked area and retreated with angry faces. Not long after, 2 city defense guards carried a stretcher along the complicated white line, ran to the mercenary who fell to the ground after being hit by an arrow, and carried him away very quickly. 2 veterans from the cavalry battalion walked over very cautiously and began to inspect the gunpowder fuse buried in the soil over there. The trumpets of retreat sounded from the city walls. The indigenous people lined up to evacuate this huge square, and several veterans followed behind and urged them hard. Before everyone could evacuate, someone lit the hay on the road-stopping horse, and flames accompanied by billowing smoke came out of the road-stopping horse. Seeing that the north wall was about to be completely sealed by fire, these aborigines started to run. By the time the last few veterans ran into the passage under the north city wall, and the city guards put down the iron fence. The ant tide had already poured into the square along the bell mouth of the log wall, and countless ghost-patterned red ants rushed in like a sea tide. The red ants who rushed to the front saw the raging fire that immediately broke out under the city wall. They subconsciously wanted to stop, but the red ants behind them couldn't stop at all. Some bumped into the red ants in front of them, and some simply stepped on their bodies and passed over. A large swarm of ghost-striped red ants quickly filled the entire empty field. Since the passage at the entrance is in the shape of a trumpet, the red ants outside can't see what's going on inside the square. Therefore, a large number of red ants are constantly pouring in, and all spaces are crowded with red ants. The cavalrymen who followed all the way blocked the trumpet-shaped entrance of the log square, and the ghost-striped red ants that could not squeeze and turned around and began to attack the cavalrymen. The cavalrymen retreated slowly. Samira sat on the control console of a bed crossbow, and the assistant beside her lit the explosive fuse tied to the giant crossbow arrow. The giant crossbow arrow flew into the ant colony with a wisp of green smoke. After 4 or 5 seconds, a huge explosion completely sent the ghost-striped red ants in the trumpet into a frenzy. There were also ghost-striped red ants that wanted to rush out, but they fell to the ground one after another. Arrow down. Lance and his 2 friends looked at the chaos in front of them in amazement. Galena stood next to Lance and said with certainty, "It's not the exploding flame scroll. There is no strong fire element fluctuation on that giant crossbow arrow." The young magician wearing a monocle wiped the grease on his face with a handkerchief and asked doubtfully, "Could it be the large fire scale bullet developed by the firearms workshop?" Lance nodded and said, "I don't know about this possibility. There is a sulfur mine in Dak, and it has always been in contact with the firearms workshop in Constantinople." The male magician with the monocle took a deep breath and said, "This friend of yours is really ruthless. This thing is much stronger than a small fireball." Before he could finish his words, his voice was covered by a dense explosion. At this moment, the entire valley was shaking violently. Chapter 8:17 The Advantages of Female Magicians. Although the cavalry was at least 100 meters away from the entrance of the log square, the violent explosion still affected the cavalry camp. Countless large and small rocks fell from the sky like raindrops. Fortunately, the team led by Surdak was a heavy cavalry. In addition to wearing heavy armor, the horses were also covered in thick armor. The rocks rolling down from the sky hit them, and the cavalrymen raised their light shields and turned around to retreat towards the north. The stones came crashing down, making the light shield clang and jingle. The 2 thunder rhinos also retreated under the dense rain of stones. The 2 thunder rhinos had thick armor on their bodies. I didn't think it was a big deal, but the driver sitting on top of the thunder rhinos was wearing only ordinary leather armor. Wearing an ordinary melon skin hat, was smashed to pieces in the rain of stones. The cavalry battalion retreated 500 meters in embarrassment before they were out of the range of the falling gravel. Lance and 2 friends hid in the wooden house and saw the smoke and dust filling the explosion range like a thick gray fog. Only then did they realize how terrifying the explosion was. Some of the ghost-marked red ants crowded at the entrance of the log square escaped one after another. Andrew immediately led a group of cavalry to rush forward and kill them. In fact, if you could see the explosion from the top of the city, it was a progressive carpet blast. The starting point of the explosion was not near the city head as everyone thought, but exactly near the entrance of the trumpet-shaped log square. The gunpowder plowed the entire ground of the square, blocking the retreat of the ghost-striped red ants from the beginning of the explosion. In order to avoid causing the collapse of the mountain walls on both sides of the Doden Canyon, Surdak adjusted the measurement of the explosive packages very small. Each package of explosives was not much more powerful than the fire scale bomb, but it was arranged quite densely. The entire square it was almost filled with explosive charges, but the gunpowder detonated at the same time, still making the whole valley shake. Moreover, the giant crossbow arrow shot by Samira was filled with gunpowder, and most of the stone rain suffered by the cavalry camp was caused by that arrow. Listening to the dense explosions in the log square, Soldak was immersed in memories that he had almost completely forgotten at this moment. The smell of fireworks floated in the air. Morning in Doden town. The air is fresh, and after the morning fog has cleared, crystal dewdrops hang on the vegetation. A dewdrop fell on Galena's hand. She leaned on the railing next to the terrace, close to a pepper tree, looking up at a bunch of green fruits. Her big eyes looked extremely smart. Dewdrops fell on the high bridge of her nose, and she retracted her head. A few friends were sitting on the second-floor terrace eating breakfast. The strawberry jam here tastes the same as the one in Benes City, and the roasted chicken tastes pretty good too. The sun shone into the second-floor terrace of the attic, and several magicians were chatting about the battle they experienced yesterday. Although after a night of precipitation, everyone was no longer shocked. They were still chatting around this topic. The sweet-looking female magician took a sip of tea, coughed softly, and then said, "There is no shortage of war supplies in the Green Empire. In my opinion, it is because of these small lords hoarding those scarce supplies that the current market is in chaos." The young male magician beside her immediately nodded in agreement. "I heard that in the Bena Legion in the Warsaw Plain, fire-scale bullets are distributed according to quotas. It is said that materials are extremely scarce, and all materials are distributed according to fixed quotas." The male magician with a monocle picked up a piece of ham with a table knife, stuffed it into his mouth, and said with some exaggeration, "I have never seen something so exaggerated. They actually use fire-scale bombs to conduct a carpet blast. All the ghost-striped worker ants were instantly blown into pieces. Then the cavalry waited until the smoke subsided, then rushed in on horseback. In the square. Give those ghost-marked soldier ants that are not completely dead yet." There was still excitement in his eyes that couldn't be concealed, and there were a lot more pimples on his face. "I know that magic potion is a very promising subject. If we find a suitable place and plant some fire flowers, we can prepare a potion bomb that is much more powerful than the fire-scale bomb." Monolithic, the man with glasses, was instantly immersed in his academic field. His friends were accustomed to his intermittent nervousness and ignored him. Instead, Galena, who was leaning on the railing, turned to the sweet female magician and said, "You don't know how cautious the garrison troops were when they were cleaning up the battlefield. They all stabbed the corpses of the soldier ants with their night spears. They never came close until they were confirmed to be dead." The female magician had a look of disdain on her face, walked to sit down next to Lance, and complained again. Then the head harvesting team came out from the north wall, like chopping cabbages in a vegetable field, filling one four-wheeled carriage and replacing it with another. The corpses of those ghost-striped soldier ants are piled together like garbage. I am also convinced a large-scale red ant eradication operation was suddenly disrupted by this Baron Lord. To be honest, I really want to go to his territory and have a look. Maybe the farms in his territory are full of cabbages." It was obvious that Jelena was very interested in Serdek. Between lovers, one needs to be interested in the other from the very beginning. And once a woman becomes the active party, she is a magician with both beauty and knowledge, and an independent mind. It might only take one good night to go from being a stranger to having sex. Lance thought that Suldek already had a wife at home, and that he had 2 unmarried fiancées outside. He felt that Galena should not get trapped in it again. After all, they were all his friends. So he felt that he should fight putting an end to the female magician's random thoughts. Lance put down the knife in his hand and said seriously, "Jelena, I think you seem to have some prejudice against cabbage." "Shut up." Galena gave Lance a hard look. This is a privilege only beautiful women have. The sweet-looking female magician didn't have so many ideas. She said with some envy, "I wonder if Baron Cernak will let us join his cavalry battalion. If we hunt ghost-marked red ants like this every day, I think it's pretty good." Who didn't show any affection at all and abandoned Lance and left. Galena looked at her friend and reminded carefully, "You have to convince Lance first for this kind of thing." It's not so much a reminder as it is to find a step for Lance. "What? Is it not going well with the hiring of the mercenary group?" Lance was not a rigid person and asked immediately. "That's not the case. When these mercenary groups heard that we were going to team up to hunt ghost-marked red ants, they all expressed their willingness to accept our employment. And many mercenary groups also extended invitations to us." The sweet female magician looked at Lance, glanced at him, and continued with some embarrassment. "But as soon as we proposed to hunt the ghost-striped ant queen, no one was willing to accept our employment. The mercenary groups that invited us also spoke vaguely. It can be seen that they are not willing to hunt the queen ant. So you two regret it?" Lance asked, staring at her and the male magician beside her. He deliberately didn't mention Hongis. Obviously he didn't plan to take him with him this time. Originally, the 5 young magicians all came from the Helensa Magic Guild. They met Hongis on the way. Originally, Hongis kept courting Galena and ignored everyone. Now there is obviously a little conflict with Lance's military and political officer friend. Although it was not a big deal and could be solved as long as he bowed his head and apologized. Lance never mentioned it, obviously unwilling to forgive him. The 2 magicians looked at the isolated Hongis, and both chose to remain silent. Hongis silently ate the last piece of cheese, put down the knife in his hand, wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin very gentlemanly, then stood up and said, "I have something to do in the morning. so I can't accompany you to the military camp for the time being. Ma'am. Gentlemen. See you tonight. I'll treat you to your next dinner. After saying that, he nodded to Galena, got up and left. Seeing Hongi's leaving, the sweet female magician immediately came over, shook Lance's arm and prayed. Lance, go talk to your good friend. Okay, but we are responsible for making some magic scrolls, so you can't be lazy, Lance said with a straight face. Of course it's no problem. The sweet female magician narrowed her eyes and smiled sweetly at Lance. Chapter 8:18 Profits Industry. At noon the next day, Hongi said goodbye to several magicians after encountering obstacles in Doden Town. He followed everyone to Doden Town, mainly to win the favor of the female magician Galena. Unfortunately, Galena treated him aloofly along the way, and occasionally chatted ambiguously. But most of the time, the female magician prefers to act with everyone, even though Hongi's made it clear that if Galena was willing to accept his relationship, he could go to his mentor to discuss transferring Galena to the Bina Magic Guild. But it was a pity that Galena was not interested in this. It was 3 days after Lance and others came to the military camp again, and the exchange of merit points was going on at the military camp. The scene at the entrance of the military camp's material warehouse was very lively. Due to the canyon hunting a few days ago, the soldiers in the cavalry battalion almost equally shared the achievements of the ghost-striped soldier ants hunted according to the number of people. The total number of hunted ghost-striped soldier ants reached more than 7,000. Evenly distributed. Each of them, the cavalry was assigned more than 460 merit points. Many cavalry captains in the military camp have merit points of more than 5,000. And they already have the conditions to redeem magic weapons, since the cheapest single-item magic pattern construction costs more than 20,000 merit points. Many cavalrymen gave up the competition for magic pattern construction at the beginning and turned around to set their sights on these magic weapons. The cavalry battalion prepared 58 pay weapons this time, and they were all selected by the cavalry almost in the morning. It has to be said that these magic weapons produced by Malcolm are almost all of the same quality. The cavalry choose the attributes of the weapons according to their own preferences. Occasionally, some cavalrymen choose to exchange some magic scrolls, but many cavalrymen are opposed to such expensive consumable items. The main reason is that magic scrolls are too expensive. Some cavalrymen buy them for self-defense. This time, the archers did not participate in this round of exchange, mainly because there were no magic weapons such as crossbows. The heavy armored infantry were unable to redeem these magical weapons, because their accumulated merit points were not enough for the time being. Some archer squad captains and heavy armored infantry squad captains approached Samira and Gallatin privately and made requests to Serdek, hoping that he could prepare more such magical weapons. Serdek did not expect that so many warriors were willing to exchange for magic weapons. But magic crystals and gold coins were ignored. After privately consulting with several captain-level warriors, cavalry, and archers, I finally understood what these warriors were thinking. Now the bee's tide is obviously not over yet. Everyone has earned so many merit points. Although they know that 50 gold coins is also a big fortune, everyone is more willing to exchange the merit points into weapons and have excellent magic weapons. You can hunt more ghost-marked red ants on the battlefield, and it is also a kind of protection for yourself. Even if you leave the military camp after completing your military service in the future, you won't lose too much money whether you leave such a magic weapon to your family or sell it again. Therefore, many warriors believe that exchanging magic weapons now is definitely a profitable investment. The prerequisite is that the battle to eradicate the ant colonies continues. Of course we have to continue, at least to complete the deal with Merchant Malcolm. This is what Serdek is thinking. This time, the ghost-patterned ant colony in the canyon was successfully cleared. Serdek gained a lot. He harvested more than 7,000 magic cores alone. After removing some of the severely damaged hard armor of the ghost-patterned soldier ants, he almost harvested 5,000 copies. However, Serdek still needs to pay part of the expenses. He needs to pay 200 gold coins to the logging farm in Doden Town. In Duodan Town, more than 2,000 indigenous people were employed to dig pits in the canyon day and night and build wooden walls with logs. The whole project lasted 3 days, and the salary of the aborigines employed was 3 silver coins per day, for a total of 9 silver coins in 3 days. More than 2,000 aborigines also asked Serdek to take out 200 gold coins. In addition to these costs, the largest expenditure is the achievements of the soldiers. These achievements are converted into gold coins, and the number of gold coins required to pay the soldiers is approximately 3,600. For Serdek, The process of redeeming these achievements is like constantly taking out gold coins. Of course, the speed at which he has accumulated wealth in recent times has also reached an incredible level. It is often said that war is the most profitable industry. One step further to heaven and one step back to hell. The winner can gain unimaginable huge wealth. But the loser is also likely to lose everything, including his or her own life. Serdek was able to extract at least 3,500 magic crystals from these more than 7,000 magic cores. And the rest were a large number of magic crystal fragments. Although the magic crystal fragments are not too valuable, they are relative to the magic crystal stone. A standard-sized magic crystal can be divided into 10 magic crystal fragments. However, the current price of magic crystal fragments on the magic market usually fluctuates between 30 silver coins and 50 silver coins. The price of 10 magic crystal fragments is the total price is about 4 gold coins. A piece of magic crystal can be exchanged for 7 gold coins in the magic market. This is the exchange rate after the magic crystal continues to depreciate. Before the plain war broke out, 1 magic crystal could be exchanged for 10 gold coins. There are 3 number 4 magic sealing boxes placed side by side on a wooden table in the logistics warehouse. The lids of the magic sealing boxes are all open. The boxes are filled with round magic crystals as big as lychees. Magic crystals of this type are placed side by side. The number of magic crystals in a box is about 1,000. The 3 magic sealing boxes meant that Serdek's profit from decomposing magic crystals alone in this battle reached 3,000. Selena has taken out the part of the magic crystal that needs to be spent separately and stored it in a wooden box. In addition, there are 2 leather pockets under her feet, which are filled with magic crystal fragments. It is conservatively estimated that the value of these magic crystal fragments is about 700 magic crystal stones. In the pits outside the military camp, there were still 7 pits of soldier ant hard skins soaked in. Soldek felt that once these hard skins entered the leather market in Bina province, the price of hard skins would be very high. It is bound to fall sharply. Unexpectedly, the outbreak of the beast tide allowed him to quickly accumulate a fortune. Guards were guarding the door, and the warehouse seemed very quiet. The 50 magic weapons on the weapon racks had been emptied, leaving only a few large wooden boxes indicating the existence of the magic pattern structure placed in the innermost part of the warehouse. But in fact, these wooden boxes are just ordinary heavy armors. The real primary power magic pattern structure and the 3 single-piece magic pattern breastplates are all stored in the lava mine of Pussy Mountain. Over there is Sir, a place where Dak stores important supplies. Serdek said with some hesitation. I didn't expect that the eradication of ghost-marked red ants would be so fruitful this time. Should I increase the merit value of hunting each ghost-marked red ant? Boss, the merit points you have given to the cavalry are a bit beyond the standard, Andrew said bluntly. At least I have never seen any warrior in Wazamala City with such a performance in a battle. Big gain. The money gained from one battle is almost enough to feed him for a year, Selena also said beside her. Although you don't care about this. After all, we are a cavalry battalion affiliated with the Luther Army. If the benefits in the cavalry battalion are too outrageous, it will probably affect other battalion commanders. Soldek thought for a moment, nodded, and made a decision. The merit is worth it. Let's keep it unchanged for the time being. Then he added, there are almost no ghost-striped red ants in the Duoden Canyon. Our next move is to go out of the Duoden Canyon and go to the hills and mountains. Our main hunting targets this time are the guards. There are ghost-striped male ants in there. And when hunting, you must be careful to avoid injuring the abdomen of the ghost-striped male ants. Andrew, you have to pay special attention to this. Andrew, who was promoted to a 2nd-level warrior, is still as honest as ever. He scratched his bald head and replied honestly, I know. Boss. Samira put down the file in her hand, inserted the polished arrow into the quiver, raised her head, and said to Soldek, actually, we can recruit some more archers. Buy a few more thunder rhinoceros and form a bow. Riding camp. Serdek rubbed his forehead in distress and said, you can discuss the purchase of thunder rhinoceros with Malakam, but the archers may need to be retrained. Samira immediately denied. It's not feasible to recruit all newbies. She felt that relying on her own personal strength, she was destined to be unable to earn back the money she spent on the epic bow in the short term. So she became proactive and considered whether to form a bow cavalry battalion. How about I try to persuade the 200 archers to stay? She suggested. With a half-elf with such a cold personality, it is not easy to say this. Serdek shook his head at this time and said, I plan to form my own archer battalion. Do you think that if we send some emergency supplies to the indigenous people hiding in the thorny mountains to help them tide over the current difficulties, will they be willing to let the young people in the tribe join us? Maybe. Samira curled her lips, obviously not satisfied with the Belan natives becoming her subordinates. Outside the camp, the cavalrymen sat together. Everyone's topic is basically about who will get the primary power magic pattern structure. Among the three most powerful competitors in the military camp, the strongest is Captain Adams, and his current merit score ranks first among the three, having already exceeded the 40,000 mark. Secondly, there is a squadron leader in the Archer Brigade who is good at controlling bed crossbows. With his excellent archery skills, he used bed crossbows to hunt more than 700 ghost pattern soldier ants in several city defense battles. And there were also 4 giant ants. Ghost pattern soldier ant. Such an outstanding record puts him firmly behind Captain Adams. The third person is a squadron leader in the reinforcement cavalry squadron. Since the merit points he accumulated are not eligible to be exchanged for magic patterns, he performs extremely well almost every time. So he has accumulated more than 30,000 merit points. However, these 3 people are currently far away from 100,000 merit points. At present, they are still facing a very real problem. That is, many people will accumulate merit points of 30,000 in the future. So many of these people will be interested in those single-item magic pattern constructs. If they continue to insist on accumulating merit points to 100,000, they may miss out on these 3 single-item magic pattern structures, and they may not be able to earn the primary power magic pattern structure by then. How to choose is also a big test for them. Once you fail to exchange for the primary power magic pattern structure, you may even miss the component magic pattern structure. At that time, you may only be able to exchange for a pocket of magic crystals. 5 young magicians walked into the camp, which still attracted the attention of many soldiers. The magic robes they wore were simply too conspicuous. Although they were of different colors, the dark patterns on the magic robes not only highlighted their status as magic aristocrats, but also gave them a layer of mystery. After asking the guard at the door, and knowing that Soldak was at the logistics warehouse, Lance came directly to find him. I happened to see Soldak walking out of the warehouse with Andrew and Samira. You are here just in time. We are going to lead the cavalry battalion into the hills and mountains tomorrow morning to try to find the ghost-striped ant queen and clear out the ant colonies there. Do you want to join us? Seeing Lance, Soldak said directly, asked. This operation may be dangerous. Of course. Aren't we here just to hunt the ghost-striped ant queen? Lance put his hand on Soldak's shoulder and said, Well, you need to be prepared today. We will set off tomorrow morning when the fog clears, Soldak said casually to the magicians. In fact, there are no decent ghost-striped red ants in the canyon anymore. In the past few days, many mercenary groups have been operating around the mouth of the Duodan Canyon. They have also successfully attracted some ghost-striped red ants. Of course, some ghost-striped red ants have been lured back to the Duodan Canyon, but a large number of ghost-striped red ants have been attracted by them. Ants are reluctant to come near this place. Seeing that the day when the businessman Malachon would deliver the Thunder Rhinoceros was getting closer and closer, Soldak felt that this matter could not be delayed any longer, and he had to hunt the ghost-marked male ants as soon as possible. Early morning of May 8th, 800 cavalrymen and 2 armed Thunder Rhinoceros from the Duodan Town Garrison Cavalry Battalion once again passed through the Duodan Canyon and headed towards the hills and mountains at the north exit of the canyon. 2 armed Thunder Rhinos marched together in the canyon. Samira was wearing a fiery red leather armor and stood on the crossbow control platform on the platform, with her broken hair flying in the north wind. The 5 magicians were sitting in the wooden house of the other Thunder Rhinoceros. The 2 female magicians were curiously looking at the 2-headed ogre in the cavalry team along the way. Andrew, who was dressed like a tin can, was still at the front of the team. So far, Soldak has implanted magic patterns on 160 war horses, except for the 16 strengthened horses that were bitten to death by ghostly patterned soldier ants in the Battle of Pluntos Town. In addition, the other 144 horses participated in this expedition through the frequent battles in the recent period. Even if the veterans in the cavalry camp have not yet realized the situation, many of them have reached the peak of level 9. Moreover, the hidden wounds left by some veterans on the battlefield were slowly healed under the treatment and recovery of the Holy Light technique and the Blessed Body. Now the veterans in this cavalry battalion are a group of well-trained and experienced cavalrymen. Chapter 8:19 Hills and Mountains. Northern part of the Thorny Mountains. Hilly and mountainous areas. This is the northernmost boundary line of the territory occupied by the Green Empire in the Belan Plain. The boundary monuments engraved with the Green Empire's characters are still erected on this hilly land. These boundary stones are connected to form a curve that winds for hundreds of kilometers on the hilly land, encompassing the entire Thorny Mountains. During the Beast Tide 10 years ago, the Bena Legion had blocked the ghost-patterned red ants along the Thorny Mountains. This legion, famous throughout the Empire for its swordsmen, fought all the way to the Darkworm Valley. Boundary monuments were buried in the hills and mountains north of the mountains, establishing the Empire's northern boundary in the White Forest Plain. Many indigenous tribes from the White Forest Plain live in this mountain range, which is now almost reduced to red soil. A large number of ghost-striped ant colonies are constantly wandering in this mountain range. Each ant colony maintains a relatively independent colony. They are equivalent to a team of ghost-striped red ant empires. Once the ant queen selects the person who creates the red ant empire location, these ghost-striped worker ants will immediately join in the construction of the empire. It's just that these queens didn't build an empire north of the Thorn Mountains. The garrison cavalry of Duodan Town came out of the canyon. A team of nearly 1,000 people stretched out in the canyon for nearly 2 kilometers. Behind the team were 10 four-wheeled carriages. A group of mercenaries standing at the mouth of the canyon looked at the cavalry team slowly walking out, with envy on their faces. This group of cavalry should indeed be envied by everyone. Their performance may not be so dazzling, but all the mercenaries in Duodan Town know that it is this group of cavalry that single-handedly almost wiped out the ghosts in Duodan Canyon. Striped red ants are eliminated. Now that I saw the cavalry walking out of the canyon, I knew that their target should be the ghost-striped red ants in the mountains. For Cerdak, without Aphrodite and Selena by his side, he did not want to have a head-on conflict with the queen in the ant colony for the time being. After all, it was a level 4 monster. Even if it had just emerged from a fraternal egg, it was hatched not long ago. But the pressure brought by the high-level monsters it possesses is also frightening. Cerdak hunted and killed 5 ghost-striped ant queens in total, but he never had any close contact with them. Even when the last group of ghost-striped red ants was wiped out in Plantos Town, Salmira shot them with a bed crossbow. It can be said that the 1st and 5th ghost-striped ants killed by Cerdak died in bed, under the giant crossbow arrow. The 2nd ghost-patterned ant queen rushed into Selena's dark mist, and was killed by everyone's combined efforts. The 3rd queen ant and the 4th queen ant even died under the rubble. According to the great swordsman of Chester, the ghost-patterned ant queen possesses spiritual skills such as mental piercing, mental control, and illusion. When fighting with her, keep a distance as much as possible. Otherwise you may be affected by the ghost-patterned ant queen. This time when we went hunting out of the Doden Canyon, fortunately there was a thunder rhino carrying 4 crossbows following us. Otherwise Cerdak would have really planned a way to hunt the ghost-striped ant queen. It seems that there have been no living creatures other than ghost-striped red ants in the entire hilly and mountainous area for a long time. As soon as the cavalry entered the hills and mountains, some ghost-striped soldier ant scouts wandering outside the ant colony discovered the cavalry team. It didn't take long for a group of ghost-striped soldier ants to appear. A queen ant slowly approached the cavalry with a large group of ghost-marked red ants. Tens of thousands of red ants with ghost stripes can cover almost several hills in the hills and mountains. From a distance, they can be seen all over the mountains and plains. Cerdak didn't want to face off against these ghost-striped red ants head-on. They had an endless supply of red ants. No matter how strong the 800 cavalrymen were, they would eventually run out of energy. The cavalry brigade stopped a few kilometers away, and only Andrew and the 2-headed ogre led 51st Turn cavalry to kill directly. They relied on the speed of Gubwa's horse to run in circles around the ant colony. A large number of soldier ants in the ant colony rushed out towards Andrew and others, and several giant ghost-patterned soldier ants were among them. Andrew did not fight, but immediately turned his horse's head and ran in another direction. The cavalry came and went like the wind in the hilly fields. These ghost-striped soldier ants could not catch up with the cavalry, and could only eat ashes behind them. Cerdak led a large cavalry force, and waited on a hill on the edge of the canyon. After Andrew rode horses several times to pull the ant colony, the originally bloated ant colony was soon torn apart by Andrew's cavalry. The originally round ant colony was now like a cracked continental plate, with gaps everywhere. Andrew and the 2-headed ogre were just 2 scoundrels, running rampant through the ant colony, and not fighting the giant ghost-patterned soldier ants at all. They just used the speed of the cavalry to cut wounds on the ghost-patterned soldier ants. The soldier ants in the ant colony spit acid at the 2 of them. Andrew has the Earth Shield magic pattern structure, and Guidam has the Frost armor personally blessed by his good brother Neoware. Both of them have protective measures, so no one cares much about these sour liquids. The 2 of them were like 2 sharp arrows, unstoppable in the ant colony. Even so, The ghost-patterned ant queen did not send out the male ants of the bodyguard group, but instead dispatched the ghost-patterned worker ants, the largest force in the ant colony. Ghost-striped worker ants are the bottom workers of the ant colony. The dirtiest and most tiring work in the entire Red Ant Empire is done by ghost-striped worker ants. Even if the queen wants to reserve some rations, it is these ghost-striped worker ants that eat the food. The nutrients in the stomach are converted into sugar, and finally become a honey pot for storing honey, which is then hung on the ceiling of the cave to slowly dry. Although these ghost-striped worker ants do not have much combat power, their biggest feature is their large number. They rushed out of the ant colony according to the queen's instructions, trying to surround the cavalry, as long as they could hold back the cavalry. The ghost-patterned soldier ants chasing after them would tightly entangle the cavalry. How could the cavalry give them such an opportunity, even if they were running around in the mountains with these ghostly patterned red ants? If they had the opportunity to launch a charge, of course they would not miss it. The tug-of-war continued like this all day long, and the surrounding hills and mountains were littered with corpses of ghost-striped worker ants. The cavalry led the ant colony to the edge of Doden Canyon several times. Unfortunately, the ghost-striped male ants were unwilling to leave the ant colony. They also protected the ghost-striped ant queen meticulously. They would rather be trapped in the ant colony and eat sand than willing to leave. When the sun was about to set, I saw the fire path finally burning up behind the two-headed ogre. The two-headed ogre ran swiftly in the hills and mountains, and wherever it went, flames burned there. However, these red ants are very afraid of fire. Even if there is a 2-foot-high wall of flames, the red ants are unwilling to cross it. In the end, these ghost-striped red ants could only be led by the two-headed ogre. Andrew led a group of cavalry outside these ant colonies. As long as there was a chance to take action, they would bite them from behind. Even if they were in the ant colony. Even though she is the queen of ants, she has no ability to restrict Andrew's comings and goings. The cavalry kept harassing the ant colony, with only a few hundred cavalry at each time. It was not until 2 days later that all the ghost-striped worker ants and soldier ants on the periphery of the ant colony were cleared, and the ant trapped in the center of more than 30 ghost-striped male ants realized that it had lost the best opportunity to escape. As the giant crossbow arrows continued to fire, the ghost-striped male ants fell one after another in the mountains. At the last moment, the ghost-striped ant queen finally realized that she was about to die. She no longer cared about the rocks in the sky and fluttered her wings and rushed towards the sky. A giant crossbow arrow with wind elements on its shaft hit it and pierced its chest. Chapter 8:20 Fur Trading. On the first day of entering the hilly and mountainous areas, 10 four-wheeled carriages returned to Duodan town full of ghost-striped soldier ants that afternoon. The day after the 10 four-wheeled carriages returned fully loaded, Mrs. Luna, as the acting mayor of the town, organized 20 four-wheeled carriages to pass through the Doden Canyon and arrived at the hilly battlefield before noon. Although the acting female mayor made the boldest prediction in her life, 20 four-wheeled carriages still failed to transport all the loot. On the third day, a Thunder Rhino caravan arrived in the hills and mountains. There are a total of 12 Thunder Rhinoceros in this caravan. They walk in a row among the mountains. From a distance, they look like a row of moving hills. Thanks to the timely arrival of the Thunder Rhino caravan, all the loot accumulated in 3 days could finally be transported to Duodan town. This Thunder caravan was originally here to carry out body modification for Thunder Rhinoceros. Serdek led his troops to hunt ghost-striped red ants outside the canyon. The caravan director immediately decided to bring the Thunder Rhino caravan to see Serdek. Commander, the scene of cleaning up the battlefield was very lively. Selena personally rushed to the front line and assigned personnel to tally the spoils, achievements, battle losses, and the need to replenish supplies. In this hunt, the merit points obtained by the cavalry battalions are no longer evenly distributed, but are divided according to the cavalry squads. All the ghost-marked red ants killed on the battlefield will have the unique marks of each squad. The span of the hilly and mountainous battlefield is also very large. The cavalry raided around the ant colonies, leaving corpses of ghost-striped red ants everywhere in the hills and mountains. Many ghost-striped red ants failed to gather together in time and had to return to this area after the war, run through the area, and use a lasso to drag back the missed ghost-marked soldier ants. However, in this way, the cavalry's fighting enthusiasm suddenly increased a lot. This time the hunt did not use explosives to clean out the ghost-striped worker ants. These ghost-striped worker ants were also included in the merit account again, making the merit statistics more cumbersome. Selena temporarily found a few cavalrymen who knew the imperial language to conduct statistics together. They were busy until night before returning to Doden town with the Thunder Rhino caravan. As for the merit statistics, I was busy until the evening. Mainly because when Selena did the final total check, the merit values did not match the number of ghost-marked soldier ants. In order to count the merit points of each team as soon as possible, Selena temporarily invited several cavalry to join them. But these cavalrymen participated in this battle after all. Many of the cavalrymen on the battlefield were their familiar friends. Everyone had their own selfish motives. Occasionally, some people would record more achievements in private. This kind of thing cannot be monitored. This is the first time since the statistics of merit points were made that the cavalry battalion falsely reported its merits. Until she returned to Duodan town, Selena still had a straight face and didn't want to say a word. Selena wanted to thoroughly investigate the cavalrymen who were responsible for counting merits, but was later stopped by Soldak. The amount of falsely reported merits was not too large. In order to ensure that the next hunting of ghost-marked red ants could go smoothly, she did not pursue this matter. It's just that the cavalrymen who were responsible for counting their merits spent half a day working in vain without any subsidies or rewards. Lance and several of his friends have been staying in Thunder Rhino's cabin for the past few days. I have also participated in several battles in the past few days. But unfortunately, I did not take advantage of the magician's advantages. They just stood on the platform and threw a few fireballs at the ant colony, which actually did not have much impact on the entire war. Several young magicians have a certain understanding of the Imperial Cavalry's fighting methods, and have a clear understanding of the strength of Serdak's cavalry team. Lance did not expect that Serdak would actually have second-level warriors like Andrew and the two-headed ogre, a native warrior of the Nanai tribe, under his command. No wonder he could not only easily defend the Dodan Canyon, but also lead the cavalry to fight out of the canyon. The two of them led a group of cavalry to fight in the ant colony, almost becoming the mainstay on the battlefield. All the cavalry followed them, like passing locusts, plundering and harvesting the ghost-striped red ants. This is also Lance's most intuitive feeling when he goes to fight in the hills and mountains with the cavalry battalion. Later, Lance discovered that the half-elf archer Samira was the core of the entire team. In the final battle to kill the queen ant, she shot 16 ghost-marked male ants and 1 ghost alone. Tattooed queen ant. Seeing these warriors in the cavalry battalion, the young magicians also began to think about how to get more achievements and how to fight in coordination with the cavalry. The 5 of them gathered in the cabin and began to think about the role of the magician in a war. They cannot charge like knights, nor can they shoot arrows as frequently as archers. Although fireballs are quite powerful, if they are used dozens of times, their mental power will be exhausted. We discussed it for a long time, and finally sadly found that we couldn't find a good entry point. Among the 5 magicians, it was Galena who took the lead in taking this step. The reason is that Galena is a water magician. She learned the hydrotherapy technique to perform simple treatments, and then she was honored to become Serdak's assistant, usually responsible for some treatment of injured knights. Several magicians also saw the ability of the Serdak cavalry battalion to quickly make money. The cavalry have been killing ghost-patterned red ants these past few days, and have actually harvested a large amount of magic materials. They couldn't figure it out. If it was like what they saw, why didn't other legions grab this piece of fat? The Belan Plain is not outstanding among the plains controlled by Duke Newman of the Bina province. The resources of this plain are very ordinary, and it does not have air supremacy. Even the channel of the magic airship cannot be opened here. It is not as highly developed as the Maka Plain, nor is it as resource-rich as the Gonbu Plain. How could such a beast tide not be noticed by other noble lords? Galena leaned against the window and looked at the hilly battlefield at dusk. A group of thunder rhinoceros, loaded with various goods, was slowly heading towards the Dodan Canyon. She couldn't help but sigh. The sweet-faced female magician cuddled up next to her, and she also had some questions. Yes. When did the noble lords of the Bina province become so polite? Don't they even come to get a share of the pie? I think it probably has something to do with Commander Serdak's personal ability. The male magician with a monocle gave an answer. Lance smiled and said nothing. The other magicians asked curiously, "What ability?" The male magician with the monocle said matter-of-factly, "Of course, it's the Holy Light technique. Do you think the sour venom of these ghost-marked red ants has much influence on his cavalry?" He pointed to the cavalrymen, who were resting and dining on the hillside, and said, "Normal cavalrymen will lose their combat effectiveness even if they are not reduced in number if they come into contact with these sour poisons. But what about them? You have also seen that by washing the red, swollen and ulcerated skin with clean water, the skin will grow back into new skin early the next morning. This is simply the effect of 2-in-1 treatment and detoxification agents. So, magic potions is really a subject that deserves a lot of effort. If we carry a whole box of magic potions with us, We can probably create such a cavalry. The young magicians no longer paid attention to this madman, who was obsessed with potions. Lance also discovered that Cerdak had an unusual interest in the ghost-striped male ants. He felt that the main target of the cavalry battalion's hunting was not the ghost-striped queen ants in the ant colony, but the ghost-striped male ants that had received extra care. In order to hunt down all the ghost-striped male ants, after the cavalry killed the ghost-striped male ants, they dispersed and isolated these huge ghost-striped male ants. Almost every ghost-striped male ant was protected by a cavalry team on the battlefield. The team took care of them, and the cavalry were obviously capable of killing them one by one. But they had to give these ghost-marked male ants a row of numbers. Cerdak participated in the killing of almost every ghost-marked male ant. This is what Lance can't understand the most. Who should be killed? Cerdak didn't need any merit. So why did he insist on killing every ghost-marked male ant? Of course, when it comes to Cerdak, Lance feels that he is not a competent commander because he rarely directs battles. Andrew is often responsible for cavalry raids on ant colonies, and Samira is usually responsible for commanding the ant colony. Occasionally, Cerdak will ask him to direct the cavalry brigade to transfer tasks. He is a magician and has never learned to command an army. But as a holy knight, Cerdak is undoubtedly the most competent. He will take the initiative to treat the injured cavalry. This topic seems to be a bit far gone. In terms of strength, the ghost-patterned ant is considered an early level 3 monster. Its biggest feature is that its armor is so thick that even a crossbow cannot penetrate it. Secondly, it has extraordinary power and can spit acid, rot liquid. Apart from this, the ghost-patterned male ant is not a qualified 3rd level monster in any way. The most important thing is that the hard armor on its body is too thick, and it is impossible to use it to make magic pattern structures. The skull only has one magic core, and is still valuable. Lance thinks its value is not even as good as the ghost-patterned soldier ant. But facing such ghost-marked male ants, Cerdak was particularly concerned. And Cerdak is obsessed with dismembering these ghost-striped male ants. Lance knew that Cerdak's skinning skills were pretty good, but he was the top commander of the cavalry battalion. How could he waste precious time on skinning? The skinners in the military camp could at least form a small team. Faced with such a thick and hard armor of the ghost-patterned male ant, he didn't need help from others. Cerdak has a very luxurious tent that can be set up to cover an entire ghost-striped male ant. Every time he dismembers these ghost-striped male ants, Cerdak will get into the tent and cause trouble. Mysterious. Not all ghost-marked male ants will be done by him personally. Before doing so, he will select the ghost-marked male ants in advance. If he doesn't like the ghost-marked male ants, he will hand them over to other skinners, and then continue to hunt the next one. Make sure that every ghost-striped male ant has just died when it comes to him. There were nearly 30 ghost-striped male ants, but only 5 were picked out by him. After the hunting was completed, Cerdak left Andrew, Gulaitum, and Samira on the battlefield in the hills and mountains, while he returned to Doden Town alone to meet the merchant Malacom. Doden Town has a backlog of nearly 10,000 soldier and hard armor skins that need to be traded with merchants from Malacom. Such large transactions must be negotiated by Cerdak in person. Businessman Malacom did not expect that Cerdak would lead his troops outside Doden Canyon so quickly to hunt the ghost-patterned ant colony. I heard that those ghost-marked red ants are almost all powerful beings that are close to the 2nd-level monsters. Of course, there is no problem in killing 1 or 2. You can just find 1 or 2 adventure groups or mercenary groups. There is probably no problem in dozens of them. But these are tens of thousands of red ants with ghost stripes. I heard that these garrisons are relying on the town's city defense system to resist these ghost-striped red ants. How come Duodan Town can actually take the initiative? If he hadn't known that the Luther Legion's constructed swordsmen were still in Tarapa and dared to suppress the rebellion, he would have thought that the Luther Legion's main constructed swordsmen had secretly entered the Belan Plain. This time, Merchant Malacom brought a total of 3 caravans. The original plan was that only 1 caravan was going to transport hard armor and other materials back to Wilk City, and the other 2 caravans were to stay and undergo transformation. But looking at the current situation, only 1.5 caravans of Thunder Rhinoceros can be left for the time being. A group of aborigines are collecting dry hard skins on the grass. 30 pieces of these hard leather armors are packed into a bundle. A Thunder Rhino can only carry less than 20 bundles, which is 600 pieces of soldier and hard skins. It would take 16 Thunder Rhinoceros to transport all the fur goods that Cerdak had hoarded in the military camp. No one expected that Cerdak had the ability to hunt ghost-marked red ants. So many hard armor skins rushed into the leather market of Bena City at once. And it is estimated that the price of this type of hard armor skins will instantly drop to the bottom. Therefore, how to sell these hard armor skins to the noble lords of Bena province is also a matter of horse. Something Lacombe needs to think about. In fact, this kind of warhorse armor made of hard leather is quite popular in the market. And many lords with cavalry are interested in this light hard SHL. Seeing the aboriginal people loading the Thunder Rhinoceros with large bundles of hard armor, the merchants in Duodan town felt empty for a while. Such a large amount of leather goods would be a huge fortune no matter whose head it falls on. Even if it is just resold, a layer of oil and water will be scraped off. Unfortunately, I was blinded by greed and failed to seize this business opportunity. As a result, the business was directly given to the businessman in the South District of Wilkes City. Baron Golding stood at the door of the small town trading house, watching the Thunder Rhinoceros pass by with an expressionless expression. He turned around and walked into the business and locked himself in the room. A group of Thunder Rhinoceros loaded with fur goods slowly left Duodan town, and the entire town could feel a strong shock. Businessman Malcolm stood on the back of a Thunder Rhinoceros at the front, waving goodbye to Cerdak from a distance. Chapter 821 Battle of the Camp. After the businessman Malcolm left Doden town on the Thunder Rhinoceros, Cerdak remembered that he had left those maids behind and actually forgot to return them to him. Malcolm has a very tight schedule this time. He must rush back to Wilkes City in 5 days to allow these hard armors to pass through the portal smoothly, because his other military supplies will be shipped from Bena City in 5 days. Arrive in Wilkes. As a giant in the transportation industry on the Belan Plain, businessman Malcolm can travel unimpeded between Bena City and Wilkes City. He has the privilege of passage even during wars, mainly because he is Wilkes, the designated supplier of Seaching Military Department. The Malcolm merchants transported military supplies from Bena province to Wilkes City. Not only did they not charge for freight, but they also had to pay for part of the losses along the way. So not only is his business not making any money, but he also has to spend a little money on it. The benefits are also obvious. He has a special teleportation pass for the Belan Plain. As long as he transports military supplies to the Belan Plain, he will be teleported first at all times, especially during the special period when the teleportation gate is extremely frequently used. He can do so freely. Transported military supplies from Bena City to Wilkes City. Of course, the hard workers responsible for transporting the supplies are not destined to return empty-handed. They also have to bring back the goods hoarded by the Malcolm merchants in Wilkes City. This is the profit point of businessman Malcolm. After Soldak knew these details, he felt that Malcolm was bringing goods. However, nearly 10,000 pieces of soldier and hard armor can be brought to Bena City. There are only a few merchants in the entire Wilkes City who can handle such a big business. Cerdak only stayed in Doden town for 1 night. That night, Cerdak also implanted the life magic pattern of the ghost-marked male and into a Thunder Rhinoceros belonging to the businessman Malcolm, making the Thunder Rhinoceros covered with thick hard armor. The next morning, when the driver of the Thunder Rhino walked into the military camp, he saw a Thunder Rhino covered in thick armor slowly walking towards him. He was so frightened that he fell to the ground on the spot. Fortunately, this Thunder Rhino didn't become grumpy because of the life magic pattern implanted. It was still so docile. It slowly walked out of the military camp, stretched out its soft tongue that was bigger than the driver's face, and licked the driver's face, covering his face with sticky saliva. When you go back, you have to ensure its nutrition in the past few days. It has suddenly grown so much thick armor, which absorbs its own nutrients, Cerdak warned the driver. After completing the implantation of the life magic pattern on a Thunder Rhinoceros, Cerdak rode back to the hills and mountains outside the north exit of Doden Canyon. When Soldak rushed back to the cavalry camp, he happened to see hundreds of ghost-striped soldier ants surrounding 2 Thunder Rhinoceros and biting them. At least 200 horses fell in a pool of blood around the Thunder Rhino, and a group of cavalry surrounded them. The last defensive circle was formed around the Thunder Rhinoceros. There was no sign of Andrew and Gulitum in the crowd. It seemed that the two of them were leading more than 100 main cavalry to search for traces of red ants. Unexpectedly, at this time, a group of ghost-patterned soldier ants rushed up and killed the cavalry stationed in the temporary camp. Lance and his 4 magician friends almost kept throwing fireballs downwards. The explosive sound of the fireballs did block the achievements of the ghost-marked red ants several times. The power of the explosion may not be too strong, but the magic effect is full. The battlefield was a mess. Many cavalrymen have been injured, but Cerdak's independent cavalry battalion is extremely tenacious in fighting will. Many cavalrymen did not take a step back even if they were injured. Samira was holding the sky strike bow in her hand, and had jumped from the back of the thunder rhinoceros to the shelf. She was several meters away from the ghost-patterned soldier ants. The sky strike bow in her hand, as long as it did not trigger thunder, would shoot ordinary arrows, do not need to consume magic crystals. At this time, this epic weapon showed strong lethality. Every time Samira shot an arrow, the life magic pattern on her arm would glow slightly. There is no doubt that she has precise archery skills. The entire bow of the sky strike bow is wrapped with electric arcs, and she herself has realized the breath of wind element and can inject a little wind element into the arrow shaft. In this way, the arrows she shot contain 2 elemental attributes. Every time an arrow flies out, there will be 2 more holes in the most vulnerable parts of these ghost-marked red ants. The live body almost hangs on the thunder rhino's shelf. For a time, almost countless ghost-marked soldier ants died under her arrows. Although the cavalry on the campsite were trapped in a tight siege, the belief in victory they had cultivated in recent days put the cavalry at a disadvantage, and they actually launched 2 charges. At this time, the young magician Lance didn't care so much. Even though he had a magical handle that was quick and convenient to escape from the battle, he did not abandon the knights in the camp, but chose to fight side by side with the cavalry at this time. Each magician can only cast magic so many times. After all, the capacity of the magic pool is very limited. However, magic scrolls are not subject to this restriction. Lance almost pulled out all the magic scrolls that could be used in his magic pocket, and threw the fireballs down one after another, as if they were free of charge. When the cavalry in the temporary camp saw Serdek, everyone cheered. Serdek was riding a horse and standing on the slope of another hill. Seeing the chaotic scene here, he immediately pulled out the blood-red crescent moon from his waist and charged towards the temporary camp single-handedly. At this moment, Serdek's actions immediately ignited the emotions of all the cavalry on the battlefield. All the knights gathered around the thunder rhinoceros and blocked the attack of the ghost-patterned soldier ants with their flesh and blood. They shouted, "Hee hee hee," and even the injured knights squeezed up from behind the team and picked up the weapons and shields, launched an attack against these ghost-patterned soldier ants. Just before he was about to approach the ghostly patterned soldier ants, a knight's halo lit up under Serdek's body, and the dwarf chain shield in his hand reflected the sacred light. A 2-faced, 4-armed demonic figure appeared behind him, with 4 golden arms overlapping and hugging Serdek, as the mantra recited from his throat. "Amen br is soul, sir." The blood-red crescent moon in Serdek's hand quickly turned into gold, and the blade of the sword emitted a dazzling light. The bodies of all the ghost-marked red ants that rushed towards Serdek seemed to be out of control, and their tentacles, it was so wide open that even when Serdek reached it, he didn't bite it. Instead, his head was chopped off by Serdek's sword one after another. The ancient bull-eye horse under him was also a ruthless character. It stepped on the dead bodies of ghost-marked soldier ants, forced its way through the dozens of meters-long encirclement, and stepped into the cavalry. All the cavalrymen in the camp let out irrepressible cheers. Serdek turned his horse's head, held up the blood-red crescent moon with one hand, and shouted loudly, "All cavalrymen hold swords." Nearly 600 cavalrymen showed their swords at the same time. The bright sword light was a bit dazzling in the sun. Chapter 822 Camp Battle 2. Serdek held a dwarf chain shield, and a shield-shaped light appeared on the shield, knocking out a soldier ant in front of him. The 2 thunder rhinoceros, surrounded by the cavalry, let out a low cry. The archers beside Thunder Rhino fired arrows one after another. These arrows were still lethal to the ghost-patterned worker ants. But for this group of ghost-patterned worker ants, they were unable to penetrate their hard armor. Only by hitting the weak points of the joints and a pair of eyes can the fine steel arrows penetrate the weak points of the carapace and nail the body of the ghost-patterned soldier ant. The bed crossbows on the 4 platforms continued to fire giant crossbow arrows. Each giant crossbow arrow flew out and almost took away the life of a ghost-marked soldier ant. The giant crossbow arrows pinned the ghostly patterned soldier ants into the soil, and the huge inertia could drive almost half of their bodies into the soil. The bed crossbow fires very slowly, and cannot suppress the soldier ants at all. The cavalry in heavy armor backed up the thunder rhinoceros, forming a solid shield wall on the slope to block the impact of the soldier ants in the ant colony. These soldier ants are all extremely powerful. They use their tentacles to press against the shields of the cavalry, constantly compressing the cavalry's movement space. The shields of all the cavalry are stained with this thick and sour venom, and occasionally they can be seen the water bombs that landed on the back of the thunder rhino exploded in the crowd. These water bombs can wash away some of the acid rot on the cavalry. Almost all of the cavalrymen had wounds caused by acid corrosion. When they saw Serdek rushing in, More than 600 cavalrymen burst into cheers. Fireballs are constantly exploding in the ant colony. This magical flame sticks to the ghost-marked soldier ants and can continue to burn for a while. These ghost-striped soldier ants are somewhat afraid of fire. Once their bodies are burned, these ghost-striped soldier ants will run up and down in the ant colony, disrupting the attack rhythm of the soldier ants. The most conspicuous person on the battlefield is always a pretty figure, wearing tight red leather armor. The fierce battle caused the hood on her head to fall quietly. But Samira was completely unaware of it. Her face was covered with a black gauze, which could not completely cover her pretty face, especially her red hair and red star eyes. There is a cold aura exuding from his body. Samira's arrows are filled with wind and electric arcs. The strength of the epic sharp bow is very high. Even if the arrow is shot on the soldier ant's hardest forehead, it can penetrate the hard armor and nail it deeply on hard skin. Her arrows seem to have eyes, and she could kill a soldier ant every time she fired the bow. Not far away, two giant ghost-striped soldier ants were still struggling on the hillside. Their abdomens were penetrated by several giant crossbow arrows, and the parts were almost the same. The giant crossbow arrows kept them in place, and no matter how hard they struggled, they could not break free. Light brown blood and light green rotting liquid gurgled out from the wound, which seemed to be Samira's work. Fortunately, she shot the giant soldier ants in the ant colony. Otherwise, the two giant soldier ants rushed to the front of the formation, and the cavalry would not be able to block their impact. The aura of power under Serdak's feet continued to spread, and the cavalry around him felt the power rising from their feet. He immediately replaced the blood-red crescent moon in his hand with a torch of holy light. In this kind of battle, the sharp blood-red crescent is not as useful as the heavy holy light torch, especially the sacred flame ignited from the torch splashed on the body of the ghost-striped red ants, instantly turning the hard armor into as crispy as a biscuit. Serdak relied on the blood-red crescent to cast the rune word eternity, which only temporarily blinded the surrounding ghost-marked red ants. The holy light torch is able to display the holy thunder, and the arc it arouses instantly forms an electric snake, scurrying back and forth in the ant colony. The situation reversed at this moment, and the cavalry, led by Soldak, launched an attack on these ghostly patterned soldier ants. Although there were still ghost patterned soldier ants emerging from behind, Serdak led the heavy cavalry to rush out of the opening. A group of cavalry rushed out from the ghost patterned soldier ants. They rode on the periphery of the battlefield and cooperated with Su. Erdak's infantry and cavalry charged at ghost pattern. The ghost patterned soldier ants formed an encirclement and were gradually torn apart by Soldak. Although one cavalryman cannot fight against one ghost patterned soldier ant on his own, 10 cavalrymen can definitely defeat the ghost patterned soldier ants if they charge against them. The thick knifed spear stabbed the weakest part of the soldier ant's neck, and the force of the charge could tear open an unhealable wound in the hard armor of the neck. The balance of war tilted towards the cavalry little by little. The last 100 or so ghost-striped soldier ants finally lost their last bit of fighting courage. It may also be that the queen ant who controlled them from a distance cut off the connection with them. After these ghost-striped soldier ants were abandoned by the queen, flee quickly on a battlefield full of corpses. The moment the ghost-patterned soldier ants retreated, almost all the cavalry collapsed on the battlefield exhausted. The battle was very brutal, with almost more than 300 horses falling on the battlefield. Many cavalrymen were seriously injured, and almost all of them had minor injuries caused by acid rot. Only Serdak was standing on the grassy slope holding the holy light torch. At this moment, his figure looked particularly burly. Serdak dropped the heavy dwarf chain shield in his hand, held the holy light torch, lifted the visor on his helmet, walked past these cavalry with a straight face, kept kicking these cavalry with his feet, and shouted, "Get up quickly! Wash off the rotten venom on your body with clean water, and then help me find all those who are seriously injured but not dead. Hurry up!" Serdak strode into the dilapidated and mostly collapsed tent. Some cavalrymen quickly struggled to get up from the ground and began to search for their more seriously injured companions on the battlefield, and carried them into the camp where Serdak was, in the tent. At this time, Lance and 4 other magicians also climbed down from the back of the Thunder Rhinoceros and began to treat the cavalry. Among the 5 of them, only Galena was a water magician, but everyone had a few in hand. The hydrotherapy magic scroll, taken out at this time, can also heal some seriously injured cavalry. Although Serdak came back in time, more than 60 cavalrymen were killed in this battle. More than 200 cavalrymen were seriously injured, and the remaining 300 meters of cavalrymen all suffered minor injuries to varying degrees. In addition to the wounded soldiers, the war horses also suffered heavy casualties. This time, at least more than 200 war horses were bitten to death by ghost-striped soldier ants. And the remaining horses were also covered in scars. Almost all the ghost-patterned soldier ant heads obtained in the battle were sacrificed to the two-faced demon god by Serdek. And even some injured horses had the blessing of the divine blessed body on them. Seeing the devastated battlefield, several magicians and lance realized that this was not just a simple hunting, but a war between the Empire and the ghost-striped red ants. If they were not careful, they would be killed by these ghost-striped red ants. Ants eat it up. When Serdek began to treat the lightly wounded cavalry, Samira got into his tent. Serdek did not use the holy light spell, but picked up the head of a ghost-marked soldier ant and sacrificed it. When the ghost-patterned soldier ant's head turned into a streak of dark red blood and disappeared in the tent, a beam of light also fell on the wounded soldier. Serdek lowered his head and inspected several wounds of the wounded soldier, and told him that after he went out, the first thing to do was to clean the wounds and bandage them well. "What exactly happened here? Where are Andrew and Gulaitam?" Serdek asked the half-elf archer. His expression was very ugly. He could not accept the cavalry battalion causing such heavy casualties under any circumstances. Samira sat on the box in the tent with a tired look on her face. The hair on her head was wet with sweat and stuck to her forehead. Magic lines appeared on the arms, becoming thicker and swollen. It seemed that the old injury recurred due to the forceful use of the power of blood due to physical exhaustion. She took out a bundle of bandages and wrapped them around her swollen right arm while saying, "The two of them ran to chase the ghost-striped male ants." A wounded cavalryman limped in from outside. Serdek took out a soldier ant head from the wooden box and asked with a cold face, "How did you get ambushed by the ants?" The wounded soldier felt the anger in him and stood beside the tent door, not daring to walk in for a while. Serdek waved to the cavalryman and asked him to come closer. Samira pointed to the hillside opposite and explained to Serdek. "They suddenly emerged from a hole in the ground, and many of them came out at once. The place where they came out happened to be the area where the horses gathered to rest. At that time, the war horses, they were all tied to the ground stakes, and there was no time to untie the reins. All the cavalry were eating breakfast, and so many soldier ants suddenly appeared, and no one had time to deal with them." The half-elf archer was a little depressed. It seemed that only holding the epic bow could give her some courage to speak. She continued, "I asked everyone to give up their horses and retreat to the two thunder rhinoceros. However, this also made the cavalry lose their mobility, and the ghost-patterned soldier ants are much more powerful than I thought. We can't break out, so we can only rely on the thunder rhinoceros and thunder rhinoceros. They fight to the death." "Then tell me, when did Andrew discover the queen ant?" Serdek said with a sigh. The blessing of the blessed body fell on the injured cavalry, and he waved to the wounded soldier. The injured cavalry quickly got out of the camp. Samira whispered, "Andrew and Gulaitam found a group of ghost-striped male ants passing by the camp at dawn. Originally, we did not advocate chasing them, but when they saw that it was almost daytime, they felt that the ghost-striped red ants, they probably wouldn't choose to attack us during the day. So they pursued us with the elite cavalry and Gulaitam. It wasn't until dawn that these soldier ants emerged from their burrows." Serdek rubbed his swollen forehead and said, "It seems that we have met a smart queen ant. Maybe this queen has a very good IQ and underestimates the enemy." In the evening, Andrew and Gulaitam led a group of cavalry back from the windy and dusty hills and mountains. When they saw the dilapidated appearance of the camp, they were shocked. On the hillside, a group of injured cavalry were digging a hole. It was impossible for the dead horses to be abandoned in the wilderness like this. As a cavalryman, he would not eat horse meat when there was enough food. All dead horses would be buried on the spot, and those injured that could not be healed would also be killed on the spot. It was impossible to transport all the dead cavalry back to Doden town. They could only burn them on the spot and put their ashes in jars and take them back. There are many bushes in the hills and mountains, and there is no shortage of firewood. After the firewood piles were piled up, they were all lit by Serdek himself. Now there are only a few embers left in these fires, blown by the evening breeze. Some sparks kept flying out. There is a parchment roll in front of each fire, which will record the achievements and glory of the cavalryman in battle, and also record the scene of his death in battle. In the future, this parchment will be used together with his property and pension in the cavalry camp. Together they were sent back to the deserted land of Helensa and handed over to his family. Andrew led the horse and strode to the front of the big tent, threw the reins in his hands to the cavalry beside him, got into the tent and asked, "Is this place being attacked by red ants?" Serdek sat in the tent, lowering his head to treat Samira's arm injury. Samira responded with a depressed look. "Well, not long after you left, a group of soldier ants came out of the hole in the ground. She and Andrew came from the city of Wazimra, and both experienced the siege of the Hell Dogs, and saw many of their companions die in battle. Therefore, their emotions are less affected by such small losses. Andrew's face turned red and he shouted, "How stupid I am! I just wondered why these ghost-striped male ants kept leading us in circles in the mountains. I thought they were going to take the opportunity to surround and kill us when their war horses were exhausted. But they didn't when I think of the sudden attack on the camp. It's true that the hills and mountains are full of mud. Unlike the canyon where it's full of rocks. It's easy to dig holes here. These damn red ants." Gulitum, who was outside the tent, poked his big head with a steel helmet in, took one look and immediately retracted. He simply sat outside the tent, with his huge body casting a big shadow. The good brother named Nailware kept chattering. "I just told you to be careful. There is nothing wrong with being careful. Look, what's in your head? It's a rotten brain. You're going to be dumbfounded now. Shut your stinky mouth. How did I know this would happen?" Gulitum immediately countered. His good brother Nailware seemed to have his mouth covered and couldn't speak at all. "Do you know what is the most fatal way to die as an ogre magician?" Gulitum said viciously. "What is woo? Death from talking too much." Gulitum was in a bad mood, and even growled a little when he spoke. Soldak paused and asked Andrew, "What did you gain today? These ghost-striped male ants slipped away very fast, and kept taking us in circles in the wild. We chased them all day long and hunted 8 ghost-striped male ants," Andrew said. "By the way, boss, this time we also discovered a hiding place of a local indigenous tribe in the valley of the Spiny Mountains. And it seems that a group of ghost-striped red ants also discovered it." Oh! Surdak knew that he would encounter indigenous tribes when entering the hills and mountains, but he did not expect that he would be in such a situation. After thinking for a while, he said, "After we clean up here, we will try to contact them." Chapter 823 What is our contract? Surdak dug out a hand-drawn map from the half-collapsed camp. This map clearly showed the entire Thorny Mountains and the Invercargill Warcraft Forest. Doden Canyon appeared in the central area of the Thorny Mountains. There is a vast green grassland to the south of the Thorny Mountains, and there is a strip of hilly mountains to the north of the Thorny Mountains. To the north is the Invercargill Warcraft Forest and the Darkworm Valley, and further north is the unknown that no one has explored. Area. Perhaps there was a certain third-level Great Mage or Great Swordsman in the Green Empire who had set foot in that area. But so far, no map or any information has been released. Surdak's hand-drawn map is also based on the military map. Various adventure groups added information about the Warcraft Forest one by one. Many places are not detailed. At the north exit of Doden Canyon, Surdak corrected several mistakes himself. Although this map is full of loopholes, it is the only map that Surdak can use. "Where are those ghost-striped male ants?" Soldak stared at the map and asked Andrew. Andrew hurriedly came over, pointed to an area of hills and mountains, and said with some uncertainty, "Oh, it's probably this area. The terrain on this map is somewhat different from the actual mountains, and I can't tell where they are." Surdak hammered his forehead in distress. At this time, Gulitum, who was sitting outside the tent, stuck his head in again and shouted to Surdak, "I can find them. I remember the smell of meat on them. No matter where they go, I can find them." They pulled it out. Surdak finally let out a sigh of relief and stood next to the map and muttered, "After killing so many of my cavalry, how could it be possible for them to escape so easily?" Lance opened the tent curtain and happened to hear Soldak's words. He stood at the door with a surprised look on his face and asked Surdak, "Dak, aren't you planning to return to Doden Town with these seriously injured cavalry?" Surdak walked up to Lance, invited him into the tent, put his arm around his shoulders and said, "You helped me send these wounded soldiers back to Doden Town. I want to kill that cunning Queen Ant." "Ah, why is it me?" Lance said with a grimace, and then asked Soldak, "Okay, even if I want to help you, how can I send the cavalry back to Doden Town with so many serious injuries?" Surdak said to Lance, "I ask you for help. Of course I have my reasons. I know that Miss Galena is a water magician. If she is willing to help, she can do some routine work on these wounded soldiers along the way. Of course, if she is willing to help me take care of these wounded soldiers for a period of time in Doden Town, I will be grateful. How long will it take?" Lance asked with a frown. "Wait until I come back," Surdak replied. Lance took a deep breath and said bravely, "No problem. I can promise you on behalf of Galena. Thank you." Soldak tapped Lance on the shoulder. A cavalry squadron leader stood at the door of the tent and reported, "Boss, the carriage from Doden Town is here." When Cerdak and Lance walked out of the camp, they saw a group of four-wheeled carriages slowly approaching from the direction of Doden Canyon under the cover of night. It was dimly lit around the camp, and Selina was sitting in the van at the front. The coachman had a premonition that something bad was going to happen when they saw that the piles of bonfire ashes on the outside of the camp had not been completely extinguished, and there were dead ghost-striped red ants everywhere. No one was cleaning up. When they drove the carriage into the camp, they saw that the camp was in a mess, and many wounded soldiers were lying on the ground leaning against tents. The carriage drivers looked panicked. They rushed over from Doden Town and originally planned to transport the hard armor of soldier ants harvested by the cavalry back to Doden Town. However, looking at the current situation, the carriage drivers all walked up to Selina and asked her what to do next. Manage. Selina held up her long skirt with one hand, stepped over the corpse of a ghost-striped soldier ant, and walked along the hilly slope to the front of the camp. Seeing that Soldak was wearing a dirty salamander leather armor and seemed uninjured, his hanging heart was relieved. He lowered his head and made a praying gesture, and whispered in a low voice, "Oh, thank you, the Supreme Being, Dark Goddess." Regardless of the blood stains on Cerdak's body, she stepped forward and hugged Cerdak, and then she felt at ease. Cerdak put his arm around Selina's soft shoulders and said to her, "The most urgent task now is to organize these carriages to transport the wounded soldiers back to the military camp. The hard armor of these soldier ants is temporarily piled here. The hills and mountains at night are filled with stars." The night wind was blowing, and some thin whistling sounds could be heard in the distance, like ghost-striped red ants constantly gnawing on something. The tents on the hillside were filled with wounded soldiers. Selina asked Soldak, "Take them back to Doden Town now?" Soldak walked through the camp and checked on the injured cavalry while saying, "Yes. Lance and his magician friends will escort you all the way back to the military camp." Selina asked, "Lance magician and the others escorted us back to Doden Town. Does that mean you still want to stay?" Cerdak nodded, with a serious expression on his face, and said firmly, "Other ant colonies can live longer, but we must kill that queen." "Okay. Then be careful," Selina whispered. She secretly clenched her fists and lowered her head to prevent others from seeing the cunning look in her eyes. Unexpectedly, Cerdak actually wanted to destroy this ghost-marked ant colony. This time she wanted to stay. But if she said it now, she knew that Cerdak would definitely not agree. Selina then began to organize trucks to lift all the seriously injured cavalry onto the carriages. The carriages of the four-wheeled trucks were covered with a layer of felt, allowing more than 10 cavalry to lie on them at the same time. 20 four-wheeled carriages were almost full. Wounded cavalry. In addition to more than 200 wounded cavalry, Lance also placed more than 60 jars filled with ashes in wooden boxes and placed them on the carriage. During this period, Selina sneaked behind the tent, clasped her hands and prayed to the goddess. The goddess comes, and then walked out as if nothing had happened. The cavalry captain handed the list of dead cavalry into Selina's hands. Selina nodded slightly and put the list away. The convoy did not rest here at the camp. Under the starry sky, 24-wheeled carriages rushed back to Doden Town overnight. Soldak personally put Selina into the carriage and watched her disappear into the night in the carriage. It was already early in the morning when the convoy arrived at Doden Town. Seeing so many wounded soldiers being brought back by carriages, the guards on the entire north wall were in an uproar. Everyone couldn't believe what they were seeing. The coachman transporting the wounded ran to Lance and asked for instructions on what to do with the wounded. Only then did Lance discover that Miss Selina did not return to Doden Town with the convoy. He didn't even know when she left, and he didn't notice her along the way. If it hadn't been for the carriage driver after arriving in Doden Town, he came to ask how to deal with these wounded soldiers. But he didn't even notice that Selina had left. Fortunately, before Selina secretly left the convoy, she left a message for Lance, asking him to go to the military camp to find the temporary person in charge, Adams. After arriving in Doden Town, it was long after the convoy left, and the cavalry in the camp only took a short rest and began to pack up under the cover of night. Selina walked out of the darkness and walked directly into the Cerdak tent. At this moment, her eyes had a different look. Her pupils changed to another color. Her whole face was serious and silent, and she exuded a faint coercion that did not belong to her. When she saw Soldak, she simply said, "I want to stay and help you." Then he sat silently in the corner of the tent. Cerdak has experienced several goddess arrivals recently, and has become somewhat accustomed to this. He knows that Selena has not lost her sense of autonomy at this time, but has a trace of spiritual thought sharing her body. This divine thought can give she brings some unexpected benefits. For example, the body has more affinity to dark elements, and the body has some stronger abilities. In this state, Selena can cast dark mist at night. This kind of domain-wide magic can completely block the perception of the ghost-marked red ants, and can almost perfectly suppress the ghost-marked red ants. Now that he has stayed, Serdak will not say anything more. He just feels that this dark goddess seems to be still very enthusiastic, and is too kind to the envoys under her. She is just a little cold, and not very talkative. In fact, Serdak has a bit of a misunderstanding about the divine will. The divine will that the dark goddess descended on Selena does not have subjective consciousness or independent thinking. It only has a trace of the goddess's breath, which can give Selena the possession of powerful dark force. Selena's mood has undergone some changes, mainly due to her own reasons. She feels that she is a dark apostle at this time, and of course she must maintain a little dignity. Perhaps this spiritual thought can occasionally feed back some of the apostle's subtle emotions. But this is a trivial matter. The cavalry dismantled the half-collapsed tent of the military camp. Andrew was reorganizing the remaining cavalrymen of the cavalry battalion outside the camp. These cavalrymen recovered quickly under the blessing of the blessed body. The two-headed ogre said that he wanted to go outside the camp to find the smell of the ghost-striped ant queen. But some cavalry heard exaggerated fighting sounds behind the hills outside the camp. The cavalry who ran over to investigate came back and said that the ogre was there, beating himself. It seems that there should be a little dispute between Gulitem and his good brother Naowa. Samira stood on the platform on the back of Thunder Rhinoceros. Her whole body seemed to blend into the night, as if there were a pair of eyes from high up staring at the movement on the ground. Serdak led Selena onto the Thunder Rhinoceros of the second formation, opened the door of the wooden house, and saw Aphrodite wearing a black robe lying on the floor of the wooden house, her graceful figure looking a little awkward in the darkness. Enchanting, Serdak said a little speechlessly. I didn't even summon you. How could you come here by yourself? Aphrodite sat up lazily, with a faint smile on her face, and said to Serdak, I made the summoning scroll with my own hands. Of course you have to accept my wishes from time to time, and I feel that if I don't come over by myself, you won't even bother to notify me about this kind of thing, and you don't want me to help. For this magical contract of equal symbiosis signed with the succubus, Serdak gradually felt that the rights and interests that belonged to him seemed to be a little less, especially after Aphrodite handed several summoning scrolls to herself. Although it was said that they could summon each other, other black magicians studied those powerful forbidden black magics, mainly to summon powerful demons from the H.L. world, even if it is a short-term servitude, and then the demon will return to the H.L. realm. But now Serdak discovered that the summoning scrolls he owned didn't seem so reliable. This equal and symbiotic contract is obviously more convenient and advantageous for spellcasters. I think I can handle it, Soldek explained as he walked into the cabin. Selena opened the door directly and walked into the next room. Sitting alone in the room, Aphrodite asked Serdak to sit down in front of her and said to him with a smile, Hey, we signed a symbiotic contract. You can't always take risks or put yourself in danger. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to have a good vacation at Pussy Mountain. I would be in no mood to enjoy a volcanic ash bath by the hot lava pool. In addition, I think I can try the power of these two magic patterns. I feel like my wings are back. Aphrodite stood up, straightened out her bulging breasts, and turned around in front of Serdek. The black robe clung tightly to her body, fully displaying the graceful curves of her back. Head, everyone is ready. Andrew stood under the Thunder Rhino's belly and shouted at the top of his voice toward the wooden house above. Serdek walked out of the wooden house and saw the cavalry in order. The two-headed ogre with a bruised nose and swollen face stood next to Andrew. Sure enough, as the old fable said, the only one who can hurt the ogre is himself. Ghoul item. Which direction are they? Serdek asked the two-headed ogre. Giving them something to do may divert their attention. For a pure-blooded ogre, there is nothing that a soup pot cannot solve. It's right over there, the two-headed ogre said angrily. It seemed that the fight just now was very fierce, and his voice changed, and his speech was a little slurred. Let's catch up. Serdek gave the order. The cavalry, led by the ogre, lined up neatly and walked down the slope. He left the messy camp in front of him behind, and even ignored the corpses of the ghostly patterned soldier ants. The team walked along the valley between the hills for about 10 kilometers. During this period, Samira, who was standing on the back of the Thunder Rhino, shot, and killed dozens of ghost-striped soldier ants wandering around the hills and mountains. The two-headed ogre was walking at the front of the team. He suddenly stopped, raised his head, and shouted to Serdek. "Boss, there is the smell of ants in front of me that I am familiar with. I am sure it is those ghost-striped male ants." Serdek was riding on Gubalai's horse and didn't want to say a word. He was obviously in the cavalry team and not far away from him. Gulaitum continued to shout at the top of his lungs, as if he would not stop until his good brother's stupid ears were deafened. We have a dark realm. This time we touch it and start killing. Chapter 824 Samira's Arrow. The night in the hills and mountains is silent and beautiful. The cold moonlight fell like water on the mountains and hills. The bushes not far away have been trampled to pieces by the ghost-striped red ants. Except for the ant colonies, there is deathly silence everywhere. There are almost no tall trees in the mountains here, and occasionally there are 1 or 2 solitary trees. Ghost-striped soldier ants came from all over. They felt the queen's call and kept gathering in this valley. The entire mountain was crowded with dense red ants. At the highest point of the mountain, more than 20 ghost-striped male ants that had successfully escaped from the joint pursuit of Andrew and Gulaitum were surrounding a red queen ant, whose 3 pairs of insect wings kept vibrating, even though at night. It also floats in midair. It has been flying like this non-stop for a whole month, and it looks quite tired. Occasionally, the insect wings will stop for a moment when the wings vibrate. The 6 legs of the queen ant have completely shrunk, and the fat belly is like a fishhook, wrapping the legs in it. Its head is very large, and the hard armor on the top of its head is full of wrinkles that are rare for insects. Its pair of blood-red compound eyes are full of irritability, panic, greed, hatred, fear, sin, and pain. It doesn't dare to fall, let alone fly too high. It keeps calling the ants in this mountainous area, and it seems that only a huge number of ants can make it feel at ease. It is a little greedy and always wants to wait, gather some ants and then leave. Just when the queen ant was hesitating to leave, a darkness appeared in its spiritual realm. It was unable to explore the area and felt that the darkness was slowly approaching. So it began to send out soldier ants in a panic. Go scouting in dark areas. Almost none of the ghosts marked red and sent out for reconnaissance came back. The dark area is getting closer. The queen began to panic. She became frightened, and she felt that the dark fog was slowly spreading. The dark mist spread and enveloped the ant colony at an extremely fast speed. The ghost striped red ants suddenly lost the signal transmitted by the queen, and all the red ants began to become manic. They did not want to continue lying on the mountain, but walked around restlessly. All the red ants became non-stop. The ground is restless. Located at the highest point of the hill, the queen ant could only perceive the surroundings about 10 meters away. It felt like there were only about 20 ghost-striped male ants following her in the silent world, and she began to tremble with a sense of crisis. It wants to leave. Desperately wants to leave. A strong feeling of despair grew from the bottom of her heart, and the queen ant felt extremely tired. It has wanted to fall down countless times and lie on any ghost-striped male ant. Take root here and build your own empire. The soil here is soft, and the soil is perfect for building underground caves. There are so many people of the same race who can gather around and enslave them at will. But the queen in Worm Valley gave them clear instructions. They must cross this mountain covered with stone thorns and go to the south. It doesn't dare to disobey, but it can't fly through. It can only drag its exhausted body and keep flying, because it knows that once it falls, those ghost-striped male ants may rush up to mate with it at all costs, even if the essence of the body is sucked away after death. But once they mate, they will lose the ability to fly and will probably never be able to climb this mountain again. The queen ant found that the surrounding ant colonies were still there, but she could not get any response to the mental command she sent. In the darkness and mist, he was like a blind man who could not see anything. The surrounding ghost-striped male ants gathered more closely, almost out of touch with the surrounding ant colonies. At this moment, the queen ant finally made up her mind. Abandon the ant colony and quickly escape from the area with the ghost-striped male ants. Under the dark fog, the fleeing queen ants, surrounded by ghost-striped male ants, quickly escaped from the ant colony. They wanted to break out of the fog, but they did not find the predator hidden in the fog behind them. Protected by the dark mist, the cavalry battalion charged forward without hesitation. The two-headed ogre Gillidim and the Nanai indigenous warriors stood at the front of the team, like 2 sharp knives. These ghost-patterned soldier ants were unable to withstand the edge of the second-turn strongman. They were lost in the darkness. With their keen senses, when they discovered that Andrew and the ogre appeared in front of them. Their heads were already missing. Selena stood on the platform on the back of the Thunder Rhino with her eyes closed, pointing in the direction where the ghost-striped Ant Queen was escaping and letting the cavalry battalion catch up. Not long after the Queen Ant escaped from the ant colony, she was caught up by the faster-moving cavalry. More than 400 cavalrymen surrounded these ghostly patterned male ants. Cerdak was not in a hurry to attack, but just kept the cavalry at a charging distance from these ghostly patterned male ants. After the two Thunder Rhinoceros followed Selena and Aphrodite, the dark mist once again shrouded the heads of the ghost-marked Queen Ant and the ghost-marked male ant, and only then did Cerdak give the order to attack. There were other ant colonies around. In order to prevent the queen from disturbing the surrounding ant colonies when she fled around, Cerdak decided to use the tactic of encirclement and killing this queen. At this moment, in addition to the 20-odd ghost-striped male ants around it, there were only less than 100 ghost-striped soldier ants still guarding the male ants. The cavalry regiment in the dark mist was divided into 4 teams. Soldak held the holy light torch and led 100 cavalrymen, bypassing the group of ghost-marked male ants and attacking from behind. Guillidim and Andrew each led 100 cavalry to attack from the left and right sides of the ant colony. Aphrodite held up her long skirt, stepped on the grass, and slowly approached the group of ghost-striped male ants from the front. Her pace was not fast, so the cavalry behind her could only walk and stop patiently. When Aphrodite saw the first male ant with ghost patterns, a pair of insect wings suddenly spread out behind him. The gorgeous magic patterns on the insect wings disappeared and appeared. As Aphrodite sang after a series of spells, a huge eyeball quickly appeared on her head. A beam of ray fell on the body of the ghost-striped male ant. The ghost-striped male ant seemed to fall into a deep sleep without having time to struggle. Not long after, Aphrodite stepped on the claws of the ghost-striped male ant and stood on the back of the ghost-striped male ant. A group of cavalry behind her stared with wide eyes as they watched this mysterious woman control a ghost-striped male ant with ease. Then, the ghost-striped male ant began to slowly turn around, like a giant tank, with its huge tentacles attacking its companions behind it. Only then did the cavalry behind them receive the signal from Aphrodite and prepare for the charge. Selena and Samira stood on the platform of Thunder Rhinoceros respectively. Samira, who had the advanced blessing of insight, could clearly see every move of all the ghost-marked male ants in front. She controlled the bed crossbow to shoot out magic giant crossbow arrows one after another. The queen ant hiding among the male ants finally realized that she was in the biggest crisis. She began to vibrate her insect wings desperately, and kept flying high into the sky. Samira saw this scene on the platform, and immediately mobilized the crossbow to aim at the queen, and fired a giant crossbow arrow at the queen. The ghost-patterned queen ant let out a piercing scream. Her body lit up with complicated magic patterns, and a complete replica appeared next to the queen. The giant crossbow arrow shot through the replica, but the queen ant avoided the giant crossbow arrow by narrow margins, and her body continued to rise. It was too late to reload the bed crossbow. Samira frowned and jumped from the bed crossbow control position without hesitation. She jumped more than 8 meters high in the air, with the excellent balance and coordination of the archer's body, landed steadily on the grass. She didn't even have time to say H, low to the cavalry beside her. So she turned over and climbed onto the horse. He stabbed the horses but hard with his spurs, and the horse neighed in pain and rushed towards a group of male ants like an arrow from the string. Samira took out her heaven strike. She grabbed the sharp bow with one hand, and quickly pulled the bow string to its full capacity. Countless magic patterns on the entire bow lit up, and a magic crystal in the gem groove the stone shattered with a snap, and countless electric snakes gathered on the arrow. The arrow flew out with a flash of white light. An arrow pierced the night sky and accurately hit the abdomen of the ghost-striped ant queen. At the same time, a bolt of lightning fell out of thin air. A click sound landed on the ghost-striped ant queen's insect wings, and the ghost-striped ant queen's insect wings were instantly burnt and shattered. Chapter 8 25 Young Aboriginals. Andrew and Gulidim led the cavalry to the center of the battlefield. Andrew's arms were burning with blazing flames. After being promoted to a second-level strongman, his strength improved a lot. The gap between a second-level strongman and a first-level warrior was by no means only it's just a disparity in strength. The control of the fighting spirit allows his body to accept stronger power. His body is like a huge furnace. The fighting spirit is constantly growing in it, constantly absorbing the fire elements floating in the air around him. The flames ignited in his arms are almost covers the upper body. Every time he struck the axe, there was a red halo. In the flames, Andrew stepped on the ghost-striped male ant's tentacles and jumped to the top of its head. An axe stood on the back of the ghost-striped male ant's neck. Darkly, the red energy was released through the axe blade. The light of the axe blade passed by, only cutting off a large piece of the hard thorns clustered between the head and neck, but failed to kill the ghost-marked male ants. While Andrew's combat effectiveness has been comprehensively improved, his imagination about combat has also begun to become wild. A row of cavalrymen held knight spears and stabbed the side of a rampaging ghost-patterned male ant. Although the knight spear could not penetrate the thick armor of the ghost-patterned male ant, more than 20 cavalrymen used their force at the same time and almost instantly lifted the ghost-patterned male ant. Fall to the ground. The huge body of the ghost-striped male ant collided with its companion, and immediately twisted its giant tentacles to bite the cavalry beside it, and the acid juice from its mouth spurted out. Several cavalrymen, who were close to the head of the ghost-patterned male ant, immediately raised their shields to block. However, under the huge force of the ghost-patterned male ant, the knight's light shield was like cardboard and was torn apart in an instant. Several cavalrymen also fell off their horses. The cavalrymen who caught up from behind immediately picked up the knight's spear in their hands, and 4 or 5 knight's spears stabbed the head of the ghost-striped male ant, raising its huge head high. The body of the ghost-striped male ant also lifted up, and the gap between the male ant's head and chest cracked, revealing the light red hard armor inside. Andrew climbed on the back of the ghost-striped male ant with his hands and feet, and took the opportunity to swing out the butcher's axe in his hand. A red flame flashed across, and light brown blood splashed from the crack in the neck of the ghost-striped male ant. A dark red egg-shaped giant hung heavily, and its 1-meter-long tentacles were firmly inserted into the soil on the ground. The power of the two-headed ogre Guillidim is not just that one person has become 2 people, and his strength has been increased even more, but that his good brother Nohua is born with the spells of the ogre family, which makes when Guillidim fights, he is covered with a layer of ice armor, and his skin itself is as hard as granite. When fighting, a trail of fire will burn under his feet. The bone-crushing stick in his hand can almost crack the thick armor of the ghost-marked male ants. When wrestling with the enemy, he will occasionally throw out an exploding fireball, which will also remind Guillidim of the dangers from all around at critical moments. Sneak attack. The two-headed ogre stood on the battlefield and simply used violence. The bone-crushing stick was not that destructive to the ghost-marked male ants. Guillidim took the initiative to take advantage of the moment when the ghost-marked male ants rushed up and swung the broken bone. The big bone club hit the tentacles, wrestling with the ghost-striped male ant from the front. The cavalry behind them rushed up, taking advantage of the moment when the ghost-marked male ant's tentacles opened to reveal its mouthparts, and threw the 5-meter-long knight spear into it, often causing sour juice to flow everywhere. With these 2 second-level experts in the cavalry team who can overpower the ghost-marked male ants, hunting becomes much easier. Shrouded in Selena's dark mist, the ghost-marked male ants can only fight on their own. Surdak held up the holy light torch in his hand, and the aura of power under his body not only gave the cavalry some strength, but also gave them more courage to fight. As long as the holy light is close to the black ghost patterns on the hard armor, these ghost patterns will quickly fade away, and the ghost pattern male ants will also seem to be suffering from severe burning pain. Facing the ball of holy light in Surdak's hand, the huge figure was forced to retreat continuously. Aphrodite stood on a ghost-striped male ant and caught up from behind. Samira also gave up her warhorse, took the opportunity to climb onto the ghost-marked male ant, and kept shooting arrows with electric arcs in all directions. Several ghost-striped male ants were protecting the dying ghost-striped queen ant. One of the ghost-striped male ants even wanted to break through the soft soil and protect the ghost-striped queen ant from escaping underground. Aphrodite drew dark purple magic patterns with her hands, and the gorgeous rune lines lit up, quickly forming a magic pattern array. As Aphrodite's spell fell, the ghost pattern male ants actually appeared under their feet. It becomes a mottled rock. The giant tentacles of the ghost-striped male ants were inserted into the rock ground, and the huge rock was immediately cut into pieces. However, they could not dig out the soil below. The ghost-striped male ants could only swing the giant tentacles violently and lift the heavy rock slab. How could the cavalry allow the ghost-striped male ants to dig holes with peace of mind? There were at least 20 knight spears stabbing them all around. An arrow with electric arc and wind force was stuck in its eyeball. Later, Aphrodite controlled the ghost-striped male ants and also crashed into them. The battle ended when the body of the queen ant was snatched by Surdak and his party. All the ghost-marked male ants were killed by the cavalry under the dark mist. The remaining ghost-striped soldier ants were no longer restrained by the queen, and they had no courage to fight anymore, so they fled in all directions. Selena, who was standing on the back of Thunder Rhinoceros, was burning with complex black magic patterns. The dark aura that was pouring into her body suddenly stopped. As her aura became weaker, that wisp of spiritual thought seemed to it also reached the end and disappeared little by little from her body. And Selena fell straight down on the platform at this moment, unconscious. With the experience of the last battle, Surdak knew that this was Selena's coma caused by the overdraft of mental power under the goddess Advent. As long as she takes more rest, she can recover. There are 2 crossbowmen on the platform carrying Selena into the wooden house. Of course, at this moment, Surdak began to quickly check the abdominal magic patterns of these ghost-marked male ants. Only those ghost-marked male ants with complete life magic patterns on their abdomens would be marked by Surdak. And other ghost-marked male ants would be marked by Surdak. The ants will be dismembered quickly. The hard armor of these male ants is at least 1 level higher than that of the soldier ants. They are also very good magic materials. So take away as much as possible. A dazzling white line lit up on the horizon. Ant colonies are still wandering around in the hills and mountains along the northern foothills of the Thorny Mountains, constantly looking for a way south. The Thorny Mountains, which stretches for hundreds of kilometers, is not too long. There are 5 passages through canyons and passes that can pass through the Thorny Mountains. They are all currently in the Lutheran Army's garrison area. And many ghost-marked red ants are also trying to bypass this passage. Just go further east in the Thorny Mountains, and you will encounter a large river named Erui, which cuts off the Invercargill forest in the eastern part of the Thorny Mountains. There were once several adventurous groups that sailed northward on the Erui River. Unfortunately, there was no news about these adventurers in the following decades. Blocking the west side of the Thorny Mountains is the territory of the Crypt Demon Spider. Since the mountains in that area will be full of various hidden caves, Marquis Brewster of the Bena province is currently leading his army to attack this unknown area. Ghost patterns as the red ants go west along the Thorny Mountains. They may encounter the Crypt Demon Spider, or they may encounter the Marquis of Brewster's army. No matter who they meet, it is a tough and fierce battle for these ghost-striped red ants. Therefore, many ant colonies are wandering in this hilly and mountainous area, waiting for opportunities to move. The cavalrymen began to eat breakfast after cleaning the battlefield. A large group of ghost-striped red ants gathered not far away. The ant colony discovered the cavalry camp and slowly approached here. A large part of them were part of the ant colony last night. After being dispersed by Surdak with the cavalry, they broke through the dark fog and defect to other ant colonies. This ant colony seemed to be quite large in number. Surdak did not want to start a war with this ant colony, so he quickly left here with the cavalry battalion. Several giant ghost-striped soldier ants emerged from the ant colony, and their tall bodies stood out in the ant colony. If you want to find the queen ant in the overwhelming army of red ants, you definitely need a bit of luck. As the cavalry gradually withdrew from the battlefield, the giant ghost-patterned soldier ants jumped out from the ant colony, biting 2 thunder rhinos and an enslaved ghost-patterned male ant behind the cavalry camp. The soldier ants rushed up and continued to conduct tentative attacks on the cavalry battalion. The cavalry had experienced 2 battles in a row. Even with the blessed body, they were extremely exhausted physically and mentally. They had successfully avenged their dead companions and now needed a good rest. In addition, Selena was still in a coma, and Surdak was even more unwilling to fight the ghost-marked red ants behind her. But these ghost-striped soldier ants had a strong desire to fight. Samira stood on the platform behind the thunder rhinoceros and shot more than 10 ghost-striped soldier ants in succession. But she was unable to stop their offensive momentum. In the end, the 2-headed ogre used Path of Fire to isolate a large group of ghost-marked red ants. Several giant ghost-patterned soldier ants relied on their huge size to actually pass through the Path of Fire. A giant crossbow arrow flew over with a woo-woo sound piercing the air, and accurately inserted into the body of the giant ghost-patterned soldier ant. The 2-headed ogre and Andrew rushed forward together, chopped off the head and 6 legs of the giant ghost-patterned soldier ant, and took away the giant crossbow arrow more than 3 meters long. There were many ghost-patterned soldier ants chasing after him. The 2-headed ogre threw fireballs at the few soldier ants rushing at the front. While the fireballs exploded on the soldier ants, the 2 took the opportunity to escape quickly. Surdak then asked 2 veterans to ignite explosives from behind, and finally managed to get rid of these ghost-marked red ants before entering the Thorny Mountains. Following the direction guided by Andrew, the team headed towards a stone formation at the foot of the mountain. According to Andrew, that's where they met several indigenous warriors yesterday, on a large grassland near the foot of the Thorny Mountains. You could often see huge shapes surrounded by boulders several meters high. The patterns made up of these boulders can only be seen in full view from high in the air. Otherwise, it looks like some closely spaced boundary monuments from a distance. It's just that these boulders are too heavy. And judging from the mottled marks on the surface of the boulders, they should have been erected here for a long time. Many people say that the adventurers of the adventure group said that these boulders were the footprints left by the Titans. Later, the indigenous people who worship the Titans used some boulders to circle the footprints here. In the eyes of magicians, these boulder matrices should be the coordinate points left by the legendary mages who traveled in the star field. As long as you have the coordinates of these star field planes, you can continuously open new worlds. Some archaeologists also say that these huge stones represent the ancient civilization owned by the indigenous people in the northern part of the Belan Plain. As for what exactly these Stonehenges are, no big scholar has yet come forward to explain them. 7 young indigenous warriors carried hardwood bows on their backs and tattered iron knives on their waists. They only wore some animal skins and tree vines around their bodies. They jumped back and forth through the rocky area of the mountainous area. Their steps were vigorous. The body is extremely flexible. And even though his feet are bare on the gravel, he can still walk as fast as he can. The young native at the front was very familiar with this area. He walked along Stonehenge for a long time and finally stopped behind a huge stone. He didn't even dare to speak loudly, but pointed to the other side of the boulder with gestures. The 7 natives climbed up the boulder silently, stretched out their heads, and glanced to the other side. They saw 3 ghost-striped worker ants on the grass, struggling to dig a cave. There was a sound coming from deep inside the cave. The little beasts screamed in fear and shrillness. These 3 ghost-striped worker ants are almost the size of an adult forest wolf. The tentacles on their heads are the sharpest digging tools, and can easily turn over the soil. The 7 young natives retracted their heads at the same time and hid behind the boulder, muttering for a while. After discussion, several people quickly came to a consensus and finally decided to try to hunt these 3 ghost-striped worker ants. After all, they are just 3 ghost-striped worker ants. A hardwood arrow hit the ghost-striped worker ant on the far left with a snap sound. Unfortunately, the ghost-striped worker ant was covered with a layer of hard armor. The hardwood arrow did not penetrate its body, but frightened it instead. With a jump, a crimson head emerged from the soil. At the same time, other hardwood arrows also landed on the other 2 ghost-striped worker ants, except for one hardwood arrow that happened to hit the joint of the ghost-striped worker ant. All the other hardwood arrows were bounced out. Only then did the ghost-patterned worker ants realize that they were being attacked. They groped in the direction of the arrow. When a ghost-patterned worker ant came behind the boulder, what was waiting for it was a broken iron knife. Click sound. The iron knife struck at the joint of the ghost-marked worker ant, and one of its legs suddenly fell off. The ghost-marked worker ant also showed its sharp pincers and bit hard at the young native. The native rolled to avoid it, neatly drawing the knife. He chopped off the other leg of the ghost-striped worker ant. These young natives were very skilled and quickly killed all 3 ghost-striped worker ants. Just when they were happily trying to get away with the loot, 7 or 8 ghost-striped soldier ants as big as a calf emerged from the more than 30 meters of grass. The ghost-striped soldier ants looked at the 7 soldiers with cold eyes. The young aboriginal made a click-click sound from his mouth. Chapter 8 26 Young Aboriginals 2. Oops! They found us! A young native's face turned livid. His eyes were full of fear, and his whole body was shaking when he spoke. Run away! Someone shouted. The 7 young natives quickly put down their prey, turned around and ran towards the mountain wall outside Stonehenge. 8 ghost-patterned soldier ants jumped out from the grass, their sharp hard armor cutting off the grass blades. Their crawling speed was much faster than the running speed of the young natives. The young natives stepped on the gravel between the mountain walls and ran halfway up the mountain. Only by running halfway up the mountain and burrowing into the dense thorny stone pillars could they escape the pursuit of the ghost-marked soldier ants. Seeing the ghostly patterned soldier ants getting closer and closer behind him, one of the most experienced young natives immediately screamed strangely. We have to separate. Otherwise no one will survive. He deliberately shouted loudly. Don't run to the tribe. Don't lure these damn red ants home. Probably trying to attract those ghost-patterned soldier ants behind. These young natives immediately dispersed. Several young people ran separately, and the ghost-patterned soldier ants behind them also chased these young natives. The weapons in their hands could not break through the armor of the ghost-patterned soldier ants. Facing such a monster, they had no chance of winning. Fortunately, they were very familiar with the mountains in this area, and their running and climbing speed was not too slow. The other young natives ran so quickly that they couldn't even see their shadows. Only the youngest native followed the most experienced young native. The 2 ran to a cliff out of breath, followed by 2 dark red ones. The ghost-patterned soldier ants opened their sharp tentacles and kept approaching the two young natives. The older young native stretched out his hand to block the smaller young native behind him, and said with a look of regret and self-blame, "I regret a little. I shouldn't have led everyone to hunt those 3 ghost-striped worker ants." Although he was actually scared to death, and could not stop shaking when he spoke, the smaller young native looked with despair at the ghost-striped soldier ant with its claws spread out in front of him. The disgusting mouthparts under the giant claws kept opening and closing. His legs were a little weak, and he backed away. When I was walking, I tripped over a stone and sat down on the ground. The ghost-striped soldier ants thought it was the natives who were the first to attack. Their bodies also shot forward. The moment their tentacles protruded forward, they cut off the arms of the older and younger natives together with the tattered iron knives. The heart-wrenching screams could be heard far away. The older young natives were determined to save their companions. Howling in pain, they pounced on the ghost-striped soldier ant, and their bodies were cut at the waist by the soldier ant's open tentacles. Blood spattered, and the colorful internal organs in the cavity flowed all over the floor. The smaller young native completely lost the courage to fight and escape, and sat on the ground shivering, staring blankly at the 2 soldier ants tearing his brother to pieces in an instant. At the moment when he closed his eyes and waited for death, several hardwood-coated iron spears flew down in front of the ghost-patterned soldier ants. A group of tribal warriors came from the mountainside and threw hardwood flying spears with iron tips to drive back the ghost-marked soldier ant. Then several arrows flew in and accurately shot through the ghost-marked soldier ant's compound eyes. The injured ghost-striped soldier ant made a dizzying hiss and sprayed a stream of acidic liquid towards the young native. The young native felt that his body was being picked up, and the surrounding scenery became blurry. Then he was placed next to the rock wall. The person who rescued him was Uncle Anta, a warrior in the tribe. He is the most experienced hunter in the tribe, and his thick beard makes him look very fierce. "Little Suen, stand up. You are a child of the god of hunting. You cannot be so timid." After speaking, he put an iron knife stained with blood into his hand and said again, "No matter what adversity you are in, never forget to raise your weapons." At this time, more indigenous warriors appeared next to the surrounding rocks. The young native's eyes were a little dull. Maybe he was frightened by the bloody scene in front of him. More than a dozen indigenous warriors rushed towards the 2 ghostly patterned soldier ants. The weapons in their hands were much better than the iron knives in the hands of the young indigenous people. Many of them had a heavy axe in their hands and carried hardwood behind them. Bow! After a struggle, 4 indigenous warriors were injured and cut off the heads of 2 ghostly patterned soldier ants. An indigenous warrior used an axe to chop open the hard skull of a ghost-striped soldier ant, curled his lips, and took out a handful of brains. He said vaguely, "I heard that the meat of this big guy is very chewy." Several other indigenous warriors also came over. But before everyone could start sharing the joy of victory, Uncle Anta shouted, "Don't get too proud too early. I'm afraid we're in big trouble." Everyone followed his gaze and looked into the mountain wall. 2 giant ghost-patterned soldier ants and more than 100 ghost-patterned soldier ants had appeared in their field of vision. The ghost-patterned soldier ants had obviously discovered them, and they were climbing fast, significantly faster. A group of ghost-patterned soldier ants quickly surrounded him. These indigenous warriors joined the battle one after another. With the hard armor of the ghost-patterned soldier ants, the indigenous warriors were constantly injured and fell down. Uncle Anta and several indigenous warriors stood in front of the giant ghost-patterned soldier ant, but the wooden weapons in their hands had no effect on the giant ghost-patterned soldier ant. After a while, nearly half of the indigenous warriors fell. The giant ghost-patterned soldier ant opened its tentacles and bit off Uncle Anta's wooden spear in one bite. Just when it was about to kill this indigenous warrior, a group of cavalry and 2 thunder rhinos appeared at the foot of the mountain. At the same time, a giant crossbow flew over with a roar. The giant ghost-patterned soldier ant already felt the danger. Turning his head awkwardly, the shadows reflected in countless compound eyes were all of this giant crossbow arrow that was speeding towards him. Puff! The crossbow arrow passed through the body of the giant ghost-patterned soldier ant and nailed it firmly to the mountain wall. At the same time, Surdak led a group of cavalry along the hillside and rushed towards these ghostly patterned soldier ants. In an instant, a group of cavalry slaughtered these ghost-patterned soldier ants. These indigenous warriors did not expect that the people who rescued them would be a group of Green Empire cavalry. Just over a month ago, there were frequent conflicts between the 2 sides at the boundary markers in the hilly and mountainous areas. Several indigenous warriors took the opportunity to help their injured companions up and began to treat the wounds silently. As Surdak chopped off the head of the giant ghost-patterned soldier ant with a sword, he then took it in his hand, jumped off the horse, and strode to several injured people standing next to the mountain wall, in front of the indigenous warriors. He nodded kindly to them, and then said, "Sorry, we are a little late." Several indigenous warriors looked at Soldak blankly, obviously not understanding what he was talking about. However, the indigenous warriors also expressed their gratitude to Serdek for helping to rescue them. It was a pity that Aung San did not follow this time, and there was a big communication problem between the two sides. However, these indigenous warriors were really enthusiastic. After cleaning up the battlefield, they took the initiative to bring Serdek and the cavalry back to their hiding place. The chiefs of the indigenous tribes also came out immediately to greet them. Chapter 8:27 Lobbying. On the mountainside of the northern slope of the Thorny Mountains, Antau led Serdek through the jumbled stone pillars and walked to a gap in the mountain surrounded by stone pillars. The gap between the mountains is only less than 100 meters long, and many wooden houses have been built in the gap more than 3 meters wide. The outside of these wooden houses is covered with bark, hay and mud. Each wooden house looks very small, and there is always a gap at the entrance of the wooden house. There was an elderly man sitting on the ground against the wall, basking in the sun. There is a smoky atmosphere here, but obviously they should have a special hut. And you can't smell the stench of feces and urine in the front and back of the house. Serdek didn't expect that such a secret residence would be hidden here. There was a cave at the end, and at the entrance of the cave some women holding children were cooking simple food. The vessel they used was a chipped iron pot, standing on 3 stones, with firewood stuffed between the stones. Flames came out from below and almost completely engulfed the iron pot, burning it black. There was a mess of food cooking in the iron pot, and the only thing Soldak could identify was a worker ant leg. Seeing Soldak walking in with a group of heavily armed cavalry from outside, the women and children of the indigenous tribe looked very panicked, but also a little curious. They were squatting next to the big iron pot, wrapped in some animal skins, and their eyes were wide open. Only the eyes of the old people lying in the cabin plain were full of indifference and a hint of hostility. A group of strong indigenous warriors gathered from all directions and gathered around Antau. These indigenous people gathered together and spoke a lot of indigenous languages that Serdek could not understand at all. Each of these natives has a hardwood bow on his body and an iron knife or axe on his waist. However, the iron tools are very broken. Soldak even thinks that there is not even the worst blacksmith shop in Helensa will sell this crappy weapon. In order to avoid causing panic among the indigenous tribes, Serdek only took Andrew and Samira with him, along with 20 fully armed first-turn cavalry. Gulitum, Aphrodite, Selena and hundreds of cavalry were waiting at the foot of the mountain outside, returning the 2 thunder rhinoceros and an enslaved ghost-striped male ant. A group of young natives followed the cavalry, as if they were surrounding heroes. Their eyes fell on the shining full-cover armor on the cavalry, their eyes full of novelty and envy. Surrounded by hundreds of natives, a tribal leader wearing a messy animal skin came out of the cave to welcome him. There is a sharp short axe hanging on his waist. His body is very strong. He wears a headband inlaid with various gems and feathers, and a magic crystal necklace on his chest and arms, engraved with some black tattoos. I remember Aung San once said that these black patterns represent the lifelong achievements of indigenous warriors. Many indigenous warriors are proud of their black tattoos all over their bodies. The indigenous chief walked up to Serdek. His body was 2 times thicker than Serdek's, and his whole body was full of solid muscles. He stretched out a big hand like a cattail fan, clenched it into a fist, and bumped into Serdek. One time, the indigenous patriarch said in a blunt imperial dialect, "Friends, listen to Antau. It was you who saved their lives. I want to thank you very much. Those trophies belong to you." He pointed at the corpses of ghost-marked soldier ants that Antau brought back. Serdek found that it seemed that every leader of the indigenous tribe was proficient in some imperial language. The chief elder of the indigenous tribe he met last time was also proficient in imperial language, and so was the indigenous leader. It seemed that they were not unfamiliar imperial people. "Hello, friend. Do you know imperial language?" Serdek asked calmly. "Of course. When I was young, I went to your city, Wilkes, and lived there for 2 years. The indigenous patriarch smiled a little exaggeratedly, with some wrinkles almost showing on his face, and then patted his strong chest. "Introduce yourself." "My name is Ilmatum. Welcome to my tribe. My name is Serdek, and I am the garrison commander of Doden Canyon." Serdek took off his helmet and dragged it on his right arm. He glanced around and found that the natives around him had blank faces, and they obviously couldn't understand the imperial language. "We are currently carrying out the mission of eradicating ghost-marked red ants in the hilly and mountainous areas, Suldek added. Next, the indigenous chief Ilmatum invited Serdek into the cave. The cave was very dry, and the inside was kept very clean. Some individual rooms were even divided into wooden boards and animal skins. It was just that the light was a little dim. But the living room of the indigenous patriarch Ilmatum was here. Ilmata asked the women to prepare some food and water. Picking up the water glass, Suldek glanced at Zhang Cici's wooden bowl and really didn't have the courage to drink it. It was not easy to just put it back. So I just held it in my hand and said to the indigenous leader, "Both my Duodan town and your tribe are currently invaded by ghost-striped red ants." The indigenous chief sat opposite Serdek, with indigenous warriors standing behind him. The young people in the tribe could only squeeze at the entrance of the cave. When women passed by the cave entrance carrying clay pots, some young men boldly touched their thighs. The indigenous chief did not pay attention to this at this time. He thought seriously for a while, and then nodded in agreement. Suldek continued, "They come ferociously and in large numbers. They want to capture our homeland and establish their red ant empire. So I think we have a common enemy in fighting the ghost-striped red ants." Hearing what Serdek said, the indigenous chief immediately became energetic and said loudly, "Yes, these ghost-striped red ants have destroyed our homeland. They have eaten everything that can feed them. And they have also eaten many tribesmen. If we want to take back our homes in the hills and mountains, we must drive them away." He said it once in Blood Imperial language, and again in Aboriginal language, and clenched his hand into a fist and hit the ground hard. A group of natives behind him also followed his movements and pounded the ground hard. The women in the tribe took out some ant legs that were roasted black and placed the food on a stone slab. "Yes, we have to drive them back to the Darkworm Valley," Suldek said. The indigenous chief lowered his head and raised his eyes to glance at Suldek, but said nothing. Suldek continued, "My cavalry battalion killed a lot of ghost-marked red ants in the hilly and mountainous areas. But I feel that this is not enough. We must continue to expand the results and drive them all back to Invercargill, to the north of the forest. That's why we pay a casual visit when we pass by here. After all, we are neighbors not far away." Hearing what Serdek said, the smile on the indigenous chief's face suddenly disappeared. Serdek's expression was indifferent, and his eyes fell on the tattooed face of the indigenous patriarch. The relationship between the Empire and the natives of the Belan Plain has always been very tense. We Imperial people crossed the portal and came here to occupy a large area of fertile land. Many people said that we were invaders. The indigenous chief raised his eyebrows, and there was already some anger in his eyes. The surrounding indigenous warriors also felt the anger of the indigenous patriarch. A group of people stared at Suldek with unkind expressions, and they were ready to beat him if they disagreed. Serdek waved his hand and said to the indigenous chief, "What I want to say is that the Belan Plain is vast, with vast land and abundant resources. There are many places in such a large land that we have not explored. Our Imperial Cavalry's journey is also in those unexplored places. To the north, we can occupy Invercargill Forest. You can cross the Arui River to the east, but it won't be hills and mountains." When the indigenous chief heard this, his expression recovered and he whispered in indigenous language to the indigenous warriors on both sides. Only then did the indigenous warriors retract their stern gazes. Serdek said, "You have lived here for generations and have long been accustomed to the mountains, rivers, plants and trees here." The indigenous chief nodded slightly in agreement. Serdek said, "When I came here, I never thought of driving you away. If you want to live here, then continue to live here. You can completely enclose as much land as you want." Ilmatum was obviously startled and stared at Serdek, as if he wanted to see through him, with a bit of aristocratic pride on his face. Serdek said, "The boundary markers in the hills and mountains are not my end. I am destined to expand northward in the future and occupy the entire Invercargill." Speaking of this, his eyes fell on the indigenous patriarch and said word by word, "What I need is peace here in the hills and mountains." He pronounced the last word strongly. "I have never thought about letting the indigenous people in your tribe integrate into our lives. You also have your own way of life, which we need to respect. Of course, I also don't mind learning from each other, slowly adapting and accepting some good things. In the future, the young people in the tribe are destined to go out and see the new world outside. They are destined to bring back exquisitely crafted copper and iron wares, pottery, and textiles, and life here will become better and better." Serdek continued, "We should get rid of the old ideas in the past. You have many products here. Maybe you think they are nothing, but they are very precious to us. Then why not exchange it for some other supplies that are also precious to you? We can try to make some trades. Everyone is mutually beneficial to each other. If we think it's okay, then we can continue to trade like this. If we think it's not worthwhile, then we'll stop and sit down and talk until we're both satisfied. Not everything needs to be solved by force. The only people our cavalry's spears want to aim at are the ants. Surdak talked a lot. The indigenous chief also fell into deep thinking. Of course, Surdak didn't think he could decide anything. Although he is the leader of an indigenous tribe, the person who really has the right to speak in this indigenous tribe is the great elder of his father's tribe. I can understand a lot of what you said, but there are also some that I can't understand. I have to think about these carefully. He scratched his head that was about to explode and said solemnly. Surdak also clapped his hands and said, I will leave you enough time to think. I am here just for the first visit. After all, we will be neighbors for a long time in the future. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, pulled out a small box from the magic waste bag, opened the lid of the box, and found it filled with fine steel arrow clusters. He said very casually, By the way, in order to deal with these red ants, I gave you some gifts and left these weapons. I believe they will be helpful to you. In addition to a box of arrow clusters, there are more than a dozen weapons. Of course, the weapons Surdak sent out this time were all defective and scrap products. But even some dilapidated and defective products are many times better than those in the hands of indigenous warriors. Surdak felt that the matter of gifting weapons needed to be explained clearly. Otherwise it would become a habit, and he might reach out and ask for it next time. If we still need these next time, we can exchange them with supplies. Soldak pointed to the magic crystal necklace on the chest of the indigenous tribe leader and said, Whether it's these crystals or the leather of the ghost-marked red ants, they can be used. Take it out and trade it. He looked at the young indigenous people at the entrance of the cave and said, Young people in the tribe can also join my army. I don't guarantee anything else. The only thing I can guarantee is that as long as you are willing to serve in my army for 4 years, this set of full-covered black iron armor and this handle where you can take the knight's sword, light shield, flail and alloy bow with you when you leave the military camp. Because those things already belong to you at that time. After Soldak said this, he left without sitting for too long. In addition to the indigenous chiefs, who were thinking seriously in the cave, in a small cabin surrounded by leather next to them, 3 elders were also thinking seriously. Chapter 828 Join. Not long after Soldak left, 3 old men filed out of a partitioned hut surrounded by leather inside the cave. These old natives were all wearing decent clothes, with some gems hanging on their bodies, and they were holding canes made of polished black wood, with a large and magnificent gem inlaid on the top of the canes. The 3 old men, accompanied by the indigenous chief, sat around the fire pit where they had just talked with Soldak. The charcoal fire in the fire pit has not been extinguished, and the iron pot above is still bubbling. An old man skillfully scooped out the boiling hot soup from it with a wooden spoon, and poured it into 3 wooden cups in an orderly manner. The old man's eyes were always chasing the face of the old man in the middle. But unfortunately, he didn't see any clues from that face. The indigenous chief, Ilmatum, was sitting at the bottom. At this time, he was fishing out a ghost-striped worker ant's leg from a soup pot. He sucked it hard and swallowed the juice inside. This kind of monster food can also enhance physical fitness. It is also a rare good thing among indigenous tribes. The young native named Soon and several other young people in the tribe squatted at the entrance of the cave and refused to leave. All the women were driven outside the cave to bask in the sun, and the cave suddenly became quiet. He wants to exchange some benefits for the children in the tribe to fight for him. Maybe once he goes to the battlefield, he will never come back. The old man sitting in the center said with a heavy tone, They still have to cross the hills, in the mountains, occupy the Invercargill forest. But how can it be so easy to expand territory to the north? Go north and reach the Worm Valley, which is an insurmountable mountain. You should understand how dangerous it is there. I don't need to tell you. Hearing what the great elder said, the elder sitting on the right immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, it's really dangerous outside. At this time, the leader of the Ilmatum clan sipped the soup in his hand, rubbed his sticky bear paw-like hands on his thighs, put down the soup pot in his hand and said, But the follower beside him also he's not from the Empire. Judging from his status, he must be very high. There are patterns on his armor. It might not be a bad thing if our young people can go to such an army to learn how to fight. The elder sitting on the left side of the great elder was silent for a while, and finally said. Chief Ilmatum also forced out an ugly smile and said, When the ant wave comes, Even if we hide in the shelter of Thorny Mountain, people will die one after another every day. The outside world is full of dangers. But how can we be the same here? He touched his belly with his hand and said, "To be honest, I want to make some deals with them." He looked at the rows of simple display racks deep in the cave, and then said, "Exchange our herbs and animal skins for some sophisticated weapons. As long as we have sophisticated enough weapons, our tribal warriors can still hunt down those soldier ants." After saying this, he touched the magic crystal necklace on his chest and said, "Sometimes I wonder, what is the use of these things? They can only be made into pendants when left here. But in their eyes, the thing seems to be very precious. Since it is of no use to us, I would rather take it out and exchange it for some sharp arrows." The elder on the left side and said, "A few years ago, we were still fighting against the Empire. We old guys have experienced those difficult days. We lost in weapons and equipment. If the weapons and armor had been the Imperial Army is half well equipped, we may be able to drive them to other places. Or we may be able to block them in the city and not dare to come out." The great elder lowered his eyelids and said, "The hatred in the hearts of today's young people has become much lighter, and they have forgotten who drove us here." The elder sitting on the left continued, "Let young people learn the fighting methods of the Chinese. Even if we go to war again in the future, it will do us more good than harm." At this time, the young man named Su-In, who was sitting at the entrance of the cave, said, "Grandpa, I also want to see the outside world." The great elder raised his head and looked at that childish face. He couldn't figure out when his eyes became so determined, thinking that life on this mountain was also full of hardships. And if he joined the Imperial Army, the situation might not be much worse, and might even open up a new world. So the great elder nodded and said, "Su-In, since you all want to do business with the Green Empire people so much, then do it. They need leather, herbs and magic crystals. These require people who know the market. Let Su-In do it." The young native said loudly and excitedly, "Grandpa, I will bring back those sophisticated weapons." Seeing that Su-In was rarely in such an urgent mood to do something, the great elder nodded in agreement. The leader of the Almaidam tribe also said expectantly, "Su-In, they probably haven't gone too far yet. It's probably not too late for you to chase them now." Su-In stood up excitedly and said loudly to his companions, "If you are willing to go with me, we will leave now." Soldak led the cavalry battalion just as he was about to leave Stonehenge. He saw more than 20 young natives jumping down the mountain from a distance, shouting, "Woo woo," from their mouths, like a group of a monkey that comes down the mountain to steal corn. After reining in his horse, Soldak raised his hand to ask the cavalry in front to stop first, then turned to look at the young natives running towards him. Serdek once said the same thing to the great elder of the Dakuni tribe. It's just that the great elder of the Dakuni tribe was worried that his power would be divided, and was unwilling to let the warriors from the tribe come out. Of course, Serdek did not force it too much. At least, he can still trade magic herbs with the Dakuni tribe. Although the entire Invercargill forest has been destroyed by ghost-striped red ants, Serdek does not believe the words of the indigenous people. If those magic herbs are the place where it grows is the Warcraft forest, which has long been dug up by the adventure group in Duodan town. In order for the adventure group to be able to dig out not a single plant, at least the place where these herbs grow must be very secret. He felt that there was a different atmosphere in this indigenous tribe, and thought that a material transaction was needed to strengthen mutual trust. And then, there would be unexpected gains. Unexpectedly, before leaving Stonehenge, a group of young natives roared down the mountain. Seeing as they looked like this, they must have obtained the consent of the leader of the Almaidam clan. Serdek felt that this trip was really worth it. More than 24 young natives, wearing tattered animal skin clothes and carrying hardwood bows behind their backs, stood in front of Serdak's horse with excitement on their faces. Su-In stood at the front of everyone and said to Serdak in the imperial language he had just learned, "I want to join you." He only knows this sentence, and it was taught to him by the leader of the Almaidam clan before he left. These young indigenous people all have slightly red skin, although their bodies are a little thinner. Each of them has strong muscles. They only panted slightly while running all the way down the mountain. No need to test their physical fitness to know that they are very good. Serdak leaned over and stretched out his hand, saying to the 23 young natives, "Welcome." Seeing the confused expressions on their faces, I realized that they could not understand the imperial language. So I jumped off the horse, pointed at Aphrodite's ghost-striped male ant, and personally led them onto the back of the huge ghost-striped male ant, letting them there sitting on it. The cavalry battalion then set off back to the town of Dodan. Chapter 829 Daily Life in the cavalry camp. Serdek felt that it was a bit shocking for a living ghost-striped male ant to follow the cavalry battalion and walk majestically into Doden town. Aphrodite will not stay in the Beland plain forever. Therefore, when this ghost-striped male ant reaches the entrance of the canyon, it is regarded as reaching the end of its life. Serdek found a quiet open space nearby and conducted an on-site anatomy session on ghost-striped male ants to all the cavalry. This time, the dissection was done by Serdek himself. But even with the blood-red crescent full of the power of the holy light, he wanted to completely separate these half-inch thick hard armor without being fully soaked in the acid liquid. Definitely not an easy task. Although the holy light has a strong corrosive effect on ghost-striped red ants, this hard armor is really thick and hard. Fortunately, Serdek has dismembered more than 30 ghost-striped male ants before and after, so he has rich experience in this. After some on-site dissection, the cavalry finally figured out that the most lethal part of the ghost-striped male ant's body was at the back of its neck. It is covered with a complete piece of hard armor. This complete piece of hard armor is not surrounded by superimposed hard armor pieces, so it peels off easily. Just cut along the edge of the hard carapace and along the soft horny edge, and you can completely peel off the hard carapace from the male ant. But peeling off such a piece of hard armor, as big as a small buckler, is not an easy task. Other ghost-striped male ants will not be as honest as this ghost-striped male ant. They will do everything possible to lift the enemy off their back, and then use their huge bodies to crush the enemy into fresh meat pies. Of course, if you have the opportunity to peel off this piece of hard armor, you can see the gray-green brain under the fascia. These brains are as fragile as jelly. If you insert a branch into them, they can be stirred into a paste. In addition, the joints throughout the body of the ghost-striped male ant are also its weakest points. Since a ghost-striped male ant weighs several tons, its 6 legs bear a huge burden. As long as the 2 legs can be cut off, the ghost-striped male ant can only crawl on the ground when moving, and its heavy abdomen will plow 4 deep grooves on the ground. As Aphrodite withdrew her mental power, the ghost-striped male ant made a hissing sound unwillingly. Under a huge shock, his brain was cut off by Serdek's sword. At the strong request of the ogre, Serdek took out all the frozen brains and put them in wooden barrels and gave them to Gulaitum. The last step is dismemberment and skinning. All the clean meat must be peeled off. Now the cavalry are accustomed to eating whatever is available, and the taste of red ants is at least stronger than those unpalatable marching rations. Many cavalrymen in the cavalry battalion have completely changed their physiques because they have eaten a lot of monster meat recently. How can people usually have the opportunity to eat so much Warcraft meat? Even the dining tables of great nobles would not be able to eat fresh World of Warcraft flesh and blood every day. Therefore, the veterans in the cavalry camp, with the blessing of the blessed body buff, have a physical fitness that far exceeds the limit of ordinary warriors. They often eat World of Warcraft meat to enhance their physical fitness, and they always perform some physical breakthroughs. Extreme fighting is of great benefit to the improvement of their strength. Under such circumstances, it is not surprising that veterans frequently advance to the next level. The only thing Serdek can't help is to teach the veterans how to understand the situation. In fact, he himself has no experience at all in this matter. Su-in and a group of young natives followed the cavalry team. It was the first time that they saw someone dismembering giant ants in such detail. It was the first time that their eyes were opened. Serdek held a sharp skinning knife and was very meticulous in every aspect from beginning to end. During the dismemberment process, he would often stop to explain. Finally, the bones and flesh were completely separated, and the skin and flesh were stored separately. Unfortunately, Su-in couldn't understand what Serdek was saying, and could only guess some clues from his repeated demonstrations of movements. It was already evening when we returned to Duodan town along the Duodan Gorge. From a distance, we could see the flags on the north city wall flying in the wind. The defenders on the city wall leaned out their upper bodies from the wall stacks and waved vigorously at the cavalry. On the way through the canyon, Su-in also met some mercenaries along the way. These mercenaries had just returned from hunting at the north entrance of the canyon. They were very polite to the cavalry, but they didn't have a good face towards these indigenous young people, and they were even a little hostile. Su-in and others passed by the mercenaries with wary expressions, but the mercenaries did not even make any provocative moves. When the large army returned to Doden town, Serdek called Aung San over, with Aung San acting as an interpreter. Communication between the two parties finally became smoother. It's just that Aung San has been a little busy recently. He usually has a lot of things to do, and now he is the leader elected by the indigenous people in Doden town. He has a lot of trivial matters to deal with every day, and he cannot always follow these young indigenous people as a translator. Aung San called his younger brother Latu over, and asked Latu to leave the city defense brigade and join the cavalry battalion with these young natives. In this way, the military life of these young natives in the cavalry camp has officially begun. After the physical fitness and skill test before entering the camp, it was found that these young indigenous people are better at running and archery, and Soldak just needs to form his own archer camp. So these young indigenous people are temporarily allocated an alloy bow, a long dagger, a kettle of steel arrows, and a suit of chain mail. The dormitory of Archer Camp has just been expanded. There are 15 bunk beds in the brand new dormitory, which can accommodate 5 teams. This time, a total of 23 young natives joined the cavalry battalion, just enough to form 4 archer squads. As an experienced veteran, Latu was naturally promoted to become the squadron leader of this half of the archer squadron, while Su En appointed deputy squadron leader. Each young native was assigned a set of sleeping bags. Each team was a standard combat unit and was issued a set of marching tents, iron pots, shovels, etc. Latu familiarly led the young natives into the canteen of the military camp. Seeing that the military camp actually provided unlimited free food, these young natives were so full after their first meal that they did not dare to leave the canteen one by one. Bend over. Latu took them around the training ground again and briefly introduced some of the requirements in the military camp. The next day, these young natives began to train with other archers. The pensions for these fallen knights will be based on this standard, and the merit points of the last battle will also be taken into account. Soldak sat at the desk in the study and said to Selena, "I know." Selena nodded and walked out holding a merit account book. She is in charge of the logistics and merit statistics of the cavalry battalion. More than 60 cavalry were killed this time. The merits of these cavalry need to be calculated separately. In addition to the post-war pension, Selena believes that this money can be given to them. The family lived without worries about food and clothing for a period of time. She had just woken up not long ago and was still a little tired. It's just that no one can replace her in this job of merit statistics. The mercenary president walked up the steps of the small building in the military camp, and the guard at the door opened the wooden door of the small building for him. He stepped into the corridor and saw Selena walking out of the study holding a sheepskin account book. She was wearing a long black skirt, with a graceful and plump figure, and a trace of exhaustion on her beautiful face. The mercenary president knew Selena, and knew that she had a special status in the cavalry camp. So he quickly greeted her. Selena looked up and saw the mercenary president, nodded slightly, and then walked out of the small building. Surdak leaned over the desk and made some modifications to the details on a map. He raised his head and saw the mercenary president walking in, and motioned for him to sit down on the chair opposite. Nika brought 2 cups of black tea and immediately withdrew. Surdak finished modifying the markings on the map, then raised his head and looked at the mercenary guild leader. The president's personality is a little too soft. He is very low-key, and he seems to have no sense of presence in the mercenary union. Normally, such a person cannot be the president, but he is very popular in the mercenary union. When Surdak first came to Doden town, he had a very bad impression of this man. However, when a beast wave broke out later, the president of the mercenary union persuaded 2 mercenary groups to run to the North City wall to help defend, and his impression of him changed. Now that I think about it, this old man is indeed working conscientiously for the mercenary union, which is also the main reason why the mercenaries support him. The mercenary guild leader rubbed his hands, glanced at the map on the table, squinted his eyes and said, "Commander Surdak, I heard that this time the cavalry battalion lost some cavalry in the hills and mountains, and so many cavalry were injured. The current military strength may be somewhat insufficient. I heard that you recruited some cavalry from the indigenous tribes." Manpur. He paused, and then said, "I'm here just to understand the specific situation. If you want to recruit cavalry, our mercenary union has some capable mercenaries, and they also have the idea of joining the cavalry battalion." Surdak asked him, "The mercenaries in the union want to join the cavalry battalion?" The mercenary president nodded. "That's it." Surdak wanted to laugh inexplicably. He scraped the stubble on his chin with his fingers, and took the opportunity to rub the muscles on his face to offset the smile. "Is this kind of thing also part of the daily affairs of the mercenary union?" Surdak asked. The mercenary president forced out a humble smile and said, "Someone has to stand up on their behalf and ask you about the specific situation. And I think that instead of them going to the military camp one by one to ask about this matter, it would be better for me to come over and ask you about it in detail. After all, I can represent Doden Town. Most of the mercenaries. Surdak nodded vaguely and said, I naturally welcome mercenaries who want to join the cavalry camp. The weekly salary is basically no different from that of veterans currently employed in the military camp, as long as it is not during military service. There will be some salary every week in the cavalry camp. Salary? These are the most basic benefits of a cavalry battalion. But his voice was a little heavy. He raised his head and stared coldly into the eyes of the mercenary president and said, Once you join the cavalry battalion, specific actions need to be subject to unified deployment. Disobeying orders will be regarded as rebellion. Once you join the cavalry battalion, you must serve for 4 years without any disability before leaving. Otherwise you will be regarded as a deserter. After saying this, his voice changed. After all, this is a cavalry battalion. You can't just join if you want to join, and leave just when you want to leave. In that case, it's better to hire them temporarily when there's a war. I know what you are looking for. Now I see the cavalrymen of the cavalry battalion clearing out the ghost pattern red ants. Their achievements can be exchanged for some good magic items. But they should also be able to see that this time we lost a battle and brought back more than 60 jars filled with ashes. They have to think clearly about this. The mercenary president nodded in embarrassment. When many mercenaries in the Union saw that the cavalry battalion had recruited some people from the indigenous tribes, some people immediately had some thoughts. If the cavalry battalion is short of people, we mercenaries can do it too. Thinking that after these cavalry hunted the ghost-marked red ants, almost everyone exchanged some valuable magic items from the merit exchange list, or at worst some gold coins and magic crystals. There were all kinds of envious people in the mercenary union. Sound. However, these mercenaries did not find Surdak directly. They were obviously in awe of this tough commander. More fear than respect. That's why the Union president was asked to come to Soldak to find out more about him. Of course, Surdak also knew that the mercenaries wanted to join the fighting group and were interested in the items on the merit exchange list. Once the ant tide passes, it will not be as easy to accumulate merit as it is now. When the mercenaries leave the cavalry camp for various reasons, it will cause a mess in the cavalry camp. This is what Surdak doesn't want to see the most. Not long after the president of the mercenary guild left, the guard at the entrance of the military camp ran over and reported to Surdak. The steward of the Thunder Rhino caravan came to visit. Soldak asked him to bring the people in and open the window of the study room to let in the sober air outside. Outside the military camp dormitory in the distance, a group of wounded soldiers were lying under the eaves basking in the sun. After Soldak returned, he had not yet taken the time to check on their condition. It was obvious that these wounded soldiers were in a good mood, and they did not look sad. They seemed to have confidence in Soldak's medical skills or in the compensation paid by the cavalry battalion. The bath wall is simply the busiest place in the entire military camp. Every time the cavalry came back, they would wash off the blood on their bodies here, then wear fresh and clean clothes and run to the cafeteria to eat and drink, and then lie down in the dormitory for a good sleep. Andrew and Guidam were also beside the bathing wall, competing with other cavalry for the scars on their bodies. The two-headed ogre was born with a stone skin technique. When fighting, his skin was as hard as rock, so there were no scars, and he was instantly defeated. But the brothers Guidam and Nailware were famous for their ability to talk. They stood by the wall and argued with a group of cavalry until their faces turned red. If it weren't for the ogre, it is estimated that these cavalrymen would probably roll up their sleeves and stand up to fight him. But now I can only spit into the ditch and endure it. Chapter 830, The Melancholy Magician. This time, businessman Malcolm personally escorted a large amount of her goods back to Wilkes City, leaving half of the Thunder Rhinoceros in Doden Town to undergo magic pattern transformation. Surdak took the time to transform 2 Thunder Rhinoceros just the day before yesterday. Apparently, the manager of the Thunder Rhinoceros caravan couldn't wait any longer and came over to inquire about the progress of the Thunder Rhinoceros transformation. After all, 16 Thunder Rhinoceros stayed in Duodan Town, and the fodder they consumed every day was a huge expense. The manager of the Thunder Rhino caravan was a little anxious, which was completely reasonable. The manager of the Thunder Rhino caravan stood in the study. He did not mention the transformation of Thunder Rhino, but talked about the trade in Duodan Town. This caravan manager is quite proficient in trade, but Surdak has no intention of extending his hands to the interests of the merchants in Doden Town. Now it is the trade of warcraft leather and soldier and hard armor. What Soldak further wanted to do after that was to develop Invercargill Forest. Once the tide recedes, Invercargill Forest will turn into a wasteland. The ghost-striped red ants drove away the monsters, and waited for the ghost-striped red ants to retreat. Soldak planned to take advantage of this gap to lead the cavalry battalion into the Invercargill forest quickly, cut down trees, build roads, and enclose territory in the forest. Marquis Luther gave Soldak 2 mines, still in Invercargill forest. This is the place he must occupy. In addition, there are also the fallen giant ironwoods further north near the Darkworm Valley. As long as Cerdak can transport them out of the forest, they can be turned into treasure immediately. Of course, whether it is or wood, a trading group needs to be packaged and purchased. Cerdak also took a fancy to the Thunder Rhino Merchant Group's powerful transportation capabilities in the Belan Plain, so he was willing to further cooperate. Currently, the largest trade between the Thunder Rhinoceros Merchant Group and Cerdak is the soldier and hard armor. In fact, it was the subsequent mining of metal mines that greatly attracted Cerdak. One relies on hunting to obtain leather, and the other has a mine at home. Needless to say, one should know which one is more arrogant. Speaking of this, Cerdak took the initiative to talk about the transformation of Thunder Rhinoceros, telling the caravan director that the great alchemist had arrived in Doden town and would transform Thunder Rhinoceros tonight, allowing him to when I go back tonight. I need to adjust the condition of the Thunder Rhinoceros. Try to select those Thunder Rhinoceros that have been docile in recent days, and give them priority to strengthen their weapons. The director of the Thunder Rhino caravan immediately said that all 16 Thunder Rhinos were ready. After saying these things, the steward of the Thunder Rhino caravan immediately said that he would not disturb the commander from his official duties, and was ready to leave. Cerdak thought of the maids left by the merchant Malcolm, and asked the caravan director if he could take these maids away as soon as possible. The caravan manager had a wry smile on his face, stood at the door of the study, and said with some embarrassment, "Commander, you have also seen that I am just a small steward in this Thunder Rhino caravan. How can I dare to make decisions for the boss? These maids, these are all personal gifts from the boss, so you'd better hand them over to him personally." Cerdak had to wait for the businessman Malcolm to come over before talking about this matter. When the caravan steward left the small building, Aphrodite deliberately wore a black magic robe and a mithril mask on her face, standing on the stairs of the 2nd floor and revealing herself. Cerdak plans to make her a mysterious alchemist who is good at black magic. Although the Magic Union lists black magic as taboo magic, magicians do not have much resistance to black magic. The law enforcement team of the Magic Union is hunting down the magicians of the Black Magic Monastery all over the world, mainly because those magicians want to use black magic and space magic to summon demons from H.L. in order to drive the demons to H.L. The entire main plane of Green was he will be beaten to pieces by heroes of all races. The demons tried their best to find a way out of H.L., but they never succeeded. Now there are magicians who take the initiative to summon demons to make themselves more powerful. How can the demons refuse? It's just that there is a lack of communication between them. For Aphrodite's sensitive identity, it is still necessary to avoid Lance and the others. Otherwise, once Lance discovers that Aphrodite is actually a succubus with her wings cut off, it is estimated that the entire Helensa magic the magicians in the guild will go crazy. And Aphrodite has always been very good at disguising herself, largely due to the fact that she doesn't have the demon flesh wings like her ID card. It is also worth mentioning that even before the Beastide broke out, the military headquarters had been continuously distributing military supplies to the northern border towns, although this part of the military equipment is uniformly allocated by the military. In fact, the garrison still has to pay for it in the end. The military is only allocating resources reasonably. In addition, only they have special channels to obtain kerosene and fire scales, military supplies such as bullets and magic giant crossbow arrows. It's easy to say no matter what happens if the war is won. Once the war is lost, some noble lords can lose all their pants. Lance has been suffering from war syndrome for the past 2 days. The curtains were drawn in the bedroom, and the light in the room was very dark. He lay on the bed with a haggard look on his face, no appetite at all, and his whole body had lost weight. The morning dinner plate was placed by the bed, and the food inside was basically untouched. Galena and several other friends planned to drag him to a tavern to sit down and have a drink together. Maybe after getting drunk, the world would be different when he opened his eyes. But Lance was indifferent. He has been lying in bed recently and thinking seriously. What role does the magician play in Legion operations? In fact, as a leader among the young mages of the Helensa Magic Union and the captain of the Magic Union's law enforcement team, although Lance is kind and humble, he is quite proud in his heart and has always been proud of himself. He is proud of being a magician noble. But this time he suffered a big blow because he experienced a seemingly helpless battle 2 days ago. He and his friends stood on the back of the tall thunder rhinoceros, facing the siege of a large number of ghost-marked soldier ants, and used their best magic to smash them down. But nothing could be changed. The inability to change the situation of the battle with the power of magic was the reason why the magical world he built in his heart completely collapsed. In the Green Empire, fire magicians are highly sought after. People regard all magicians as nobles because they possess magical magic. But now that Lance found that his magic could not save the cavalry who fell in front of him, he was not only filled with guilt, but also a kind of frustration. He consulted some magic books and found that he actually had to master the 4th level group magic, such as Meteor Shower, L Flame, Bursting Flame, Fire Wall and other fire magic, in order to become a powerful magician. But if you want to master level 4 magic, you have to break through level 20 and become a level 2 powerhouse. Lance could only sigh in frustration when he thought of this. Lance, Baron Soldak is here to see you. The beautiful female magician with a round face opened the door a crack and whispered outside. Chapter 831 Windrunner. The young magician Lance was lying on the big soft bed, wearing a round-neck shirt with lace on the collar and linen bloomers. There is a magic lamp in the shape of a morning glory on the bedside table, a thick parchment magic book with a few open pages of magic notes, and a basic copper cover. The hollow carved side of the book cover shows 2 angels, with their upper bodies protruding from the clouds. On the back, there are 2 giant dragons flying out of the dragon's nest and circling in the valley. The copper book cover is full of green patina, which looks very old. There were dinner plates and water glasses on the bedside table on the other side. The white bread on the dinner plate had not been touched at all. Lance, what's wrong with you? Cerdak strode into the room. The sound of armor scraping was particularly harsh in the room. He hung his helmet on the wooden stand at the door, walked to Lance's bedside, and asked the young magician. Lance raised his head, revealing a pair of melancholy and distracted eyes, and said to Soldak, I'm fine, but there are some things I can't figure out. What happened to you? Soldak pulled a chair and sat beside the bed and asked. In fact, he didn't have time to eat lunch. When he saw the 2 slices of white bread, he felt a little rumbling in his stomach. He picked up the 2 slices of bread and ate them without noticing. After eating, he wiped his mouth and asked again, Which beautiful girl have you fallen in love with? Are you embarrassed to confess to her? Or maybe she has a sweetheart? No, Lance said. Do you think my merit exchange is a bit unreasonable? Cerdak asked him, staring into Lance's eyes. That's not the case, Lance said weakly. Soldak thought for a moment and then said, You just came off the battlefield and saw so many cavalry died in the battle. And you felt a little uncomfortable in your heart? A little bit, Lance admitted. Cerdak patted him on the shoulder nonchalantly and said, It was the same when I killed someone for the first time. I had nightmares for several days in a row. In fact, you should go have a drink. It will help you sleep. Have a good sleep. It might be better to sleep. Lance grabbed the golden curly hair on his head with both hands and said with some pain, I just feel that it is terrible to see them being thrown to the ground by those ghost-striped soldier ants in front of my eyes. And I can't do anything about it. This feeling is terrible. It's really bad. If I had been stronger, maybe they wouldn't have died. Soldak lowered his head and rubbed the blood-red crescent in his hand, and whispered to Lance, This is a border town. In front of us is a beast tide that occurs once every 10 years. Although we have taken the initiative in the situation, no one can guarantee that they will not come back. What we have to do is to be ready to fight at all times. Since it is a war, how can there be an immortal person? Galena walked to the window and opened the thick curtains to let in the sunlight. That's not what I'm talking about. I just think I should do better. The dazzling sunlight made Lance cover his eyes with the back of his hands, and Lance paused. After a while, he adapted to the light in the room, and then continued, After awakening from the magic pool, I studied magic in that ivory tower covered with complicated runes. We are called magicians. We are more noble than others. Not because we have magic, but because we can eradicate all evil in the world. Because we are a group of magicians who control the power of elements. Cerdak was a little dumbfounded. Is this young magician with a sense of justice going to be the incarnation of justice? At this time, I heard Lance continue. People respect us because they think we have powerful magical powers and can use these powers to protect the people around us. But now I realize that there may still be a long way to go before I can realize this dream. Even though I have been studying tirelessly, I still can't do anything on the battlefield. So I was thinking, if I had not awakened the magic pool, but entered the Knight Academy and became a knight, it might have been much more useful than it is now. He raised his head and stared blankly at the long sword in Soldak's hand. Cerdak scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "You have a little problem with your self-esteem. If your mentor is around, I believe he can help you. But I may not be good at it. I am better at surgery than this." He felt that a senior magician should enlighten Lance at this time. With a few words, Lance might be able to figure it out. Cerdak lowered his voice and said close to his ear, "If your body is not good, I have the ability to help you. I can last for 3 days at a time." Galena and the sweet female magician standing aside had a blush on their faces and turned their heads to the side. He looked at Lance carefully, made a tisk sound in his mouth, and said, "Your body is indeed a bit weak. Otherwise, starting from today, I can make an exercise plan for you. I guarantee that in a month, your body will be much healthier than it is now, and you will not feel how painful it is to exercise. Don't try." Lance raised his arm and looked at it. Although there was no muscle in the arm, it was obviously not as bad as Soldak said. So he said, "Forget it. I don't think my body is that bad." Cerdak chuckled and said in the tone of a veteran, "By the time you find out, it may be too late." He stood the blood-red crescent moon beside the bed, and then said to Lance seriously, "Now let's talk about what kind of profession a magician is. What do you think is the ratio of children who can awaken the magic pool and become magicians to other children in the annual magic awakening ceremony in Helensa city?" Lance did not answer, but looked at Galena aside. Galena said without hesitation, "Usually 1 child out of 3,000 to 5,000 may awaken the magic pool and become a magic apprentice. I am responsible for the recruitment of magic apprentices at Helensa Junior Magic Academy." Cerdak said with great envy, "This kind of lucky person, who can only be chosen 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 1,000. Once he awakens the magic pool and becomes a magic apprentice, he will become a magician noble according to the decree of the Green Empire. Not only will he receive free education from the Junior Magic Academy, you will also receive a monthly living allowance. These are the benefits that a magician can enjoy. Of course, as a magician, after enjoying such benefits, I usually feel superior to others. You can also enjoy such and such privileges." Cerdak was talking about the current situation of all magicians in the empire. Many old noble lords did not have such good benefits. Then he added, "Now on the battlefield, you will find that the soldier ants don't care who the enemy is, regardless of cavalry, archers or magicians. They will eat them all. They will not be merciful just because of your noble status. If you see those evil ghosts on the battlefield in the Warsaw Plain, they will even give you magicians some preferential treatment because of your abilities." Lance glared at Soldak angrily, and the suppressed mood finally burst out. He sat on the bed and shouted, "It's not because of this. I think I should be stronger. I should be able to save everyone." Of course, heavy cavalry often rush to the front. They directly face ghost-striped soldier ants on the battlefield, especially when there are giant soldier ants in the ant colony. Cerdak said, "If there are strong support from shooters behind, the battle situation will become very different. And if there are magicians to support behind, the battle situation will become easier." Cerdak added later, "This is the role of a magician." "The two are finally on the same channel," Lance retorted casually. "But I don't think the situation of the battle will be much changed if the magician is present." Cerdak nodded and admitted, "We lost that time due to absolute advantage and absolute power." Lance looked up at Soldak and asked him, "But when you arrived, why did the battle situation suddenly turn around?" Cerdak was speechless for a moment. "I think a one-turn magician is not even as good as a one-turn knight," Lance said somewhat melancholy. Cerdak wanted to say that I am a holy light knight who can understand dragon language and understands the holy seal and aura. What can you compare to how you just threw 2 fireballs? "Lance, that's because you were not prepared enough. You may not know how long I have been preparing for this battle," Soldak said. "Next time, the types of magic scrolls you carry with you should be as complete as possible. In addition, you must be clear about the specific power of the fireballs released. In fact, you do not have to kill the opponent on the battlefield, but you must suppress their momentum. Take the fireball technique as an example. Even if you drop 10 fireballs, it will not necessarily it can burn a ghost-marked red ant to death. But each fireball exploded from the ant colony can at least affect the surrounding ghost-marked soldier ants. As long as you find the right time, the results can be infinitely magnified. So it's not that magic is useless. It's just that you lack actual combat experience and haven't mastered how the various arms cooperate with each other. You just need to participate in more battles. Soldak talked a lot. And finally his 4 friends joined in. The 6 of them chatted in Lance's bedroom about what kind of magic a magician would use on the battlefield. The Green Empire has relatively large fire magicians and a relatively complete fire magic inheritance. Everyone discusses the application of magic on the battlefield and prefers to use explosive flames and fire shields. These can be used, but they must know how to cooperate with the cavalry. In the evening, Soldak also invited Lance and several of his friends to have a sumptuous dinner at a barbecue restaurant in Doden Town, and the group drank some ale in the tavern. Cerdak hurriedly returned to the military camp and began to prepare to implant the magic pattern of life into the Thunder Rhinoceros in the caravan. To be honest, it is almost impossible to implant the life magic pattern stripped from these ghost pattern male ants into the body of a first-turn warrior. On the other hand, it is very suitable to implant these Thunder Rhinoceros. According to the trade contract reached between the 2 parties, Cerdak needed the businessman Malcolm to transform 23 Thunder Rhinoceros. However, so far, Cerdak has collected only 14 male ant life patterns with ghost patterns. To complete this deal, Cerdak estimated that he would need to hunt at least 50 ghost-striped male ants, which meant that he would have to hunt at least 2 ant colonies in the hills and mountains. Facing the rising sun, Samira sat on the top of a stone pillar. This is the cliff on the east side of Duodan Town. These stone pillars, like stalagmites, grow on the mountainside. Normally, Samira seldom climbs here when practicing archery. But something is different this time. Last night, when Samira was still sleeping, she felt something in her body was about to move. The wind energy that had been flowing around the body's meridians actually twisted into countless pure white silk threads, one after another through the body. Out. These threads coming out of the body are extremely sharp, like long hair fluttering in the wind. The moment she sat up from the bed, a few silk threads had cut the bed board and wooden table in half. Samira suddenly woke up. The irrepressible power in her body surged like a sea, and silk-like threads continued to separate from her body. Samira hurriedly rushed to the attic window. She was only wearing a tube nightgown, but she was as agile as a cheetah. She jumped through the attic window and onto the ridge of the roof. However, the silk threads from her body could even easily split the roof tile. Samira did not dare to stay in the military camp. Taking advantage of the moonlight, she tore open the hem of her skirt, revealing her long white legs. She jumped barefoot several times and ran out of the military camp. Samira was worried that the windy threads on her body would hurt people, so she always avoided running to places with people. She climbed up the mountain wall of Duodan Town halfway up the mountainside, jumped into the thorny stone pillars a few times, and chose a tall and long bamboo shoot-shaped stone pillar, climbed up, and sat down at the top. The silk threads protruding from the body were already flying like wild hair, and when they touched the stalagmites, they were also cut into pieces of rock. Samira calmed down and slowly guided the threads that came out of her body to weave into a cocoon of light, wrapping herself in it. The surging power in her body still failed to allow her to break through the invisible barrier, and in the condensed cocoon of light, some runes appeared in the sky and flashed past Samira's eyes. Samira seemed to see the laws of the world. The origin of these runes kept rotating around Samira's body, but she couldn't seize that opportunity no matter what. The surging power in her body could no longer be controlled and broke through her body in an instant, but was stopped by the light cocoon outside her body. These forces want to break through the light cocoon again. At this moment, Samira found wounds appearing on her arms, and traces of blood flowed out of her body and spilled into the light cocoon. She is a half-elf, with very thin elven blood in her body. These elves' blood and the runes in the light cocoon merged little by little into blood-colored runes, and then regrouped into a red crystal the size of a fingernail, floating in front of Samira. The crystal exuded a trace of her familiar aura. She raised her head slightly in the light cocoon, and the red crystal stone condensed some of the world's original power in the light cocoon, converging on her forehead between the eyebrows. Just on her smooth forehead, a semi-embedded crystal appeared. Samira closed her eyes and felt the breeze blowing on her face. After a while, she opened her eyes and found that the light cocoon had broken open. She was sitting on the top of the stalagmite, bathing in the golden sunlight. At this moment, the whole world seemed to become vivid and colorful. She just needs to stretch out her hand. It seems that you can touch the source of power floating in the air. Chapter 832 Medical Team. In the early morning, Soldak dragged his sleepy body to the military camp dormitory to check on the recovery of the injured cavalry. Last night, he implanted life magic patterns into 6 thunder rhinoceros in one breath. And he was busy all night. Now he brought Nika to the military camp dormitory. Although these injured cavalry had been recuperating in the dormitory for 3 days, some of the wounded soldiers were still sleeping. Some injured soldiers whose tendons or ligaments were bitten by ghost-striped soldier ants were lucky, as long as they could endure the pain. The tendons and ligaments could be reconnected with the rapid recovery of the divine body. What's worse is the kind of severed limbs left on the battlefield, torn to pieces by soldier ants, or simply corroded by acid, so they can only lie in the dormitory and stare at the roof in a daze. Surdak carefully inspected the circle, expressed relief to the wounded soldiers who had broken legs or arms, and stood in the dormitory and promised in public that the cavalry battalion will be responsible for purchasing basic-level magic prosthetics at Oriana's magic shop. No one expected that Surdak would actually make this promise, and all the injured cavalry set their sights on Surdak. Nika followed him quietly, introducing the physical condition of these injured cavalrymen to Surdak in detail. She must have put in a lot of effort to be able to understand the situation of all the wounded soldiers so well. The dozen or so maids given to Surdak by the businessman Malcolm were actually in the military camp. At this time, they actually filed into the military camp carrying water basins and began to quickly change the bandages of the wounded soldiers, even using linen cloth, used towels to wipe their faces. With these women in the military camp, no wonder these cavalrymen were so restrained while lying in their dormitories. At least there is no longer the embarrassing situation in the dormitory of sleeping with a quilt on your back and exposing your plump butt when you turn over. They entered the dormitory, making the eyes of these injured cavalry come alive. When Nika saw Surdak staring at the young maids, he explained with some guilt, "They are all aborigines from the forest tribe in the southern part of the White Forest Plain. They believe in the children of the forest and are familiar with all the plants in the forest. They know which plants can be eaten, which plants can cure diseases, and which plants are poisonous. So I request Lena sent them here to take care of these injured cavalry." "Oh, that's not a bad idea. Are they familiar with plants?" Surdak asked Nika. Nika nodded and said with great certainty, "Well, they are the people of the children of the forest. They have to learn how to identify plants and how to use plants to avoid dangers in the forest since they were young." "What kind of gods do the aborigines in the north of the Belan Plain believe in?" Surdak asked curiously. Nika was startled for a moment, then put a hand on her heart and said, "We believe in the goddess of hunting. Only she can bless the hunters to gain something every time they hunt." Surdak walked over and saw a young maid in a long linen skirt taking out a piece of ginger-like rhizome from a wooden bucket and pounding it on a stone slab. The maid in front of him unwrapped some of the pale yellow serous fluid was applied to the edges of the wound, and then rebandaged with a brand new bandage. "What are these roots?" Surdak asked next to him. The group of young maids were startled and quickly saluted Surdak. The maid closest to him handed a piece of plant rhizome to Surdak, and then explained seriously, "Ah, Lord Baron, these are the roots of the blood vine, which have the effect of stopping bleeding and relieving pain." Surdak thought again. When he saw these maids for the first time, he felt that something was wrong with them. It turns out that these women's hair is dark green, and their eyes are also a little turquoise. Their figures are also very slender, and their arms are somewhat long. "Do you know some first aid skills?" Surdak asked them. Unexpectedly, the maids all shook their heads in confusion, and then explained to Surdak, "We only know some plants, and know where they like to grow." The young maid seemed very shy when she spoke, keeping her head half lowered. "Nika, I think the cavalry battalion can set up a field treatment team to help me treat these wounded soldiers, so that I can free up time and come here once in a while to check on them." Seeing the maids busy, Surdak suddenly felt that there was no need for these maids to be returned to the merchant Malcolm, and it would actually be good if they stayed. However, Nika, who was standing aside, was a little dumbfounded and immediately became speechless. Me." Surdak reached out and patted Nika's thin shoulder, and whispered to her, "If you don't understand anything, just ask Selena. I know. I will supervise them carefully." Nika whispered with a blush on her face. Surdak led the cavalry battalion back to the military camp, this time, and immediately received invitations from many nobles in Doden town. However, Surdak was so busy recently that he almost lost his sleep time and ignored those invitations at all. After the mercenary president brought Surdak's original words back to the mercenary union, some thoughtful mercenaries finally decided to join the cavalry battalion. Some mercenaries ran to the military camp, and the news of joining the cavalry soon spread in Doden town. This town is not big to begin with, and every little thing can become a topic of conversation among the townspeople. When Ong San heard that the military camp was recruiting cavalry and archers, he also ran to Serdek, hoping to seek some benefits for the indigenous people in Doden town. Serdek immediately welcomed him. The two of them were sitting in the study room of Suldek's small building. Serdek held a teacup and asked Ong San, "Are you from the south?" Ong San was startled, then suddenly realized. He answered calmly, "My mother is a southern aboriginal and my father is a northern aboriginal. That's why you understand herbal medicine and are proficient in hunting at the same time," Serdek asked. Ong San nodded and said calmly, "Well, my parents died early and didn't give me many things at the beginning. In fact, now there is no distinction between north and south. Those are all the old sayings." "Previous statement?" Serdek asked strangely. "A long time ago in the Belan Plain, the north and the south were in a state of hostility. The river north of Wilk City was used as the boundary. Some conflicts broke out every year. Later, when you imperial people came over, they gradually resolved. Conflicts have been resolved and an agreement has been reached," Ong San told Suldek. "It is a pity that facing the elite troops from Bena province, even if they join forces, they will not be able to gain any advantage," Ong San continued. Before Ong San left, Serdek patted him on the shoulder and said to him, "Ong San, you must explain to the young man when you go back that once you join the cavalry battalion, you will have to serve with the cavalry battalion for 4 years before leaving." Chapter 833 Aphrodite's Eyes 1. Standing on the north wall, Duoden Canyon has returned to its former peace. In the morning light, a group of fully armed cavalry once again passed through the city gate and entered the Duoden Canyon, charging towards the hills and mountains. Andrew, the two-headed ogre, walked side by side at the front of the team. The two-headed ogre also wears a set of armor made of metal chains and armor pieces. This is also a metal chain armor made by the businessman Malcolm according to the ogre's body type, and it is considered a gift to Serdek. A small gift. This businessman's success in Mylin's plane is inseparable from his ability to please people from all walks of life. Samira stood on the back of a thunder rhinoceros, looking coldly ahead. After breaking through the second level, her temperament has changed a lot, and the faint coercion emanating from her body makes it harder to get close to her. The three of them have become the most powerful iron triangle in Serdek's cavalry battalion. This time Adams was also in the team. After all, he could only earn enough merit by walking out of the Doden Canyon. He failed to follow the army in the last operation, and his merit points had been caught up by the 2 cavalry squadron captains behind him. Adams is determined to obtain this set of elementary power magic patterns. So this time, he will go to the hills and mountains to accumulate more achievements. Now, except for the magic pattern structure worth 100,000 merit points on the merit list, the other 3 single product magic pattern breastplates and 50 magic weapons have all been exchanged. On the contrary, those magic scrolls are still there. Just a little bit left. So far, not many warriors are willing to exchange their achievements for magic crystals or gold coins. This is mainly because in the military camp, merit can be exchanged for magic crystals and gold coins at any time. But gold coins cannot buy merit. Commander Serdek has begun preparing the 3rd update of the merit exchange list, and everyone is looking forward to it. Therefore, before officially leaving the cavalry camp, it is far more convenient to save some achievements than money. Lance and his magician friends also took the initiative to ask to accompany the army this time. They have come up with 3 different forms of cooperative combat plans, and are ready to try them separately in the battle against ghost-marked red ants in the hills and mountains. Serdek did not set off with the army this time. Originally, he was planning to go out to conquer the hills and mountains again. But just last night, the messenger sent by the great swordsman of Chester rushed to the town of Doden on a fast horse. The letter conveyed the news: his fiancée, Miss Hathaway Luther, will arrive in Doden soon. Town. Serdek temporarily decided to stay. Several mercenary groups that have been lingering near the north exit of the canyon will also enter the hills and mountains with the cavalry battalion this time. The cavalry battalion eats meat, and the mercenary group also wants to drink soup. After these few battles, these mercenary groups also deeply felt that a small elite hunting group could not match the hunting speed of the cavalry battalion in any case. So this time, the mercenaries also hoped to follow the cavalry battalion. Bit cheaper. It was not until the cavalry battalion had disappeared from sight in the Doden Canyon that Serdek walked down the northern city wall. Since Suldek agreed to recruit mercenaries and aborigines to become cavalrymen in the cavalry battalion, the entrance to the military camp became very lively. Since yesterday, There has been an endless stream of young Aboriginal people signing up to join the cavalry battalion at the military camp. The news that the cavalry battalion is recruiting new recruits is like the straw that breaks the camel's back. Some poorly managed mercenary groups have announced their disintegration since yesterday afternoon. Some capable mercenaries joined the powerful mercenary groups that had already extended an olive branch to them that night. As for the mediocre mercenaries in the mercenary groups, they chose to go to the cavalry camp to make some achievements. They don't care that they have to work in the cavalry camp for 4 years. There is no good place to go anyway. They take advantage of the bees tied to make a fortune in the military camp. It doesn't matter even if there is no money or money behind them. After all, every garrison has to be in Doden. The town has been in town for 3 years. So there is no need to worry about the cavalry battalion running into dangerous battlefields. The president of the mercenary union did not expect that dozens of mercenaries would choose to join the cavalry battalion. But this is a military camp after all, and there is still an actual age limit when recruiting cavalry. Those old mercenaries with wrinkled faces at first glance were not able to successfully enter the cavalry camp. In contrast, the Aborigines in Doden town who are willing to join the cavalry battalion are basically young people with strong skills. In the morning, Surdak was recruiting new soldiers in the military camp. Unexpectedly, 60 cavalrymen had just died in the hills and mountains. And in the blink of an eye, 200 new soldiers were recruited in Doden town. The number of Gubalai war horses in the military camp was obviously insufficient. Before lunch, Soldak wrote a letter to Baron Merlin Goss of Killen town in the study. He wanted to buy another 500 high-quality Gubalai war horses from him, and also asked Baron Goss if he could buy green-scaled horses suitable for equipping heavy cavalry regiments in the Belam Plain. It had been nearly a week since Iser had seen him. Taking advantage of his nap, Surdak accepted Aphrodite's call and walked into the gate of the void. Surdak walked out of the void gate and realized that he was not in the sulfur mine, but on a rock halfway up the volcano. The sky above our heads is always gray, and only on the far horizon is there a belt-like light blue sky. The Pussy volcano returned to calm. No patches of volcanic ash fell in the sky, and Surdak was not in a hurry to put on his mask. Unexpectedly, Aphrodite actually ran to the halfway up the Pussy mountain. Looking down from here, the vast expanse of barren land and the river of lava at the foot of the mountain were all in sight. There are rivers of lava flowing everywhere between the walls of Pussy Mountain. Standing on the stone cliff, Surdak could feel countless warm and sulfur-smelling air waves rushing towards his face. Aphrodite sat on the edge of the cliff, her feet hanging out of the cliff, her hands on her sides, and leaning down to look down the mountain. If she leaned forward just a little bit more, she might fall off the cliff. Without even turning her head, she said to Soldak, "Hell is full of volcanoes like this, and the smell in the air is almost the same. This mountain has a good temper, and there are limited days for losing temper every month." Surdak came close to Aphrodite and asked her curiously, "Why do you suddenly come here and miss home?" Aphrodite suddenly raised her head, and her black hair hung down like a waterfall. Those magnificent dark purple eyes looked up at Soldak, standing next to her, with a touch of emotion and confusion. Surdak rarely looked directly at such a beautiful face without any flaws. Her face, the grayness on her face, has completely disappeared, and there is a faint luster on her skin. It is a face that is naturally charming, and her eyes seem to have some mysterious brilliance. Smiling at Surdak, he asked, "Dak, do you still remember the first time you saw me in the Wasmara underground city?" Chapter 834 Aphrodite's eyes too. "Why are you talking about these all of a sudden?" Surdak felt that Aphrodite was a little different from before, but he couldn't explain clearly. Just sit down next to her. Look side by side with her at the vast barren mountains below. Aphrodite turned her head slightly and looked over her shoulder. The waves of eyes fell on his face. Say softly, "Although you didn't feel it, I remember it very clearly. At that time, I was sentenced to death and was about to be beheaded. You rushed out from behind the ruins and saved me from the hands of my compatriots. At that time, my wings were cut off and I lost them. Half of the source of magic thought that he was back in the arms of Tassamat. You told me that this world is very big, and you wanted to take me around. And then I came to Roland Continent with you. At that time, I didn't think about what life would be like in the future. I just thought it would be nice to see the world outside of L before I die." Hearing Aphrodite say so many emotional words, Surdak thought something had happened to her that caused such a huge fluctuation in her heart and made her become so emotional. "Aphrodite, are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere?" Surdak asked with concern. Aphrodite said, "How could it be? I feel good now. Not only good, but better than ever. That's good. Surdak felt a little relieved. In the distance, a group of kobolds explored upstream along the river bank. There was a cliff with steep mountain walls everywhere. The kobolds were short in stature and were better at digging caves, but they seemed particularly clumsy when climbing the mountain walls. At first, Surdak thought that this group of kobold slaves wanted to escape secretly. Later, when he saw them walking and stopping, he realized that they were looking for the missing sulfur mines on both sides of the lava river. Aphrodite sat on the cliff, stretched out her hands to support her body, and asked very casually, "Those stupid kobold slaves have dug almost all the sulfur mines on both sides of the lava river. Are you ready to let them continue to explore upstream?" Ever since a large number of kobold slaves gathered in Pudu Mountain to dig sulfur mines, the sulfur mines along the lava river here were mined out so quickly. This made Surdak scratch his head in distress. There are no more sulfur mines on both sides of the river. It seems that we have to find new sulfur mines, which is really troublesome. What's the trouble? Just find a new river of lava, Aphrodite said casually. To put it lightly, it's not that easy to find a lava river with sulfur or on both sides. Surdak took another serious look halfway up the mountain and sighed. Aphrodite pointed to the river of lava flowing under the cliff and asked, "How about this river of lava?" Surdak didn't expect that there was a river of lava containing sulfur right in front of him. "Ah, is there sulfur on both sides of this river of lava?" he asked Aphrodite. Aphrodite said firmly, "Of course." Surdak's eyes fell on Aphrodite again, and asked curiously, "Did you come out this time to look for the sulfur-containing lava river on Pussy Mountain?" Aphrodite smiled lazily and said, "I'm not as diligent as you said. I just happened to see a lava river full of sulfur ores like this. There are many on this pustule mountain. There is no need to deliberately looking for it. Then I will ask them to move the sulfur mine camp here and continue to mine sulfur mines." Surdak said. The sulfur mine is his only stable source of income. And of course, he will not give up easily. "Oh, by the way, how do you know how many lava rivers there are in Pussy Mountain? Have you visited all of this area?" Surdak asked Aphrodite. The two sat side by side. Aphrodite rested her head on Surdak's shoulder, raised her head slightly, and joked with a smile. "Want to know? Then kiss me. If you don't want to, forget it." Surdak was startled and quickly moved aside calmly. "No, coward," Aphrodite muttered softly. Surdak could only pretend not to hear. Then he asked Aphrodite, "Aren't you afraid that I can't control the holy light on my body and hurt you? Will it?" Aphrodite asked. Without waiting for Surdak to answer, he asked him, "You want to know how I know that so many lava rivers on Pussy Mountain contain sulfur ores?" Surdak nodded and said, "Yes. There are hot and steep cliffs everywhere, and underground rivers of lava everywhere. They are full of hot poisonous gas and hot magma. Not only is it difficult to climb, but it is also full of dangers." Aphrodite readily stood up in front of the cliff. She stood at the edge of the cliff, stretched out her hands, and said to Surdak with a smile, "Well, I'll tell you to watch. Just like this." As she said that, she stepped forward with one foot. The whole person fell off the cliff instantly. Surdak was startled and wanted to jump down. At this time, I saw two transparent insect wings emerging out of thin air behind Aphrodite. They became extremely solid. Magic light patterns flashed on the transparent insect wings, dragging Aphrodite's body from the cliff. Slowly rise from below. He landed in front of Surdak again, and looked at Surdak very proudly. "Can you fly?" Surdak asked her in disbelief. Surdak originally thought that these two life magic patterns could only enhance spiritual power. But when they were implanted in Aphrodite's back, they actually turned into real insect wings when Aphrodite released her power. Soon the insect wing behind Aphrodite turned into a shadow again, and finally disappeared behind her. Aphrodite told Surdak, "This can only last for a short while. But you helped me add two magic patterns on my back. Now I have recovered more than half of my strength, and I can move more freely than before." Only then did Surdak understand the reason for Aphrodite's good mood. "I also know why she is sitting here. It turns out that she flew up here." Thinking of this, I couldn't help but glance behind Aphrodite. But unfortunately, it was hidden by the black robe. Then Surdak asked Aphrodite, "By the way, what did you just say about returning to Tassamat's arms? Who is Tassamat?" Aphrodite said casually, "He is the great demon of our demon clan," Surdak explained. "Oh, sometimes I always hear this name in my dreams." Aphrodite looked at Surdak again and said with a smile, "Maybe you also have demon blood flowing in your body, and the great demon is calling you to let you return to the embrace of the demon king." Looking at her like this, It seemed like she had no respect for the great demon at all. Serdek then asked her, "Does your great demon look like a giant with 2 faces and 4 arms?" Aphrodite shook her head with certainty and said, "No. Actually, I have never seen what it looks like. But according to the text on the ancient stone tablet collected by the succubus clan, the body of the great demon is likely to be an evil dragon. In this beast wave, Andrew, Gulaitum, and Samira have become second-level powerhouses one after another. Now even Aphrodite has regained her original strength, which is really rewarding." When the red dragon Iser saw Serdek walking into the treasure chamber carrying a bag of red crystals, he immediately cheered and came over. It put its head on the high platform and opened its mouth very relaxedly, waiting for him to pour all the red crystals into the huge mouth of the red dragon. Israel closed his mouth, as if enjoying delicious food, and put the head and a piece of it together. He put his neck on the platform and chewed slowly and gently. Israel's mouth made a loud, bumping, banging sound, as if she was eating beans. Then Serdek and Yisel learned another rune language, and then reluctantly left the treasure chamber. Nowadays, these rune languages are becoming more and more complex, and it is difficult for one person and one dragon to learn them. After walking out of the sulfur mine cave, Serdek went to the sulfur mine camp again. This time he needed to arrange for the sulfur camp to be relocated to the lower reaches of the new lava river. When I came to the sulfur camp, I found that Luke happened to be there, so I could leave the camp relocation to him. This time Luke not only brought a batch of brand new soldier ant armors, but also purchased some magic weapons from some trading houses in Helensa city according to Serdek's request. This time, they were also transported to the sulfur mine camp. Now Luke is almost a high-quality customer that several trading houses in Helensa city are fighting for. Not only is he generous with his money, but he is also never picky about these magical weapons. He will pack them all up and take them away if he likes them. Serdek barely stuffed the large wooden box containing nearly 100 magic weapons into the magic belt bag, and then said to Luke, "These weapons are okay. Did you buy some spare parts of the magic pattern structure this time?" Luke shook his head and said, "I have visited almost all the magic shops in Helensa city, and I can't find any magic pattern construction at all. There are 5 magic shops that accept customized magic pattern construction, but the delivery time is basically scheduled by next year." Serdek was not surprised by this result and asked him casually, "How is the village?" Luke smiled and said very proudly, "Everything is fine. The village is still being expanded. The dead tree at the entrance of the village has now become the center of the free trading market. The expanded row houses are scattered in the market edge. Dak, you can't imagine how lively the free market at the entrance to Wall Village is now." Hearing what Luke said, Soldak was very yearning for it, and immediately planned when to take the time to run back. "How is the water in the reservoir used?" Serdek asked again. After all, this is the first time the reservoir has been used after it was built, and there are so many construction projects this year, and there is also a lot more land for irrigation in Wall Village. Serdek was worried that the old village chief could not control the amount of water, and used up the reserved water in the reservoir in advance. "Sure enough," Luke said, "it seems that the water in the first-level reservoir is about to bottom out." Before Serdek could speak, Luke said, "But there's nothing to worry about. The rainy season is coming soon, and everything in the entire desolate land will be revived by then." When Serdek left the sulfur camp, Luke had already begun to gather kobold slaves and began to prepare to move the sulfur camp to the new lower reaches of the lava river. Chapter 835 Nika 1. Serdek stepped out of the void gate and returned to the study in the small building of the military camp. The cavalry training ground in the camp can still hear the sound of horse hooves like raindrops. The cavalry who stay in the military camp spend most of their time on the training ground every day. They have to put on heavy armor, hold up a heavy knight's spear with one arm, and charge non-stop towards the wooden man at the end of the training ground. The entire cavalry training ground track has been trampled to pieces by war horses. In the morning, there are only some injured war horses left in the stables, and the native herdsmen will drive other ancient bow-lie horses to the grass outside the town. It is not until the afternoon, when the sun no longer shines into the Duoden Canyon, that the indigenous herdsmen will come back from outside the town. Right now, the rumble of horse hooves could be heard outside. A fat and strong maroon-headed horse rushed in from outside the camp gate first. It ran at the front of the herd of horses, and a group of horses followed behind it and ran fiercely. There is no need for a few herdsmen to follow behind and crack the whip. At this time, the herdsmen in front of the stables only need to open the fence in front of the stables in time, and they can rush into the stables in one breath. causing dust to fly in the military camp. The herdsmen followed from behind on several strong horses. The horses under them did not have saddles. They held the horses' reins in one hand, and the long white pole in the other. They kept shouting and entered the cavalry camp. More than 200 war horses entered the stables, immediately adding a bit of life to the military camp. The elite cavalry and the best horses have gone to the hilly highlands to hunt the ghost-striped red ants, and the remaining horses were picked out by the cavalry. Serdek was going to the stables, and continued to use the magic pattern of life to transform these war horses. If possible, he would like to buy back a batch of green-scaled horses. Only green-scaled horses are suitable for equipping heavy cavalry. Unfortunately, such horses are difficult to buy in the Bina province. Even high-quality ancient Bolai horses have to come to Baidu. I bought it after entering the Lin Plain. Serdek was walking on the gravel road in the military camp, and the cavalry passing by him stopped to salute. When I was passing by the entrance of the wounded soldiers' dormitory, I happened to see Nika leading a group of maids changing the dressings of the injured cavalry inside. Originally, in this dormitory, which was specially used to deal with wounded soldiers, the wailing sounds of some wounded soldiers would often be heard. Since these maids came to the military camp, the place has become quiet now, and the occasional cry of pain will stop immediately. Except for the wounded soldiers. No one wanted to embarrass themselves in front of the maids. These maids also bandaged their wounds much more gently than their fellow cavalrymen. As Soldek's assistant, Nika has been involved in the treatment of wounded soldiers recently. She is very familiar with this group of injured cavalry. She led the maids to change the dressings of the wounded soldiers in the dormitory. Everything went smoothly. It's methodical. The maids given to Serdek by Malakam are all from the southern region of the White Forest Plain. Putting aside their knowledge of plants, all the maids are young beauties. And the indigenous people of the southern White Forest their skin is so white that if it weren't for their pupils, hair color, and subtle patterns on their bodies, it would be difficult to tell where they come from. When Soldek saw Nika walking out of the dormitory carrying a basin of blood, he told her to go to the small building to find him after finishing the work. Nika has adapted to this busy life of going back and forth between the small town and the military camp. However, Serdek still remembered that when he found Nika, he found that her body seemed to contain extremely pure light elements. He felt that she was likely to awaken the magic pool. If she was in Kirin town, she would probably miss the magic awakening ceremony. We'll bring her to Duodan town. Previously, Soldek asked Celia Cooper to teach Signa and Nick some magic knowledge. But it was obvious that Celia Cooper liked Signa more, and was not very concerned about Nika. So Serdek just had some time today, and decided to take the time to teach Nika to feel the light in the body. Although this kind of thing cannot be achieved overnight. Learning how to perceive is at least the first step on this road. Serdek then went to the stables, selected a few lightly injured Gubwa horses, and implanted a powerful life magic pattern of giant soldier ants on their front legs. I was busy until dinner time. Soldek returned to the small building. Signa was sitting on the oak steps of the small building, holding a magic notebook, and seemed to be talking to herself. She is petite, and looks very inconspicuous sitting on the edge of the steps and railings. It is difficult to find her presence unless she is close to the small building. She speaks in a very soft voice, and is like a timid rabbit. As long as she feels if someone approaches. Shut your mouth immediately. Soldek walked to Signa, and saw Celia Cooper in the magic notebook standing behind a test bench. There were some magic gems on the test bench. Celia Cooper draws some lines on the magic parchment to connect the magic gems together, and are discussing with Signa the matrix of the yellow spinel that contains weak electric elements. If he hadn't seen them having a decent discussion with his own eyes, Soldek would never have believed that Celia Cooper would actually discuss these magical academic fields with a girl less than 6 years old. But in front of Signa, Soldek couldn't deny this matter in too strong a tone. So I could only scratch my scalp, sit on the wooden steps next to Signa, and said tactfully to the unsmiling old woman in the magic notebook, "Miss Celia Cooper, I did ask you to find an opportunity to teach Signa and Nika some basic knowledge of magic. But do you think it is appropriate for you to discuss academic issues on the magical level with a 6-year-old? Celia Cooper rolled her eyes inwardly, but she had to say on the surface, "Ahem. Signa is different from other little girls." Celia Cooper only said one sentence, and Signa smiled sweetly at her. Celia Cooper immediately shut up and paused before saying, "Signa's physique is very special. She has a very pure elemental constitution. She will definitely become a very outstanding magician in the future. Moreover, her unique insights and entry points into certain magic fields are also very unique. No matter what she usually does, I don't even think about it from this perspective. Then he said very implicitly, so she inspired me a lot on some issues. Serdek has recently been learning the language of runes based on dragon language. When he saw a magic circle drawn on the table in the magic notebook, he could naturally understand the most basic things. So he asked Celia Cooper, "Is this a summoning circle?" "The circle of the dark summoning ceremony is currently only a semi-finished product." Celia Cooper looked at Soldak with admiration. When I first met him, he was just a reserve knight. But in less than 2 years, he not only became a baron, he was also able to understand magic patterns. Celia Cooper could tell from the subtle changes in his eyes that he must have understood. She hesitated for a moment, but decided not to tell the truth. If she wanted to tell it, it would be up to Signa. She wants to escape from the magic notebook. Now it seems that she must use the power of Signa and sign a magic contract with her to become a magic servant, so that she can occasionally escape from this magic notebook that is like a magic prison. Celia Cooper felt that it would be better to communicate this matter with Signa alone, and perhaps negotiate some more relaxed contract conditions. Serdek did not continue to look at the messy magic circle in his notebook. Instead, he talked with Celia Cooper about Signa and Nika's introductory learning of magic. Serdek still attaches great importance to learning in this area. Signa performed quite well. Celia Cooper even said that Signa did not have to wait until she was 12 years old to participate in the magic awakening ceremony. With her current understanding of magic, she could completely open up a magic pool. Regarding Nika, Celia Cooper could only complain. She said to Soldak, "Have you also seen that Nika has a constitution of light? There is a trace of the purest light in her body. How dare I get too close to her? If I am not careful, I may be purified into a wisp of black smoke. If it is more serious, the entire book will record it. Black magic notes may be set on fire." Hearing what Celia Cooper said, Soldak could only give up Celia Cooper's magic enlightenment and thought about how to guide Nika in his own way so that she could sense the light element in her body. After changing the medicine for the wounded soldier, Nika ran to the small building to find Soldak. Serdek was still implanting the magic pattern of life into the ancient Bolai horse over at the stable. Nika was not in a hurry to go there to find Serdek, but was preparing dinner in the kitchen of the small building. The wooden basting table in the kitchen is often used by Soldak for skinning and dissection. The entire kitchen is filled with a faint sour smell of ghost-striped red ants, and the blood stains of the red ants have even been deeply immersed in the wooden texture of the table. Nika used a pig bristle brush to clean the kitchen with great detail, and then cooked a simple dinner using the most traditional cooking method of the local aborigines. Only then did he see Soldak push open the door of the small building and enter the living room along the corridor. "Are you finished so quickly?" Soldak asked, sitting in front of the dining table and looking at Nika, who was busy in the kitchen. Nika quickly turned around, saluted Soldak, and whispered, "Well, the cavalrymen recovered very quickly, and many minor injuries have been completely healed. Even those cavalrymen with amputated limbs may have a very difficult life in the future." Her eyes were full of worry. Serdek lowered his head, picked up the teapot, poured himself a glass of water, and said casually, "Don't worry about this. I have asked someone to go to Oriana Magic Puppet Store to buy the most basic prosthetic limbs for the future. It won't have much impact on your life. By the way, Nika, what have you learned from magician Celia Cooper recently?" Soldak asked Nika while holding the water glass. Nika put down what she was doing, stood next to Soldak, and said quietly, "Meditation? Teacher Celia taught me meditation, but I'm a bit stupid and didn't even understand what Teacher Celia said." Serdek stretched out his arm and spread his palms flat on the table. A ball of holy light slowly lit up from the palm of his hand. Serdek said to Nika, "Nika, close your eyes and feel it. Can you feel this light?" "I can." Nika closed her eyes and answered with an extremely sure tone. Chapter 836 Assassin. Selena sat up straight on the indigo wood-back chair. She stretched out, her soft body showing beautiful lines. Although she is already the mother of a 6-year-old girl, she has no excess fat on her arms and waist. Her life has gradually gotten better recently, and her breasts and buttocks have gradually become plump like inflated balloons. After touching her flat belly, Selena felt a little hungry and drank half a cup of herbal tea on the table. There were only a few crumbs left on the small biscuit on the silver plate next to her. There is a thick stack of merit sheets on the desktop, and these need to be entered on the same day. Otherwise, once they are piled up until tomorrow and mixed with tomorrow's merit list, the unfinished chores will pile up like a snowball, and it will be more difficult to count them out. It was getting dark before I knew it, and the performance calculation of the cavalry battalion had become more and more complicated recently. After checking the last set of data, Selena stopped. She dismissed 2 assistants. These 2 assistants were seconded by her from the Duodan town hall. They were indeed very capable in their work. However, Selena felt that the accounts of the garrison camp were the core secrets of the cavalry battalion. She did not want to expose these data to outsiders for a long time. So she had been cultivating trustworthy assistants during this period. He walked to the window. Selena gently opened the floor-to-ceiling curtains and pushed open the very clean window, letting the night breeze blow in from the window, which immediately made people feel refreshed. Looking out the window at the night. Let yourself be in darkness. It was a feeling that had merged with the night. This dark night made Selena feel very safe. In the distance, the North District of Duodan town fell into darkness. The North District belongs to the concentrated residential area of the Aboriginal people of Duodan town. These the indigenous people are poor, and few families are willing to light expensive candles at night. But it is precisely these Aborigines that more and more Aborigines have become believers of the Dark Goddess. Selena's development of followers of the Dark Goddess is going very smoothly here. These Aborigines can basically speak the imperial language and are far easier to teach than the kobolds in Wall Village. The immigrants in the town who came from the Bena province of the Green Empire have a deep-rooted worship of the Temple of Liberty, and will not easily believe in other gods. The Aborigines do not have such worries. And Selena also gives them some expectations. Since becoming a believer of the Dark Goddess, they can get some private help from Selena and be favored by the night. So many Aborigines already joined. Even Zigna will join Selena in gatherings held by followers of the Dark Goddess every week. Selena finally became a veritable apostle of the Dark Goddess. Entering Suldak's small building, Selena saw Signa and Surdak sitting at the dining table eating a plate of snacks. Nika was bringing a large plate of main dishes to the dining table. 3 candles were lit on the dining table, and the candlelight filtered through the glass window. Suldak pulled out a chair for Selena, and Selena kissed Suldak on the cheek. After dinner, Suldak did not stay in the small building, but returned to the rented loft in Doden town with Selena and Zigna. After Selena took a bath, finished everything before going to bed, and walked to the bed wearing a loose nightgown, she found that Suldak was already asleep leaning against the bed. It was the first time since the accident in the cavalry camp that Surdak slept so relaxedly. Selena did not wake him up. She squatted next to Surdak and silently drew a minimalist rune. Her soft and sexy lips uttered a spell, and Surdak fell into a deep sleep. In Suldak's dream, the sun and the beach, the sea, and the blue sky appeared. He took a nap on a lounge chair under a palm tree, with the warm sunshine shining on his body. He closed his eyes and listened to the sound of the waves kissing the beach. Selena now helped him take off his boots, made him lie comfortably on the bed, and covered him with a blanket. The goddess of darkness controls dreams. So Selena sends the sleeping Surdak into a dream where she can relax her whole body. More importantly, she can also enter that strange dream at any time, and then enter herself. At night, the whole town fell silent. From the shadows beside the low shrub wall outside the attic, a vague figure jumped in lightly. During the day, he had already set foot here, and now he was following the planned route. He gently supported an iron pole at the corner and climbed into the yard. Standing quietly on the lawn with both feet, he quickly leaned against the wall, preparing to climb up the wall for decoration, and took the opportunity to quietly climb to the second floor of the attic. At this moment, Selena and Zigna, who were still sleeping on the bed, opened their eyes almost at the same time. Zigna's first reaction was almost to hug a blanket and quickly get under the bed. Just under the bed where Signa got into the attic room, someone pried open a gap in the door to the attic terrace, and a leg stepped in from the outside. Signa quickly covered her mouth with her hands and stared at the intruder's boots with her big black grape-like eyes. She saw him rushing towards the wooden bed in the attic, his body like a puff of smoke, holding a hand in his hand. He used a long dagger to slice open the blankets and sheets on the bed, only to find that there was no one on the bed at all. The intruder also quietly moved towards Nika's room. He felt lucky that there was no mistake in the infiltration this time. But he didn't find the assassination target, and he felt a little anxious. Opening the door, the assassin jumped out. Across the corridor, the assassin gently opened the door and sneaked in. As soon as he broke into Nika's room, he found an eyeball with a diameter of 1 meter floating in the center of the room. Before the assassin could react, the hypnotic ray emitted by the eyeball fell on the assassin. With almost no chance to resist, the assassin felt a severe dizziness. He took out the dagger and prepared to hit his thigh. It is said that the severe pain can wake him up. But before he stabbed the dagger into his thigh, he was filled with despair and felt that his hands and feet were completely numb. He felt like the world was spinning, and he fell on his back on the carpet of the room. He was lying at the door of the room and felt a strong sense of dizziness. Then the assassin fell into endless nightmares and was killed again and again while breaking into the small building. Every time he tried different ways to break out of this nightmare. But unfortunately, he couldn't break out no matter what. That night, the robber almost felt nearly 100 very humiliating ways to die. Early the next morning, people found the dead assassin at a crossroads. Judging from the expression on his face, the whole process of death was quite painful. Chapter 837 Hathaway's Troubles. When Surdak woke up, he felt refreshed. He lay on the soft and dry big bed, recalling the blue sky and boundless sea in his dream last night, and was somewhat unwilling to wake up completely from his dream. He turned his head and saw Selina lying next to her in a thin silk suspender nightgown, sleeping against the quilt. The hem of the nightgown was slightly turned up. Her long and round legs were pressed against the white velvet blanket, and her toes were painted with shiny black nails. Oil. It's rare to see her sleepy like this. Maybe she's been too busy recently. She is extremely busy with the military camp merit exchange list. She is also supervising market prices in Doden Town, and organizing and developing followers of the Dark Goddess. These things may make her a little busy. Surdak plans to start from the town hall. 2 secretaries were transferred there to help her establish the logistics system of the cavalry battalion. Selina feels that Surdak should form a team of her own, and she recently selected young assistants from indigenous people. Originally Nika was a good candidate, but Surdak wanted to set up a medical team in the cavalry battalion, and this matter fell on Nika's head. Her sleeping look was beautiful. Her eyes were slightly closed. Her golden eyelashes were slightly curled upwards, like hairbrushes, and both sides of her thick lips were curled up. Surdak leaned forward and took a sip against her lips. Selina put her round arms on his waist, closed her eyes, and rubbed her head into his arms. Like a lazy cat, Surdak got out of bed quietly, walked out of the bedroom holding the leather armor, and then put the tight armor on his body. Walking downstairs, I found Nika making breakfast in the kitchen. She was making the most common burrito in the morning in Doden Town. She cut the thin wheat pancake in the middle, and stuffed it with some vegetables and red ant meat. Sprinkle some pepper and lemon zest on top. Smear some chili sauce. And it's delicious. Nika prepared a portion for Surdak, and Signa was never absent at this time. The little girl didn't seem to get up either. Surdak took a piece of burrito, and was about to take a bite before putting it down, and said to Nika, "Isn't Signa up yet?" "Well, when I called her in the morning, she said she would sleep for a while." Nika, who wore an apron and her hair in a ponytail, had learned a bit of cooking while working as a maid at Baron Goss's estate in the town of Killen. Surdak put down the burrito in his hand and said doubtfully, "Doesn't she like to eat this kind of meat-wrapped crispy pancake the most? I'll go upstairs to see her." After saying that, he walked up to the attic in 3 steps and knocked on the door lightly, but didn't hear any response from inside. Surdak didn't even exert much force, and the door of the room was pushed open by him. Signa was lying on the bed with a blanket wrapped around her body. The sleeping position looks like running, with the head raised and the little mouth slightly open. The plump little mouth looks very cute. "Signa, why don't you get up and have some breakfast before going to bed?" Surdak reached out and touched Signa's forehead. He found that her forehead was not hot, and it seemed that she was not sick. So he asked softly. Signa opened her eyes sleepily, like a kitten lying in bed, and whispered, "Duck, I'm a little sleepy. Let me sleep for a while." Surdak could only nod his head, stretched out his hand to tuck the blanket for him, and then said, "Okay, but don't miss breakfast." Signa adjusted her sleeping position and said drowsily, "No." After saying that, he closed his eyes again. Surdak turned around and walked to the door of the attic bedroom. Signa asked in an almost inaudible voice, "Dig, is your fiancé coming to Doden Town?" Surdak stopped, looked back at Signa, who was curled up on the bed like a kitten, and said, "Well, they came from Beta City to see me." Signa rolled around on the bed, opened her big eyes, and asked with an anxious look, "I heard from people in the military camp that she is the princess of the Luther family. Will they drive us away when they come?" Surdak touched his nose and said to Signa, "They are all well-educated aristocratic ladies. They will not drive people away for no reason, let alone drive you away. Don't think so wildly." "Oh." Signa blinked her big eyes. turned over on the bed, and closed her eyes again. Serdek walked out of the attic bedroom, had breakfast in the dining room, walked to the backyard and saddled the horse, and then led it to the front yard. Serdek found some messy footprints on the lawn in the yard, which seemed to have overwhelmed the flowers. Serdek thought it might be the work of the naughty and mischievous children in the town. There are always some boys who like to sneak in, pick the flowers from the flower pond, and give them to the girl. He followed the footsteps and looked to both sides of the small building, but couldn't see any clues. Nika hurried out wearing a beige dress. Serdek mounted the horse, holding the horse's reins with one hand, and asked Nika, who was standing at the door, "Would you like me to give you a ride?" Nika held the cloth bag with both hands, saluted to Serdek and said, "I have made an appointment with Guidarai and Mejia to go to the military camp to change dressings for the wounded soldiers." "Okay. See you at the military camp then." Serdek rode the ancient Bolai horse and took the first step. Nika, who was standing at the door, watched Baron Suldek ride away and felt that he did not behave like a noble lord at all. A noble lord who owns a cavalry battalion, even if he does not have a group of attendants when traveling, should at least have a smart little follower. But Baron Suldek actually has to equip his own saddle even for riding a horse. What a low-key noble lord. Of course, Serdek didn't know Nika's inner curse. When I passed the intersection, I happened to see a large group of people gathered here. As he rode over, he heard someone saying in the distance. It was discovered by the night watchman. When I rushed over, he was already cold. He was lying here without any injuries. The expression on his face was like a nightmare. I don't know what he saw to scare him into such a miserable state. I heard that some important people lived nearby. The town hall specially arranged personnel to patrol the area, but they didn't find any. Could it be the ghost-striped red ants that sneaked into the town? Maybe the guy met a red ant. It's impossible. If you encounter red ants, can the body be left behind? Serdek's ears are very sensitive, and he can hear clearly from a long distance. When these civilians saw the knights coming, they immediately dispersed and stopped talking about the matter. Serdek only heard a few words, which seemed to be saying that someone died here. He wanted to ask what was going on. After all, Zigna and Selena lived here, but he didn't expect that he had just walked over. These people dispersed in a hurry. Suldek decided to ask Mrs. Luna about the security situation in the town when he had time. If necessary, the cavalry battalion could send some cavalry to patrol the town. Passing by the square in the center of the town, there are many small vendors gathering in the square at this time, and the square has become a free market. Selena didn't come out to set prices today, so the vendors could only use yesterday's prices. There are many seasonal vegetables and fruits in the market, as well as some daily groceries, etc. Doden Town is the best border town in the northern region. So many businessmen in Wilk City choose to do business here. Recently, many adventure groups have even appeared near Doden Town, and the president of the town's adventure guild is also trying to make connections, trying to ask Suldek to release the ban on restricting adventure groups from passing the northern city wall. It's in the town hall compound next to the free market. The acting mayor, Mrs. Luna, is organizing manpower to maintain some of the alleys and narrow streets in the town that are in disrepair, since the caravans who come to Doden Town to do business have paid taxes in full recently. The financial situation of Doden Town has finally improved. Mrs. Luna took out the money and began to renovate the town. Serdek also saw the rectification plan submitted. This time, the maintenance and repair of the slums on the Aboriginal side are also included in the town planning. Due to some cooperation between Serdek's cavalry battalion and the local Aboriginal people in Doden Town during this period, the status of the Aboriginal people in the town was slowly improving. Various conflicts have arisen between the imperial immigrants and the local Aborigines, and the town sheriffs are no longer one-sided in favor of the immigrants. They will also think about it for a while, and mainly use intimidation to both parties, and calm down the troubles. After all, the beast tide is not over yet. If there is a fight for points at this time, no one will be able to gain anything except the nobles. The cavalry battalion is also organizing a transport team, preparing to enter the hills and mountains to pick up the cavalry who are going hunting. This time, the Thunder Rhino caravan was still responsible for transporting supplies. According to the cavalry messenger, there were a large number of ghost-patterned soldier ants in the hills and mountains that needed to be transported back. Serdek inspected the northern city wall and returned to the military camp. I saw Nika's treatment team lining up neatly and filing into the wounded soldiers' dormitory. I saw that their expressions were no longer as nervous as before, and sometimes they even whispered and smiled. Serdek is still in a separate wooden house next to the stables in the military camp. continuing to modify Guba's war horses. This time, I was unable to go hunting for the ghost-striped male ants with the cavalry battalion, and the project to transform the Thunder Rhinoceros would still be delayed for some time. Hathaway and Beatrice didn't keep Soldak waiting long in Dodon. They arrived in Wilkes in the Belan Plain, and just in time to catch up with the great swordsman Chester, who had stabilized the situation in Plunto's town. They returned to the Wilkes City military headquarters to make a series of adjustments to the deployment of the garrison in the northern region. It is very different from Hathaway's last experience on the eve of graduation. The main army of the Luther family is currently stationed in the Belan Plain. Marquis Luther's beloved daughter, Miss Hathaway of the Luther family, came to the Belan Plain, and even though he was the consul of Wilkes City, the Marquis Florian had to personally host a banquet to entertain her. Swordsman Chester was prepared to accompany Miss Hathaway throughout the entire journey. After all, the northern region was experiencing a once-in-a-decade animal tide, and there were still some red ants sneaking across the border on the grasslands. When the convoy passed through the northern grasslands, they were still somewhat dangerous. Originally, Hathaway was supposed to arrive in Dodon town yesterday, but when they came out of Wilkes City, they met the material transport team leaving the city at the city gate, so they were delayed for half a day, and they overslept in the hotel in the hot spring town of Nunoda. Who dared to wake them up? So it was delayed for another half day. The convoy encountered frequent problems along the way, and when it arrived at Duodan town, it was actually a full day and a half later than originally planned. You can see the majestic thorny mountains from a distance, with the snow-capped peaks on the top of the mountain thrust into the clouds. This convoy consists of a total of 15 magic caravans, of which only 5 magic caravans have passengers in their carriages, and the rest of the magic caravans serve as purpose of wagons. A cavalry squadron of 60 men opened the way in front of the convoy. The great swordsman Chester sat in a magic-covered carriage at the end, and his mount was tied behind the carriage. The mountains in the field of vision gradually became clearer, and a canyon divided the thorny mountains into two. Duodan town is located in the southernmost part of this canyon, and many buildings are built at the foot of the mountain. The motorcade slowly approached the town of Dodon. Hathaway and Beatrice leaned towards the carriage window and curiously looked at the town of Dodon between the canyons under the mountains. From a distance, you can see some densely packed red leather drying on the grassy slope. Almost the entire grassland is red. In the carriage of Hathaway and Beatrice, their close friend Lily Cecil was also sitting. Lily is the daughter of Count Cecil. She once attended the Bernard Advanced Swordsman Academy with Hathaway and Beatrice, but she was 1 year older than Hathaway. Now she has been married to Bylin for more than 2 years. Her husband is a viscount who owns a large ranch. She gave birth to 2 children for the viscount and stayed at home all day long. When he heard that Hathaway and Beatrice had come to the Belan Plain, he offered to entertain the 2 close friends throughout the whole journey. Lily, who has become a mother of 2 children, has become extra plump and fair-skinned. She pointed to a large piece of red grass in the distance with her scallion white fingers and introduced to Hathaway and Beatrice. Those are the hard armor of the ghost-patterned soldier ants, which is a specialty of the northern region of the Belan Plain. The ghost-patterned soldier ants are first-level peak-stage monsters, and their strength is not very strong. However, this kind of monster is a gregarious monster, and its hard armor is also hard enough to be exposed to so many ghost-striped soldier ants. Beatrice squinted her eyes and looked at the leather in the distance, thinking of the scene half a month ago when a total of 40 carriages loaded with hard leather arrived at the leather trading house. He replied somewhat absent-mindedly, "Yes." Hathaway held Beatrice's hand to calm her down. Beatrice smiled at her and whispered, "It looks pretty good here. The scenery is also very good, but it's a little remote. It's really nice here. The land is rich in water and grass, and it's very suitable for herding horses," Lily Cecil said casually, looking at the white snow on the peak. Lily asked a little heartlessly, "Hathaway, I heard that your fiancé was not following Count Goss on the battlefield in the Warsaw Plain. Why did he suddenly join the Luther Legion again?" Hathaway's face turned red, and she had no choice but to tell her truthfully. "Baron Sidney, who joined the Earl of Goss's heavy infantry regiment, died in battle 2 years ago. Now my fiancé is called Baron Soldak. You must not get him wrong." Lily covered her mouth, widened her eyes, and showed a look of surprise. That expression clearly meant, "Why did you die?" Serdak led a cavalry squad and waited outside the town early. When he saw the convoy, he immediately rushed up to meet it. Chapter 838 Visit. The glass window of the second magic caravan at the end of the motorcade was pushed open, and the beautiful faces of Hathaway and Beatrice appeared in the window at the same time. Soldak urged his horse to rush over impatiently. War horses and magic caravans go side by side. The convoy did not even stop. 20 cavalry guards brought by Cerdak were guarding the convoy. At this time, the carriage door was opened by Hathaway from the inside. Soldak jumped from the horse and got into the carriage. He hugged Hathaway tightly in his arms and kissed her soft lips. Hathaway sat back on the soft leather sofa with a flushed face, panting violently due to lack of oxygen. At this moment, she was like a delicate rose. Just when Lily Cecil wanted to introduce herself, Soldak hugged Beatrice again. The round-faced Beatrice was even more enthusiastic, and she almost pushed Soldak down on the soft leather sofa when they kissed her. After all this calmed down, Lily Cecil, who was sitting on the opposite seat, stretched out her hand to Soldak in a very ladylike manner, blinked her blue eyes again, and said to him playfully, "Ahem. Lo. I am Lily Cecil, a close friend of Hathaway and Beatrice." Soldak felt that her gaze was very aggressive. She looked back and forth at his arms, chest, lower abdomen, etc., with a hint of teasing in her eyes, especially when shaking hands. I gently scratched the palm of Soldak's hand with the nail of my little finger. Cerdak was still a little unsure at first, but now he could only turn a blind eye to Lily's hint, pretending that he doesn't understand it at all. Then Soldak sat between Hathaway and Beatrice, and said very politely to Lily, "Miss Lily, I am Soldak. Welcome to Doden Town." Hathaway and Beatrice were sitting casually on the sofa. Since it was a long journey, there were blankets on the floor of the carriage, and the ladies in the carriage were not wearing shoes, which made it easier. The two rested their heads on Soldak's shoulders, and Hathaway narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled silently. Beatrice, however, was like a repeating crossbow, constantly telling Soldak what she saw and heard on the road, and sharing interesting things with him on the road as soon as possible. In fact, speaking of it, there is only a portal between Wilk City in the Belan Plain and Nina City in the Bena province. To enter Wilk City from Bena City, you actually only need to move forward, take a step. But from Wilk City to Doden Town, you need to actually ride a horse or take a magic caravan. "Didn't you say that you can only find time at the end of next month?" Soldak asked, gently stroking Beatrice's silky hair. Beatrice rested her head on Cerdak's shoulder, gently scratched Cerdak's stubbled chin with one finger, and said, "We received the hard armor you sent us. Almost everyone can't continue to enjoy it in Bena City. Hathaway and I can't wait to see your life in the Belan Plain." Soldak put his arm around Beatrice's soft shoulders and said, "The environment here is not bad, but there has been a riot of beasts recently, and the surrounding area is not safe. If you stay here for another 2 weeks, I'm afraid I won't have time to entertain you. The beast tide has just subsided not long ago. Generally speaking, we have taken the initiative on the battlefield for the time being. Victory always comes with certain gains." At this time, the convoy has slowly entered Doden Town. When seeing the small town residents on the street, there was no worry on their faces. Many town residents actually gave way to the magic caravan when they saw it. Pedestrians on the street never looked back when passing by on both sides of the carriage. It also seemed orderly. Soldak temporarily rented a small building for Hathaway and Beatrice, a 2-story villa with a loft on the roof. The yard is not big, and it is only less than 100 meters away from the town hall. Although the building is not brand new, the furniture inside is. The magic caravan stopped here. Soldak accompanied Hathaway, Beatrice, and Lily out of the carriage. The maids quickly took down the boxes from the luggage rack at the back of the carriage. They were just the ones they were carrying. Salute. Except for this compartment luggage rack, the whole car behind is. In addition, the destination of those magic caravans is the military camp under the northern city wall. Great Swordsman Chester's magic caravan did not stop, but went directly to the military camp. When the magic caravan passed in front of Soldak, Lord Chester in the carriage only waved slightly to Soldak. He waved his hand. The furniture in the living room is very tasteful, and there are some famous paintings and game specimens hanging on the walls. Hathaway, Beatrice, and Lily chose the room first, and then asked the maid to move the ceremony into the room. The three of them took a short rest, and Cerdak waited quietly in the living room downstairs until they finished washing and touching up their makeup, and then followed Soldak to a restaurant in the town for dinner. After dinner, the women rejected Soldak's proposal to take an early rest, but they couldn't wait to visit the military camp. Of course, the military camp in the evening was not very convenient. A large number of cavalry had to take a bath at the bathing wall, so Soldak had to take them to the north wall of Doden Town. Walking up the stone steps, You can see that the entire city wall is filled with a thick smoke, and even the gaps between the bricks and stones are stained brown by the dried blood of ghost-striped red ants. There is a sour smell everywhere. Climbing to the top of the city, the situation becomes even more serious. Unexpectedly, the great swordsman Chester happened to be on the north wall at this time. He was holding the wall with both hands and looking at the mottled battle marks on the wall. He first looked at the mountain walls on both sides that were covered with giant crossbow arrows that could not be cleaned, and then looked at the 4 huge acid pits under the city wall. When he looked at Soldak, he was filled with surprise. Obviously, the Duoden Canyon was extremely peaceful under the afterglow of dusk. No living ghost-marked red ants could be seen in the Duoden Canyon. Great swordsman Chester was a little surprised. He asked the guards of the city defense brigade and found out that Soldak had led the cavalry battalion and had completely driven out the ghost-marked red ants in the canyon. "Your place is much better than I expected." Great swordsman Chester stood next to a bed crossbow and said with admiration. Soldak stood in front of the wall and introduced to everyone. "We happen to find a way to hunt the ghost-striped ant queen. Once the queen is dealt with, the ghost-striped red ants are nothing to worry about. They are like a plate of loose sand. We will clean it out completely. I also heard that you sent the cavalrymen from the cavalry battalion to hunt red ants in the hills and mountains?" Great swordsman Chester looked at Soldak with bright eyes. Soldak nodded and said, "I want to extend the battlefield. With such a good opportunity. Of course, I can't let those red ants roam freely in the hills and mountains. Moreover, the hard armor of these ghostly patterned soldier ants is quite profitable." Chapter 839 Missing Sydney. On the North City Wall, the soldiers of the City Defense Brigade tried to keep their bodies standing upright. Tighten your lower abdomen and lift your chest. One hand is on the handle of the saber at your waist, and the other hand is touching the edge of the armor skirt. There was a wind blowing in the canyon, and the red velvet on the helmets above their heads was flying in the wind. The more than 360-meter-high North City Wall has a slight curvature, and the outer wall is not vertical. The more than 40-meter-high city wall is equivalent to a 6-story building. Looking down from the top to the bottom of the city wall, it looks particularly majestic. When Lily Cecil heard the great swordsman Chester talking about Serdak's cavalry battalion actually entering the hills and mountains to hunt for ghost-marked red ants, Lily Cecil was a little surprised at first. And then when she looked at Soldak, her eyes changed. A little brighter. She didn't expect that Hathaway's fiancé, Baron Sidney, would die in the Warsaw Plain. She still clearly remembered that the year before she graduated from the Bina Advanced Swordsman Academy, Baron Sidney was just about to rush to the Warsaw Plain with the army. When passing through the city of Bina, he made a special trip to the Swordsman Academy to visit Hathaway. At that time, Hathaway and Darcy were dating Cole Norton at the same time in the college, and they ignored Baron Sidney. At that time, I had just decided that I would marry to Bai Lin after graduation. Among the many plains controlled by Duke Newman of Bina Province, Belan Plain can only be regarded as a small plain to be developed. The resources of the plain can only be said to be acceptable. It gave Lily the impression that this is a very remote place. Plain. You may have to live an isolated life after getting married. She really didn't expect that there was actually only one gate between Wilk City and Bina City in Belan's Plain. And Wilk City is also a very grand city. At that time, she felt that her whole life was just like a farm lady living in the countryside, facing chickens, ducks, cows and horses every day. So she felt a little indulgent before marriage. In fact, Baron Sidney had good physical strength and great ambitions. He was a very upright and handsome young knight. At least he is much more handsome than her current husband. Lily Cecil saw 2 of her best friends in Wilk City and heard Hathaway talk about coming to the White Forest Plain specifically to visit her fiancé, who was on garrison duty in the northern defense zone of the White Forest Plain. Thinking that he might still be able to maintain a romantic relationship with this Baron Sidney, he pestered his 2 best friends and went with them. But Lily Cecil didn't expect that Baron Sidney would die in the Warsaw Plain. Hathaway also has a new fiancé, Baron Soldak. He is obviously not as handsome as Baron Sidney, but he is stronger than Sidney. His face is calm and resolute, especially when he is wrapped in thick full-covered armor. When he walks, the metal armor rubs and makes rustling sounds. The rustling sound and the male hormones emanating from her body made her feet weak involuntarily. She moved her steps gently and moved closer quietly, wanting to get closer. This kind of straight man who likes to run rampant on the battlefield must give them enough hints. Maybe they will understand. What cat doesn't like fish and steal fish? On the city wall, the great swordsman Chester was exchanging ideas with Serdak on how to kill the ghost-patterned Ant Queen. Several young ladies around him were listening attentively. Cerdak said modestly, I have an archer with a little bit of elven blood under my command. Not only does she have excellent archery skills, but she is also good at controlling the bed crossbow. She has used the bed to kill the ghost-marked Ant Queen several times. They were killed with crossbows. On 2 occasions, the queen was lured to the foot of the mountain, causing the mountain to collapse and burying her directly. The great swordsman of Chester, tisk tisk, applauded twice and said, Dak, you are really lucky. I have met many half-elves with elven blood. Many of them are children of nobles. Although they do have outstanding talents, their personalities are as casual and free as elves. These people are all from noble families. Their fathers are local noble lords, and their mothers are beautiful elves who are eternally young. They like to talk about poetry and art with others, and hate war. Many half-elves live in the sensuality of the upper class. They are willing to degenerate. Even if they have very good talents, they are gradually buried in their usual lazy life. Cerdak thought of the half-elf archer Samira, and what she would look like if she fell. In order that others would not pay attention to her appearance, she always wore a hood on her head and a black gauze on her face. She single-handedly supported the asylum in Wazimra City, now that she has been promoted to a rank 2 powerhouse. The road ahead of her may be a sea of stars. Thinking of this, Soldak smiled slightly. A total of 5 Ghost Strike Ant Queens came into Doden Canyon, and only 1 queen escaped to the hills and mountains. Now my cavalry battalion continues to hunt Ghost Strike Red Ants there. Just last week, the cavalry battalion also we were besieged by a swarm of ghost-marked red ants in the hills and mountains and lost some cavalry. If she hadn't shot 2 giant ghost-patterned soldier ants on the battlefield, the casualties might have been even more severe. Cerdak sighed softly and said, Since it is a war, someone will always die on the battlefield. Hathaway stood next to Soldak. Her eyes fell on the V-shaped pass of Doden Canyon, and she said with some enthusiasm, Duck, I want to go to Doden Canyon tomorrow. To be honest, Cerdak was a little hesitant. He and Hathaway first met when this adventurous girl wanted to go to the battlefield of Mayun Ridge to see evil spirits. Now he didn't really want Hathaway to take risks. After all, those ghostly red ants belong to the category of warcraft, and the Queen Ant is a high-level warcraft with rudimentary intelligence. At this time, the round-faced Beatrice blinked her big watery eyes, her blue eyes as clear as lake water. Will it be troublesome? Beatrice asked Soldak cautiously. Soldak's heart instantly melted, and he could no longer adhere to those battlefield rules. He put his arm around Hathaway's soft shoulders and said to Beatrice, Of course not. I will take you for a ride in the canyon tomorrow morning. Okay, Beatrice said excitedly. He also gave Hathaway a light high-five. Regarding Soldak's intimacy and indulgence, the great swordsman of Chester could only helplessly shake his head and smile bitterly. However, it was related to the safety of Marquis Luther's only daughter. Naturally, he could not let it go. He would inevitably go with him tomorrow. Now I am no longer in the mood to discuss hunting Ghost Strike Red Ants. I just want to rest early and strive to enter the Duoden Canyon in the fullest mental state tomorrow. Take us to your military camp. When I came last time, the military camp here was not so big. Great Swordsman Chester said to Soldak. Cerdak quickly led the way, and the group walked down the steps on the edge of the northern city wall. As he walked, he introduced the Great Swordsman Chester. On the original basis, the military camp has been expanded with an infantry battalion and an archer camp. Now the military camp and the northern city wall are almost connected. The military camp is on the south side of the north city wall. When the group walked down the north city wall, they had a panoramic view of the military camp in front of them. After walking through the pit that exuded the sour smell, Great Swordsman Chester released his hand covering his mouth and nose, and asked Soldak with great interest, I heard that you also created a merit exchange list in the military camp. Cerdak answered calmly, Yes. The soldiers always need to know clearly what killing these ghost-marked red ants on the battlefield can bring them. I think besides glory and faith, these are the achievements. These are related to their future lives and can also inspire their greatest combat effectiveness. While talking, the group passed through the archer camp and came to the door of the cavalry camp's cafeteria. When they saw the merit exchange list on the bulletin board, the first one read, Elementary Power Magic Pattern Construct. Only then did Chester discover that Cerdak is really generous to his opponents. You are so willing. Great Swordsman Chester stared at the list of rewards above and said with a smile. The 3 women also covered their mouths and couldn't help but let out suppressed exclamations. These women all come from noble families, and have lived in a privileged environment since they were young. However, their lives are not so privileged that they just give away a set of magic pattern structures casually. Of course, Hathaway has this ability. Marquis Luther has 2 regiments of constructed swordsmen. Each regiment has 500 swordsmen, which means he has at least 1,000 sets of magic pattern constructs. This is why Marquis Luther became representative of the war faction in Bina province. The 3rd batch of merit exchange rewards is already on the way. Soldak touched his nose and said with a smile. The dinner was very sumptuous. Soldak invited the chef from the best restaurant in Doden town to his home and hosted a banquet for the great swordsman Chester and his party. After dinner, Swordsman Chester said goodbye early and left the small building. The excitement in Hathaway and Beatrice's hearts has not disappeared. They drank a little sweet wine, but they are still not sleepy. After the 3 women took a shower, they sat in the living room downstairs in their pajamas and chatted. Soldak stayed with Hathaway and Beatrice. Unfortunately, Mrs. Lily Cecil was a bit ignorant and refused to go back to the guest room to sleep early. He could only sit on the single sofa like a gentleman. Here, I just chatted casually with 3 women, talking about whatever came to my mind. First, he talked about the beast tied in the Belen Plain, and talked about those thrilling places, which caused the woman to marvel frequently. Then they talked about each other's current situation in life. Hathaway and Beatrice almost lived and ate together, and their life trajectories were exactly the same. Beatrice was responsible for the main part of the narration, and Hathaway was doing some temporary supplement. It seems that this kind of chat can quickly understand each other and get closer to each other. Beatrice even asked the maid to bring out 2 bottles of golden cider halfway through, and the 4 of them drank them among themselves. Unexpectedly, the 3 women lost sleep and sat on the sofa in the living room, holding teacups and chatting. Everyone began to talk about their past lives. The 3 women have something in common. They once studied and lived in the same college. Those days are always worth remembering. Serdak's past is a bit messy. His soul, now an earthling, has entered a different world, occupying John Baka's body, carrying fragments of his memory, and living the life of another person. Sometimes he himself couldn't figure out who he looked more like now. He really had nothing to talk about. So he talked about the Warsaw Plain and the Battle of Mayun Ridge. Lily Cecil looked at Soldak with wide eyes. Her face turned red due to alcohol. She never thought that Soldak was once a subordinate of Baron Sidney. And she also knew that Hathaway had some past events, mainly her relationship with Baron Sidney. Originally, she wanted to use this as bait to seduce Soldak. But now she had to think of other ways. Speaking of Baron Sidney's death in Moyinling, everyone in the room fell silent, and everyone could see that Hathaway was in a complicated mood. Soldak reached out and held her soft little hand, comforting her somewhat messy mood. Beatrice also yawned, indicating that she was very sleepy. So the 4 finally broke off the chat. It turns out that Serdak is not very good at socializing in this way. But it doesn't matter anymore. At night, Soldak stayed by the bedside until Hathaway and Beatrice fell asleep, and then quietly walked out of their room. The accompanying housekeeper of Marquis Luther's mansion has been watching. Although everyone has confirmed their relationship, the glory of the Luther family cannot be lost. In the early morning, Soldak prepared a simple breakfast early, and everyone ate together. The women are all graduates of the Bina Advanced Swordsman Academy, so they all have leather armor and swords, and they all know how to ride. Serdak entered the Doden Valley with 3 ladies, accompanied by 20 cavalry at the rear. Swordsman Chester also accompanied him throughout the whole process. After everyone entered the Doden Canyon, they discovered that besides a piece of scorched earth, there were only 2 piles of collapsed rocks. This confirmed what Serdak had said before. 2 ant queens died in the rocks. Down, now near the rubble pile, there are still people in the town digging for ghost-marked red ants under the rubble. There was really nothing to see in the Duodan Canyon. Everyone was riding horses, and the canyon of more than 10 kilometers quickly came to an end. The north exit of the canyon seemed a lot more lively. I happened to see the Thunder Rhinoceros caravan transporting ghost-striped soldier ants to Duodan town. And there were also some mercenary groups hunting ghost-striped red ants in the northern exit of the canyon. It's quite interesting here. Hathaway and Beatrice saw this kind of monster for the first time, and naturally they refused to leave easily. In fact, Great Swordsman Chester also wanted to see the hunting method of Serdak's cavalry battalion. So everyone discussed it at the north exit, and decided to enter the hills and mountains to join Andrew and the others. Serdak had just learned the specific location of the cavalry camp from the Thunder Rhino caravan. He didn't even know how many ghost-marked red ants he had killed. so he was naturally not afraid of these guys. Besides, the great swordsman Chester is by his side, which can keep everyone safe at worst, so Soldak didn't hesitate too much, seeing that they were really curious about the cavalry battalion hunting ghost-striped red ants. He took everyone into the hills and mountains. Chapter 840 Cavalry Camp on the Hilly Mountains. The group of people followed the cavalry camp's ancient horse hoof prints and headed deep into the hills and mountains. In the distance, sporadic ghost-marked red ants can be seen in the hills and mountains. Many mercenary groups came to the wild, mainly to hunt these lonely ghost-marked red ants. Since the 2 mineral veins given to Soldak by Marquis Luther were on the east side of Invercargill Forest, the cavalry battalion rushed out of the north exit of Doden Canyon and also chose to rush northeast of the hills. This time the cavalry battalion sent troops to the hilly and mountainous areas. Both Andrew and Samira were holding their breath in their hearts. Last time, the cavalry battalion was almost eaten by ghost-striped soldier ants. Although Cerdak launched a retaliatory action against the ant colony afterwards and successfully killed the ghost-striped ant queen, the depression in their hearts was still not eliminated. So this time, the cavalry battalion went very deep into the hills and mountains, just to chase a larger circle of ant colonies in the hills and mountains. There were some huge thunder rhinoceros footprints scattered along the way, clearly guiding everyone in the right direction. Cerdak didn't have to worry about going in the wrong direction, as long as he was wary of the ghost-striped red ants that were eyeing him in the distance. During the journey, Cerdak discovered that due to the delay in crossing the thorny mountains, the red ants in most of the ant colonies seemed a little restless. The ghost-striped red ants also need a leader who can lead them out of the thorny mountains. The ghost-striped ant queens that can survive in the hills and mountains to this day will not recklessly crawl into the Doden Canyon to die. If they want to bypass the thorny mountains, they can only take detours to the east and west sides. Doden Canyon is in the middle of the thorny mountains, and the ant colonies here have begun to decline significantly. There are traces of battles all over the hillside. The green vegetation on the hilly ground was almost completely destroyed by the red ants, exposing patches of red soil. And these red ants eat almost everything. Soldak rode a war horse and always accompanied Hathaway and Beatrice, chatting with them from time to time. Clouds pile up on the horizon like undulating mountains, and from time to time, there are some rocks circling back and forth in the sky. Hathaway and Beatrice rode horses side by side. They had not left Benna City for a long time, and they were naturally yearning for the vast world outside. Blue sky and white clouds, hills and mountains. Looking further north is Invercargill Forest. The group of people didn't walk too fast. Occasionally, some ghost-striped worker ants appeared. They had no time to get close, and were shot by the archers in the team. Sharp arrows can easily penetrate the hard armor of worker ants. Along the way, we almost never encountered ghost-patterned soldier ants. Lily Cecil was riding a maroon ancient bolai horse. Her leather armor had a very high waist, pushing almost all the excess meat on her abdomen to her chest. Although this type of leather armor is very delicate, it is not very practical. Lily rode up from behind and listened quietly to Soldak and Hathaway talking about the indigenous tribes in this area. She waited patiently for Soldak to finish talking about the topic before interjecting and asking Soldak, "Baron Cerdak, I think since you can give the magic pattern structure as a reward to the cavalry, why don't you wear one yourself?" Soldak turned around, smiled politely at Lily and said, "Mrs. Cecil, because my body's carrying capacity is not enough to wear a primary magic pattern structure for the time being." Lily was a little surprised and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you still a knight of one turn?" "I am indeed a one-turn knight, but due to some injuries I suffered before, I still can't restore my carrying capacity to the original level," Cerdak explained. Lily spread her hands and said, "That's such a pity. I heard that the knight's strength will change qualitatively only after he puts on the magic pattern structure." Soldak didn't say any more, but turned to Beatrice and said with a smile, "I didn't notice the beautiful scenery here the few times I came here." Beatrice squinted her eyes and smiled sweetly. Her face was a bit round, so she looked full of flesh. Pointing at a mercenary group not far away, he asked Soldak, "Where do those mercenary groups want to go?" At this time, the team happened to pass a hilly mountain, and Cerdak discovered that there were actually several mercenary groups in front of them, also following the footsteps of the thunder rhinoceros. Cerdak then said, "The mercenary groups who are willing to come here are actually here to hunt ghost-marked soldier ants. As long as they can hunt some soldier ants, they have a great chance of obtaining magic crystals. Such hunting the event is a guaranteed profit without losing any money. There are so many mercenary groups. They actually walk the same road as us," Beatrice explained, then pointed at a large ant colony on the slope of a hill moving eastward. and nervously said to Serdak, "Look, there's an ant colony over there." At this time, the cavalry at the front stopped. A cavalryman rode quickly to Soldak and reported to Serdak that the road ahead was blocked by a swarm of ants. Serdak pondered for a moment and then ordered, "Then let's go around it. Before we meet up with the cavalry battalion, we'll try to avoid coming into contact with the ant colony for the time being." The team continued until noon, and after avoiding 4 ant colonies, they finally arrived at the hunting ground of the cavalry camp. Looking around, there are a total of 500 cavalrymen in the cavalry battalion running around the ant colony. They are like fierce sharks surrounding a school of fish. If they find an opportunity, they will kill a few ghost-striped soldier ants on the outer circle of the ant colony. Looking south along the slope on the north side of the hill, there are corpses of ghost-striped worker ants everywhere along the way. It seems that most of the worker ants in the ant colony have been killed by the cavalry, and only a few soldier ants are left. Frequently retreated, they have lost the courage to take the initiative to attack. In fact, these ghost-striped soldier ants are not afraid of death. The main reason is that the ghost-striped ant queen who controls the ant colony is worried that once the soldier ants are mobilized to confront the cavalry head-on, Andrew and Gulidum will lead the elite cavalry to raid the ghost-striped ants' bodyguard group. There are also 2 thunder rhinoceros with crossbows on their backs threatening them from a distance. This ghost-striped ant queen always keeps the ants densely gathered together. In this way, the ghost-striped ant queen will not face any threats for the time being. The ant colony is moving gradually towards the northern Invercargill forest. However, the soldier ants at the edge of the ant colony have lost their heads in repeated raids by the cavalry. The corpses of these soldier ants are often gathered into piles and marked, and then dumped on the roadside, waiting for the Thunder Rhino caravan to return and transport the hard armor of these soldier ants along the way back to Doden Town. Standing on the platform of Thunder Rhinoceros, Samira was the first to see Serdak and his party coming from a distance, and waved towards them. Swordsman Chester was studying the cavalry battalion's fighting methods. Apart from the fact that there were many mercenary groups watching around the battlefield, there seemed to be nothing special about it. But these are just staring at the ant colony. They did not participate in the battle. They just waited quietly for the ghost-striped soldier ants to leave the ant colony. And then, they surrounded them and hunted them. Swordsman Chester also discovered that although the number of cavalry in the cavalry battalion was limited, these cavalry, led by 2 generals, attacked the ant colony again and again, almost every time with the greatest impact. These cavalrymen cooperated very well, and the knight's spear in their hands almost never hit the target. Even if the stab part was not fatal, they would not fight around the ant colony, and once he can't pull out the knight's spear, he will give up decisively. On the other hand, those ghost-patterned soldier ants only had time to spray out some acid when faced with the charge of the cavalry. The cavalry were wearing heavy armor, and the horses were also tightly wrapped in armor. In the flying dust, the cavalry jumped past. Many soldier ants were maimed in this way, helplessly falling behind the ant colony, and then were surrounded and killed by the cavalry. The most eye-catching presence in the team, in addition to the 2 hill-like thunder rhinoceros, is the 2-headed ogre brother holding a bone-breaking club. The blue ice armor is hung outside the mail, chasing the ant colony. Behind him, the bone-crushing stick in his hand ignored the hard armor of the ghost-patterned soldier ants, and a huge dent would appear if he hit it. Once the ghost-striped soldier ants turned to confront the 2-headed ogre. The ogre did not resist, and immediately turned around and ran back. Once these soldier ants are chased out, they will be rushed to death by the cavalry. When these ghost-striped soldier ants returned to the ant colony, he chased after them, and stuck to the tail of the ant colony. However, the big stick was very lethal. As he was pulling back and forth, the ghost-striped soldier ants fell to the battlefield unknowingly. Swordsman Chester could see at a glance that this was a complete crushing of power levels. The armed Thunder Rhino behind him was advancing slowly. Samira and Lance were standing on the backs of 2 Thunder Rhinos. Once giant ghost-striped soldier ants rushed out of the ant colony, they would be shot and killed without mercy. Occasionally, some fireballs will fly out and explode the dense ant colony. First, he noticed Andrew. This indigenous warrior successfully advanced to become a second-level powerhouse in Pluntos Town. The great swordsman of Chester was deeply impressed by him. Then he saw the archer Samira standing on the back of the Thunder Rhinoceros. Judging from the years of experience of the great swordsman of Chester, this archer could actually add wind energy to the arrows he shot. He had obviously broken through the second level. Only then did great swordsman Chester discover that there were 2 second-level warriors and a 2-headed ogre in Serdak's cavalry camp, which was a bit scary. What's even more outrageous is that there is a mage team mixed in the cavalry camp. I thought it was privately funded by Marquis Luther. I thought to myself, Marquis Luther really loves and cares for this Baron Soldak. In addition to marrying his beloved daughter, it is not an exaggeration to give him additional help even if it is his own son. Cerdak led the team to join the cavalry battalion. However, Chester discovered one thing. Hathaway was not familiar with these two second-level powerhouses at all. The two second-level powerhouses and the two-headed ogre obviously had no respect for Hathaway. These three powerful men and the magicians from Helensa city were able to chat together. Great swordsman Chester guessed that they all came from the city of Helensa with Cerdak. And just half a month ago, no one around Cerdak had advanced. In such a short period of time, they actually broke through the barriers continuously. And some people became second-level powerhouses in succession. In addition to personal strength, you also have to experience high-intensity battles. Seeing Soldak leading Hathaway and Beatrice onto the Thunder Rhinoceros, swordsman Chester gained some new understanding of Soldak's abilities. When Soldak saw the great swordsman Chester staring at Andrew and Gulitem non-stop, he hung on the ladder beside Thunder Rhinoceros and turned to introduce the great swordsman Chester. They are all from me. In the war brought back from Guatemala City, we not only defeated the HL dogs, but I also brought back some helpers and fighting partners from Guatemala City. Your vision is really accurate. Marquis Luther has 1,000 first-level constructed swordsmen. In the end, there are less than 10 swordsmen who can be promoted to the second level. Great swordsman Chester said to Soldak with a smile. Samira stood on the platform and stuck her head out to look down. Andrew also returned with the tireless cavalry, surrounding the Thunder Rhinoceros. Of course, everyone did not come here to watch Soldak. They were very curious about Miss Hathaway of the Luther family and Miss Beatrice of the Gopher family, being surrounded by nearly 500 cavalry. And some mercenary soldiers from the mercenary group were also looking in this direction. Beatrice was inevitably a little nervous when she stepped on the ladder. Her leather boots accidentally stepped on them, and her body suddenly fell. Slide down? Although she was holding the rope with both hands. At this moment, she was so frightened that her mind went blank, and she completely lost the agility and balance of the female swordsman. Soldak was just below Beatrice and took the opportunity to hold her foot that had slipped off, allowing her to climb up steadily. He turned to the great swordsman Chester and said, Andrew awakened the Shur just at the time of the siege of Guatemala City. At that time, I discovered that he had awakened the berserker Soldat. Then he pointed to the half-elf archer above his head and introduced. Tamira was also met during the siege of the city. At that time, she had already inspired the elven blood. This is Gulitem and his good brother Nahor. He is a gourmet who likes to explore the world's food and also likes to reason with people. The ogre was naturally very happy to hear Soldak introduce him in this way. The three of them all have some potential. This time, they came to the Belan Plain to encounter the Beast Tide. The most important thing here is fresh meat and battles from monsters. So they had the opportunity to hit the second-level bottleneck. While they were talking, the young magician Lance and his friends also rode on magic harpoons, flew off the back of the Thunder Rhinoceros, and landed next to Soldak. Lance, you are here at the right time. Let me introduce you to the great swordsman Chester. This is the supreme commander of the Luther army in the Belan Plain. Soldak quickly introduced the great swordsman Chester to Lance. This is my friend Lance, a magician from Helensa City, who came to Doden Town specifically to help me. Soldak then introduced Lance's friends to the great swordsman Chester one by one. When great swordsman Chester saw magicians like Lance, he realized that Cerdak also had his own connections in Helensa City, and he relied entirely on his own strength to hunt these ghost-patterned red ants in the hills and mountains. Now my view of him has changed a lot. Chapter 841 The Kite Falling from the Sky. Soldak sent Hathaway, Beatrice, and Lily Cecil to the wooden house on Thunder Rhinoceros' back, and then hurried to the battlefield below. Hathaway held her hands on the railing outside the wooden house and looked at the battlefield a few hundred meters away. Tens of thousands of dark red ghost-striped soldier ants were forced to migrate north with the queen, leaving behind corpses along the way. Some ghost-patterned soldier ants were attacked by the cavalry. They immediately opened their sharp claws and turned towards the cavalry. However, these ghost-striped soldier ants are always difficult to form and scale. They wanted to pounce on the cavalry on Gubwa's horse, but they were poked with several bloody holes by the knight's spear in the hands of the cavalry. The warrior at the front of the cavalry team was holding an axe in his hand, and his whole body was burning with flames. Every time the axe strikes, it will bring up a red streak. The ghost-patterned soldier ants could not resist and fell in front of the warrior one after another. Thunder Rhino carries 2 bed crossbows on its back, and Samira controls 1 bed crossbow. specifically responsible for blocking the giant ghost-patterned soldier ants in the ant colony. Beatrice looked at Samira with envy, and even ran forward to help carry the giant crossbow. After Serdak joined the battle, the cavalry battalion has been biting behind the ant colony, constantly eating away at the ghost-striped soldier ants. The red ants died along the way. Before dark, most of the soldier ants in the colony were cannibalized by the cavalry. The queen ant finally realized that she could not flee in such a hurry, so she took the ant colony into the hills and mountains, preparing to launch a counterattack against the cavalry camp at night. Seeing that the ant colony was no longer moving north, the cavalry took advantage of this interval and began to take turns eating dinner. Hathaway stood outside the wooden house for a long time and felt that her legs were a little sore. Looking at the cavalry on the battlefield, they were still charging in turns. They had hardly rested. Not only did these cavalry not rest, the horses under them were always on, running wildly, as if completely unaware of fatigue. Hathaway and others' dinner was also served on the back of the Thunder Rhinoceros. It was slightly better than the marching rations, but it was just white bread and ham slices. After Serdak joined the battle, he never returned to Thunder Rhinoceros. Like other cavalrymen, he joined the charging formation. Although he did not wear a magic pattern structure, he was wearing a full set of heavy armor outside the salamander leather armor. He was mixed in the cavalry team. If he didn't hold a shining holy light torch in his hand, he would not be able to see it at all. It was impossible to tell that the cavalryman was him. A group of red ants also sneaked into the vicinity of the Thunder Rhinoceros, preparing to bite these two behemoths to death. Unfortunately, the Thunder Rhinoceros bodies were covered with thick hard armor. These soldier ants simply did not wear the Thunder Rhinoceros armor, and were instead put on the shells of the Thunder Rhinoceros. The archers shot them one after another. A red ant reached half of its body onto the platform, but was shot through by Samira, who was controlling the crossbow, and fell heavily to the grass. Lily Cecil even had the idea of owning such a Thunder Rhinoceros. After dinner, after only a quarter of an hour's rest, the cavalry began to charge against the ant colony again. Serdak led a team of cavalry to tear a large hole in the ant colony. All the cavalry swarmed in. The ant colony finally began to collapse before dark. The queen ant could not control the ghost-striped soldier ants. In the end, she just wanted to take the ant colony with her. The ghost-patterned male ant guards took advantage of the chaos and left. This time the queen ant chose a bad direction to break out of the encirclement. It fled in a panic, and even led the bodyguard group of ghost-striped male ants into the range of the bed crossbow. Samira jumped up to the console and continued to issue orders to the two auxiliary soldiers. As the bed crossbow slowly rotated, a giant crossbow arrow flew out and accurately passed through the floating body of the ghost-striped ant queen. The queen ant let out a shrill and piercing scream, and the giant crossbow arrow passed through her body from the hook-shaped tail, and countless light yellow viscous body fluids fell down in the wind. The insect wings on its body did not close completely, but under the stimulation of severe pain, it still fluttered forward and flew forward. The indigenous warrior Andrew and the ogre Gulaitum both chased in the direction where the queen ant fell. Andrew even pulled out a bundle of rope from behind. This kind of thick hemp rope was usually prepared for tying horses. Now he held it in his hand and chased after the ghost-striped ant queen. The ogre Gulaitum couldn't understand Andrew's thoughts, but his good brother Nailware understood instantly, and he asked Gulaitum to run faster. The two of them were almost neck and neck, chasing the ghost-patterned ant queen not far ahead. The guard group of ghost-striped male ants also completely exploded at this moment, and all the male ants were scrambling to chase the ghost-striped ant queen. A group of ghost-striped male ants dragged their bulky bodies. They were too big to catch up with Andrew and Gulaitum. Seeing that they caught up with the low-flying ghost-striped ant queen, Andrew and Gulaitum simultaneously swing the long rope to the low-flying queen ant. The queen ant saw the rope and was about to flutter her wings to get around it. A gust of wind arrow flew over from the direction of the Thunder Rhinoceros and shot through the wings of the ghostly patterned ant queen with a whooshing sound. Suddenly, countless cracks appeared on the insect's wing. The queen ant was unable to avoid it and crashed directly into the rope. The cavalrymen behind also followed. Most of the cavalrymen carried such ropes behind them. Everyone threw the ropes out and caught the seriously injured queen ant. More than a dozen war horses pulled forward at the same time, dragging the half-dead queen ant forward and galloping forward. The queen ant was tied with more than a dozen ropes all over her body. She landed on the ground and dragged forward. The insect wings on her body shattered, and the yellow ointment on her abdomen dripped out bit by bit. Those ghost-striped male ants were chasing after the queen like crazy. In the blink of an eye, a situation appeared in front of Serdak that he had not expected. The 3 captains of the cavalry battalion actually worked together to catch a live ant queen. And this was not over yet. Andrew and Gulitem, he actually led the ghost-striped ant queen and ran towards the north exit of Duodan Canyon. A group of ghost-striped male ants followed behind with great momentum. The cavalrymen in the cavalry camp were also a little dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, before the battle was over, these ghost-striped male ants ran away after the ghost-striped ant queen. Fortunately, the commander, Baron Surdak, was still here. Surdak immediately sent a group of elite cavalry to chase Andrew and Gulitem, before they even had time to clean up the battlefield. The large cavalry force chased after the ghost-striped male ants. The battlefield became more chaotic, and the 2 thunder rhinoceros fell at the back. Samira stared at the tail of the ghost-marked male ants, and shot giant crossbow arrows into the bodies of the ghost-marked male ants. Great swordsman Chester was also shocked by this series of changes. Gulitem and more than 20 ancient bull-eyed demon-patterned war horses pulled a rope at the same time. The ghost-patterned ant queen was like a kite falling from the sky. The ghost-striped male ants went crazy and chased after him. But unfortunately, they couldn't catch up with Gubolima, who was running at full speed. The rest of the cavalry followed. The surrounding mercenary groups saw the corpses of ghost-marked soldier ants left on the ground by the cavalry camp, and they didn't know what to do for a while. Andrew and Gulitem led a group of cavalry and led the ghost-striped ant queen, and ran to the north entrance of Duodan Canyon. They still did not stop when they reached this point, but rushed towards the south entrance of Duodan Canyon with all their strength. North City Wall. Chapter 842 The Beautiful Golden Spoon. The ghost-striped male ant, which has been completely dominated by male hormones, chased the queen all the way in Duodan Canyon, and naturally died all the way. They dragged their bulky bodies desperately chasing the queen ants, who constantly send them distress signals. 2 thunder rhinoceros were killing them wantonly behind these ghost-striped male ants. After those ghost-striped male ants were seriously injured by giant crossbow arrows, they fell behind. The cavalry behind them caught up and took advantage of their huge and bulky bodies, which made it difficult for them to turn around. The knight's spear continued to poke their butts. The ghost-patterned male ants, but was stabbed to death by the cavalry. But he would not die completely, and was still struggling on the spot. At this time, a skilled veteran will climb on the back of these ghost-striped male ants, peel off the armor piece on the back of the neck, and completely kill the ghost-striped male ant. The armor pieces will be turned into light shields by them, and they seem to regard hunting ghost-marked male ants as an honor. Not only many veterans of the cavalry battalion are eager to do this, but many cavalrymen who have not completed a turn also want to try this. It seems that such a thick armored shield is the proof of the courage of the cavalry. Throughout the night, the cavalry battalion basically chased behind a large group of ghost-striped male ants and picked up corpses along the way. When the ghost-striped male ants were completely dead, the cavalry behind them tied the legs of the ghost-striped male ants with lassos, and used dozens of horses to pull the horses at the same time, so that they could turn the ghost-striped male ants over and let them lie on their sides. In the canyon, only in this way can it be convenient for Surdak to check whether the life magic patterns on their abdomens are complete. There are not many ghost-marked male ants that can harvest the magic pattern of life. When Surdak finds it, he will personally break down the ghost-marked male ants. Those ghost-patterned male ants with incomplete life magic patterns were left to other skinners in the cavalry battalion to deal with them. Lance and other magicians used the low-light illumination technique on the thunder rhinoceros. 5 slightly bright light balls floated in the night sky, constantly rotating around the 2 thunder rhinoceros, making the surroundings of the thunder rhinoceros extremely special. Bright. By the time Andrew and Gulitem dragged the queen ant to the north wall in one breath, the queen was already dying. After all, this queen ant is a level 4 monster. Although her body is relatively weak, her mental power is extremely powerful, and she continuously sends out spiritual shocks along the way. Even though Andrew and Gulitem tied it with a rope and were still more than 40 meters away from it, they were still shocked by the spiritual shock and their nostrils were bleeding. The other cavalry were even more embarrassed. Only 5 veterans were able to finish the whole race on horseback. When they reached the north wall, they fell off their horses and lay on the ground unconscious. The city defense guards on the north city wall saw Andrew and Gulitem being chased by more than a dozen ghost-striped male ants, and immediately mobilized their crossbows to shoot at these ghost-striped male ants. The remaining ghost-striped male ants were immediately shot down by the crossbows on the top of the city. Andrew discovered that as long as he stimulated his own power, the mental shock of the queen ant would not affect him. Seeing that the last 2 ghost-striped male ants also fell on the road of pursuit, Andrew dismounted, took the butcher's axe in his hand, walked to the dying queen ant, raised the axe and chopped off the queen's head without hesitation. Come down. The head of the queen and fell to the ground. And its body became extremely damaged. The entire abdomen was completely worn away by the dragging, leaving only the upper half of the body, and 2 groups of broken insect wings. Fortunately, the most precious, the head, was not too badly damaged. After the battle, the cavalrymen of the cavalry battalion began to quickly clean the battlefield. At dawn, the Thunder Rhinoceros caravan in Duodan town set off again, preparing to transport all these ghost-marked mail ants back to Duodan town. Suldak will continue to be busy in the cavalry camp, but the cavalry force has already entered the military camp to rest. This hunting operation went quite smoothly, and the harvest was quite fruitful. Night engulfed this border town in the northern part of the White Forest Plain. The town is located between the Doden Gorge, and night here always comes a little earlier than in other towns. Swordsman Chester experienced the whole process of this cavalry battalion hunting from beginning to end. At first, I thought that the reason why Surdak was able to hunt so many ghost-patterned soldier ants was mainly because he had 3 outstanding subordinates. Thinking that he had reached the position of deputy commander of the Luther army by virtue of his status as a second-level strongman. Then the 3 new second-level strongmen under Surdak could push him to that position. In the coming days, Surdak will use their methods to win over them. Great Swordsman Chester knew that the trust between them was established during the siege of Wazimra city. There is no comparison with this. Who made Surdak a knight of light, who broke away from the faith of liberty. Now he was more concerned about the Gubo-Lai horses in the cavalry camp, and the 2 thunder rhinos covered in heavy armor. Judging from his understanding of the ancient Bolai horse, this kind of war horse can only be equipped with ordinary cavalry and light cavalry. The ancient Bolai horse has excellent endurance, but its physical strength and explosive power are its biggest shortcomings. This kind of horse simply cannot afford heavy cavalry, and it does not have the explosive power to charge frequently on the battlefield. However, the ancient Bolai horses in the Surdak cavalry battalion are very different. They have excellent physical strength. Not only can they become mounts for heavy cavalry, but their explosive power is almost comparable to that of black scale horses. When he was in Pluno's town before, he could see the extraordinary qualities of these 2 thunder rhinoceros. Now he found that in the empty field outside the military camp, a thunder rhino caravan was parked there. There were more than 10 thunder rhinos inside, all with a layer of solid thick armor growing on their bodies. Originally, the thunder rhino could only be used as a large material transport unit, able to transport materials to frontline positions regardless of complex terrain. Now these thunder rhinoceros, which have solid armor all over their bodies, look more like siege beasts. They have crossbows on their backs, which act as a great deterrent to these ghost-marked red ants. Great Swordsman Chester immediately went to the thunder rhino caravan to investigate, and learned from the caravan steward that these thunder rhinos were transformed by a great alchemist known to Baron Surdak. Someone in the caravan had seen the great alchemist. She was wearing a black magic robe, and even her face was made of mithril metal. These transformed thunder rhinoceros will continue to stay in the caravan, and there are still uncompleted thunder rhinoceros waiting here to be transformed by the great alchemist. As for the contents of the transaction between the merchant group boss Malcolm and Surdak, the caravan manager only knew about the purchase of large quantities of hard armor and magic pattern structures and magic weapons. The other conditions were not very clear. Great Swordsman Chester clearly remembered that when Surdak first came to the Belan Plain, his cavalry and war horses, in the eyes of Great Swordsman Chester, were not even considered a new army. They were almost just an army, a motley crew of cavalry composed of old, young, sick and disabled. However, after just 2 months in Duodan town, this miscellaneous cavalry has grown up. Not only has it become a powerful cavalry battalion, but it also has some background in the constructed knights, and has begun to have initial contact with magic. Weapons and magic patterns are constructed. This kind of growth speed is even amazing in the eyes of the Great Swordsman Chester. However, he also knew very clearly that these modified thunder rhinoceros were of great strategic value, and could almost become logistical support for the most complex battlefields. It is impossible for such a powerful logistics transport team to be allowed to stay in the caravan, and the ownership is in the hands of a businessman. This matter must not only be reported to the military headquarters in Wilk City, but also written to Marquis Luther. It would be great if it could be incorporated into the logistics department of the Luther army. Thinking of this, he decided to return to his residence immediately, and write to Marquis Luther to report the matter. Some people lose everything when they are born, but some people are born with a silver spoon in their mouths. Hathaway Luther is such a woman. Lily Cecil lay in the bathtub, sat up, scooped up a spoonful of ice water, and poured it over her head. The water splashed overhead and flowed down the cheeks and onto the chest. Under the sudden cold, Lily shivered in the bathtub and took 2 deep breaths. The alcohol disappeared and her mind became clearer. Taking this cold shower makes her skin firmer. As a mother of 2 children, she needs to master some means of retaining her youth. There is also a small bottle of magic potion on the table next to it. It is a crystal clear bottle the size of a fingernail. In the auction house in Wilk City, the starting price was even 5 magic crystals. This small bottle cost $7. A piece of magic crystal. This magic potion can repair any blemishes on your skin and make your skin whiter and smoother. The only side effect is that after applying it, the skin all over the body will turn blue within 2 hours. And bright spots will appear, which will take a night of sleep to be eliminated. Therefore, this bottle of magic potion also has a very unique name, Starry Sky Ink. It is said to be a magic dye prepared from magic herbs. Many inscribers like to use this ink to draw magic patterns. It is also an effective skin care product in the eyes of many wealthy ladies. This bottle of magic potion is very precious. So Lily Cecil will be very careful every time she uses it. She put down the spoon in her hand. I closed my eyes, and the scenes I saw during the day still appeared in front of my eyes. Those scenes that make people's blood boil can usually only be told from someone else's mouth at an afternoon tea party. And then all the women will exclaim in unison. The heroic knight is always the favorite of the ladies. Lily has always been very envious of Hathaway, and even a little jealous. I was envious of her beauty when I was in school. In fact, Lily is also very beautiful. She usually pays more attention to applying delicate light makeup. But when the 2 of them stand together, the one who receives the admiration and praise is always a beauty with green eyes and golden curly hair. Hathaway Luther. The 2 knew each other before and became close friends at the Swordsman Academy. After a series of contacts and understanding, Lily envied Hathaway for having a marquis father. There are thousands of noble lords in the province of Benna. Although there was only 1 duke in each province, there were many marquis. Almost all those who can become marquis are the lords of a city. Even if they are not in charge of a city, they will own a large territory in the Plain Territory. Lily's father, Marquis Cecil, was also a noble lord, but his reputation is not as good as that of Marquis Luther. The Marquis of Luther is very famous in the province of Benna, because his Legion of Luther is a powerful army with many victories. As the main militant faction in the province of Benna, he is also a staunch supporter of the Grand Duke Newman. He has won the favor of the Grand Duke Newman of Trust. Of course, Lily is not envious of Marquis Luther's wealth and glory. The Cecil family also owns a large area of land, has accumulated a lot of wealth over the years, and has countless honors in the family's history. What she envied was Marquis Luther's favor for Hathaway. Marquis Luther does not only have such a daughter, but he only has 1 legitimate daughter, Hathaway. However, people always think that he only has 1 daughter like Hathaway. It can be said that Hathaway is almost loved by thousands of people. Lily went to bed with Baron Sidney, probably to satisfy her slightly jealous heart, because Baron Sidney was Hathaway's fiancé. And then he actually took the lead in secretly tasting the forbidden fruit with him. Originally, she couldn't wait to follow Hathaway to Doden Town, just to see how wonderful the scene would be when Baron Sidney saw herself and Hathaway appear in front of him at the same time. She also imagined that Hathaway was sleeping in the next room. But Baron Sidney would touch her bed at night, and just thinking about it would ignite a fire in her heart. Unexpectedly, Sidney died on the battlefield. When she heard the news, she didn't know whether to feel more sad and disappointed, or secretly grateful. Then she heard that a baron had taken over quickly. Lily felt that this baron was either too old or incompetent, and wanted to climb up the Luther family's giant tree. When she came to Doden Town and saw Baron Serdek, she became even more envious. I didn't expect that Hathaway's second fiancé would still be so outstanding. He is so strong. Even when he walks, his muscles move very rhythmically with every step he takes. She felt that the master with such a strong body would definitely make people scream loudly when he was sweating profusely. It's a pity that no matter how hard I try, I can't become a delicious dish on the plate. But he witnessed a hunting with his own eyes. It could hardly be called a war, because for the ant colony, it was simply a one-sided massacre. Although she didn't understand why the victory in this battle came so easily. But she knows very well that plain wars are breaking out frequently nowadays. Baron Soldak leads such a cavalry battalion and has the protection of Marquis Luther. It is definitely easier than other nobles to quickly accumulate military merit and be promoted to a title. Much more. She suddenly stood up from the bathtub, startling the maid who was dozing on the side. and quickly took out a towel to wrap it around her. But Lily walked out of the bathtub directly, and stood in front of the bathroom mirror, dripping with water. She looked at the slight stretch marks on her lower abdomen, and wrinkled her delicate golden eyebrows. After all, she is a mother of 2 children, and the traces of time will naturally be recorded on her belly. She turned to ask the maid, "Do you think I'm still beautiful?" The maid covered her mouth and smiled and replied, "Of course, madam. You are the most beautiful woman in the world." Lily sighed slightly, wrapped a bath towel around her body, and stopped talking. Her maid simply didn't understand that the most hurtful words are never insults and accusations, but the most perfunctory compliments. Small building terrace. Hathaway and Beatrice were squeezed side by side on a wicker chair. The two of them almost occupied the wicker chair, and they were whispering. Cerdak was sitting on a chair nearby, and there were 3 glasses of foamy ale on the small table. Although the heat was not that severe this season, and after the sun goes down, there is a cool breeze. The maid was still standing on one side, holding this fan in her hand to cool the 2 ladies. Cerdak picked up a cat's claw of fruit, put it in his mouth and chewed it carefully. The aroma was slightly bitter. Cerdak preferred ale to golden cider, and when he drinks, he also likes to eat nuts. Next door to this courtyard is the town hall. Through the big trees on the courtyard wall, you can see the lights coming from the buildings over there. Outside the gate is the center of Duodan town. Unexpectedly, the town is also very lively at night. Some people gather in the pub, and people are coming and going on the street. The beast tide has not yet ended, and many outsiders, merchants, mercenaries, adventurers, followers, carriage drivers, etc. have gathered here. The reason is that it's easier to make money here than elsewhere. Of course, the bigger reason is that it is very safe here. The only thing that makes people uncomfortable is that the tax official here is simply a mad dog. Even the slightest bit of business behavior will be smelled by him. Once he discovers that he has not reported taxes, he will give him a warning for the first time, a fine for the second time, and for the third time. All the goods will be confiscated, and he will be expelled from Doden town. Almost no one is willing to risk confiscation of all goods and evade taxes. Everyone pays taxes, and those businessmen who have paid taxes before now feel much more balanced. "How long can you stay here?" Soldak took a sip of ale and asked Hathaway. "Why? You just saw us. Are you already bored?" The round-faced Beatrice hugged Hathaway's slender waist, and said to Soldak with a sweet smile on the couch, "We won't bother you, as long as you are free. Just come and spend time with us." Hathaway squinted her emerald cat eyes, looking lazy like a Persian cat, although she was not staring at Cerdak. Her ears were also paying attention to what Cerdak said. Cerdak leaned over, patted Beatrice's round face, and explained to them, "Of course, I hope you can live here forever. I asked you how long you can live here, and I also hope you can live here long. A little. You can help me here." Beatrice immediately became energetic, stretched out her arms and hooked Soldak's neck, and asked in a tired voice, "If you need our help, please tell us quickly. Hathaway and I are just discussing about hunting ghost-marked red ants with you tomorrow. Our sword skills are pretty good. So don't hide in the wooden house. You can also kill 1 or 2 soldier ants." Cerdak was still a little embarrassed about this kind of scene, so he quickly put Beatrice down and said, "There are so many caravans coming to Doden town. I hope they are managed by the town in an orderly manner. All business groups must be registered in the town, and all transactions must be completed under the supervision of the tax officer. The tax officer in the town obviously doesn't have much experience in these matters. You 2 work in the Foreign Affairs Bureau of Bena City, so you should know something about these. Right?" Beatrice frowned and complained with some distress, "Hey, you are really good at finding people." Hathaway, on the other hand, sat up from the recliner and asked worriedly, "Dake, aren't you the military commander here? The mayor of the town is the political chief. If you reach out to intervene in the town's taxation, you won't make the other party angry, right?" Cerdak smiled awkwardly and said, Duodan town has no mayor for the time being. The original mayor Marco has been sent to a military court for misappropriating military supplies without authorization." He added, "Now there is only one acting mayor in Duodan town. She was originally the secretary of Mayor Marco, and is quite familiar with some affairs of the town." Hathaway's eyes lit up slightly and she asked, "If that's the case, how can we help you?" Soldak said, "When the beast tide is over, I want to lead the cavalry battalion to continue to expand northward. I want to expand the entire Invercargill forest into the territory of the northern region. Naturally, there will be more small towns here. For trade transactions, the top priority is to have a sound financial supervision system so that Doden Town can grow rapidly. Hathaway glanced at Beatrice, who shook her head and hinted that her wonderful vacation should not be wasted on work. Hathaway smiled slightly and said, "We understand this a little bit, but we only took a month's leave, and half a month would be wasted on the road. So we can stay in Duodan Town for 2 weeks at most. I'm afraid I can't be of much help." Hathaway and Beatrice have worked in the Foreign Affairs Bureau of Bena Province for half a year and are very familiar with some business activities. Surdak wanted them to help the Barad tax collector, at least not to let the tax collector in the town have a negative image in the eyes of businessmen. Both of them were born into aristocratic families in the city of Bena, and their families also have similar management matters. So these matters are not too unfamiliar to Hathaway or Beatrice. After all, they are both a noble lady who was born with a gold spoon in her mouth. In comparison, Beatrice's spoon may not contain enough gold. It's just that they hope to have time to stay with Soldak for a while. Hathaway took the matter into her hands, and Beatrice could only complain in a low voice with a look of helplessness. Chapter 843, The Great Battlefield. The next morning, Great Swordsman Chester personally went to the study room of the small building in the military camp to look for Soldak. Seeing that the town of Doden was safe enough, and that Soldak was capable enough to ensure the safety of Miss Hathaway, the Great Swordsman Chester wanted to go to other towns to inspect. After all, the beast tide was not over yet. The trouble in Pluntos town has not yet been resolved. So many people died. An entire battalion of soldiers and a small town were devoured by ghost-marked red ants. Not only will the military headquarters in Wilk City send people to investigate this matter, but it will also alert the military inspectorate of Bena Province. Routine investigations will continue, and this matter will not end easily. But before leaving, Great Swordsman Chester still had a good talk with Soldak about his 3 men. Swordsman Chester told Soldak that the news of the cavalry battalion officer's promotion to the 2nd rank should be suppressed as much as possible. The Green Empire's recruitment of 2nd-level experts is a different system. After being promoted to become a 2nd-level expert, everyone has to go to a big battlefield. Whether it is to serve or gain experience, it can be now or once, years later. Since this kind of thing has very low binding force on the 2nd-level experts, the conditions are also very relaxed. However, since the 3 men serve in the regular army of the Luther Legion, once the news is made public, this part of the recruitment pressure will fall on the Luther Legion. The large battlefield is also called a cemetery by many rank 2 experts. There are countless opportunities there, and they are full of opportunities, but they are also full of crises. It is said that there is a stable passage between Hell and Roland Continent, but there is a great demon army stationed outside the gate of Hell, and there is an Archangel Legion outside the gate on Roland Continent. According to the war treaty signed after the race war, the demon army will not set foot on the Roland Continent until this passage is completely occupied by one party. This passage is said to be the only bridge between H.L. and the human world. This passage has a very unique world law. The law of the world here is balance. That is to say, the number of troops entering the channel from both sides is exactly the same. Every strong person who enters the channel will have an admission ticket similar to a teleportation scroll. To say that it is a passage, it is better to say that it is 51 demi-planes with a depth of thousands of kilometers. Each demi-plane has 2-way portals connected to each other. If we compare it with something more vivid, this passage is a necklace with 51 pearls threaded through it, and the portal can be regarded as the silk thread threaded with pearls. The armies of both sides must occupy pearls one by one and occupy all 51 demi-planes before one side can launch a cross-dimensional war of aggression. The opponent is the very famous Hellflame Legion of the Demons. The 4 demon commanders in the Legion, the Crypt Lord, the King of Gog, the King of Evil Ghosts, and the King of Evil Eyes, take turns to launch the offensive. As one of the members of the Alliance Legion, the Green Empire's army has been stationed at Launceston Fortress, and the lowest level to be eligible to enter the big battlefield is a 2nd-level powerhouse. Great Swordsman Chester told Surdak that before going to the big battlefield, every 2nd-level strongman needs to improve himself as much as possible and make full preparations. After all, they were fighting real demons when they got there. Both Gulitam and Samira had just been promoted to level 2 powerhouses, so they had to delay getting this ticket as much as possible. Otherwise, even if they entered the big battlefield, they would be in a very dangerous situation. Of course, dangers and opportunities coexist. Many 2nd-level experts found their future path on the battlefield. Soldak asked Great Swordsman Chester, Have you been to the great battlefield? Of course. Great swordsman Chester patted the great sword behind him and said to Soldak, "This sword was obtained from the battlefield. This kind of epic weapon is difficult to buy in the Green Empire." "Yes, but I almost died there. If the evil ghost's horns had been straighter, it might have penetrated my heart. And the person who died at that time would have been me. Not that guy. Can I choose not to go?" Soldak asked the great swordsman Chester. "It's okay. As long as you are promoted to the second rank, you will travel all over the world for the rest of your life. And you will never have a fixed place. As long as those messengers can't find you, you don't need to rush to the big battlefield." Great swordsman Chester he nodded and said, "But this kind of life will feel very new at first. And then it will feel extremely lonely. It's better to be careful and survive on the battlefield. And then your life will be completely free." Great swordsman Chester said this to Soldak. "What's that face-to-face war?" Soldak asked the great swordsman Chester. Although people always talk about plain wars, which in his view are racial invasions, he actually doesn't understand the difference between evil spirits and demons. Of course, it is to plunder more resources. The Hell Demon Clan also has many planes in the Hell Realm. It is said that during the most glorious period of the Winged Human Clan, they also launched a war to invade the Demon Clan plane. Great swordsman Chester said. He saw doubts written in Serdak's eyes. And then he remembered that he came from a poor family and had not studied in a junior war college. So he explained carefully. "The ones currently fighting us for space are not the demons, but the Dark Legions of the Abyss. They are the Nakma Legion, the Nibra Spider Legion, the Sinai Demon Legion, and the Antiportus Legion of the Faceless Men. The planes that these four legions choose to attack are basically private planes in the hands of the major dukes. So they have not been promoted to national war for so long. This is very different from the big battlefield. It's like a plain war breaking out in the Warsaw Plain. The plain of Warsaw is the private property of Duke Ryan. It is considered the richest plain of the Busman family. Currently, the plain of Warsaw is occupied by the Evil Ghost Legion. Originally, Duke Ryan wanted to drive away the Evil Ghost Legion on his own. Later, he discovered that the Evil Ghost Legion was much more ferocious than he imagined. After the main force of the Legion was defeated, he invited other lords to enter the Warsaw Plain. This also indicates that Duke Ryan is ready to take out the big cake of Warsaw Plain and share it with other lords. Now it seems that this is not a piece of cake. It is clearly a piece of poison bait. Speaking of which, the Bena army has been trapped in the Warsaw Plain for the 5th year. Countless materials and troops have been thrown in. Only one hand in our county has been obtained. And so far there has been no output. This battle with Duke Newman, it can be said that the loss is huge. Some time ago, I heard that the Bena Legion was preparing to withdraw. Now I don't know how the negotiations are going. The great swordsman Chester explained a lot in one breath. And only then did Soldak understand the nuances. Now it seems that the Bena Legion is stuck in the quagmire of the Warsaw Plain. If you want to get out of it, you must bring someone out. Duodan town is located in the most remote border town in the Belan Plain. The information here is relatively limited. In addition, it is during the outbreak of the Beast Tide. So the great swordsman of Chester hopes that he can suppress the matter of the second-level powerhouse. Pressure. No one wants to receive a ticket to enter the big battlefield at this time. Thinking of this, Serdak finally understood a little bit. Of course, Soldak did not want Andrew and Samira to leave at this time. He also wanted to open up the Invercargill Forest to the north. And it would not be possible without Andrew and Samira. So Serdak accepted the advice of the great swordsman Chester. Chapter 844 Business Opportunities in Duodan Town. Hathaway's initial impression of Duodan Town was that it was just a very simple border town. And there is nothing. No noisy opera house. No large auction house. No bustling shopping street. Not even a decent restaurant. Standing at the western end of the street and looking eastward, you can easily cross the long street and see the tattered plaque on the easternmost store facing the street. She was willing to come here just to meet her fiancé Soldak, and to know the real situation of his life here, and a trace of worry in her heart. In fact, Marquis Luther was also a little worried when Serdak led a battalion of motley cavalry into the Belan Plain. When he suggested that Serdak join the Luther Legion, he had already prepared a cavalry team. The weapons and horses were standard equipment for heavy cavalry, and 500 knights were also prepared. Yes, they are knights who have received formal training at the Knight Academy and have official knight status. They are not those cavalrymen who are civilians and only know how to fight on horseback. Marquis Luther felt that if he sent it out, Soldak might not be too rare. He hoped that Soldak could personally propose it. Even if he revealed a little bit, he would hand over the prepared knights. Unexpectedly, Serdek actually used his own ability to build a cavalry battalion that was almost a ragtag army, and then happily entered the Belan Plain, pretending to be fearless. Then Marquis Luther led the constructed knights to the Terrapagan area. Although he had no time to deal with this matter, he sent his most trusted follower, the great swordsman Chester, to the Belan Plain to take charge of the situation and ensure that Sir Dak is strong enough to face the beast tide. Hathaway was very worried when she heard that a beast tide would break out here. But then, he received some gifts one after another. Soldak told some interesting things about Doden Town in the letter, as well as some local specialties from the Belan Plain. Hathaway's uneasy mood was relieved a little. What shocked Hathaway and Beatrice the most was that Serdek brought back a large amount of hard armor from the Belan Plain, which completely changed Count Goffero's behavior, Beatrice and Serdegram's attitude. The number of these hard armors is so huge that people can't help but make random guesses. What kind of cruel war can harvest so many hard armors? So Hathaway and Beatrice took a long leave from the Foreign Affairs Bureau and came to visit Soldak. Hathaway and Beatrice lived in the town, and on the third day, they started to establish a complete tax system for the town as Soldak said. At the door of the town hall of Doden Town, two ladies, Hathaway Luther and Beatrice Gofellow, walked to the door and were immediately greeted by the acting mayor, Mrs. Luna, and the tax collector, Buttra. They saw the dignified and beautiful Miss Hathaway, who was wearing an exquisite long dress, revealing her delicate collarbones, and they warmly invited her to the town hall. Tax collector Buttra even donated a separate room owned by the collector as a temporary office space for Hathaway and Beatrice. Miss Hathaway, Miss Beatrice, welcome you to Doden Town. Mrs. Luna greeted the two women warmly. She has followed Mayor Marco for so many years. Although she has no ability, she has a good eye. Commander Serdek has informed us that he hopes we can cooperate with the two ladies to establish a financial system in Doden Town. If there is anything we need to do, just ask. Tax Officer Buttra saw Hathaway's magnificent appearance. His emerald-like eyes became a little stuttering when he spoke. Mrs. Luna glanced at Tax Officer Buttra with a speechless expression, and continued, This is Buttra, our tax officer from Doden Town. In the coming days, he will fully cooperate with you too. Hathaway walked into the town hall and asked Tax Officer Buttra very politely, Tax Officer Buttra, how many tax officers do you have? The receptionist at the front desk of the town hall quickly stood up and curtsied. Tax Collector Bartra followed Hathaway, stammering, It's just me. Hathaway stopped and asked in the corridor with a surprised look on his face, Is there only one tax collector in Doden Town? Tax Collector Buttra hurriedly wiped the oily sweat on his face with a handkerchief, and his plump lips trembled a little. Hathaway Luther was the most noble man he had ever seen in his life. He wanted to show off to the best of his ability. After seeing Miss Sevy Luther, she found that her legs were trembling. He tried to calm down, but found it difficult to do so. He could only continue to stutter. Actually, this is the case. In the past, our tax revenue was very small. Many nobles did not need to pay taxes when doing trade. At the same time, those commoners could not afford to pay taxes, so it was enough for me, he said truthfully. Commander Serdek now requires all business groups in Doden Town to pay taxes, so I have become very busy recently. In that case, the town must recruit some tax officers, Hathaway said very ably. Tax Collector Buttra quickly agreed. It's just that the town is recruiting tax officers, which cannot be accomplished by Buttra tax officer alone. In addition, a sound tax system must be established, and there must be corresponding regulatory authorities. Someone must keep an eye on these tax officers. Otherwise, if they act recklessly like wild horses and pocket some of the tax revenue, they will definitely become the town of Doden, the largest borer. Serdek hopes that the town of Doden will become prosperous with the help of this beast tide. If a town wants to develop, it must have money. After all, whether it is infrastructure costs, maintenance costs, or the salaries of officials in the town hall, these probably all rely on tax revenue. Only when the town of Doden develops and grows gradually can it gather more residents, so that he can have enough manpower to open up the Invercargill forest. Hathaway walked into the office that Tax Collector Buttra had moved out, and sat on a chair. When she raised her head, she could see the majestic thorny mountains outside the window. The white snow on the peaks was connected with the clouds, and countless thorny stone pillars grew from the middle of the mountain. When you come out, it looks like a thick piece of dead grass from a distance. Beatrice took out the tax reports for previous years from the data room. And the two young noble ladies began to get busy. During this period, Hathaway and Beatrice only occasionally went to the military camp. They usually only sat in the small building for a while, had lunch with Suldak, and then left by car. Surdak will also go out of the city with the cavalry battalion to hunt ghost-striped red ants in the past few days. This tide of beasts is like a development opportunity for Doden Town, and an opportunity for the cavalry battalion to grow and develop. After all, when everyone resists the ants, after the impact of the tide, you can wait for an opportunity to harvest some Warcraft materials. Even though the huge amount of Warcraft materials has caused the hard armor to continue to depreciate in the magic market in Wilk City, the enthusiasm for hunting ghost-marked red ants here continues to rise. During the Beast Wave 10 years ago, the Bena Legion was responsible for guarding the Thorny Mountains. At that time, almost all the wealth was divided up between the Bena Legion and the merchants. They didn't consider building this border town, and they didn't even think about how long they could stay here. They just thought that to block the tide of beasts and make a profit. The subsequent development of the plain area would require local noble lords to do these things. Suldak wanted to build the town of Doden, mainly because he wanted to add a large area of Invercargill forest to the territory of the Green Empire. And his original purpose was just to occupy the two mines and become a mine owner. The cavalry battalion has been cleaning up ghost-striped red ants in the hills and mountains for 2 consecutive weeks. The ant colonies in the hills and mountains around the northern exit of Doden Canyon are almost cleared. Many ant colonies are migrating to the east and west one after another. If the cavalry battalion wants to hunt a large group, it needs to go east along the Thorny Mountains. After walking for a whole day, we entered the area on the north side of the mountain road in Pluntos Town. The mountain road was crowded with ant colonies of ghost-striped red ants. Surdak's cavalry battalion occupied the northern entrance of the mountain road and completely blocked the swarm of ghost-striped red ants in the mountain road. After going through so many battles, Lance finally understood how unrealistic it was to rely solely on a mercenary team to hunt down the ghost-patterned ant queen. The queen ants are always hidden in the deepest part of the ant colony, guarded by dozens of male ants that are larger than the magic caravan, and tens of thousands of soldier ants and worker ants surrounding them. Only by the cavalry in the cavalry battalion charging continuously on the outside and nibbling away the red ants on the edge of the ant colony can these ant colonies be finally digested. Of course, if you can master large-scale attack magic such as meteors, fire showers, lightning waterfalls, and meteorites, you may be able to eliminate these ghost-marked red ants in an instant. These cavalry are like a group of never-tiring war machines in the hills and mountains, always running alternate charges. Regardless of the cavalry or the horses with hard armor, they are constantly fighting in this way. The merits of the cavalry are calculated according to the number of ghost-marked red ants they hunt. Lance has seen the constructed knights of the Green Empire and the heavy cavalry regiments of other legions. Compared with the constructed knights in the constructed knights, the cavalry in the cavalry battalion still lacks some explosive power and lethality. The constructed knights do not use this cannibalizing tactic. They can directly charge for a few rounds, and they may be able to defeat them. These ant colonies disperse. Compared with other heavy cavalry regiments, the cavalry in the Suldak Cavalry Battalion showed great resilience. Both cavalry and war horses possess extremely abundant physical strength, in addition to having 3 second-level experts in the cavalry battalion. This may be the biggest advantage of the cavalry battalion. Lance discovered that Surdak would always hold a blessing ceremony before going off to battle, and all cavalry and war horses would be baptized by the holy light before going into battle. This kind of baptism of holy light can usually last for 3 days. Under the baptism of holy light, both strength and physical strength will be greatly improved, and the cavalry can fight tirelessly. In fact, such a battle is also an extreme physical exercise for the cavalry. Frequently engaging in battles that exceed the physical limits of the body and having extremely good recovery power can continuously enhance physical fitness. This is how many veterans have the opportunity to be promoted. Several magicians have already contributed a small amount of their achievements. In fact, there are more than a dozen ghost-marked queen ants hunting these days, and even high-level magic crystals have been harvested more than 10. The cavalry battalion can be said to have achieved numerous results. Of course, the magicians were not idle either. They also provided many magic scrolls for the cavalry camp. Among them, Galena, a water magician, would lock herself in a wooden house almost all day long, drawing hydrotherapy magic scroll. This kind of healing scroll is the most practical on the battlefield. In addition, since Surdak contacted the indigenous tribe, He has successively hired more than 100 young indigenous warriors from the indigenous tribe. Serdek also exchanged some standard weapons for some low-level magic herbs from the indigenous tribes. Some of these magic herbs are silver leaf grass and kudzu, which can be used to configure secondary life potions. This is also the real purpose of the glasses magician coming to Lin's plane. Now, as a magic pharmacist without the support of noble lords and business groups, he wants to continue on the road of refining magic potions. I don't know if there is any way. How difficult. Magic herbs are almost in the hands of the great noble lords. And these things have rarely been leaked out. So when other magic pharmacists want to refine magic potions, the most difficult thing is to get herbs. Now the spectacled magician has finally succeeded in making a secondary life potion. And he has picked out some swift grass from some herbs. Made bottles of antidote. This potion is simply too practical. The cavalry fought against the ghost-striped red ants. The most difficult thing to defend against was that the red ants spit out acidic liquid. Now they have an antidote, which happens to be effective against this kind of acidic liquid. At the beginning, the cavalry were very dissatisfied with the magician throwing fireballs at will during the battle, because the sparks splashed out by the fireballs always caused some accidents. Therefore, the cavalrymen had strong opinions on these magicians. But they were friends of the commander and respected magicians. At best, the cavalry did not communicate with each other and silently avoided them. But after Galena's hydrotherapy magic scroll successfully healed the injured cavalry, everyone became enthusiastic about this beautiful female magician. What allowed the magician to make a comeback was precisely these secondary healing potions and detoxification potions in the hands of the spectacled magician. Later, the two sides came into more contact. Through mutual exchanges, Lance also found his position on the battlefield. Magicians often acted together with archers. But the role of magicians was much greater than that of archers. They provided microscopic information during night battles. Illumination. To point the way in battle. As Serdek's cavalry battalion opened up the situation in the hills and mountains, the mercenary group in Doden town often organized some operations to hunt red ants. The mercenary group in the town harvested warcraft materials. So more caravans and adventure groups gathered towards Duodan town. In just half a month, the hotels in the town were filled with outsiders. Many adventure groups choose to rent houses in small towns. Duodan town is not large. So many outsiders poured in, and the town was crowded in an instant. Even this could not stop the enthusiasm of outsiders. There were still some caravans and adventure groups riding horse-drawn carriages into Doden town. At the entrance on the south side of the town, the hard carapace of 6 ghost-striped male ants are now placed side by side, attracting the attention of outsiders who have just arrived. Chapter 845 War Call. Businessman Malcolm has been unhappy in the past 2 days. When he was in Wilk City, he received a call-up notice from the military department. He ordered all the modified Thunder Rhinoceros in his hands to be incorporated into the Wilkes Cavalry Regiment. So he hurried to Doden town to prevent Serdek from continuing to modify his Thunder Rhinoceros. If all the transformed Thunder Rhinoceros are really incorporated into the local army to serve, wouldn't they have to drink the northwest wind in the future? Before the supreme commander of the military summoned him, Malcolm quickly rode his fast horse to Doden town and stopped the Thunder Rhino transformation project. Serdek didn't expect this. He thought that the military's policy towards civilians and businessmen was really simple and crude. With a recruitment order, all modified Thunder Rhinoceros could be collected for public use. And even if the matter was reported to the Wilkes House of Representatives, if you don't win, the Belan Plain is in the midst of a beast tide, and military control is implemented everywhere. During this period, Wilkes City even imposed an curfew, mainly to make way for the material transport teams coming out of the portal. At present, Serdek has completed the transformation of all 16 Thunder Rhinoceros, and the preparations for the transformation of the other 7 Thunder Rhinoceros have been completed. He is just waiting for the businessman Malcolm to drive the Thunder Rhinoceros over before starting to work. Now apparently the plan is on hold. Serdek was a little distressed, and agreed to use the 20 Thunder Rhino transformation fees to compensate for Samira's epic Sky Strike Sharp Bow. After the businessman Malcolm left the small building, Serdek called Andrew, Samira and Selena, and everyone gathered to discuss how to handle the matter. Then give him some magic crystal as compensation. Samira hesitated, then raised her head and said to Serdek. She continued, the remaining fee is converted into about 350 magic crystals and about 2,500 gold coins. Calculating it this way, 250,000 merits are enough to repay the remaining money. I'm going to do it now. After accumulating 200,000 merit points, Just going out a few times should be enough. Samira, your bow is so expensive. Andrew widened his eyes and asked with his mouth wide open. Samira gave Andrew a what do you think look and said nothing. I can still take out this magic crystal. Soldak put down the quill in his hand, leaned on the soft leather sofa, and said to a few people, I want to get rid of the modification fee for these 16 Thunder Rhinoceros, and I will use the magic crystals to pay him. Not only that, I also want to buy these 16 Thunder Rhinoceros together. Andrew and Samira looked at each other and realized how much wealth the ghost-marked red ants they had hunted these days had brought to Soldak. Every ghost-pattern soldier ant has a magic core. On average, 1 magic crystal can be obtained from 2 magic cores. Now there is no time to unlock these magic cores. They are all packed into wooden boxes and piled into the lava mine, inside the treasure chamber. While everyone was discussing this matter, it happened that the great swordsman Chester finished his inspection in other border towns and returned to the military camp in Duodan town. After all, the return date for Hathaway and Beatrice is approaching. After hearing a few words from the conversation between Cerdak and others, I immediately understood what they were discussing. The great swordsman Chester patted his forehead and said that I should report this matter. Then I talked about what can be done here. In fact, this is not a bad thing for the merchants. The merchant groups accompanying the army can purchase trophies, and the materials transported will also be sold to the various legions. And the most important thing is that there is no need to worry about the source of the goods. In addition, if the transportation capacity is sufficient, private goods can also be carried, and the transportation routes are also specially protected by the military. This kind of business is simply not too comfortable. Cerdak suddenly realized that the military business group could still operate in this way. In the past, such business groups could only join if they had some relationship with the army commander, and could rarely be interfered with by outsiders. In the plain of Warsaw, military merchant groups were extremely common. The business groups designated by the military have a wider range of transactions. The main reason is that the Thunder Rhinoceros business group has a huge transportation capacity there, which makes it more competitive than any other business group. The legions of noble lords of the Green Empire participate in various plain wars, and almost most legions are responsible for their own profits and losses. The tasks issued by the military department are often mixed with many benefits. Who is willing to do it without benefits? And war is inherently profitable. The only difference is probably the risk. Just like the Luther Legion went to the Belan Plain to eat meat this time. They were supposed to make a lot of money, but no one expected that something would happen in Plentos town. The 13th Cavalry Regiment and the 19th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment were completely wiped out. Not only the people were lost, but the families of the noble lords behind them were estimated to have to pay a large amount of compensation. However, Doden town and other border towns held their own. Although the garrisons in other towns did not have as generous income as Cerdak, they were still pretty good. If the Lutheran Legion's accompanying merchant group is in the Belan Plain, these hunted warcraft materials can be handed over to the accompanying merchant group for sales. Of course, the profits will be very large. I really don't know why the merchant Malachon would do this. And distressed, after Hathaway established the town's tax office, he began to formulate the town's tax system and was busy until late every day. Soldak, Hathaway and Beatrice often only have time to have dinner together. Although they are engaged, they have never broken through the last layer of their relationship, mainly because of the lack of support from the Luther family. With permission, a housekeeper was sent to take care of Miss Hathaway's daily life. They probably knew about Selena's existence, but they never asked. After all, Duodan town is only so big, and Selena has to come to the military camp every day to check everyone's achievements. Cerdak still felt a little guilty about this, so he spent as much time as possible with the two of them while they were in Doden town. At the same time, Cerdak finally encountered a problem when learning the language of runes. Even with the magical crystal image of the red dragon Johannes, he still couldn't learn the rune language. This matter had been bothering him for more than a week. He can feel the powerful power contained in the runes, and he can also clearly feel the mysterious arrangement of these runes, resonating with each other to inspire stronger power. That kind of power is the existence he needs to look up to. He can draw every rune, but putting them together is a big problem for him. No matter how I try, I can't succeed. He saw Lord Johannes' detailed explanation. Every little detail was explained in great detail, but it was a pity that he couldn't draw it anyway. Moreover, the rune language pattern is also very complicated. Amen Ralamisel is tone. There is no problem in drawing each rune individually, but when he connects 5 runes together, He has complete control over the direction of the magic pattern. The entire magic pattern is seriously distorted, as if some of the magic lines are not drawn in the same dimension. It is possible that some of the magic lines pass through the subdimensional space and connected back from a certain node. According to Lord Johannes' explanation of this rune language, this set of runes fully possesses the power to travel through time and space. Cerdak painted for more than a week, but he couldn't even fully grasp the magic line composition of the recent book. Moreover, his current mental strength cannot complete such a magic pattern in one go. The Red Dragon Iser is very interested in this rune language. Cerdak was sitting on the platform of the treasure chamber. Opposite him was the huge dragon head of the Red Dragon Iser, and the two of them stared at each other with big eyes.
What should I do? I can't draw it at all,
Cerdak said to Israel in frustration.
Maybe it's because the level of power you master is too weak. I've known you for so long and learned so much about rune language. So why do I feel like you haven't made any breakthroughs? Is it really that difficult to move into the second rank?
Red Dragon Iser spoke in imperial language, hitting Cerdak mercilessly.
It's as simple as drinking water and eating for your dragon clan to advance. You rely on the power of blood. But we...
Cerdak patted his chest and argued to Israel.
We rely on redoubling our efforts and luck.
The relationship between Cerdak and Yisel is already very familiar. So familiar that they can use words to slander each other without getting angry.
So when will you advance?
Israel asked Cerdak. Cerdak thought about it, and could only bite the bullet and said,
Just give me a little more time, and it should be fine. There is no point in rushing this kind of thing.
Israel raised his head, and shook it forcefully to both sides, causing a wave of air. This can make the scales between its head and neck smoother. It asked tentatively.
How about I go back to find a few more monsters? Every time I advance to a higher level, I really want to eat something. Forget it. I didn't even have time to deal with the dragon eagle last time. Besides, hunting in the Astander Plain doesn't seem to be that safe.
Cerdak walked to Iser's neck and said, Each of Israel's scales is larger than a palm, distributed between the neck, and appears to be very fine.
Okay, I'm leaving.
See you tomorrow. Cerdak stayed in the treasure chamber for a while, and then said goodbye to the Red Dragon Iser. He had to go early to discuss the Thunder Rhinoceros with businessman Malacham. Cerdak was prepared to spend all his money to purchase 16 Thunder Rhinoceros, but unfortunately Malacham did not agree. Malacham is still considering whether to take this opportunity. Chapter 846 Takeover Plan. Businessman Malacham was sitting in the living room on the first floor of the small building in the garrison camp, lowering his head and thinking about the future path of the Thunder Rhino Merchant Group. Cerdak and the great swordsman Chester sat on the other two sets of sofas. There were exquisite bone china teacups on the table in front of him. The black tea inside was steaming, and Malacham's thoughts drifted away with the steam. The Thunder Rhino Merchant Group was inherited by Malacham from his father. The Thunder Rhinoceros Merchant Group he took over at the beginning was still the largest trading group in the Belan Plain. In just 20 years, the business group's business has shrunk from covering the entire Belan Plain to only operating south of Wilk City area. The entire northern region was divided up by other business groups. In order to reduce costs and unnecessary expenses, Malacham continued to reduce the number of Thunder Rhinoceros to ensure a full business volume for the remaining Thunder Rhinoceros caravans. But even so, his Thunder Rhino Merchant Group continues to decline every year. There are currently large ranches in the northern part of the Belan Plain, and the lords do not lack horse teams. So the nobles have formed their own business groups. Thunder Rhino Transport has no competitiveness at all. Now some business groups in Wilk City have begun to infiltrate into the occupied area in the southern part of Wilk City and gradually occupy the southern market. If it hadn't been for the coming of the Beast Tide, businessman Malacham might have started competing with those small business groups for the southern market. A small group of ghost-striped red ants infiltrated into the northern area of Belan. The cavalry could not stop the ambush of the ghost-striped red ants. His Thunder Rhinoceros Merchant Group was ordered to take orders in the face of danger, recruited by the military to transport war supplies and support northern border towns. This incident has caused dissatisfaction among many elders in the family. Recently, he can only try his best to calm down the family disputes caused by this incident. It's not that he doesn't want to be a supplier to the military. In fact, business groups can only get some stable transportation business if they have a military background. When the Bena people opened up the White Forest Plain, the opportunity for the Thunder Rhinoceros Merchant Group to enter the White Forest Plain was because the Thunder Rhinoceros could carry various supplies in complex terrain. The lords of the Bena province fought in the Belan Plain and gradually opened up a land of nearly 1,000 kilometers in radius. However, Malcolm's great-grandfather died on the battlefield to open up the territory. His grandfather was also seriously injured while leading a caravan to transport supplies to the front line. He died not long after returning home. His father was also transporting supplies on the way. Lost 2 legs. In his generation, the only condition for inheriting the Thunder Business Group is to promise not to join the military business group. Thinking of his father holding his hand before he died, he said,
Malcolm, I know you are just like me when I was young. You want to develop the business group. I don't care what you do. But you must not become with the military merchant group. They always want to send the Thunder Rhinoceros to the front line. Hey, I don't want you to regret it after you lose something. There was a rapid sound of horse hooves outside the window,
and a group of cavalry passed by the window, raising a cloud of dust. Malcolm retracted his thoughts, held a teacup to his mouth and blew on it, then asked Serdek,
Baron Serdek, you said you want to acquire these 16 modified Thunder Rhinoceros?
There was some bitterness and reluctance in his voice, but there was determination in his eyes. Serdek and the great swordsman Chester looked at each other before saying,
That's right. But if you want to become a merchant group accompanying the army, we are also very welcome. The Lutheran army will continue on the Belan Plain station for a while. I can help you apply for the greatest convenience. And aren't we engaged in trade now?
After finishing speaking, he paused again before continuing.
This is actually no different from the merchant group accompanying the army.
Businessman Malcolm rubbed his temples, put the teacup to his lips again and took a sip of tea. He put down the teacup and said to Serdek,
I have decided to sell these 16 Thunder Rhinoceros to you.
Regarding Malcolm's decision, not only Serdek was stunned, but great swordsman Chester was also surprised. Serdek had previously proposed to businessman Malcolm that he wanted to take over the 16 Thunder Rhinos. Not only would he return all the modification costs for the 23 Thunder Rhinos, but he would also buy the 16 Thunder Rhinos at the original price. For such a huge deal, Serdek thought for a while and said,
In this case, with 16 Thunder Rhinoceros, an epic sharp bow and the previous debt, I can pay you 1,600 magic crystals.
This amount of money was equivalent to the cost of 10 sets of primary magic pattern constructs. Serdek found that he was actually far away from the construct knights.
Originally, I wanted to make some more money, buy some magic pattern structures, and form a knightly structure,
Serdek said with a smile. The great swordsman Chester was stunned, and then said,
Assembling the constructed knights? I'm afraid this is really difficult. Not only is it difficult to buy magic pattern constructs, but those war horses are also hard to find. Even if Grand Duke Newman wants to buy a black scale horse, he has to go to Salta himself. Duke, in addition to that, you also need to consider the daily maintenance of these magic pattern constructs. Each construct knights also need to have a full-time inscription master. And that is an inscription master. They are not the magicians that can be seen everywhere in the Magic Union.
Serdek just said it casually, but he didn't expect the great swordsman Chester to be so understanding. Serdek sighed lightly and said,
So every constructed knight can show the true heritage of a noble family.
Malcolm smiled and said to Serdek,
Of course, to independently form a construct knights, not counting the salary paid to the construct knights, the establishment alone will cost at least 1 million gold coins. If the knights have weapons and only need to prepare war horses and magic patterns, then they will need at least 800,000 gold coins and find so many first-turn knights. What is the reason for the noble lords who do not have a certain reputation? What about following?
The three of them talked about constructing the knights, and Serdek discovered that implanting the magic pattern of life was probably another way. Although the magic pattern printed on the body was worse than the magic pattern construct, it was better than life. The cost of making magic patterns is not high. Serdek spent huge sums of money to purchase these Thunder Rhinoceros, not to form a caravan and prepare to launch commercial trade on the Belan Plain. His idea was to form an archer regiment with a mobile turret, which could also serve as a logistics team. These modified Thunder Rhinoceros could completely become a war beast on the battlefield. The only trouble is that these Thunder Rhinos eat a lot. You need to eat wheat bran, hay, and bean cakes pressed from beans every day. These forages alone will cost a lot of money. There is alfalfa everywhere in Duodan town, which costs nothing. But wheat bran and beans need to be purchased from merchants. The two sat on the sofa on the first floor and discussed for a whole afternoon before finally settling on the deal. Serdek took out a magic contract scroll and set some transaction terms with the businessman Malcolm, and both parties signed their names on it. After sending away the businessman Malcolm, the great swordsman Chester finally realized a problem. Where did the money in Suldak's hand come from? Before coming to the Belen Plain, Marquis Luther secretly created a new cavalry battalion because he was worried that Suldak would not be able to afford the military expenses for setting up a cavalry battalion. It was just that there were some differences with Surdak on some personnel concepts. So the new cavalry battalion army did not reach Belen's Plain in the end. After a second thought, I finally thought about those hard armors placed on the grassy slopes outside the town. Think about it. There is a magic crystal behind each hard armor, and the red ant armors cover the grassy slope. At least thousands of them. These days, the cavalry battalion goes to the hills and mountains almost every day to hunt ghost-striped red ants. But seeing the way these cavalrymen hunted ghostly red ants, great swordsman Chester shouldn't be surprised. In order to complete the deal, Surdak could only transport the wooden boxes filled with magic cores back to the small building. And then he picked up Gulitum, who was eating and drinking, and was gambling with the veterans in the cavalry camp. Andrew, Samira, and the others who were practicing archery on the archery range worked together to unlock all these magic cores. Fortunately, Surdak has the Eye of Truth, which allows him to see the outline of the magic crystal inside through the hard surface of the magic core. The magic cores selected by Surdak himself basically contain formed magic crystals. The remaining ones contain incomplete magic crystals, which can only be made into magic crystal fragments. Now there is no time to deal with these magic cores, so I have to put them all back in the box. Early the next morning, Surdak brought 1,600 magic crystals to the camp of the Thunder Rhino caravan to complete the transaction with Malcolm. In the future, both parties will continue to cooperate closely. The business of transporting hard armor leather has to be left to the Thunder Rhinoceros Merchant Group. Surdak has recently accumulated a large amount of hard armor leather, and through the leather-making workshop of Helensa, Surdak has now completed 500 pieces of hard armor leather. The war horses were all replaced with hard leather armor made of soldier ant leather. All 500 sets of plate-type armor made of black iron have been eliminated and will be sold by Malcolm's Thunder Rhino Merchant Group. This time, Malcolm also brought 10 single-item magic pattern structures and 100 magic weapons. Surdak will also pay Merchant Malcolm 600 magic crystals. I couldn't help but slap my forehead, thinking about whether the magic crystals I owed could be used to pay off the debt with those magic crystal fragments. Surdak also asked Malcolm to help him train some local Aboriginal herdsmen to become Thunder Rhino handlers. In addition, he was asked to buy some bed crossbows from the magic market and install them on the platform of the Thunder Rhinoceros. The number of Thunder Rhinoceros has increased to 18, and it is impossible for Surdak to unload all the 32 crossbows remaining on the northern city wall. The second batch of hard armor shipped to Bena City has been loaded into the shelves of the Thunder Rhino caravan, and is about to depart from Doden Town. Businessman Malcolm is doing the final inventory with his entourage. These hard armors will be transported to Bena City and handed over to the Brunei manager of the Goffaro family. At the same time, a large amount of fresh ghost-marked mail and monster meat was brought to the butcher shop owner Xander. Hathaway and Beatrice will also leave Doden Town with the Thunder Rhino Merchant Group, and their short vacation is over. Although they hoped that they could stay and help him deal with the affairs of the town, Hathaway and Beatrice thought about it for 3 nights and decided to return to Bena City. Great swordsman Chester will also rush to Wilk City with the Thunder Rhino Merchant Group. Surdak stood on the hard carapace of a ghost-patterned mail and next to the southern entrance to the town. The Thunder Rhinoceros Merchant Group took heavy steps and gradually moved away amidst the rumbling sound, with the scent of roses from the passionate kiss between Beatrice and Hathaway still lingering on his lips. Suldak retracted his gaze from the distance and jumped down from the hard carapace of the 2-meter-high male ant. He knew that the two fiancés would not stay this time. Before the wedding, you may not see each other too many times. This time Marquis Luther stuffed himself into his legion, making it clear that he was here to earn meritorious service. Now this meritorious service has been accumulated. As long as this beast wave is over, the reward of promotion to the title should be passed down. Marquis Luther needs to hold a decent and grand wedding for his daughter. Nothing else is lacking. The only thing missing is Suldak's identity. Obviously, as a baron, marrying the beloved daughter of the Marquis family is always a bit confusing. Not decent enough. Surdak guessed that he would probably become a viscount. I just didn't expect that the military garrison would actually gain so many benefits. Marquis Luther has never mentioned the information about the Belen Plain before, and he is obviously testing Surdak. The more powerful he is, the more benefits he will get. No wonder the noble lords are rushing to squeeze into the plain. Sure enough, the richness here is much better than the sulfur mine in Pudu Mountain. Hathaway and Beatrice stood on the platform behind Thunder Rhinoceros, holding on to the wooden railings with their hands. The town of Doden in the distance became smaller and smaller. Thunder Rhino moves very smoothly, standing on the back of Thunder Rhino. The breeze on the grassland ruffled Hathaway's golden curls. She protected her long hair with her hands, and Beatrice took out a gauze scarf to help her wrap her long hair. The corners of Hathaway's mouth turned up slightly. A sweet smile broke out. She turned around and hugged the chubby Beatrice tightly, and said softly,
"This was his life, and it will be our life."
Beatrice was obviously a little slow and didn't quite understand the meaning of Hathaway's words. So she asked,
"How long will he be stationed here?"
Hathaway smiled even sweeter, and her eyes fell on the top of the snowy peaks of the towering thorny mountains in the distance. The thick clouds were like a pile of white wool piled together.
"It is possible that it will be stationed forever." "Why?"
Beatrice asked.
"This may no longer be a border town. The Empire's territory on the Belan Plain will continue to extend northward to Invercargill Forest. I am afraid that 2 mines will be opened there in the future. He will open up Invercargill Forest."
After opening up, at least 1/3 of this forest, and this large area of hills and mountains belongs to him.
Hathaway whispered to Beatrice,
"What to do with these ghost-striped red ants? That forest is not as dangerous as the thorny mountains. How can we defend it when the beast tide comes?"
Beatrice covered her mouth in surprise and lowered her voice.
"That may be a long time later, but we have to prepare early."
Hathaway pulled Beatrice into the wooden house, sat on the bench, and said easily,
"I want to return to Benna City, so I will start looking up information on this."
"Okay.
Let's go together."
Chapter 847 Promotion to Viscount. As Hathaway and Beatrice left Doden town, Lily Cecil also returned to Wilk City full of regrets. Serdak's life resumed its usual trajectory. Selena continued to appear at the free market in Doden town in the morning, pricing seasonal vegetables and other products in the market. Duodan town is a border town. The nobles who live in the town own large pastures. The town's agriculture is not developed. There are only a few farms in the surrounding area, and there are only a few types of main vegetables. So many people came to Duodan town at once. Almost all the hotels were full, and there were also a lot of renters in the town. The influx of these outsiders into Duodan town has indeed made the various consumer industries in the town very popular. And at the same time, it has also subtly raised the prices of Duodan town. Prices related to food, clothing, housing and transportation have increased. First of all, let's talk about the clothes tailor shops. The business of tailor shops in small towns has become very good, but the prices have not fluctuated much. Let's talk about the free markets and restaurants about food. When vegetables are shipped to the market, they are almost sold out in the morning. Therefore, the vendors seem to have a lot of freedom when setting prices. Sometimes they will not sell according to the price set by Selena. However, this is also an isolated phenomenon. In many cases, these small traders and farmers will only do it secretly. They are also worried that this grand situation in Duodan town will not last long. Restaurants are relatively standardized in this regard. The main reason is that they are already very expensive, and there is nothing to increase the price. Regarding accommodation, hotel room rates and rents have increased, but this aspect has been strictly restricted by Soldak. In order to fully promote the economy of Doden town, hotel room rates and rents cannot if the price rises too much. The business groups and adventure groups attracted will become prohibitive. He ordered Mrs. Luna to keep an eye on this matter, and took out the remaining wood for the expansion of the military camp, hired some craftsmen to plan some homesteads in the south of the town, and began to build quick-form wooden houses. At the same time, Mrs. Luna was asked to receive all the land use rights in Doden town and surrounding areas to the town hall. This will not only bring a lot of income to Duodan town, but also allow for a unified design of the house types, making these wooden houses look very neat. As for the carriage shop, business has also improved a lot, due to the increase in the number of goods transported at a time. As long as the transportation industry reaches a certain scale, the cost can be reduced, so the freight rates of horse-drawn carriages have actually been reduced. Nika set up a medical team with 16 maids to change the dressings of the wounded soldiers in the military camp. Andrew, Gulitum, Samira, Adams and Gallatin are no longer guarding the town of Doden. They are going further and further away on the road of hunting ghost-striped red ants. Since Serdak had 18 modified thick-armored thunder rhinoceros, Samira's archer battalion rapidly expanded from the original 300 archers to 600 archers. Almost 3/4 of them. Both are young warriors from indigenous tribes. They are all excellent hunters in the tribe. As long as they are given an alloy bow
and taught some disciplines in the military camp. They will immediately become excellent archers. Unfortunately, not all indigenous tribes can be so friendly. Otherwise Samira would even prepare to expand the archer group to 1,000 people. 18 Thunder Rhinoceros accompanied the cavalry battalion in the hilly and mountainous areas. Not only could they hunt ant colonies, but they could also transport a large number of red and hard skins back to Duodan town. When camping in the wild at night, 18 Thunder Rhinoceros can form a huge circle. All the cavalry and war horses hide in the circle. And the ghost-striped red ants cannot rush in even if they want to. Ever since she took the sky strike bow, no one could cover up Samira's light. Several times during the ant colony encirclement and suppression, Samira would leave Thunder Rhino's bed crossbow platform, sneak up to the edge of the ant colony, and shoot an arrow through the ghost-marked ant queen with a sky strike bow. Even if she did not die, she would still be seriously injured. Then the cavalry began to divide the ghost patterns. Male ants, 18 Thunder Rhinoceros, are equipped with 36 bed crossbows. A single flat shot can knock down a large area of the ghost-striped male ants of the male ant bodyguards. Then we have to rely on the cavalry to rush up, pry open the shield-shaped hard armor on the back of the crippled ghost-marked male ant, and very simply stab the knight's sword into the brain. The cavalry has crossed the mountain pass north of Pluntos town and continues eastward to clean up the ghost-striped red ants. The garrison troops in the northern border towns gradually came to know that this independent cavalry battalion in Duodan town was about to penetrate the hills and mountains. These cavalry battalions attempted to hunt ghost-striped red ants in hilly and mountainous areas. However, these cavalry are not even as good at fighting as the mercenary group in Dodan town. After being surrounded and killed by ant colonies several times, I realized that not all cavalry battalions in border towns could do this kind of team hunting. Therefore, the commanders of these border towns began to study Serdak's fighting methods and gradually became familiar with Serdak. I found out that those captains were indeed brave and good at fighting. During this time, Serdak successively selected 500 Gubo war horses from the military camp and transformed them into more powerful magic-patterned war horses. These magic-patterned war horses have been distributed to the cavalry, and there are only some old and injured horses left in the stables. Even if the injured horses are recovered, they will only be used for transportation in the future. Serdak did not expect that there would be so many giant soldier ants. Strength and toughness. Life magic patterns. The entire cavalry battalion's horses have been transformed and can now easily carry a heavy cavalryman. During this period, Baron Merlin Goss also sent 300 Gubo war horses. Of course, Serdak also needed to pay for these 300 Gubalai war horses. In fact, the animal husbandry industry in Dodan town is also very developed, and some nobles also raise some war horses on their own pastures. However, Serdak has been in Dodan town for so long that he has never had contact with these nobles. When Soldak first arrived, the nobles in Dodan chose to stand aside indifferently to see who would win the fight between him and Mayor Marco. Later, Baron Josh Golding was being involved. These nobles were even more reluctant to get close to Serdak. So much so that when Serdak rose to prominence in Dodan town, these nobles had no interaction with Serdak at all. The relationship between Serdak and the nobles of Dodan town probably cooled down like this. Moreover, Selena has developed many local aborigines in Dodan town who believe in the Dark Goddess. As a benefit to believing in the Dark Goddess, Selena needs some welfare benefits in the town to be appropriately tilted towards the local aborigines. On the last day of May, a letter of appointment regarding Soldak's appointment as mayor of Dodan town and a promotion notice for his promotion to third-class viscount for his outstanding contributions to the Beast Tide were placed at the same time on Soldak's desk. However, the promotion notice only said that the corresponding title has been promoted. Now everyone can call him Viscount Serdak, but the corresponding territory needs to be developed by himself. Soldak appointed the mayor of Dodan town, which means that he will be responsible for taking over the military and political power of the entire Dodan town. What is in front of him now is a border town whose economy is fully recovering. Whether he can take this opportunity to develop the town of Dodan is crucial to Serdak's next step in developing the Invercargill Forest. Significance. Chapter 848 Taking Office. The Green Empire has just entered June, and the ant tide on the Belan Plain has not dissipated. But there is no trace of the ghost-striped red ants near Duodan town. Andrew, Samira, Gulaitam and others have led the cavalry regiment to the mountains west of Nanta town to clear out the ant colonies there. Today is Soldak's first day at town hall. Selena went to the free market in the town very early. Recently, there are always some outsiders appearing in the free market. They are not familiar with the rules of Dodan town and always have some disputes with the local vendors. Selena needs only by showing up personally can these turmoils be settled. By the time Serdek got up, the sun was already shining through the gaps in the curtains. Signa was the only one left at home sitting at the dining table, with a glass of milk and a plate of cookies in front of her. She was curled up on a chair in the dining room, holding a magic book in her hand and reading it with gusto. The magic notebook on the dining table is open, and the upper body of Miss Celia Cooper appears in the page, explaining a few sentences from time to time. Signa wore a Lolita-style princess dress, with long hair shawl length and trimmed very delicately and neatly. Serdek walked over, poured a glass of water from the water bottle, picked up 2 slices of white bread from the basket, hurriedly spread butter on it, took the time to stuff it into his mouth, and asked Signa vaguely,
I see that you are very interested in these magic books recently. Is there any progress?
Signa raised her head. Her dark eyes fell on Soldek's face, and said to him very proudly,
I am learning ancient Elvish language with Teacher Cooper. If you want to learn magic, you must be proficient in this language.
And you see.
With that said, Signa stretched out a finger in front of Soldek. Under Signa's brief chant, a little light blue light appeared on her fingertips. Although Serdek only controls the land of holy light,
at his level, he could also feel other magical elements around him. There was a little bit of weak water element on Signa's fingertips, which she had gathered using a spell. Before awakening the magic pool, Signa could not store magic power, and the spell could only resonate with the magic elements around her. It was for this reason that this faint light blue light appeared on her fingertips, and then quickly went out.
Can you feel it?
Although Serdek has never met a magic apprentice, he knows that this is the way many magic apprentices perceive the magic elements at the beginning. If Signa hadn't disliked Lance and his friends, he would have wanted Signa to learn magic with Lance.
Well, I have Teacher Cooper to teach me. So what's so difficult about it?
Signa rolled her innocent eyes, and said in a matter-of-fact tone. Soldek was choked and paused. He picked up the water glass and took a sip before saying,
If you can awaken the magic pool, then you will be a magician noble in the future. I asked Lance that there is also a magic awakening ceremony in Wilkes City, probably in August. It will be held in the middle of August, and we will prepare to go to Wilkes in early August. It is estimated that by that time, the beast tide here will have ended.
Signa put the thick magic book on her knees and said to Soldek,
Well, although I think it doesn't matter whether I participate in this awakening ceremony or not, I still listen to you.
Maybe this is growing pains. In fact, Serdek still misses the way Signa was when she was a child. At that time, Signa could only squat by the fireplace and look longingly at the chestnut rice porridge in the iron pot. At that time, she was not like she is now. Every word she said was like a knife. He pinched the corners of his eyes, and was a little angry at Signa's attitude. He tried to make his voice deeper and his expression more serious, and asked Signa,
How can it mean that it doesn't matter? Don't you want to be a magician?
Signa spread her hands and said indifferently,
Actually, I think it would be good for me to study these magics at home with Celia. Look at Selena. She hasn't awakened the magic pool. But can't she still cast those magics? I will also be able to use those magics in the future.
Obviously, she may not understand the essential difference between the ability to cast magic given by the goddess Advent and her own spell casting. But Serdek couldn't refute it, because Selena, who accepted the descendants of the goddess, was indeed very powerful. Serdek said to Signa,
Actually, I think if Selena had the conditions to awaken the magic pool, her current achievements might be higher. Maybe you were right.
Signa lowered her head and flipped through the magic book in her hand absent-mindedly. Serdek put the empty water glass back on the tea tray. Seeing Soldek getting up to leave, Signa immediately asked,
Are you coming back for lunch?
Soldek said,
No. If there is not much going on at the town hall, I will go to the military camp.
Signa then said,
Then I will go too.
In fact, almost all the guards at the military camp know Signa. She can come and go freely in the military camp, just like at home. The soldiers also knew that she was Selena's daughter, and she was also favored by Serdek. Serdek hung his sword on the wooden frame at the door of the room. Walking out of the small building where Selena lived, she walked directly to the town hall in the center of the town without riding a horse. The main street of Doden town is busy with traffic. The main street near the square in front is being widened and needs to be repaved with granite slabs. Moreover, the town has recently issued a new decree that no stalls are allowed in front of any buildings facing the street, in order to alleviate severe traffic jams. Because he was going to the town hall, Serdek did not wear full armor, only a set of tight-fitting salamander leather armor that showed off his figure. He is tall and tall, with a blood-red crescent sword hanging on his waist. The fine linen and blood wrapped around the sword hilt merged together, as if a layer of pulp has been formed on the hilt. The shield and the holy light torch are all put into a magic waist bag. Looks very light. While walking, Serdek was still slowly touching the throat bone on his neck, thinking about the rune language. But unfortunately, there was still no progress for half a month. Pedestrians coming and going are all residents of the town. When you usually see him, most of him is wearing full armor, riding a strong duo war horse, with a steel helmet on his head, and occasionally his face is covered with face mask. So few people know him. Serdek blended in with the crowd, like a mercenary or adventurer coming from Wilk City. Some people even took the initiative to strike up a conversation and asked him if he had a regular adventure group or mercenary group. If not, you might as well join their team, which would provide good treatment and a beautiful swordsman. Some four-wheeled trucks filled with goods were blocked on the long street, and a magic caravan was lying across the street. It was probably going to turn around, but unfortunately, it was blocked tightly by trucks in front and back. 3 carriage drivers stood on the roof of the car. On top, they were yelling at each other with riding whips in their hands. There were 2 nobles sitting in the magic caravan. A group of adventure group members were standing on the street looking idle, looking around curiously. The vegetable vendor parked his cart aside, wiping the sweat from his face, and waited for the crowd to pass by. Some Aboriginal people carrying bags saw the heavy congestion here, so they carried their linen bags into the alley next to the main street. On the noisy street, curses in imperial language were heard one after another. The crowd of onlookers seemed to hope that the 3 coachmen would be like knights or nobles, taking off their white gloves if they disagreed, and throwing them at each other's feet for a duel. What's the point of scolding like this? However, the 3 parties showed restraint and only cursed and did not take action. When the town sheriff arrived belatedly, he shyly drank the truck away and made the magic caravan successfully turn around. He saw the people inside the magic caravan dressed in gorgeous clothes and standing outside the car saluting repeatedly. The traffic here has slowly recovered. Serdek stood on the street, and the scenery in front of him seemed to touch the dim memory fragments in the deepest part of his heart. Duodan town has become increasingly lively in recent days. 3 hotels and a tavern opened in succession near the main street. When Serdek passes by here at night, he can always see a row of beautiful and slender wine girls standing at the door of the tavern. Of course, it is so early. Those ale girls may still be lying in the arms of some generous drinker. Only at dusk will they dress themselves up and stand at the door of the pub in beautiful dresses, inviting passing guests to come in for a drink. As the ant tide in Duodan town has been controlled by the garrison, mercenary groups and adventure groups can hunt red ants in the hills and mountains. Therefore, some business opportunities have emerged, and many outsiders have poured into Duodan town. When Serdek walked to the town hall, he saw a long queue in the yard of the town hall. It seemed that they were going to the town hall to pay taxes. Hathaway established a tax system. Merchants need to pay taxes when conducting large transactions. If they are only traded and digested in a small town, there is no need to pay taxes. But as long as the goods are taken away from Duodan town, you need to pay taxes. Otherwise, the guards at the south exit of the town will not let you pass. Of course, tax evasion has become commonplace recently. The system adopted in Duodan town is that once caught, the punishment will be painful. It was just after breakfast time. The businessmen probably wanted to leave Duodan town as soon as possible, so they went directly to the town hall to file their taxes. Serdek did not see the tax officer Butra. Only 2 young tax officers were maintaining order outside. The magic caravan that made a temporary U-turn in the downtown area was parked next to the flower pond in the town hall yard. The coachman sat back on a chair and put his felt flip-brim hat on his face to catch up on his sleep. 2 horses were secretly nibbling on the flowers and plants in the flower pond. Serdek walked to the gate of the town hall and looked left and right, but no one happened to recognize him. The young female receptionist in the hall was not there, and she didn't know where she had gone at this time. There was only a long queue at the door, and the end of the queue had already reached the courtyard of the town hall. Serdek stepped in, turned around and looked around in the hall for a while, and then walked directly to the stairs. The merchants in the queue didn't know Serdek. Seeing that he was suspected of jumping in line, someone immediately pointed at Serdek and asked,
"We are all lining up here. Please go to the back and line up."
The businessman on the side immediately echoed,
"That's right. If they all jump in line like this, wouldn't it be completely disorderly?"
Serdek waved his hand and said casually,
"Oh, I'm not here to pay taxes. I'm going upstairs.
He didn't care about the offense caused by these businessmen. He stepped up to the second floor, planning to go to Mrs. Luna's office first to communicate with Mrs. Luna. Mrs. Luna still needs to be responsible for the daily management of the town. As the mayor, he just tries to keep the development trajectory of Doden Town in line with the pace of opening up the Invercargill forest. As soon as she walked to Mrs. Luna's office, she heard a quarrel coming from inside.
Auntie, why don't you say something? When Mayor Marco was still here, he didn't say that everyone had to pay taxes before they could leave Doden Town with their goods.
A young man's voice said sharply.
You were still the secretary of Mayor Marco at that time. I came here to make leather sounds. I never paid taxes. Now you have become the acting mayor and the top administrator of Doden Town. Why do you still have your nephew collected? Taxes? Buttra, what's going on?
Mrs. Luna's questioning voice came from the room. The young man's voice became sharper, almost roaring.
Buttra, it doesn't matter if you don't know who I am. Can I leave now? By the way, you also need to give me a customs clearance ticket. Without the ticket, I can't leave at all.
Doden Town. Of course. You can do it at any time. But I'm afraid you won't be able to leave Doden Town with those goods.
The voice of Tax Officer Buttra came from the room. Neither humble nor overbearing.
Although your aunt, Mrs. Luna, is the acting mayor. But she has nothing to do with me. Miss Hathaway is now responsible for the tax in Doden Town. And the tax on this part of the transaction cannot be less than a copper penny. Why? My aunt is the acting mayor of Doden Town. Doesn't her words count?
The young man shouted in a sharp voice.
Of course not.
Tax Officer Buttra said firmly. Chapter 849 to Goddess Temple.
Buttra, he is my nephew Likini. He attended your family's dance last time. Why is it difficult for you to issue a tax exemption slip?
Mrs. Luna asked the Tax Officer Buttra.
It's certainly not difficult for me to write an approval note. But I have to be responsible to the Doden Town Tax Bureau. And I have to be worthy of Miss Hathaway's trust.
Tax Officer Buttra refused righteously.
Okay. Let's see.
The young man roared viciously again. Surdak found that this Buttra tax collector actually had some backbone, and his impression of him instantly improved a lot. On the contrary, he was a little disappointed with Mrs. Luna. After all, she could not escape the fetters of family ties. He was still hesitating whether to go in now and settle the matter. Before he could enter Mrs. Luna's office, he saw a young man wearing a black aristocratic dress with gold trim walking angrily from the room. Come out! A follower behind him was chasing after him in a panic, and he happened to meet Soldak in the corridor. The young man strode downstairs angrily and ignored Soldak. The attendant glanced at Surdak warily, without saying anything, and quickly passed by. Surdak discovered that this young man should be the owner of the magic caravan in the yard downstairs. He should have been the one who made the magic caravan turn around in the downtown area of Long Street, causing congestion on the street for a long time. Soldak originally wanted to promote Mrs. Luna to deputy mayor to handle the daily affairs of the town. But now, he has some hesitation in his heart. Just as he was about to step into the office, he heard a low voice coming from the office.
It seems like your nephew Likini has gone away. Luna. Hey. He has been spoiled by my brother since he was a child. Now he is learning to help the family. And he always takes advantage of opportunities. He thinks that he is the smartest one. And it is natural for everyone to serve him.
Mrs. Luna's voice contained a hint of laughter, with a hint of melancholy. He then said,
I hope he can make some progress this time.
There was the sound of chairs moving in the room.
And then Tax Collector Buttra said,
This time I have completely offended your nephew. Aren't you afraid that he will hate you?
Mrs. Luna laughed softly.
That's why I pushed this matter onto you. Don't worry. Their hands can't reach this far. This is Doden Town.
Tax Collector Buttra's laughter was a little rough. And he asked,
How about I act a little more fierce, and do it more thoroughly?
Mrs. Luna said quickly.
He is stern, but has a soft heart. Don't scare him. Don't worry. He is much less courageous than he appears. He will pay taxes obediently. Just make it a habit.
Tax Collector Buttra asked in a lower voice.
Well, I heard that the guy from the military camp is going to take over as the mayor?
Mrs. Luna agreed.
Well, the letter of appointment has been sent over. I haven't been able to see him in the past few days. I heard that the army camp is clearing out ghost-striped red ants and is about to cross the border of Nanta Town.
Tax Officer Buttra then said,
A lot of caravans have come to the town recently. Most of the adventure groups and mercenary groups have entered the hills and mountains to hunt. This month's tax revenue will increase a lot.
Surdak stood in the corridor. deliberately making the floor duong 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 with his long leather boots. As expected, the conversation in Mrs. Luna's office stopped. Cerdak relaxed his pace and walked into Mrs. Luna's office. He happened to see Mrs. Luna and Tax Officer Buttress sitting at the desk. Mrs. Luna's assistant was walking out of the inner room holding a teacup. Mrs. Luna neatly tied up her long hair, wore a dignified dress, and sat in front of her desk. Seeing Cerdak striding in from outside, he quickly stood up and said, "Commander Cerdak." Tax Officer Buttress also stood up with Mrs. Luna and said with a smile,
"Perhaps it would be more appropriate for us to call him the mayor in the future."
Mrs. Luna came out and asked Cerdak,
"Mayor, I have asked someone to prepare your office. Do you officially take office today?"
With that said, he took the initiative to walk to the front. The assistant took out a bunch of keys from the wall first, followed Mrs. Luna into the corridor, and opened the door to the innermost room. It was indeed very clean inside. Cerdak walked in and walked around the room before saying,
"Oh, that's right. But from now on, Mrs. Luna will still handle the daily affairs of the town. My main focus will still be on the garrison. In addition, I will promote some new plans in Duodan town."
He walked to the white-gray wall of the room, took out a parchment-sketched map from his arms, and nailed the map to the wall with leather nails. The lines on the map are a bit messy, and some of the streets are drawn crookedly. But the most valuable thing is to draw every building in the town on it. This was done by Nika after finding some older children of the Aboriginal people in the town for a week. The latest version of the town map that was just drawn. Cerdak has asked Lance to help him draw a new one. Every magician is a master of cartography, and their most unique advantage is that they can fly into the air on magic harpoons to get a bird's eye view of the town. Pointing at Doden town, he drew a map and said to Tax Officer Buttress and Mrs. Luna,
"I plan to enclose a piece of land along the river and build a riverside wooden house right here to alleviate the serious shortage of residential areas in the town."
Seeing that Cerdak spoke so solemnly, Tax Officer Buttress also looked at the map seriously. In addition to being ugly, this map actually has all the streets, houses, and rivers that should be there, even courtyards and some trees, chicken coops, duck sheds, etc. All the messy things that can be drawn are drawn on it. So the lines are it would be so messy. Tax Collector Buttress knows much more about Doden town than Cerdak does. Seeing that the area Cerdak was referring to was the river on the south side of the town, he frowned and said,
"This place is close to the Aboriginal gathering area. The security here is usually chaotic. There are also several leather workshops and leather cooking rooms built here."
Cerdak is also aware of these situations.
The leather workshops along the river need to be relocated to the lower reaches of the town. The Aboriginal gathering areas also need to participate in the renovation and reconstruction. The simple shacks built near the river need to be demolished. Give them some relocation compensation.
Seeing that Tax Officer Buttress and Mrs. Luna were a little confused, they said,
"Oh, just demolish their houses. Give them some money to move out. And, by the way, build them a new residence in another part of the town. The river here is considered a riverside landscape belt, and a higher-end one should be built. Wooden house on stilts."
Tax Officer Buttress and Mrs. Luna looked at each other, their eyes filled with "Do I need money to let those Aborigines leave?" The puzzling. But since Mayor Cerdak said so, they just did it. Cerdak reached out and drew a long oval by the river on the parchment map, and said,
"This is it. Since we have abundant wood resources here, and it is so convenient to build wooden houses, we must make full use of the advantages of this river. Build a log cabin that can be sold or rented, and the ownership goes to the town."
Tax Officer Buttress found it even more difficult to understand Cerdak's decision. He thought to himself, Mayor Cerdak doesn't run a lumber yard. Doesn't he mean he doesn't want any benefits? In fact, Cerdak is just a preliminary plan. There were originally dirt roads near the river in the town. They just needed to be slightly flattened and widened, and some pebbles could be paved in the first stage. It is not difficult to dismantle the shacks built by the Aboriginal people near the river. The foundations of these houses have been flattened. As long as the land is replanned, and the timber with grooves on both sides of the lumber yard is transported in. Building riverside wooden houses is actually simpler than using earth and stone. Much more. Many preliminary processes are done directly at the lumber yard. Building a wooden house is actually more like assembling large wedge-shaped building blocks. There are actually some other buildings added to this parchment town map of Cerdak. For example, Selena wants to build a temple of the Dark Goddess on the edge of the town next to the Aboriginal living area. Well, if this matter were brought up in normal times, Cerdak would definitely delay it. Building a wooden church is not difficult, but it involves some religious issues of the residents of the town. Many immigrants from the empire believe in the Statue of Liberty. Although the Statue of Liberty has abandoned everyone now, the habits of so many years are not easy to change. When encountering certain things, everyone is still used to saying the following sentence: "Oh, the Statue of Liberty is above." When building the temple of the Dark Goddess in the town of Dodon, it is difficult not to attract the attention of this group of imperial immigrants. Once they know that this is a temple of the Dark Goddess, they will inevitably be labeled as a pagan. Although the high priests and priests in the Statue of Liberty temple have gradually withdrawn, there are still many people who are willing to be dogs for the Statue of Liberty. Last night, Selena mastered an extremely subtle and perfect opportunity. So Soldak had no choice but to bite the bullet and agree. In order to avoid being verbally attacked and slandered by those who believe in the Statue of Liberty, Soldak chose to build the temple of the Dark Goddess on the edge of a square between the Aboriginal gathering area and the Imperial immigrant gathering area. And the temple has two-way doors. The east gate open to the natives, and the west gate open to the Imperial settlers. This temple will not be publicly called the Temple of the Dark Goddess. It will be publicly said that it is the Temple of the Twin Goddess, which is dedicated to the Goddess of Night and the Goddess of Dawn. The two temples are not connected. The Imperial settlers face the Goddess of the Morning on one side, while the natives face the Goddess of the Night on the other side, so that the two sides can be separated. However, the budget for building such a double temple may be a bit high. Soldak felt that at this time, it was necessary to meet with the nobles in the town. Chapter 850: The Glasses Mage's Choice. Unexpectedly, Soldak came up with a town construction plan on his first day in office. Since a large number of foreigners have recently poured into Dodon town, Soldak has habitually enclosed land to build houses and acquire real estate in the town, so that the town can develop as quickly as possible. At present, the town hall of Dodon town actually does not have many officials except Mrs. Luna and tax collector Butra. So to make this decision, Soldak only needs the nod of approval from Mrs. Luna and tax collector Butra. Even if it is passed, the specific executor of this matter is Mrs. Luna. In addition, Soldak also needs to convince the Butra tax collector to invest all the tax money he just pocketed into the renovation project of Dodon town. Dodon town does not belong to Soldak, so there is no need for Soldak to pay for it out of his own pocket. Even though the cavalry battalion harvests a large amount of hard armor and magic crystals from ghost pattern soldier ants every day, these wealth belong to the cavalry and Soldak, and there is no need to confuse them with the wealth of the town. Of course, Butra was still a little hesitant about building lakeside wooden houses. He felt that there was really no need to spend so much time building these lakeside wooden houses on the edge of the dirty and chaotic Aboriginal slums. If built, it should be close to the wealthy area of the town. But since Soldak insisted, tax officer Butra certainly couldn't say anything. Soldak didn't choose that side. Of course, because the land here is cheap and has a lot of room for appreciation. Once the lakeside wooden house becomes the most elegant residential area in Dodon town, it will also bring some benefits to the surrounding area. The plan to build a lakeside wooden house was quickly finalized, and land surveying, demolition, and the construction of a riverside wooden house model room will soon begin. The rough design plan is also available in Soldak.
By the way, Mrs. Luna, I recently want to attend a dance held by the local nobles and make friends with some local nobles in Dodon town. If it is convenient, could you please help me get 2 invitations?
Soldak sat on the chair in the office and ordered Mrs. Luna.
Okay, Mr. Mayor.
Mrs. Luna immediately entered the working state of a secretary. She has been Mayor Marco's secretary and lover for more than 6 years, and she is even more comfortable with her job. Just the day before yesterday, Captain Adams finally got what he wished for. In exchange for the set of primary power magic patterns, with a performance value of 100,000. The battle for the magic pattern structure has also come to an end. Before coming to Duodan town, Adams could never have imagined that he would gain so much from just participating in a beast-tied defense battle. Not only did he have a strange magic pattern tattooed on his body, but he also obtained a set of magic pattern constructs, which cost at least 200 magic crystals. Such a large amount of wealth can be said to be a lifetime wealth for any remote and small noble in the Green Empire. Although the process is very difficult and dangerous, at least the risks and benefits are equal here. Adams and Gallatin were sitting in a crowded tavern. They were sitting in the corner of the tavern. The square table was filled with ale and fruit wine. Several guards were sitting around them, making this place an independent world. Even the drunken drinkers don't dare to come here and cause trouble. This time, Adams exchanged the primary power magic pattern structure from the cavalry battalion, and Adams almost cleared all his merit points. In fact, in this competition for accumulating merit points, Adams finally used some tricks to securely win the set of elementary power magic patterns. When he entered the hills and mountains to hunt ghost-striped red ants in the past week, his cronies all took the initiative to join the battle, and quickly withdrew at the last moment, hiding in other places on the battlefield, leaving Adams to share the merit points of the red ants alone, which allowed him to fight fiercely, stand out from the competition, and win in one fell swoop. Now this set of magic pattern structure is worn on Adams. Just seeing a string of names written on the merit exchange list, the soldiers in the cavalry battalion were not so impressed by this set of magic pattern structures. Then everyone saw Captain Adams wearing the magic pattern structure, and the whole military camp was shocked. None of the soldiers thought that Commander Cerdak would actually fulfill his promise. At this moment, no one knows how many cavalrymen secretly lamented that if they could work harder, they might still have a chance. Gallatin picked up a glass of ale with grain residue and took a long sip. It was difficult to agree with Cerdak's taste. For him, golden cider with the sweetness of apples is more delicious. He said to Adams,
I guess this reinforcement mission is almost over. I heard that the return order has been placed on the desk of the great swordsman of Chester. Yes, the situation in Duodan town has stabilized. What are you going to exchange for the achievements you have accumulated this time?
Adams sat lazily on the main seat, using a silver knife to carefully pry open the hard shell of the cat's claw fruit. But he didn't eat it because he didn't like the bitter taste of nuts. He prefers to put these nuts into pastries to cover up the bitterness of the nuts with the sweet taste of cream.
I already have magic weapons, and those merit points are barely enough to exchange for a single item magic pattern structure. But I don't want to be penniless, so I will probably exchange it for magic crystals. This thing is worth hard currency wherever I get it. Gallatin thought for a moment before saying seriously. Adams threw him a nut and said,
The magic crystal has been depreciating recently. Even if it is exchanged for gold coins, it will be more cost-effective.
Gallatin was slightly startled and whispered to Adams,
The exchange rate between magic crystal and gold coins has dropped to 1:7. Do you think the value of magic crystal will continue to decline? Of course. You see, plane wars are breaking out in various planes now, and a large number of magic crystals are flooding into the market. It is estimated that the magic crystals will further depreciate in value before long.
Adams said decisively.
Then exchange it for gold coins. To be honest, I really want to leave the army with these gold coins and live the life I have always longed for.
Gallatin smiled at Adams.
I've heard this many times.
Adams was dismissive. While they were chatting, businessmen kept inviting them to drink. The merchants wanted to make friends with Adams and Gallatin, but were blocked by a group of cronies. The merchants wanted to buy some private goods of ghost-marked red ants from Adams, but unfortunately Adams was not interested at all. It is also worth explaining that the magic crystals on the ghost-patterned red ants are Warcraft magic crystals, not the black magic crystals on the evil ghosts. This thing does not calculate merit points separately. In just 1 month, Lance and his friends quickly accumulated 30,000 merit points by making magic scrolls, making a bird's-eye view map of Duodan town, and joining the cavalry battalion to fight on the front lines. I successfully obtained the demonic skin of the ghostly patterned ant queen from Cerdak. I traveled thousands of miles to Duodan town, and now I finally got my wish. Seeing that the situation in Dodan town was stable, Lance prepared to return to Helensa city. However, the Glasses magician has different plans. He wants to stay in Duodan town and continue to search for those magic herbs. As a magic pharmacist, only here can he come into contact with those rare herbs. The Glasses magician decided to talk to Cerdak personally about this matter.